I need to go on my YouTube. Hold on. Let me make sure I always forget to do that. YouTube Studio. And let me see. Child. What's up, y'all? I'm trying to just... It'd be a lot easier if you could just find people. How do I find the people? It's not gonna work like that. This is just too many people blocked. How do I find you? Oh, I remember blocking that person. Child. I'm talking, I don't know how to find you, child. Because I would have to... How would I find you? I have to look later. Oh, I'm here, Gigi. Hey, Quee. I'm here. Oh, I'm sorry, Quee. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to unblock. I'm trying to unblock. I told you I was going to do it, but I don't know how to find his name. My people, I have missed y'all greatly. But today is April 1st, so I have to work out. I'm starting a 90-day challenge, so I have to work out so I can lose some weight. Hey, Darlene. I know. Darlene from Merlin. Hey, Miss Darlene. What's up? Miss Darlene, you might not be crazy like the Darlene from Ozark. Oh, Lord, that lady was evil. I was so mad at her. I was like, girl, how we going to have the name that sounds the same? Darlene from Ozark. She is insane. She is unhinged. That lady was crazy. She was insane. Darlene. But I hope you're doing well. Right? Sorry, guys. Yes. So you guys, it's April 1st. Okay. April 1st. So I have to start a fitness challenge for myself. Hey, Motion. I told myself I was going to do it. Oh, nice to meet you, Miss Darlene. Yeah, the sweet people from Georgia. The sweet people are from Georgia. The sweet peaches. I got a peach in the chat. What's up, Peach? What's up, Georgia Peach? I got a peach in the chat. I used to live in Columbus. You ever heard of Columbus, Georgia? I used to live in Columbus, Georgia for like a hot minute. My pastor mom was there, Rolesta Ellis. So it was nice. Oh, I miss Georgia. The good parts of Georgia. Yeah. But anyways, you guys. Hey, Kevin. Oh, you're from Georgia, Kevin. You never told me. See, that's why we vibe. You see, that's why we vibe. But listen, I was just coming out the gym, right? And I saw a video. I really saw a video from Didi. Didi, sometimes I don't even know what she wants. I really don't get her channel. I do not get her channel. And I don't know because she has 162,000 subscribers, 2,000 videos. That's crazy, right? And I feel like she can't really break. She struggles to break past 5,000 views or something. Yeah, you see, her content struggles. She really struggles with her content. So I feel like sometimes, are you serious? You're from Columbus? Oh my gosh. Have you ever heard of my pastor mom? Oh, she was everything to me. Oh my gosh. I lived there. Oh, those were the days. Right? But I feel like Didi, because she struggles. Oh, really? Oh, she was so beautiful. But she had a small church, though. She had a really small church. Her church was near what's that military base? Fort Benning? Is it Fort Benning? I think so. Her church was near Fort Benning. It was really small. It's like a tiny church like that. I like smaller churches, right? But I'm like Diddy sometimes. I don't know if she struggles with, I mean, she does struggle with her content, right? So I'm like, okay, I get it. Like you want more motion on your channel. You want more views on your channel. But I feel like at some extent, to a certain point, you have to be careful in this YouTube game to not become what you hate out of white people, right? And I would really hope that with everything that's happened with Charlie Kirk, that people would, yeah. Oh, they changed the name. Okay, cool. Right. I would really hope that with everything that's happened with Charlie Kirk, that people would learn that there's a price to be paid for putting toxicity, division, lies, confusion in the atmosphere. Right. People really have to stop that. It is extremely, yeah. Okay. It's extremely toxic. You see Charlie Kirk, what he did, go from college campus to college. First of all, let's get this straight also with this goofy ass Libra. No offense, Kevin, right? But that Libra boy, he was in college. He wasn't, no, community college, right? He went to community college, right? Then this rich white man, let me see if I can find his Charlie Kirk. I can't type to save my life. Okay. Something Montgomery, right? Bill Montgomery, is that his name? There you go. There you go. All right. So you see Charlie Kirk right here. I even feel like, me personally, I don't even think he believed anything he was really saying like that. But I guess school didn't work for him because he didn't have the brains to go to school, I guess, right? So this man, Bill Montgomery, who is a billionaire, hey, for me, the billionaire man tells Charlie Kirk to drop out. And I think he was going to drop out anyways, right? And the man says, I'm going to give you money and you're going to start this thing called Turning Point USA, right? Now, the whole point of Turning Point USA was what? To help white American people have more empathy and sympathy for Israel. So that way the money can go to Israel, the weapons can go to Israel, young American soldiers can go and die for Israel. But another part of the Turning Point USA mission was what? To paint Black Americans as the worst people in America, right? And Charlie would go on to do that for like at least 10 years or so, right? But you see, when you live in hatred, look at your demise, right? Look at what happened to Charlie Kirk in the end. All that he worked for, the money, the $6 million house, everything he built, the man got killed. And it seems like he got killed by his own people, right? Because there's something to be said about how you build your platform, how you build your name, how you build your 501c3, whatever you're doing, right? You got to do things righteously. And I think the problem today is this pursuit for money, this pursuit for views and clicking views, and you're chasing views, you're chasing the algorithm, you're chasing relevancy because your content is not hitting. It's like, oh yeah, let me do what Charlie Kirk did, but my personal version where I encourage people to have issues with African people or vice versa. Right? If you're going to make content, this is the way that I feel. If you're going to make content, you have to create truthful content. Because the goal of content, even if there's an issue, there's any kind of problem out here, if there's an issue with anybody, right? Let's say Black Americans have an issue with African people, or African people have an issue with Black American people. What wise people should do is to get everybody on one accord where we actually understand each other and we have better relationships, right? Does that make sense, right? You would want people to have a better relationship. People have to be wise. But the problem that I'm seeing here in America is a lot of people here, they're not wise. Because it's part of white American culture, right? To always create divide, separate people, fight people, insult people, disrespect people. Listen, this is crazy. It's really, really crazy, right? I can understand that somebody could say, oh, I met an African person and we didn't vibe. It happens. It truly does happen. But why is it that you can't consider the fact that, hey, somebody's from Africa, like wherever they come from in Africa, because it's actually a continent, it's not a country, right? And it's very possible that the way they do things in their country, hey, Sandra, right? They might not understand the way you do stuff over here and vice versa, right? So if there is a clash or if there's like a mismatch, why don't you sit down and try to explain to people, say, hey, over here, this is how we do things. In your, hey, Yoey, in your country, like how do people do things? Why is it not possible for people to have a respectful, polite conversation? Everything has to turn into xenophobia. I don't get it. I mean, I kind of get it, but I don't really get it though. Because ultimately, what is your goal? Right? If you like me, if I'm West African, I'm from the Ivory Coast, right? I'm from the Ivory Coast. If I make content on my channel and I encourage people to focus on everything Black American people do wrong, if I make videos where I encourage people to sit here and to look at every single time African American people or an African American person has done something wrong, what's the goal here? Ultimately, what is your goal? Right? What is your goal? Right? Like seriously, there's like that. Trust and believe that too, right? Trust and believe that. There's so much foolishness that I could. There's so much foolishness that I could make content on. But you have to ask yourself, what is the goal of the content? Because if the content is not to educate, if the content is not to heal, if the content is not to bring people together, should you actually make the content? Right? Because you don't want to create content that inspires people to hate. You want to make content that helps people to understand, right? Like if you're an African American person and you feel like, oh, African people are not receptive to this and this and that, that's fine. You have the right to feel that way. But insulting people, degrading people, it doesn't fix the problem, right? And I get it. It's American culture. Like in American culture, when you don't like something or when you don't get your way or you're not happy with people, you just resort to violence, insult, shaming, degrading people. But what does that solve? Trump went to Iran to bomb the people. What did that solve? What did that solve? They spent 25 years, plus over 25 years, over $14 trillion to kill these Arabs. What did that solve? Did terrorism leave that place? Is it safer? No, it solves nothing. Hatred, it solves nothing. Lying and saying things that are untrue, it solves nothing. Creating content for your people to have hatred towards another people, it solves nothing. And you're mediocre. You're truly mediocre. And I'm like, a lot of people, I feel like you decided to be content creators because you didn't want to have to go out there and look for a job. And that's fine. But if you don't know how to create content that's engaging, content that brings people together, content that shows different perspective, everything is about dehumanizing a specific group of people, right? You need to go get a job. You truly need to go get a job. Like seriously, go get a fucking job. Go get a job. Like, does your husband not make enough money, Didi? Like, are you struggling in your household? Like, are you broke? Is your husband broke? Right? This is crazy. This is really crazy. Because I'm like, nobody should have to do this kind of content to feed themselves or take care of their family. That is insane to me. I'm going to play the video. But I'm like, it's getting ridiculous. Like, America only has about 2 million African people. This nation is 380 million square miles. Hold on. Wait a second. Give me a second, you guys. Hold on. Hold on. Because this is crazy. Okay? So how many African people are in America? Let's see. Okay. There you go. So you see this number, right? So America has roughly 2.4 African-born. African-born immigrant. Okay. So let's say maybe it's 3 million. If this country, hold on. What's 3? Hold on. Give me a second, right? What is 3 million? Hold on. Let's say it's 3 million, right? Divided by 381 million. Hold on. What's my question? Okay. Let me see. The question. Okay, hold on. Because I cannot type. I'm so sorry. Sorry, guys. I'm a horrible typer. Okay, there you go. right? Do you see this, right? So you see this, right? So if you took 2.4 million people and you divide that by whatever this is, 381 million square miles, right? You wouldn't even have one African person, right? Okay, so that means that per square miles in America, per square mile, right? You wouldn't even have a full African. So you have 0.63 of an African. And this is why I say, right, when I hear a lot of Black Americans talk like this, the Africans, right? I'm like, yeah, you sound just like these white Americans. Because white Americans, the way they talk, you would think that they encounter so many Black Americans throughout the day. The answer is no, they do not. You live in America long enough, you know, white people stay to themselves and Black Americans stay to themselves. Like they might meet at Walmart or Target, but that's about it though. They don't really mingle like that, right? So if this country is 381 million square miles and you only have 2.4 million African people, that's what, 0.63 of an African person per square mile. So that average Black American does not encounter African people. And that's why even when they speak, they'll say, oh, the Africans, because they don't encounter African people. If they actually encountered African people, especially if they did so like regularly, they will be able to tell you where the person came from. Or at least they'll be able to say, hey, West African people do this, or West African people feel this way about us, right? Or they'll be able to tell you, oh, Northern African people feel this way. Eastern African people feel this way. Central African people feel this way. Southern Africans, they speak this way, right? But they have no cognizance, they have no understanding that Africa is a continent. And all African people are not the same. All African people don't even get along. Like, let's be so for real, right? You have Western Africa, you have Northern Africa, you have Eastern Africa, you have Let me put the map up because this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. Hold on. Okay? Like, the thing is, it's a fucking continent. So who do you actually have an issue with? Who do you actually have a problem with? Who have you met? Who did you talk to? Like, it's insane. Who did you talk to? Who did you talk to, right? Sorry, you guys, my bad. Okay? This is a whole continent. So did you speak to West African people? Did somebody from West Africa did something to you? Did somebody from Northern Africa did something to you? Did somebody from Eastern Africa did something to you? Did somebody from Central Africa do something to you? Did somebody from Southern Africa? It's a fucking continent. I'm like, how many times are we going to have to repeat that shit? How many times? Right? If you have an issue, if you say, oh, Nigerian people do X, Y, and Z, then be specific. If you say, oh, Ivorian people did X, Y, and Z, be specific. If you say, oh, Congolese people did something, then be specific. It's a whole continent, right? No, they do not. Because when you keep referring to people as African, as if we are a monolith, we are not a monolith. So yeah, yikes indeed. Yikes indeed. Right? Because I'm going to play the video. Oh, the Africans. Who are the Africans? Which African? Right? So they'll say yikes, like as if most Black Americans even know the name of the capital of their own state. Right? Exactly. But you do generalize, right? And that's my problem. If you're Black American, you're FBA, and you have an issue with Africans, which Africans did something to you? Because we're not all the same. And we don't all have the same attitudes. We don't all look at life the same way. Right? So if you have an issue with Western African people, then say that. If somebody from Northern Africa did something to you, then say that. If somebody from Eastern Africa, the Horn of Africa did something to you, then say that. If somebody from Central Africa did something to you, you say that. If somebody from Southern, not South, Southern Africa did something to you, please say it. And then if somebody from Madagascar, from Capo Verde, from Mauritius did something to you, please let us know. The Seychelles, let us know. Okay? Like that, this is insanity. The Africans, who are the Africans? Who are the people? Who are these people? Who are these people? And every day, you have one Black American, he watches content. Even now, they're lumping Haitians with Africans, okay? Like Haiti is right here. Haiti is right next to Miami. So if a Haitian girl said something, how does Africa, we're all the way across the Atlantic. How are you dragging us into something that was said by a Haitian? Right? And also the Haitian lady, who the fuck is she? She's a fucking nobody, right? I could see if Wyclef said something. If Wyclef said something, I could see why you're offended. Because, oh, that's Wyclef. You know, Wyclef is very emblematic of hold on. Wyclef, VC, okay? Right? If Wyclef had said something disparaging, if Wyclef had said something mean about African American people, I could see why people be offended, because that is Wyclef. This is Fuji's Wyclef. This is Wyclef. Like, Wyclef has made a lot of money in America. Wyclef has benefited greatly from Black American culture. So if Wyclef goes out of his way and Wyclef starts saying shit like, oh yeah, Black Americans are dirty, wumpy, wump, I could completely understand the fucking crash out. Right? But a random ass Haitian girl, no one even know who the fuck she is. She's not even related to one of the wealthiest families in Haiti, which are the Duvalier, Papa Duke and his family, like all them rich ass Haitians that live in the mountains. She's not even related to Haitian bourgeoisie. She's not even related to Haitian nobility. But because she happens to be Haitian and she said something, who the fuck is she? Why do you even fucking care who she is? Like, to me, it's so wild. You're from here. You are, and I'm like, sometimes, I'm going to be honest, right? Let me say properly, right? Sometimes when I listen to some Black Americans on YouTube, like, I don't know. I don't know if I should feel embarrassed or if I should feel sad for you. Because it's like you behave as if you are an illegal immigrant. You behave as if you don't know who the fuck you are. It's like you behave as if you think ICE gonna come get your ass. You're from here. You are from here. Your mother's from here. Your dad's from here. Both your grandparents are from here. Your whole lineage is from here. Why do you act like this can be taken away from you? Why are you so insecure like that? Why do you behave like a fucking immigrant? Who gives a fuck what a Haitian has to say? Who the fuck is she? Like, truly, I'm like, who is this girl? No, they're going to take time out of their precious day. You're going to take time out of your precious day to make a video about a Haitian girl that no one even knows who she is. Like, what do you get out of this? Oh, the Haitian girl. Who the fuck is this Haitian girl? Who is she? Even in Haiti, you drop her ass in Haiti. Who even knows her? Who knows who she is? Nobody knows who she is. There are so many prominent Haitian people. Instead of focusing on those prominent Haitian people in America, and if they said something out of line, then of course I understand the crash out. But she's a random ass person. It's like there's another girl here, Tanya TKO. That girl, Tanya TKO, one day she was crashing out because some girl in Nigeria said something. I'm like, girl, do you know that Nigeria has 204 million people? 204 million people. So some random ass girl from Nigeria left you a comment and you turn on your video, you crash out on the internet for some goofy ass person in Nigeria? Are you kidding me? Do you even know the reading level in Nigeria? I could never waste my time like this. I could never. A country with 204 million people. You're making a video in your house, you're crashing out, you insult all Nigerian people, and the person you made the video for will never even watch the video. This is insanity. And I'm like, and you're behaving like you're insecure. It reeks insecurity to me. Because even Marlene, let a Haitian girl make a video, Bobby. She's not going to hear shit from me. Who the fuck are you? Franchement, toi, tu es qui, en fait? Who are you? Okay? Does the Duvalier blood run in your bloodline? Probably not. Tu viens d'où, la Port-au-Prince? Like, I mean, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Even Haitian people don't even know who that girl is. But because you want somebody to be mad at. Like, this isn't, and like, it reeks insecurity. Like I said, if Wyclef says something disparaging against Black American people, the crash out will be valid. The number of videos being made about it would actually be valid because that is Wyclef Jean. He know better. He knows a hell lot better. But Wyclef has never said anything disparaging, right? What's it called? Sikensi, please do not stress out Kevin, please. Don't do that. He has a wretch. He can put you in timeout. Don't play those games, okay? But I'm like, that's crazy to me. That is really crazy to me. There are real people. There are really successful people. I don't know if Praz, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Praz is Haitian or not. I don't know. But it could be, though. Is Praz Haitian? I don't know. I don't. Okay, voilà. Okay, d'accord. Tu vois? So Praz also is Haitian. There you go. So if Wyclef says something crazy, if Praz says something crazy about Black Americans, oh, they dirty, they this and that, I could truly understand why you are mad. Because the Fugees couldn't have been the Fugees if the Fugees was not connected to Black America. So I'm like, that would make perfect sense. But for as long as we have lived, have you ever heard the Praz, the Wyclef, like serious, even Kodak? Kodak Black is also Haitian. He's also Haitian. Like there are prominent Haitian people in American culture, Black American culture, whatever, right? Have you ever heard any of these people ever say anything disparaging about Black Americans? No, some random ass Haitian girl. Or like this, why do you behave like this? Why do you have such low self-esteem? I don't understand. I truly do not understand. You don't have to react to everything you see on the internet. Like, who is this girl? Like, who's this fly? Girl, go somewhere, okay? Because what you're saying are ignorant. It's absolutely ignorant. But Wycliffe didn't say nothing wrong. Pras didn't even say nothing wrong. There are plenty of highly successful, even W. Du Bois. Even W. Du Bois. W. Du Bois is also Haitian. I don't know why people think, oh, he's Black American. He's Haitian. Du Bois is French. How many Black people you know that got the French name, okay? His father's from Haiti. He's a Haitian man. I don't know why they don't get that, okay? Du Bois, W-E, Du Bois. Bien ici, toi, Monsieur Du Bois. Voilà, okay? He is Haitian. His last name is Haitian. His father is Haitian. I think his mom is Black American, but his father is Haitian. Il est Haïtien. So, like, the first Black man to ever go to Harvard is Haitian. Are you okay? Are you all the way there? Like you sound insane. You truly sound insane. You sound insane. Trying to make enemies out of nothing. If you have an issue with a specific person, go address it with that person. If you have an issue with a particular nationality, go talk to these people. Okay? But don't drag all African people into this utter nonsense because it's xenophobic and it's nonsensical. It is ridiculous and you come off extremely uneducated. Like, please, in this era where people think you're a DEI, don't give people a reason. Like, yeah, I can see that. I can truly see it. Right? Well, so you can see, do not bother Kevin because Kevin has a wrench. Okay? So I'm watching this stuff and I'm like, okay, so your channel is not doing well. Right? And this is the part that also gets me. The FBA. You never support each other unless it's something it's something degrading, it's something xenophobic, right? Because where are the FBAs to support the rest of her content? I think I even watched more of her video than her fellow FBAs. Make it make sense though. Every African person is not against you, and if you feel that way, it's coming from you. You have a problem. When you walk outside and feel, oh my gosh, they hate me, don't like me. Maybe you do not like yourself. Right? Start with self. A lot of people, they're not thinking about you. In this day and age, 2026, with the war in Iran, gas is $4 a gallon, right? Most people are just trying to make it. Most people wake up in the morning, I hope I still have a job today. I hope I can afford to fill up my tank today. I hope I can afford my groceries today, right? People have bigger issues to worry about. And that bigger issue definitely is survival. It is survival. I don't know how many people, I don't even know how many African people are waking up in the morning and the first thing on their mind are Black Americans. I'm sorry to disappoint you. But you're not the main character in the lives of African immigrants. You are not. Please, you need to understand that. People have real issues. The vast majority of African people who come to America, they have to work really hard to send money back home. That's probably after waking up, surviving, that is the next thing because on Friday, Saturday, you have to go send money to Western Union. You got to go send money to MoneyGram and things like that. People have real issues. And for you to think that people left their countries, people left their families, their grandparents, their friends, people left so much back home to come here to worry about Black Americans, you are truly insane. And you need to go seek some help. The level of insanity, right? It's really insane that you think you matter so much that people left Africa. Do you know how hard it is to get a visa to come to America? Do you know how hard it is to get a visa to come to, and that's the whole point is that you don't even realize that you are privileged to be an American. And that's why you can waste your hours to make content about a Haitian girl doing some dumb shit, right? Because if you realize what the privilege it was to be an American, you'll be too busy worried about yourself. I don't see in what world I'm going to wake up as a legacy American and make a content to justify my Americanness to a Haitian that still speaks Creole. Make it make sense though. Truly and honestly, make it make sense though, right? You're the only ones who do that. It's like you don't really believe that you belong. You know what I'm saying? And that's a personal issue. You will never see white Americans make content to prove to anybody that they belong and we've been here. We know it is what it is. If you know, you know. You don't know, get the fuck out, right? But you're always trying to justify that you were here first and you did. Like, so are you not convinced? Do you not know this for yourself? Like, it's so redundant, right? Like, you are behaving like an immigrant. And then you wonder why Democrats are treating you as if you were immigrants. Make it make sense, though. Make it make sense, though. Like, you got to pick who you want to be. If you want respect, you're going to have to move with a person that respects himself, respects herself. A person that respects himself, respects herself. You don't address everything. Even Jay-Z. People come at Jay-Z all kinds of ways. Look at what it took for Jay-Z to even sit down with GQ magazine to explain himself. Have you seen Jay-Z respond to anybody? You can say whatever. You can say, oh, he killed his baby mama. He did this. He did that. People accuse Jay-Z of everything, all kinds of things, all day, every day. Have you ever seen the Sean Carter address anybody? No, because people broke. People are too broke for him. But I feel like now the pressure with the bench is getting real. So he sat down with GQ, and even that, he chose what he was going to answer to. Why don't you move like Jay-Z? Why don't you move like Sean Carter? Right? Build your brand, build your money, build your reputation, build what you got to build. Why do you always have to respond to everything that's said about you on the internet? You have all this free time. Are you unemployed? Do you not make money? Are you on welfare? Like, to me, it's so embarrassing. So I'm like, Didi, if your channel is not working, if you have 100,000 plus, over 162,000 subscribers, and nobody cares about your content, Didi, you have two choices. You either kill the channel, go start a new one, or you pivot your content, right? You are a Black American woman. If you make content criticizing Black American women, it's not going to work. And you know this. Right? Because you're too lazy and you're too cowardly to start over. Oh, let me make content about African people to bring some motion to my channel. That is some lazy shit. That's some lazy shit. If you live in America, you know that Black American women do not want to be criticized. Right, wrong, and different, they don't want to hear it. So if you are a Black American woman and you're married on top of that with kids, and you have a channel where every video you're talking about these heifers, they're not going to support you. Right? They're not going to support you. So that's a choice. And instead of speaking on that, you want to like transmute your frustration into an African immigrant frustration. No, don't be a coward, sis. Do not be a coward. Do not be a coward. You know who you are. You know your people, and you know your, hey, Brittany, you know your sister group. They don't like to be criticized. They don't want to hear it. They think they have it all figured out. So it is what it is. So if you want to keep making content about your fellow Black American woman, you're going to keep getting 1,000 views, 5,000 views, because they don't want to hear it. If you want your Black FBA sisters to follow you, you already know how it goes. You have to have your whole channel dedicated to criticizing Black American men, and then they'll show up. That's how it goes. But please, this low-hanging fruit of making xenophobic content for clickbait, for rage bait, because your channel is struggling, sis, listen. Does your husband not make enough money? Does your husband not make enough money? Your husband can afford to provide for you? He can afford to provide for you and get you some Pilates classes that you have to resort to this shit? This is low frequency. This is low vibrational. And this is low effort content. But I'm about to play the video. Like, this is crazy. Yeah. It's like, and then like, they don't want to admit that. They don't want to admit that. And that's the part that truly frustrates me, is like, you know, in your heart of heart, you fucked up. And I think that's the real issue, right? I think that's the real issue. I think deep down inside, most Black Americans are fully aware they fucked up, right? Civil Rights Act, Civil Rights Movement, yeah, bullshit, right? 60 years of voting Democrat, bullshit, right? They don't have nothing to show for it. And I get it. You feel like you got cheated. But at the same time, family, you have a brain. You chose not to use it. You lead with your emotions. You lead with your heart on your sleeve. The people, they scammed you. That you got scammed. And today you have nothing to show for that. Immigrants are coming here. They're doing better. Immigrants are coming into your neighborhood. Those of y'all who do happen to have houses, your property tax is going all the way up. So they can afford to take care of the immigrants. But at the same time, though, it's how you vote. It's how you vote. You vote against your own self-interest. And you don't want to admit that to yourself, because self-awareness it's a hard thing in America. Accountability is really hard for American people. Introspection is really hard for American people. 60 years. Look at the consequences. 60 years. There's like, what do you have to show for hip hop? Like the reality TV, a few Black millionaires, while the rest of Black America is struggling at 55,000 per GDP per capita. Are you kidding me? Right? Are you so for real? Right? But that's your fault. That is your fault. Okay? Like that is your fault. You have to look at yourself. You chose not to get married. You chose to be single, strong Black women who raise kids. You've made certain choices. You have branded yourself a certain way. And 60 years after all that branding, now here we are, here are the consequences. And instead of saying, oh shit, you know what? We fucked up. Let's change course, or let's try to fix it. No, let's go blame the immigrants. Why? Is it because most immigrants, when they come here, most African immigrants, when they come here, they have more conservative values. Most immigrants have more traditional values. Yeah. And they're more successful. Duh. Right? But is it that you never had those values yourself? Is it that you never had those traditions yourself? No, you chose to give it up. Right? You chose to give it up. So now if you gave up something that used to work for you, being traditional, it worked for Black America. Being conservative, it worked for Black America. A 2-parent household, it worked for Black America. Pushing Black American kids very, very high into academia, right? It worked for Black America. You chose to give all that up for cheap money. Oh, let's go be rappers. Let's go be drug dealers in movies, right? The Jews gave you some cheap ass money. Yeah, the Jews gave you some cheap ass money and you sold your brain. You sold your brain. You let these unattractive, overweight white lesbians sell you on feminism. You fucked up your household, right? And I think that's the thing. That's the bite. Like that's the lingering pain of the bite. Like, oh shit, I got fucking scammed. Yes, you did. But in this life, it don't take much to realize that if you hold on to traditional values, you're going to be successful because it works, right? You let white people convince you that God is patriarchy, God is oppressive, the Black church is homophobic, all kinds of weird shit. No problem. Now here we are, right? Here we are. And I think the problem is that amongst Black Americans, you cannot have a conversation about righteousness. Because any Black American who speaks on righteousness, who speaks on family, values, tradition, even dressing modestly, they're going to get cussed the fuck out. Right? Because people want to live like heathens. People want to live without structure, without rules, without patriarchy. I mean, okay, sure. But there are consequences when you want to live without structure. There are consequences when you want to live without discipline. Right? And at some point, people have to be brave enough. Black Americans are going to have to be brave enough to have the conversation about righteousness. And even if there's a backlash, you have to stand your ground. Because at this point, you got to save the soul of Black America. Because at this rate, 2050, what does this look like? Right? What does this look like? And instead of really talking about real issues, oh no, let's talk about African people because the only time we can come together is when we're being mean to other people. Right? Remove white police officers. Remove African people. What else brings y'all together? Because if we say get married, you ain't gonna do it. If we say invest in each other's businesses, you're not gonna do it. If we tell you forgive each other, you're not going to do it. Right? You only come together when it's to hate other people. But earnest support. Oh, my sister doing this, let me go support her. You're not gonna do it. My brother's doing X, Y, and Z, let me go support. You're not gonna do it. Right? Black Americans are extremely hard with other Black Americans, right? We see it all the time. If a Black American has a business, if they make one mistake, though they're done. You are fucking done. The reviews, the videos, like you're fucking done because there's no mercy. If a white business makes a mistake, there's a lot of compassion, right? You are very nice to white people. You're very forgiving to white people. And yet they did the most harm to you. But whether it's your fellow Black American or it's another Black Caribbean or it's a Black African, right? You lose your mind. And this is what people do not want to talk about, right? Because it shows that, oh, wow, there's not a real community. No, there isn't. There isn't. But if the only time you know how to come together is to be xenophobic, that's really sad. That's really sad. It would be nice to see a lot more weddings. It would be nice to see way more weddings and less baby showers, right? It will be nice to see more people graduate from college than people getting shot in the head, right? You don't have to love anyone. You don't have to love anyone because loving people is actually a commitment. See, me, I don't need you to love me, right? But if you have an issue with me, I need you to be factual. I don't need your love. You're not God. Right? I don't recall anybody say, oh, I need Black Americans to love me. No, because love is a commitment. Love actually takes energy. It takes time out of people. It's not a joke, right? So if people only have 24 hours in a day, people have to be very critical of who they love. Because when you love someone, you expose yourself, you invest in someone, and you could have done something else with the time, the energy. So me, Marlene, me personally, I don't need you to love me, right? Your love does nothing for me. But what I think would be nice is for you to love yourself, right? And what does loving yourself look like? You understand? Like if you're a black American and you decide to make your thumbnail picture marijuana, right? What does that say about you? Right? Of all the pictures you could have, you put the weed and you got pussy on the damn weed. Love yourself and respect yourself enough that when you show up somewhere, you show up as the best representation for yourself. Start by loving yourself. Don't worry about loving strangers. Start by loving yourself. Like that's crazy, right? Like who like me? I don't need anybody to love me. You don't have to, because it's like even friendship, even me, I don't become friends with just everybody. Because friendship are intentional. Friendship, it's work. It requires time, energy. Listen, I have a full day. I'm busy. I'm extremely busy. I don't need you to love me, but you need to love yourself, right? If everybody took the time to love themselves, we would have a better world, right? Because when you love yourself, there are certain things you'll never do, such as lying, such as killing, stealing, looting, going and sleeping with somebody else's wife, all kinds of weird shit. There's a lack of self-love. Because when you love yourself, you stay out of trouble. When you love yourself, you do everything in your power to not be on the bad side of God. When you love yourself, you wake up every day knowing that God is real. And you go to bed every day knowing that God is real. Because you could have died throughout the day, right? So make sure you love yourself. And my parents did not bring me to America so that Black Americans could love me. No, it'd be nice, but it's not a requirement, right? It is not a requirement. But it is a requirement for you to love yourself. And when you love yourself, you make better choices. That's it. That is it. God loves me. You understand? God loves me. Jesus Christ loves me. The angels love me. You understand? My mom and dad, they love me. My siblings, they love me. I have family. I'm not some goofy ass orphan. I have a family. And I get plenty of love from my family. I don't need, I need a Black American to love me. Why? Why? It's not a need. It's not even a want. My want is, if you have an issue with an African person, you need to say exactly who that person is or where that person came from. Don't just lump all African people in the basket and then start just thinking that you can just use us like a xenophobic bag. You'll be punching on. I'm not your punching bag. And it's disgusting because you should know better, right? You should know better. You should know how racism feels and not do it to another person. Right? But hurt people do hurt people indeed. So love yourself enough to get some therapy. Love yourself enough to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, exactly. Love me. Love yourself. Please love yourself. I wake up in the morning. I have like my fitness class. I have my Stairmaster class. I have my Pilates. I have plenty of shit I do throughout the day. And none of it requires your love. But it does require the love from Jesus Christ. It does require the love from the Most High God. If God is on my side, who shall be against me? Right? 1,000 to my left, 10,000 to my right, they will not touch me. I live for the promises of the Most High God. I don't live for your love, my love. Right? I don't live for that. So please, and I think that's another thing, right? And I think that's another thing too. It's like a lot of Black Americans believe, oh, these people want to be part of us. They want, no, you got your own thing going on. God bless you. Stop thinking that people are not proud of who they are. Stop thinking that. Maybe you're not proud of who you are. So you think everybody carries that gene of feeling inadequate. I don't feel inadequate. Okay? I do not feel inadequate. I do not feel inadequate. Please know that for real. It could very well be that you have some insecure African people who have made you feel like they worship at the throne of Black America. I don't. Because everybody's immigrant story is not the same. And that's why I also say that a lot of y'all, you speak on African people, but you're not really familiar with African people. Because if you were familiar with African people, when there's an issue, you'll be able to say, oh, this person from Nigeria, this person from Cameroon, this person from the Ivory Coast, this person from Congo. But you cannot, right? You just make shit up in your head. Number two, if you actually had connection or relationship with African people, you would know that everybody's immigration story is not the same. They're like, oh, you fled. You think everybody flees. Like, it's just so fucking weird. Okay? All right? It's like, oh, you fled. Everybody's immigration story is not the same. I don't know what they talk about. I have no idea. But this is why, for me, Marlene, it would make more sense to me for people to come up with their issues in a very organized, civilized, and rationalized manner, right? So this person, we have this one African person who said this, this, and that. And we just want to bring clarification to that because here is where you're wrong. That's it. And then everybody can actually learn. But the way you guys go about it, right? The way you guys go about it, nobody learns anything because it's all about exactly so, right? And that's why it's so sad when everybody who is Black American is told that they have to vote Democrat. Why? Because like you said, every Black American story is not the same. When you have Black American people who come from bourgeoisie, like very luxury families, when you have Black American people who have a two-parent household, they have to hide it. When you have Black American people who come from a household where the dad is a pastor or a bishop and the mama is a first lady, right? They have to hide it. When you have Black American people who come from a household where the parents were very strict on reading, speaking well, writing and stuff like that, they have to hide it, right? Because you don't see, oh, absolutely, please, Jay, please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. We see it every day. Do you want me to go through all the pastor kids who are living a fool because they want to be accepted? We have to go through the list, right? No, you don't hide it, right? Maybe because you feel better. But the majority of people who come from that, especially when they become famous, they hide it. They hide it. Cam Newton, why does he behave like this, right? And his daddy's what? His father's a bishop. Right? Candy Burrs, she sells sex toys. She's involved in the porn industry. She tells people to put sugar in their body, in their crevices, and all that the foolishness she does. Right? Her father's a bishop. Right? Phaedra, her dad's a pastor. Her mom's a pastor. Do I need to go on? Right? The Braxtons, their daddy's a pastor. Right? How many Black American kids who are children of pastors who are allowed to be holy? Even Sarah got pregnant. Sarah Jakes. Baby at 13 years old, the daughter of the Bishop Jakes. Sarah is on her second marriage, right? Because that's how you become relatable. Like, we need to stop. Like, that's why I say there is a problem with self-awareness. There is a problem with self-awareness. Someone like Dr. Ben Carson, right? Raised by a single mom. Okay. Hey, Coco, raised by a single mom. Dr. Ben Carson, he is one of the top neurosurgeon in the world. This man you had two twins that were joined by the skull. He broke that shit apart. He was in surgery for 24 hours. He pretty much, he killed it for like 12 hours. Then he brought it back, right? When do you ever hear people over here respect Dr. Ben Carson, even if you don't like his politics? Even if you don't like the fact that he's Republican, do you have to insult do they have to insult this man like this? All kinds of coon. They can do what he did. They can do what he did. They can go through college and study what he studied. They can go to med school. They can actually go to med school and do what he did. They can pass chemistry, right? They can pass chemistry, right? These people can go and do the residency he did. They can go to Johns Hopkins and completely turn the entire department towards excellence. Like, do you know what Ben Carson has done for Johns Hopkins? There are doctors from all around the world who leave their countries to learn from Dr. Ben Carson. Like, this man, his hands are gifted. Like, I saw the video. There's a movie about him. I was like, what the fuck? How can you do surgeries for 24 hours? But if it's Little Durk, if it's Jay-Z, or it's Diddy, you name it, oh, my nigga, they so proud of their niggas, right? But how many times you gonna see them be proud of actual Black American doctors? He has the right to be a Republican. Because the way he was raised, he has the right to be a conservative. This is foolishness. This is utter foolishness. But every day, the way they talk about Dr. Ben Carson, it's insane. It's truly insane. Right? It's the same thing with Clarence Thomas. You don't have to like his politics. You don't have to like the fact that he has a white woman. Okay? That's fine. But at the end of the day, he's after Clarence, after Thurgood Marshall, he is the second Black Supreme Court justice in American history. He deserves some kind of respect. No, they got more respect for Tariq Nasheed. And like, you think it's hard to be a Tariq Nasheed? A failed rapper, a man that used to sing "Suck My Dick, Bitch." Who's calling me? Right? Yeah, it's hard to be Tariq Nasheed. Like, be so for real. Like, this man was raised in Georgia. His mom walked away from him. He was raised by a granddad who abused him. Bunch of Black people who made fun of him, calling him ABC, America's Blackest Child. No, recognize the man. How many of us can say, well, I can be a Supreme Court justice? It's fucking hard. And it's fucking hard. But every day they talk about Clarence Thomas, there's never any compliment, insult. Talk about his looks, talk about his wife, talk about his complexion. Well, I mean, this is hateful. This is hateful. This is truly hateful. Black Americans who want to be Republicans, they have the right to be Republicans because they were raised a certain way, their families a certain way, they Christian, and they have certain values, and that's what they want to do. Why do you have to shame people for not being progressive? Why do you have to shame people for not being liberal? Why do you have to shame any Black American for not being okay with all this promiscuity, stripper culture? A lot of Black American people are prudish. They don't like that shit. They do not like it. Not every Black American person is a pervert. Like this is insanity. This is insanity. This is insanity. Not every Black American wants to see people's asses everywhere. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. Priscilla Schreier, I wouldn't be surprised if she's also Republican. She is the daughter of Pastor Tony. Like, are you kidding me? Okay. Are you kidding me? If they came out here and they said, oh, Pastor Tony is Republican, duh, he's fucking Baptist. He is Baptist. What the fuck do you think he does? How the fuck do you think he lives? How do you think he lives? If somebody told, if you found out that Pastor Tony gave money to Trump, I wouldn't be surprised. If they said, oh, Pastor Tony gave money to the Republican people of Texas, I would not be surprised. He is Baptist. Do these people even know what it means to be Baptist? Every day worried about African people. Do you know what it means to be Black American and be a Baptist? Do you even know what it means to be Black American and be Episcopal, however you say it? It would not be surprising, Kevin. He is Baptist. They are ultra conservative. They don't even let the woman preach. Okay? If you found out that Dr. Tony is against abortion, I'm not going to be fucking surprised. He is fucking Baptist. He is a Black American man who is Baptist from Texas. Why would he ever be Democrat? Why would he ever be progressive, liberal? A woman can run a house. A woman can be equal to a man. He would never, ever believe in that shit. It's fucking weird. It's white people's culture. That's not his culture. It makes perfect sense to me. Right? There are plenty of Black American people who are conservative. But the sad thing is that today, they don't have the right to even say it. Because if they do say it, they'll be called anti-Black, coons, bedwenches, all kinds of racial slurs. For what? For what? For not agreeing with this perverse culture? Modern culture today is perverted. It's disgusting. It's low effort. It is disgusting. It's repulsive. People who have the fear of God are going to rebuke it. They do not want any parts of it. They don't want their kids to be involved in this. Don't want their grandkids to be involved in this. Don't want their nieces and nephews to be involved in it. Don't want any child they know to be involved in it. Because we know the Bible is clear. The wages of sin is death. If you don't die physically, you'll die spiritually, right? The vast majority of Black American people have always been a Bible people, a Christian people, a church people. But unfortunately today, here we are, liberalism, progressivism, feminism, perversionism, you name it. But this is not the real Black America, and that's fine. If this is where modern Black Americans want to take the culture, you go, you do that. But if you fail in this life, don't be mad at other people because you know better. 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 And I think that's the real issue here, right? Is that the vast majority of African immigrants are still traditional, like old school Black Americans used to be, right? You will never hear, and I'm even going to say this, like the majority of people that I see who are Black Americans who have issues with African people is these modern day, new age Black American people. Old school Black Americans and old school African people don't have a problem because they have the same values, traditional, conservative values with them big ass Bibles. Exactly. Like we had never seen this before. We had never seen this before, right? There you go. Yeah, of course. Of course I sound stupid, right? Of course I sound stupid because it's not convenient, right? It's not convenient. So when something is not convenient, we resort to insult, but it doesn't bother me. You are an American. You're no different than Charlie Kirk. You are no different than all these weird white racists, right? When it's not convenient, they insult people. right? That's it. Because you don't have a proper counter argument, right? Oh, you're stupid. Oh yeah, you're so bright. That's why you smoke weed all day. There you go, living like a damn stereotype, and you're so proud to be a stereotype, right? I'll be stupid all day. At least I'm drug-free. Thank you. At least I'm drug-free. There you got your big age. You got weed on your page, pussy on. Like, how old are you? How old are you? Right? And I'm pretty sure you're old enough to at least have a fiance and be prepared and get ready to be somebody's husband. Right? But at your big age, you love weed, you love pussy at your big age. Right? At your big ass age. No fucking shame. And that's the problem too. These are new age Black American boys for you. Lazy as fuck. When your grandfathers, when they were out of high school, or they dropped out of high school, they joined the military so they could afford to have a wife because they wanted to be husbands. Right? You just happy being a baby daddy, being somebody's nigga, all kinds of dumb shit, right? But I'm stupid, you're a clown. There you go. No, we're gonna have this conversation. Right? You chose modern day Black American, especially modern day Black American man. You have chosen to let hip hop be your representation. That's no problem. You take pride in calling yourself niggas. You greet each other as niggas, right? Instead of being Black men, right? Black men who come from a decent family, Black men who come from a praying family, Black men, for the most part, have grandfathers who serve in the military, the army, the navy, the whatever, right? You don't want to be honorable. You want to be niggas that ask for reparations, right? There you go. And that's also a culture of dishonor because you love this weird ass hip hop, modernism, liberalism, right? You love the fact that your Black women, your Black American women are having abortions. So that way you don't have to step up. Shameful ass people like this. You are a shameful people. Your baby's getting aborted and you don't even cry. Your son's getting aborted, you don't cry. Your daughter is getting chopped up in the womb like a piece of chicken about to be fried at Popeyes, right? And you don't even cry because you're shameful. You don't even know who that baby could have been, right? You are proud to see these women abort their babies and that's why you love feminism. That's why you love modernism. That's why you love all this progressive culture, because it removes accountability from you. Because if she murders the baby, you can just go on and live your nasty ass life where you never have to control your fucking penis, you fucking slut, right? You fucking whore. Uncontrolled penis is why there's so much fucking chaos. You're part of the problem. You see what I'm saying? And do you know why? When your granddad was alive, when your great-granddad was alive, we didn't have all these babies born out of wedlock because they were in the military, right? They were actually serving the nation. They were doing something honorable. They didn't fear being men. They didn't fear being providers. Uncle Lonnie, don't call me sis, Uncle Lonnie. Call me niece, Uncle Lonnie. You're my OG, okay? I'm your niece, okay? No, but it's true though. And all the granddads, they look forward to be men. They didn't try to stand on the corner all day. Like, how is that even respectable? Why would I stand on the corner all day? Like, their time was valuable. Why would I stand on the corner all day? Most Black American men, especially anybody born like before the 50s, they all served in the military. They all served. They served. Go sell drugs. Like, what the fuck is that? What culture is that? Right? Exactly. There you go. And I'm pretty sure the great grandma never had to pay 50-50, was not asked to pay 50. Like, what the fuck is all this? What is this weird ass culture? Like, this is some demonic ass. It's demonic culture. It is demonic culture. Justice for real Black American culture. It needs to come back. It truly needs to come back. We need to. I was like, we have to pray for a renaissance. We have to pray for a coming to God moment, right? Where the spirit of old, it comes back. The ancestors have to come back because this is real. These men today are too comfortable being bums. You're too comfortable. You are extremely too comfortable. There's not a real Black American family. And that's my African ass telling you this shit, okay? That is my Ivorian ass telling you this shit. There is not one single real Black American family. And I mean like Civil War people. I'm talking like from plantation to Civil War, Jim Crow, those kinds of people. There is not a real single Black American family where you're going to go and there's not one grandfather, there's not one member of patriarchy that served in the U.S. military. I've never seen it. I have never seen it. And in their day too, they had their kind of drugs. Yeah, it probably was, hey, sunshine. It probably was not like crack cocaine, but there was marijuana. There was other things they could have sold, even liquor. Okay, because the Irish people and their drunk asses, because they a bunch of ratchet ass people as well. They're the ninjas of England. Okay, these Irish people, they came in with a bad culture, their love of alcohol, their drunkenness. How many Black American people were never involved in selling alcohol during the Prohibition because they fear God? They feared God. They used to be so honorable. They used to be so effing honorable. They'd rather go in the military and die than to actually sell drugs or alcohol to their own people, right? And that's how you know hip-hop is shameless. Hip-hop is so shameless. These boys in hip-hop, they are cursed. They are cursed. But they're dishonorable. And you embrace these fools because they're lazy. And because you're lazy. Because the bar is low. Oh, go find a Colombian. Go find a Mexican. Go find some white-skinned Latino. Buy some demonic powder. You stand here all day and you poison your people for some money. Shame on you. Shame on you. And I'm telling you this, Judgment Day. Y'all sitting here worried about African people. You need to worry about Judgment Day. You need to worry about Judgment Day because what the book of Revelation says, you will be in the presence of your elders, your patriarchy. Exactly. Your patriarchy will be there on the day of judgment. And you will see your granddad, your great-granddads, your great-great-great-granddads, and they will tell you, son, child, why are you so corrupt? Right? You will have to answer to your bloodline. Y'all sitting here worried about African people. You need to fear Judgment Day. You need to fear Judgment Day. You need to fear what you have done to these people's sacrifices, their name, their brand, everything they fought for. You're going to be judged harshly. Keep distracting yourself. Talk about Black people, African people. Keep distracting yourself. But you're not going to get away with this. You go to McDonald's, you fight people. You go over here, you fight people. The price that was paid, you're not covered. You are not covered. You're a fool. You are a fool. Even you. When was the last time you even honored any of your grandfathers, right? When Veterans Day come around, do you do anything for your granddad's for Veterans Day? Probably not. You are a shameful little boy. If you love your granddads, both of your grandfathers, if you love your patriarchy, you wouldn't even dare put this picture up to represent yourself. Shameful little boy. You are shameful. You're a bunch of shameful ass. You're a bunch of shameful men. Somebody's telling you that shit to your face. Okay? Me, I'm not scared of you. I will say it to your face. I will say it to your face. How old are you? Right? Too old. You're not married. You don't have kids. Your credit's bad, right? But at your age, your granddad was already getting his VA bill, his GI bill, all kinds of money, and he was about to get a house, and he had himself a wife, right? Where are you today? How many girls have you impregnated? Shameful little boys. Like, go sit down somewhere, okay? Yeah, but they're so shameful. They are so shameful. They are so shameful. You see what I'm saying? You see, the girl joined, he didn't join. You see this? Because he probably wants to be outside. He wants to be outside. He wants to play. He wants to Netflix and chill. There you go. Because there is no respect. There is no respect for the patriarchy. You know, the reality is when you sit here, you entertain these conversations, you can sit here and believe that it's mostly Black American women who don't respect patriarchy. No. You'll be sadly mistaken, okay? The Black American girls do not respect patriarchy because the Black American boys do not respect patriarchy. You understand? These girls are not strong enough to defy patriarchy. No, they've had help. They've had help. They've had people be complicit. And these Black boys have been complicit, right? Because they themselves do not honor patriarchy. Right? If you woke up every day and you look at your granddad's picture, your paternal granddad's picture, your maternal granddad's picture, and you saw that these people went in the military, these people dressed nice, they looked nice, they smelled nice, they worked hard, and by the time they were 26, 30, they already had the VA bill, the GI bill, the whatever bill, okay? You're like, oh, damn, I'm late, I'm behind. You have way more than these people. Don Cornelius, he went to the military. He came out because he got all the structure. He got all that structure. He got all that discipline from the military. One of my favorite Libras, okay? One of my favorite Libras, okay? Right? There you go. He went to the military. He was able to go in the military, come back outside. He was also married. Went to the military. He came back outside, and he was able. Then he worked as a police officer, right? Worked at the radio station, and he went on to create Soul Train. Fucking iconic. But do you not think that him being in the military, it gave him the structure? If you say you're going to wake up at 6,000 hours, you wake up at 6,000 hours. If you say you're going to do something by 12 o'clock, you're going to do it. That's why he was able to build the business that he built, right? What's Gemini's name? Oh, my gosh. Oh. There you go. Huh? Mr. Johnson, another one. Huh? Because his mom didn't have no money. She definitely had no money. So guess what? He dropped out of high school. He didn't go start selling drugs like some of y'all would do with your lazy asses. Okay? He went and joined the military. There you go. And he also got married. He joined the military and he got married, right? And then he came outside. He started working. He had a job. He worked for another Black American man who had a business selling hair care. Nobody's selling drugs over here. People, why do I have to sell drugs? It's disgusting. It is diabolical. It's beneath me. It's ratchet. It is ratchet, right? So after that, he also started his own business, which was called Johnson Hair Care Products, right? There you go. This man today, he is 99 years old. He's going to be 99 in June. He's a Gemini, okay? But right now, he is 98 years old. God bless this man with long life. God bless this man with health. You should see his sweaters. He has so much money. He's so fucking fly, okay? But this man is alive. Most of you young people today, you die at 21, you die at 19, you die at 22, you die at 23 because you do so much evil. You're not blessed, you are cursed. Your choices are horrible. There's nothing honorable about your asses. You have no shame. And then you go around telling people, oh, I had to sell drugs because I didn't have a daddy. You're not the first one to have a daddy. You're not the first one. There are plenty, legions of Black American men before you who did not have fathers. And they never used that as a reason to go sell drugs. Be so for real. Like even my father-in-law, his dad didn't have his dad. Because I think the dad, like he went crazy. So at 10 years old, his dad had to step up. But my father-in-law, his dad never sold drugs. He joined the Navy. He joined the Marines. He's a Marine, right? He didn't do drugs. What was all this ratchet shit? Because it's lazy people talk. You are lazy. You are lazy. You're truly lazy and you are dishonorable. That's why you're okay with doing this shit. That's why you deserve to rot in prison. Because you're a shameful child, you know? You're a shameless child. Like, this is crazy. He did not go to prison. You don't have to sell drugs. There are plenty of people who did not have fathers. James Brown. Yes, D. James Brown. Was his dad in his life? Was his father in his life? Was his father in his life? Hey, was his mother even in his life? Okay, but he did not sell drugs. He made something of himself. It's the Black Americans today, modern day Black Americans, especially modern day Black American boys. You guys are the reason why most white people, everybody believes that most Black Americans are drug dealers. It's you. You did that. It's not African people. It's you and your goofy shit. You and your goofy ass. You have all these people believing that, oh, all Black Americans do is sell drugs. It wasn't always like that. It was not always like that. But because of you, people believe that it was always like that. That every Black man didn't have a daddy. And because he didn't have a dad, he had to go sell drugs. No, you made a choice to sell drugs. You made a choice to sell drugs. There are plenty of people. Hold on. Who else is out here, child? Give me somebody else's name, y'all. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people who did not have dads in their lives and they never sold drugs. It's a lot of people who were raised by single mothers and they never, ever sold drugs. They fear God. They respected their mothers. They respected their mother's house. How you going to bring drugs in your mother's house? But you fear nothing. You have no respect. You fear nothing. You're a cursed little demon. Okay? You're a bad child. You are truly a bad child. You're a bad son. You are a horrible grandson. No sense of pride. No sense of nothing. Right? That's why you feel, oh, it's okay. Oh, I can go sell drugs. I can do it. No, you cannot. You cannot. But you're rebellious. You're lazy and you're evil. You are an evil, evil child. So you bring exactly. Omar Epps. There you go. He never went and did the drugs. Like, you don't have to do drugs. Like, what is this? What is this foolishness? What is this foolishness? There are plenty of people who never had their father. It doesn't matter if weed is legal. Okay? It doesn't matter if weed is legal. Do you have to do it? Just because something is legal, does it fit your brand? Does it fit your brand? You're not able to go through your day without smoking weed? Where did you learn this bullshit? Because you've given yourself permission. Oh, it's legal. So, and then therefore what? And therefore what? because you don't love yourself. Because if you love yourself, there are certain things you would not even put into your body. This weed y'all be smoking is legal, is legal. You need to find out. It introduces weird particles into your lungs. Go talk to Gemini about this stuff, okay? Exactly. Like this is not okay. This is not okay. But you are the reason why so many people are under the impression that all Black American people, all the Black American men are all drug dealers. They abandon their kids. Well, this is new behavior. This is quite new. Abandon what kid? Like, what are we talking about? But it's these modern day people. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in family. They do not step up. You can leave your penis in there, get her pregnant, but you can't get her to follow your program. You can't get her to be your wife, right? Because it's so much easier to be a quitter, right? And instead of looking at yourself and taking a good look of what the fuck you've done over here, no, let's go talk about African people. No, the fuck you're not. No, the fuck you're not. Okay? No, the fuck you're not. Master P, his dad, not even his dad, because the dad also like, okay, modern day, right? But Master P, his granddad also, he served the military. There you go. Okay? Served in the military. Like, everybody served. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the real Black American tradition. When you come out of high school, if you're not gonna go do a trade, you join the military. Like, because that's something, it's honorable. It's about honor. You have rebranded what it means to be a Black American into this honorable fuckery. And then when people look at you confused, oh, well, why don't you like me? Because you're doing bullshit. You're doing all kinds of bullshit. Like, the fuck? The fuck? You've destroyed this brand. This is a very, very expensive brand, you know. This is a real expensive brand. And in 60 years, not even 60, in 20 years, look at what these fools have done. Look at what you've done. Look at what you've done. Please tell me, when you were growing up, did you ever see any Black American woman fight in a restaurant? I would love to know. I would try this. I'm like, my husband, he's Black American, but we weren't talking about that. People got their asses beat. People got their asses beat. People had dogs. Hold on. No respect. No respect. And you want to sit here and you want to lecture African people? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? People got beat up for just trying to sit in a restaurant, dragged out of these restaurants. They would put mace on these people, fire hose on these people, dogs, German shepherds on these people, right? And you, Black American, you're the one who goes into a restaurant and fights in a restaurant. You shoot people in the restaurant. You stab people in the restaurant, right? Because you have no respect. Everything you try to, like the things Silly did, everything you try to put on me, it goes right back to you because you know you're the problem. You are the problem. I can understand if African people, it's like, you know, from wherever they come from, right? If African people were the ones to go into restaurants, fighting people, causing a muck, and bringing harm to the Black American brand, I would understand that. Because how dare you leave your country, come to these restaurants that we fought to gain a place in and be respected, and you're fighting in here, you're shooting people in here, you're doing all kinds of crazy shit in there, right? But that's not the case. You are the one that's just like you're just destroying everything these people worked hard for. People got beat up for this shit. This shit's fucking real. Now, I wouldn't have done it because, to me, honestly, white food is never that serious, to be quite honest, right? But nonetheless, it was done. Prices were paid. If it was very expensive, like, because I would have done it. Not gonna be my ass, okay? But my point is, when you go into a restaurant, you go into any establishment. As a Black person, I'm absolutely African. Are you kidding me? Okay? As a Black person, when you go into a restaurant, you should always think about those who paid the price for you to be in the restaurant. Last weekend, these Black girls they went to a brunch. They couldn't pay the bill. They start stabbing each other. This other Black girl, the Black girl messed up her order. So she shot her in the heart. How you going to kill somebody over chicken nuggets? Like, what the fuck is wrong with people, right? You see a bunch of Black girls, and they usually are Black Americans also. They were fighting over the lemonade or the whatever machine, right? Going in there, throwing stuff, fighting people. What are you doing? What are you doing? And this is crazy to me. And then so when I say, hey babe, hey Diana, so when I sit here and I see Black Americans, FBAs who want to lecture African people about what? Decency, decorum, how to conduct yourself in public settings. We don't need the one-on-ones of that. You do. And if anybody over here should be the most respectable person, the most respectful person in the restaurant, it's you. Because that's your history. These are your people who got beat up. It is your people who got dragged. You know, there was no African person doing the sit-ins. It was your people. And because of them, you're able to go into all these establishments. And when you go into these restaurants, it never dawns on you like, yo, like, somebody had to suffer for me to be in here. You don't give a fuck. You don't give two shits, right? But you want to come on the internet and act like, oh, I'm so proud to be a Black American. I'm so proud. No, the fuck you're not. You're full of shit. When somebody is proud of their lineage, there are certain things they could never conceive doing. See, me, I'm West African. I'm from the Ivory Coast. And I am fully aware that people got dragged. I used to watch the documentaries. One time we drove through Selma. Like I told my husband, we need to leave this place because it was just weird. It was, get me out of here. They're racist. Right? I have never fought in a restaurant. I could never even picture myself bringing a gun to McDonald's. It's cheap ass burgers with fake meat in it. What's the problem? How can you murder your own kind over chicken nuggets? The sister, she messed up your order. Okay. Let her fix it. Why do you have to shoot her in the heart? And then she also has 4 kids. Another Black American that works at McDonald's. But the woman said she don't have enough hours. It's not her business. There's an actual computer. The computer tells you got to send people home. She's a manager. It's not her business. You get so upset. You leave. You come back with a knife, and then you stab her in the heart. These are not African people. These are not African people. I would love for anybody, any FBAs or Black Americans to give me 1, even 2, maybe 5 stories that you're so mad of an African person bringing harm to a Black American. I would love to see it. Every day when you hear murder, a Black person murdered another Black person, it's a Black American who murders another Black person. And it's always for bullshit. If this is something that could have been solved, why are you so mad? Why do you have so much rage in your heart like this? And why is it that when you deal with your fellow Black American, especially from one Black American woman to another Black American woman, if you have children, most likely she has children. Most Black American women have kids. So like when you get so mad that you want to go for a gun and they'll hit you like, oh, you know what? She does have kids. Let me calm the fuck down. Right? Because there's no real community. Because if you saw her in you and you saw her in you, you're like, you know what? Let me calm the fuck down. Because I don't want no kids to be without a mother tonight. How can you take a mother of 4? Oh, yes, Mr. Lonnie, she shot her. She shot her in the heart. Not even like shoot her in the foot, the pinky toe. No, she went for the heart. So she wanted her to die. Over chicken nuggets? Over McDonald's? Like, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And the thing about, they even have the number. They have a sticker. There's a sticker on the door. When you do the drive-thru, there's a sticker on the window. If you have any issues, you call the number. They'll give you a coupon. They'll give you free food like for a whole week. It is not that deep. McDonald's food is not even real food. How can you kill another Black American woman over fucking chicken? It's not even real chicken. Like that's fucking Chick-fil-A. She went and killed this girl. I'm like, this is insanity. Hold on. She's like, this is crazy. And then she's like, oh, what? I'm like, this is so shocking. She killed. I'm like, what the fuck have you done?
It's just before 3 p.m. at a McDonald's in Atlanta, Georgia, where police are called over a deadly shooting allegedly sparked by an incorrect food order.
Over food. I'm like, they have a bunch of food. It's McDonald's. They have so much food. McDonald's will never run out of food. If she made a mistake on your order, she'll fix it. Let her fix it. If she doesn't want to fix it, you call the number, right? These are franchises. You call the people, they will apologize. They might even give you like $100 gift card. It's America. This nation will never run out of processed food. I can bet that, right? But to grab a gun and to shoot this young lady in the heart, for what? For what? For what? And Didi, instead of making videos about that, no, she's not. Oh, let's talk about African people because it's convenient, right? There you go. These elusive Africans that you have issues with. Go sit down somewhere. And you will never even see, and I know, at least as far as I can speak for West African people, you will never see a West African person have such an unhinged reaction to a wrong order. Mistakes happen. People make mistakes. Like the fuck? Like you've never made a mistake in your life, right? And also, if it's lunchtime and it's very busy, they're more likely to make a mistake. Now, I get it. It's inconvenient, but girl, it's McDonald's. If you want better service, go to Chick-fil-A. Okay? Or make your own food. Hello, somebody. Like, it's not that hard. But people make mistakes. And I do feel like when you're black and you encounter another black person, even if you're mad, you need to tone it down. Okay? You got to bring it down. Because you should see yourself in that person. Be like, you know what? You are black, huh? Okay, whatever. Okay? Bring it down. Right? But what we see is that people don't bring it down. It's like the more they see a black person, the more rage they have, the more they feel empowered to act any way, talk any kind of way, behave any kind of way. Why do you give yourself permission to act like this in front of another black person? Why do you give yourself permission to mistreat another black person for making a mistake? People make mistakes. She didn't insult you, didn't talk about your kids, and even if she had, that is still not a reason to murder her. Because when people make mistakes, people should be corrected on their mistakes and given a chance to do better. You got to give people mercy, especially over food. But the young lady has 4 kids. So now you have 4 children that are orphans. And if they have to go live with aunties and uncles and grandparents, like, what if they get molested? Because these people are not going to care for them the way their mother's going to care for them. And it's like they could have depression. I'm like, what? Like, what happened? What is so severe about a wrong food order that you got to kill someone? I'm like, it happens all the time. Like, it's even hard to keep up with, right? And like, exactly, cook your own food. If you don't want to mess up, you just cook your own food. But why are you killing? This one, I really cried. Why are you killing her? And I also feel like, because the pictures that I saw, it seems like the young lady she killed, she likes to keep herself cute. And they went there with their bonnets and their foolishness. And even her, I wish she would have stayed away from them. The moment you saw the bonnets, the baby hairs, the bonnets, the sandals, she should have stayed away. Because when you are a pretty black girl, you need to stay away from certain kind of people. Like, it is what it is at this point, right? But I'm like, who behaves like that? Who truly behaves like this? How can you do such a thing at McDonald's though? And it happens all the time. People crashing out.
They had a shooting in the store. Come here.
I don't even know. They came in here. Them girls came here trying to fight their
That was a bullet shell right there.
Inside.
And the thing is, like, I feel like everybody in the mix is Black American. But I'm like, look at that. I'm like, how is this okay? How is any of this okay? And it happens. It feels like it happens almost every day. Where y'all, this is really sad. There's another one. The girls went stabbing. Hold on. There you go. These girls over here, they stabbed each other because they went to the brunch. You see, they went to the brunch. They could not pay for the bill came. And I'm like, why could you guys agree to this before you got there? Right? Agree. If you're going to split the bill equally, everybody needs to be mindful. Don't take advantage, right? If everybody pays for themselves, agree at that as well. But even if there is some kind of miscommunication, and I get it, it's not pleasant. But why are ladies carrying knives? Why are ladies settling a bill by stabbing each other? What? I do not get this behavior. And once again, no Africans were involved in this foolishness. Because this is truly unhinged. You don't stab someone over a bill. It's not that deep. Truly not that deep. But they went there, and even the guy who did this is like, oh yeah, it starts at 11. I'm like, who even drinks alcohol at 11 o'clock in the morning? Like, that sounds like a recipe for disaster. But nonetheless, though, these are ladies who are stabbing each other over a bill because they can't afford the bill. So then they're pulling out knives. And this is America. Like, we are in a civilized country. Like, who does this? People are pulling out knives because they don't know how they're going to pay for this bill. And after they were done stabbing each other up, nobody paid the bill. But I'm like, this is truly unhinged behavior. This is crazy.
A party at downtown LA restaurant ends with several women being taken to the hospital with stab wounds.
2 suspects were also taken into custody, and Gigi Graciette is live in downtown with all the details. Gigi.
It was quite the end to a private party yesterday afternoon. Take a look at the video. This clip shared on Citizen app shows the large police and fire presence with multiple victims down in different locations. And there was the search for the suspects. And there were a lot of people who were simply watching all the drama unfold at Zaya Restaurant on 7th in downtown LA. And boy, there was certainly a lot of drama. This morning, we have exclusive new information on what happened as the private party was wrapping up. Apparently, servers brought the party the bill, and that's when sources tell us the fighting started. It was 4:40 in the afternoon, and apparently the all-girl group disagreed on something and started arguing with each other. That's when police confirm one of the women pulled out a knife and another one grabbed a bottle. Wow. The war of words quickly escalating into a very dangerous fight. Ultimately, the fire department says they evaluated 5 people at the scene, transporting 4 of them, all women, ages between 26 and 37. They were taken to the hospital with stab wounds. Some were stabbed, police tell us, with a knife. Another person was stabbed with that bottle. The 5th victim, they're just calling her Jane Doe because apparently she did have some cuts to her face, but she just decided to leave the scene. By early evening, police confirmed 2 suspects were arrested, and this morning, those 2 suspects, both women, are still behind bars. They're facing charges of assault with a deadly weapon. And bringing it back here live, we're told that one of the suspects in jail is possibly related.
So you stab president. Like, do you see this behavior? Do you see this behavior? Right? And I'm like, and to me, honestly, it would make more sense to address these issues than to try to create nothing out of nothingness. Okay? I'm like, it's very lame. Me, I don't even like doing these videos. Like, it really, I don't like doing these videos. I really don't. Because I don't like to make videos where I feel like I'm giving talking points to racist people. I really do not like making these kinds of videos. But I think it's really important for people, if you're going to talk about Black America this, Black America that, I think the main thing people should talk about is forgiveness. I think this day and age, too many Black American people have way too much unforgiveness in their hearts for their fellow Black Americans. It's out of order. It has become glamorized to be hateful. It has become glamorized to be divisive. It has become glamorized to be polarizing. It has become glamorized to train and coach other people on how not to forgive, how to not be merciful. You're justified in your rage. It's justifiable for you to crash out on other people. And I'm like, yeah, this needs to stop. This truly, truly needs to stop. Because I'm like, I don't understand how people don't understand this. But it's like, if you yourself were not a Black American person and you migrated to America, right? And you happen to be Black, if you saw the way that Black Americans treat each other, what would you be inspired to do? Right? What would you be inspired to do? It's the same thing as like if you go into a household, you go visit a household and you see brothers and sisters, they fight, they insult each other, they chase each other down with knives and shit. Like, how would you feel about that family? Right? How would you feel about that family? Right? There are things here in America, right? Well, it's sad because there are things, I say it all the time. And the older I get, it becomes more and more apparent to me. Like, yeah, I'm definitely a Christian. But I'm like, there are things in America. There are things in Black America that have been normalized that are not normal. They are truly not normal. It's like, this is not healthy behavior. Healthy people do not act like this. People who love themselves, they don't act like this. Right? Like even this whole slur, oh, we're taking back a slur. Why would you take back a slur? Of all the things you could take back, the N-word that you want to reclaim, please don't. That is extremely silly, right? But if you're not from here and you move to the States and you get to see how Black Americans treat each other, you get to see how Black Americans portray each other in movies, entertainment, music videos and stuff. What are you to deduce from that? Right? What are you to, like, how are you supposed to behave? If I can see you treat your sister like shit, if I can see you treat your brother like he ain't shit, what am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to do? Right? If somebody comes here and oh wow, in America, Black Americans will kill each other over ketchup, chicken nuggets, or burgers, how are people supposed to feel? What kind of respect do you want people to have for a Black American person when they see that Black American people, they always abuse each other, mishandle each other, they're cruel, even each other's feelings and emotions, right? There's no respect. You trample that shit. Everything's about insulting people, making fun of people. How is an immigrant supposed to feel? Right? Because I feel like that's the problem. It's like people don't have self-awareness and people don't say to themselves, oh shit, we have company. Let's be on our best behavior, because the way we treat each other, we are teaching these people how to treat us. Right? And then that's the problem, because people don't want to change their behaviors. People don't want to hold themselves accountable. People don't want to have self-awareness. People want to continue to be chaotic, but then they want other people who are not from here. Oh, look at you. You're so precious. Look at you. You're so precious. And that's fine. That's fine. Right? Like, it doesn't bother me. And I do believe in that. It does not bother me to say, oh yeah, Black American people are precious people. But when you behave, when you continue to behave in a way that is not like, doesn't match being a precious person, what do you want me to say? Right? What do you want me to do? Like, what would you do? You'd be like, these people here are not serious. They are truly not serious. Because serious people have some type of self-awareness, right? Everybody is watching, and the stuff, it looks crazy. Now, some people might not want to say anything, right? But just because people don't say something, it doesn't mean they don't see it. And what you see, it truly looks unhinged. It looks insane. And it's like, why are you behaving like this? Because there's no need to behave like this, right? Like what's it called? The bad girls, where the Black girls go and they fight. Like, even their audition, for you to make it as in the bad girls, what's it called? The baddies, right? What they call again? The baddies, right? Your audition, you have to fight someone. These young ladies have to fight to be selected. Once again, if you're not from here and you see this kind of content, the owner, producer, manager, he's Black American, right? Everybody involved, they're pretty much Black American people. And here they are creating a TV show where, in order for any Black American girl to make it, she has to put hands on someone else. No, absolute no, that's a lie. That shows me that you haven't been to Africa. Right? It's one thing to have a militia. It's one thing to have a militia or some goofy ass people harass people and kill innocent people, right? But these girls who join baddies, they're not part of a militia. These are civilians. We don't have TV shows in any African country where young girls are fighting on TV because their parents will beat their asses. See, we have shame. That's why I say, when you guys talk about African people, you're not familiar with African people, right? Because you cannot confuse a militia, these goofy ass, demonic ass people with guns who do bullshit and rob villagers, right? And also, many of these people, they never went to school. And I think that's where the disconnect is, because I get that a lot. Oh, but what about Africa? Do you understand that most African people in Africa have a 3rd grade education? And it's not even like a fancy 3rd grade education. So for people who are American citizens, right? For people who are American citizens who have, if you want, a 12th grade education, you have 13 years of schooling on most Africans who have 3 years of schooling, and you keep trying to compare yourself to those people. It's insane to me, right? Civilized people in a civilized country, in a wealthy country as America is wealthy, we should not be seeing this. There's no reason for why young Black girls who got to go to at least the 12th grade are putting their hands on each other to qualify for a TV show. That is utter madness, right? Like, show me where in Nigeria you see a TV show like that. When I tell you these girls will get their asses whooped, Like African parents don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter how old you are. You get your asses whooped. Are you okay? Because we have a culture where you don't bring shame to your family. Like, it's a real deal. You guys here, you Black Americans here, you have decided to behave like white Americans, right? You do whatever you want. Like, your parents mean nothing to you. Your last name means nothing to you. Your lineage means nothing to you. Whatever you want to do, you're going to go do it. But once upon a time, old school Black American people, they cared about how they represented their family, their last name. And also, you have the KKK. So if you go somewhere and you act a fool, they might kill the whole family. And this is why, way back in the day, Black American people had a high level of self-awareness. Because one action, you do something wrong, or you get accused of doing something wrong, these demonic-ass white people in their pillowcases and their dresses will show up and try to kill everybody. Right? There you go. But today, most Black Americans today, they don't say to themselves like, oh, wow, how do I represent my mom and dad? How do I represent my grandparents? Is this behavior honorable? Will this make my grandmother proud? Will this make my mother proud? You don't care because you want to behave like these deranged ass white Americans. They don't care. They do whatever they want. They call their moms hoes and bitches. They call their parents by their first names. And this is who you have chosen to model yourself after. And that's perfectly fine. But then if people look at you like you're fucking weird and you don't have manners, you can't be in your fucking feelings, right? Because African culture, and that's the whole continent, we do not tolerate kids calling their parents by their first name, okay? That's the whole African continent, from Morocco all the way to South Africa. You're not going to call your mama a bitch and get to live. You don't call your father a nigga and get to live. You're going to fucking die. You're going to die. Like, we don't have a problem with that because we don't have cultures of, oh, your feelings, how you feel. Well, fuck your feelings. Fuck your feelings. Because a family is like, it's a brand. You're not going to go out there and embarrass people. Are you dumb? Are you stupid? And when your mom walks outside, she wants to hold her head up high. Right? Today, even I feel like old school Black America too, right? The mothers did not want their sons to be drug dealers. They will not take money if their son was a drug dealer because that's fucking crazy. And she's a Christian. What if God gonna punish you? What if the church finds out, right? But today, plenty of Black American mothers are more than comfortable taking drug money from their sons. Right? There you go. And that's what I'm saying. You got to have self-awareness. You got to have self-awareness. And you refuse to have self-awareness. So therefore, you want to obsess over the Africans who offended you. Oh, please go sit down somewhere. Right? Even if an African offended you, the way you love to talk mad shit, I don't think you sat there and took that shit. Right? But ultimately, nobody got killed, right? There you go. People can talk shit. Everybody can talk shit and talk your shit. But you will never say that you were in the presence of an African person. Y'all got into a disagreement and the African pulled the knife, pulled the machete, pulled a gun, because we don't do shit like that. And if you ever really get into it, an African person, they're going to fight with their hands because that's the culture. We're not cowards. Black Americans, you guys are cowards. You talk mad shit. When shit gets real, you pull out a gun because you're scared to fight. You, with your light-skinned ass, indigenous ass, you scared to get scuffed up. You scared for your pretty face to get hurt, right? You indigenous one, right? You a bunch of cowards, right? If most Black American boys knew how to square up with their fists, nobody be in prison, right? Because young people fight. Doesn't matter where you go. Boys will be boys. Boys have testosterone. They're young. They're crazy. Young people get into it. Right? But nobody dies. You go to any African neighborhood, young people are fighting. No one dies. And we have a culture, if somebody beats your ass, you show them respect. And usually they end up becoming friends because it's young people doing young people shit, right? But no one dies. So you have time to learn. You have another day to learn from your mistakes. You have another day to get to know that person. You have another day to even be friends with that person. Right? But most Black American boys are cowards. They're little punks because they're raised by these goofy ass mothers. Right? They talk mad shit. They act tough. But when shit gets real, instead you put your fists up and fight like a man. No, you're going to go grab a gun and shoot somebody and shoot people. Right? And then you can't take it back. Right? And you can't take it back. You cannot take it back. Because when you kill someone, that's forever. Right? And who's to say that you and this young man couldn't have been friends later on? Who's to say he could have been your best buddy? Because many times in life, your worst enemy ends up becoming your best friend because you guys have sparred so much. You start having this deep level of respect for each other. Like, you know what? You ain't no punk, I ain't no punk. And based on that, we're meant to be real friends because real friendship comes from iron sharpening iron, right? This is how you make real friends. But when you take his life, you'll never know. And now here you are, 17, 18, 19. You caught a body. You're doing 20 years, 25 years. For what? For what? Were you really that mad? No, you got scared. And because you don't know how to fight, you went and grabbed the gun. Because most Black American kids do not know how to fight. If we threw your asses in the village, even a 12-year-old will beat your ass because you don't know how to fight. You're raised on this GMO, like genetically modified food, and you think you're bad. You're not bad. These African kids, they got real muscle. They really wake up in the morning. They go fetch water. They carry water on their heads. They barely eat food. So they got real muscle. Like they got real muscle mass, right? But nobody dies. Young people talk shit. You're not going to see any young people who don't talk shit. But why is it that African kids don't get murdered, right? They don't kill each other. You saw ISO Speed went to Africa. Did anybody die? Was there ever a shooting? Was there ever a mass shooting? Did he ever feel unsafe? No. But you know, if he was doing this here, people would have died. Because there's a culture here where Black American kids come together. The spirit of death, it follows, right? Death follows wherever you go. You go over here, people die. You move right here, people die. You sit right there, people die. You bring death with you. And that is something that you need to analyze because it's not normal. It's a fucking curse. It's a fucking curse, right? We have clubs. You go to Africa, we have clubs that stay open until 6 in the morning. We have clubs that stay open until 9 in the morning. No one gets killed. No one gets murdered because we have a culture where life actually matters to us. You go to any club ran by Black Americans, not even 15, 20 minutes, there's a shooting. Somebody's going to start shooting people because you don't know how to not bring guns places, right? You don't know how to be uncomfortable. You don't know how to disagree without having to kill someone, right? When you feel embarrassed, when you feel shame, you don't know how to laugh at yourself. You take everything so seriously, right? No. But I never said that. You want to hear what you want to hear, my love, right? You are hearing what you want to hear, right? But the vast majority of Black American boys who are in prison for something that was completely preventable, right? They were not protecting their mothers from rape. They were not protecting the little sisters from a child molester, right? This stuff is completely preventable. Preventable, right? You don't have to kill anybody. Most in there, they're in there for murders. They're not killing out of honor. They're killing out of fear, right? And in reality, if you don't know how to fight, don't run your mouth, right? If you can't put them hands up, stay inside the house, right? If you don't really know, no. You're like, what? Genocide, how can you compare a genocide to the actions of actual citizens, right? There you go, right? Are the citizens out here just committing genocide? The answer is no. Is it presidents and head of states committing genocide? The answer is yes. And so is Donald Trump. So are most American presidents, right? So show me one American president that hasn't committed some type of genocide, right? But do not, you want to move the goalposts and conflate issues here because once again, you are an American and accountability, you struggle with that. We are talking about choices of individuals. We are talking about culture of certain individuals. You talk about heads of states and their behavior. How does that correlate? I don't understand, right? Don't be dishonest. Do not have intellectual dishonesty. It's okay, right? If you went to Africa, if you went to any African country right now, could you go into a club, stay there until 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, and not get shot? The answer is yes, right? There you go. Now you, as a Black American person, if you were to go into a club with your own people, can you feel safe? The answer is no, and that's okay. You don't have to lie. It's perfectly fine. My cousin tried that shit, he got killed. There you go. It's perfectly fine because you have a culture that normalizes homicide. You have a culture of homicide. Okay? You have a culture of homicide. And that's real. It's in your music. It's all over. And you take pride in being known as people who kill people for bullshit. You don't kill people out of honor or out of protection and things like that. I understand if you kill someone because he raped your sister, delete that fucker. Okay? I understand if you kill someone because he molested your little brother. Man, kill him. And I'll sure be your attorney. You gonna walk from this case. Okay? I'll get you off. Right? But this is not what we're seeing. These are not honor killings. These are goofy ass murders out of fear. Because what should happen is, if let's say you want to join a gang, that's fine. These are your friends, whatever. But if you guys have an issue, y'all need to fight properly, and may the strongest person actually win. Right? Nobody has to die. I beat your ass. If you win fair and square, I give you your respect. If I beat your ass fair and square, I get your respect. It's normal to fight. Young boys need an outlet. But my point is, you don't have to kill anybody. Because a week from now, 6 months from now, when you're over the shame of getting your ass whooped, you guys could actually be friends. Just because he beat your ass don't mean he can't be your friends. And maybe he got lucky and he beat your ass. Maybe 6 months from now, a year from now, y'all can spar again, and this time you'll beat his ass. But my thing is, ultimately, you guys can develop a sense of respect for each other. You don't have to murder anybody. And my problem is that today, with Black American culture, modern day Black American culture normalizes homicide. You have a culture of murder, right? Wherever you go, people die. Wherever your young people congregate, people will die. And this is not a joke, right? So I'm like, we are living in a country, and America is one of the most powerful countries in the world. This is not a joke. This nation has $90,000 per capita. That's a shitload of money. So per capita, most Americans make 6 figures. So why are these kids behaving like this? Why is it not possible for even like 20,000 Black American kids to come together and there's no violence? Why not? Why aren't these kids able to say, hey, you know what? That's family. You're my cousin. You're my friend. We're going to have a good time and we're all going to go home and nobody's going to get injured, right? Because you don't have a real community. And you don't have real love for each other. So your kids, when they're together, they don't even know how to treat each other because they see each other as enemies. And that's why they reach for a gun, because you don't believe that the other person is going to spare your life, right? Because if you felt like, hey, when I see you, when I look at you, I see me. When you look at me, you see me. Even if we fight, we all know there's a threshold of fuckery we're not going to cross. Right? But the truth is, most Black Americans do not trust the other Black American to extend mercy. So you're ready to kill because you don't know if he's going to spare your life. Right? And that's why I'm saying you don't have love for each other. Because if you had real love for each other, you would presume he's not going to go that far. And then he would presume you're not going to go that far. We're talking mad shit, but it ain't going no fucking weird. You're going to talk shit. You talk your shit, talk about shit. You go home, I go home, man. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, bitch. Boom, 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 boom. It's over, right? That's it. Just talking shit. Right? But the problem is, in America, most Black Americans do not like other Black Americans. And you know this. That's why I say the only time you come together is white police brutality or is to talk about African people, right? But your real issues, you have no unity. You're always insulting each other. You're always finding ways to divide each other. You are, if it's not Black American man versus Black American woman, it's going to be the light-skinned Black American versus the dark-skinned Black American. It's going to be the ones who make 6 figures versus those who don't. It's going to be those who are Republicans versus those who are Democrat, right? You are always looking for ways to not be friendly, loving, understanding, and merciful towards each other. You are truly mean towards each other. You have no compassion. Right? Even if you find out that a fellow Black American is a Republican, you're going to drag. No, we have way more. Absolutely. Absolutely, MJ. Absolutely. And that's why I say you're not familiar with African people. And you are definitely not familiar with West African people. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right? And this is why most African people, but for example, let's say you need money, right? You and right? Jay, if you needed money, let's say you need you can't pay your tuition, right? And you need $6,000 for your tuition. Is there anybody who's going to give you that money? Do you know any Black Americans? Oh yeah, MJ, here you go. Hey Jay, you need $6,000. Here's the money. Go do your degree because it means a lot to me for you to have your education, right? Okay, then you should know that. Then you should know that, right? If you came to, for example, take Black American culture. If a young Black American young girl can't pay for a scholarship, she can't pay for her tuition, what does she usually do? She'll go be a stripper, right? Because no one is going to give her the money. I'm like, why do you strip over here? It was so weird to me, right? In West African culture, as even, Nigerians, they have way more money, right? But I'm like, West African culture, if you need money for school, right? If you need money for school, they're going to give it to you. Even if they have to insult you, talk mash about your daddy broke, your mama broke, they will give it to you. Because to them, you having a degree, it makes the whole family proud. Have you ever heard of any African girl having to dance naked to pay for her tuition? It's a non-issue. That is insanity. That does not happen. It will never, ever happen, right? If you can't pay your rent, that's why I said a lot of Black Americans, you don't have African friends. Because if you did, you wouldn't even have to sell drugs. I'm telling you that, right? You have African friends, you can ask for $5,000, they'll give it to you. They're like, oh, MJ, here you go. Pay me when you're ready. I hope it helps. So, or if they don't have it, they'll give you something. Then you can call other people. You will have the money. You won't have to go do foolishness, right? Like they do it all the time. They even have a thing called susu over here. You should see all these African nurses. They'll do it. Every paycheck, they put 2,000, 3,000, sometimes 5,000. By the time you're done, you have 50,000. That's why they can do, like a lot of these African people, they have restaurants, they have like stores, that all this. It's their susu money because they can come together and they can put money together. You see? And by God's grace, right? By God's grace. But even if you were, you wouldn't be able to rely on the people, right? That's why you didn't answer my question, right? Because I asked you a specific question. You didn't answer the question. You said, well, I will never be. That's not what I asked you. I said, do you have anybody you could call that could send you $6,000? Right? And not even ask you any questions. The answer is no. That's okay. And that's why today, many of you Black Americans, you feel like you have to do crime, prostitution, become rappers and sing all kinds of foolishness, right? Because you know that your fellow community will not give you money. They're like, oh, fuck you, nigga. Go find it yourself, nigga. All kinds of dumb shit, right? There you go. They're not going to do it. When you're African, if you need money, they will give you the money. Now, I even have friends I don't talk to, like I don't really talk to, but I have friends. If I ask the friend, send me 20,000, she will do it. Okay, I've had friends. If I say give me 1,000, even just for shits and giggles, okay, but that's good, right? But it's not the culture here, right? It's not the culture here, right? And it's okay. It's truly okay. Which is why also many Black Americans, compared to most immigrants, do not have lots of businesses. Because to have a business, you need capital. And most Black Americans do not trust each other with money. Right? They do not trust each other with money. And you see the conversation when it comes to marriage. The fear of, oh, she wants to take my money. He wants to take my money. My money, my money, my money. Right? Because money matters more than your fellow Black American. Right? It's okay. I'm telling you, like me, if you want to watch me, you got to have lots of self-awareness, right? But it's like people don't want to get married because the fear that someone is going to take my money, someone is going to take my money, my money, my money, my money, right? There you go. Uncle Shay Shay did not, but nobody's saying don't be self-reliant, Jay. But sometimes, do you need help? The answer is yes. Sometimes, do people fall on hard times? The answer is yes, right? Then also, do people lie sometimes and not pay people back? The answer is yes. But nonetheless, though, people should know if it ever got really, really bad, I can call my family, I can call my friends, I can call my aunties and uncles. They're going to get me out of this fucking mess, right? You should be able to know that. Most Black American parents, they are very proud to tell their kids, oh, when you're 18, get the fuck out of my house. When you're 18, leave my house. I've heard this I've been here for 30 years. I've heard this thing nonstop, where Black American kids were made to feel like, yeah, it's like you have you have like a lease or something, right? And when you're 18, get the fuck out the house, right? Whereas like most African kids, nobody talks to you like that. If you want to stay, you stay until you're ready, right? Matter of fact, stay if you want to save money, stay until you get married. It is not a problem, right? But it's like most Black American kids, the parents want you to leave the house. And then you got this 18-year-old having to solve everything by themselves financially. Got to find an apartment, qualify for the apartment, pay for the apartment. And I feel like sometimes that's why they can't even fully focus on their studies, because they have a lot of bills to take care of, because now they're 18 and they've been told that since they were old enough to understand that by the time you're 18, you're pretty much on your own. You leave my house, do not come back. And I'm like, how is that loving? How is that kind? Yeah, we should raise kids to be independent, reliant, and things like that. But a child should always know if you need to come home, you can always come home, right? You don't have to go have an apartment. You don't have to go ruin your credit and put all these bills on your head. You don't have to do none of that weird shit. It's ridiculous. It's truly ridiculous, right? And this is how most Black American kids are treated by their parents. That they have to figure everything by themselves. And I'm like, why? They're 18. But that's the thing. You don't know. Oh my gosh, MJ. You do not know what African people have been through as well, right? When Black Americans speak on African people, first of all, you can't even say what part of Africa, right? But do you guys ever give credit also for African people for suffering? Right? No, you're from a first world. Hold on. You are from a first world country, right? You have running water. You have electricity. You have a bus that takes you to school, brings you back to school. You have free food at the school. You have free computers at school, right? You have pavement. You have sidewalks. You have highways. You have everything here. But you want someone that's from Africa, third world Africa, right? Where most roads are not paved, where people barely have running water, where people barely have stable electricity, and you want these people to come here and have all this empathy for you. No, it's you, Jay. You should say, wow, these poor Africans, look at what they had to overcome to come here, right? No, you have the most, and yet you want more empathy. You want more understanding. Does that make sense to you? Right? If a billionaire said, oh, Jay, you don't know what it is to be a billionaire. Like, you have no idea how tough it is to have all this money, Jay. Like, why don't you have more empathy for me? Like, you haven't been through what I've been through. Duh, and neither have you. I don't think you would last. Right? Do you want to trade places with an African person, Jay? Would you like to be Ivorian for a week? Right? Do you want to trade places with my dad for a week? Right? You wouldn't last. You would not last. Can you wake up at 4:30 in the morning, get your siblings ready, get the house ready, go fetch water, boil the water, come take a shower, get ready for school? Can you do that? The answer is no, right? You guys are so fucking wealthy. And then you sit here and say, oh, but how come the Africans don't try to understand? Understand what? Your privilege? Oh my gosh, please tell me. How beautiful it is to wake up and then you can just turn a switch, right? And boom, you have lights. Right? How beautiful is it that you even have a toilet in your house? You know that there are people who have to go outside and poop, right? You have a bus stop that, like, most bus stops will pick you right in front of your house. People have to walk miles to go to school. And then you want people to come here and say, oh, wow, you should understand me. You should have more empathy for me. You should try to comprehend me more. Comprehend what? Right? Because good manners will have it that the rich person would say, wow, I feel so bad for you. Please tell me about Africa. Yes, your ancestors, not you. Not you. Right? It's not you, Jay. You were born in 1994. Right? You grew up in the time where America was pretty chill to Black people. Right? You were born in 94. I was born in 85. Right? Your ancestors, Jay. What do you do? What time do you even wake up in the morning? Let's start there. Like, you do Pilates like an hour a day, like fucking, what's her name, Lori Harvey, right? My ancestors. Whose ancestors were lazy? Whose? Like, for even white people, for as much as I can't stand their asses, but 500 years ago, 300 years ago, life was hard for everybody. There was no technology. There was no running water. There was not a lot of things out here. Life was hard for all people. Right? But you were born in 1994. What time do you wake up in the morning? How many hours can you say that you actually work, like you're working hard on building something? Right? There you go. Ancestors. And these ancestors, are they not African people? No, but when you say things like, oh, but you don't have the slightest idea what Black Americans have gone through. Okay. Do most Black Americans have the slightest idea what Africans have been through? You ever had to fetch water? Have you ever seen a whale in your life? Do you know what a whale looks like? Right? Have you ever seen a whale? Right? Do you know have you ever had to go fetch water out of a well? Okay, there you go. So I'm like, you wouldn't want their life. Right? And nor do you eat what you're asking somebody else to do for Hannah, what you want somebody to do for you. You haven't even done it for somebody else. Right? You are from the wealthiest country in the world. And you want people who come from countries where people live on $3 a day. People live on $2 a day. You want these people, when they migrate to America, to be like, wow, the poor Black Americans. Oh my gosh, they're really suffering. Oh my gosh, they have a unique pain. Oh my goodness. Are you like, what? No, it doesn't work like that. Like, it does not work like that. Of course it's unfair, right? Because it forces you to have self-awareness. Because I don't understand. Like even here in America, even if you have to work at McDonald's, like that's $700 you make at McDonald's. Do you know that in some African countries, that is the salary of a CEO? Right? The job at McDonald's, like that 700, 1,000 you make every 2 weeks. In certain African countries, that's what a CEO makes. And he has a wife and 4 kids. Plus he got family in the village he has to take care of. Right? There you go. Right? But I'm like, it's the lack of self-awareness. There is a serious lack of self-awareness. And I even feel like this is why so many Black American children, when they go to school, they don't care about the school because it's a privilege now, right? They are so far removed from their ancestors, having to walk to the fields, seeing a bunch of bodies hanging everywhere, white people fighting against them going to school, right? They don't appreciate it. So they go there, it's their phones, it's their dancing, it's fighting the teachers, right? Because they're far removed. They're extremely disconnected. I think if we're going to talk about anybody, right? Yes, they were in wars, but you are not. Do you not get my point, Jay? Right? You are sitting here, Jay, my baby, right? Because I gotta handle you with gloves because you're a baby brother, right? Baby brother, listen to me, okay? Listen to me carefully, right? You keep talking about what people before you did, Jay. What are you doing? Right? And this will always be my question to most Black Americans. You talk about the past, but it's not your work. It is the work of other people. It is the sacrifice of other people. It's the discipline. Okay, but but you see, Jay, do you see that that's also a life of privilege, my love? Do you see it's a life of privilege? Right? Your grandmother, your grandmothers, your great-grandmothers, your great-great-grandmothers, first of all, they probably had to wake up at 4:30. And that's after going to bed at probably midnight or 1 in the morning because you work for other people. By the time you come home, what time is it? Then you got to take care of your family, take care of yourself. By the time you go to bed is what? 1 o'clock, 1:30? And she's right back up at 4:30 in the morning. You understand? But do you understand that when she woke up, when your grandmothers, your granddaddies, their great-grandparents, when they woke up, Jay, their priority, their number one concern was not their health, right? When you say, oh, Marlene, I wake up at 6:30 for my Orange Theory class, do you not understand the privilege? Right? Orange Theory also, it's luxury because you could really work out outside. You can walk outside. You can run outside, right? You don't have to go to Orange Theory, right? But the mere fact that you have a luxury gym membership, right? Do you get it? Do you even know that your gym membership for just Orange Theory is probably what your grandparents, both of them were making for maybe 2 months or 3 months of work, breaking their backs, sharecropping or God knows what? Do you know the value of $200? Do you know what $200 would have meant for those people? Right? Because that's a shitload of money. But you're using it for leisure. Orange Theory, I'm going to go work out. There you go. It's a life of leisure. It's a life of fun. You wake up for your health. You wake up for your leisure. You wake up to just go to Orange Theory, right? It's a luxury. For those people, waking up early was a necessity. And their number one thought was not, oh, my health and fitness. Let me make sure I have the right kind of heart, blood pressure. No. They woke up thinking about somebody else, working for somebody else. And it just kept on going every fucking day. They had no time for leisure, to breathe, to stop. Maybe going to church, that's about it. But every hour of your day, somebody needs something from you. Every hour of your day, you got to give something to the world. Like, this is fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy, right? So what I'm saying is, you today, you're not a soldier. You're not serving in the military, right? You live a life of leisure. Both your grandfathers, they didn't have that choice. They had to serve. They had to provide, right? Because even you being born in 94, you are 32 years old. So if I also ask you at 32, Jay, are you married? Right? Jay, do you have a fiance? Or do you at least plan on being married and providing for a wife and children? You'll probably tell me, oh no, Marlene, I'm still trying to figure me out. There you go. And that to me is extreme privilege. Right? And this is where I have another issue with a lot of Black Americans who want to school other people or school Africans on the sacrifices of their ancestors. You live your life as if nobody sacrificed for you in the first place. So the day you start living your life and you move as if people sacrifice for you, then I can take what you said a bit more seriously. Right? Because if anybody owes anything to Black American ancestors, it's Black American people first and foremost. It's not African people. Right? Because they're not. So do you want us to sacrifice our families or children? Or I don't understand that question. I don't know what your question is. Please rewrite your question. Okay? My thing is, Jay, I asked you a specific question, babe. You are now 32 years old. Jay, are you married? It's a yes or no because you like deflecting. Okay? It's a yes or no question. You are 32 years old, Jay. Are you married? Yes, no. Type fast so we can move on. Are you married? So you're not married. Okay. Do you have a fiance? Because you're not typing, so you're not married, right? Okay. Do you have a fiance, Jay? Oh, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. But see, Uncle Lonnie, you also should have got married. You would have saved your money. This child support stuff, it's a scam. Had you been married, you would have kept more of your money. You could have invested more of your money. That is a lot. And like when you guys pay child support, doesn't the government also take money from the child support? I don't know, right? So Jay, you're not married and you don't have a fiance. Okay. Do you plan on getting married, Jay? Is that a plan in the near future? Do you have any interest? Because you're really quiet, right? So I'm assuming it's no and no. So do you plan on getting married? Would you like to have a family? Wow. She was spoiled. Okay. Do you plan on having a family, Jay? And you see, and this is my point. This is my point. Too many people are comfortable doing foolishness, right? And I will never stop saying it. This is white culture. You have decided to identify with these weird ass white people and their culture. Because at 32, my love, you should already be married. You should be married by now. You should be married. You should have a wife and you should at least have one baby, right? You should be married because that is the cult. That's what you call real tradition, right? You should be married. And hopefully she's a Black woman. And y'all should have at least one baby. Right? But you want to live for yourself. And that's why I say, even you, my love, you are disconnected from the ancestors. Because is this a way to live? Right? Is this really a way to live? When you're 32 years old, if you are a 32-year-old man and you definitely have you have the extra money for Orange Theory, right? Why don't you have a family? Or at least, why don't you have a fiance? Why aren't you planning to build your I mean, and even that too, huh? Even that part as well. Because if his grandparents, if they were like this, would he be here today? And even that also, me, honestly, listen, me personally, if you ask me, I think that is also like anti-Black. Because if you practice that, you sterilize yourself, right? And if you sterilize yourself, then you're reducing the Black population. If you reduce Black population because you want to live your life a certain way, right? Are you not low-key anti-Black? But you can't say that because America really you saw the guy from the Chicago Bulls, he got laid off for saying something about the LGBTQ people, right? But it's like, if your granddad had done this, if both your granddads had done that, would you be here today? Right? So somewhere, I feel like people also got to be mindful, like, hey, duty and honor in a certain way, I don't know, right? I don't know. I do not know. Hey, Marlene, what's up? I saw you. I just didn't say hi to you. Okay? So, that's the thing. But I'm like, when you get to a certain age, you should know. You have to go the same way you say, about if a young lady's in her 30s and she has yet to find a man, she about to hit the wall. Yeah, you a young man and you're 32. You don't even have a fiance, nothing. How are you not also going to hit the wall? I asked you a question, Jay, you didn't answer. So I'm assuming the answer is no and no and no. So you want to live a selfish life. So I'm just confused. What do you want from us though? I would like for you, Jay, to get married. I'm going to start with you specifically. I would like for you to get married. I would like for you to live a life that honors the legacy of both of your grandfathers. Because if they had lived the way you live and they were doing what you're doing at the age of 32, you wouldn't be here today. Okay. Now, what do you want from Black Americans? I want Black Americans to understand, right, that you owe more to your ancestors than any other immigrant because they're your ancestors. And when you die, you're going to have to explain to these people what they left you, right? What did you do with the legacy that you were left with? What did you do with the baton that you were left with? You're going to have to answer that question. Okay. What exactly do you want us to do about the situation? I would love to see more marriages. Yeah, but just because you're privileged, you see, just because you're privileged, if you don't have the right mindset, the privilege will stop at you, Jay, and that's wickedness, right? You know how they say hard men make, like, what tough men make for easy time and easy men make for hard times? I think that's what the problem is, right? Is that there's probably something going on with your manhood, like masculinity wise, like you're not really masculine, right? Because if you are fully in your masculine energy, you would understand. Well, both my granddad did for me, what my dad did for me, I need to make sure that I do this for the next generation. You understand? Because a good man is somebody who leaves something for his, not just his children, but his grandchildren. You are able to live a life of privilege because your grandfathers worked really hard, sacrificed themselves, had to step up, be husbands, and do X, Y, and Z. And that's why you are in this position, right? Because I'm sure your dad got inspired by his father and his father-in-law. So therefore, as a father, he also gave you a life of privilege. But here you are 32 years old. And as a Black American, you're not planning to create a life of privilege for the next generation. And I'd say that makes you wicked. And hopefully you understand me, right? Because the privilege should not just stop at you. It needs to keep going. It needs to keep going. But when you sit here at the age of 32, you have no plans to get married. You don't even have a fiance. You're not even actively trying to create a Black family that you can create privilege for another generation of Black American people. To me, that makes you wicked. Because that needs to be the forefront of your mind, right? I wouldn't have this life if it was not for my grandparents. So before I die, who am I going to create a life of privilege for? And it seems like nobody, or like your dog, right? Like, no, there are not more marriages happening. That is not true. Okay, there are not more marriages happening. Okay, maybe it's because it was so low, it's going back, but it's not. It cannot compete to the numbers that existed historically. It does not compete to those numbers because the standard is so low. It seems like it's going up, but the up is not up enough. Yes, you should. And that's what people do for their children. Absolutely. You never stop sacrificing. No one stops. And that's what patriarchy does. Patriarchy, well, it should happen because people losing their culture. But patriarchy is about sacrifice, right? If one generation says, well, I'm not going to sacrifice myself, how is that okay? How's that okay? Everybody has to sacrifice. Even me, I have 3 kids. Trust me, I sacrifice as well. You don't have a choice because somebody made life easy for you. You owe it to the next generation to make it. Yeah, it really is. You owe it to the next generation to make it easier for them, right? So if you're able to wake up at 6:30, you should work hard that your son can wake up at 8:30 and go to Orange Theory. And then your son needs to work hard that his son can wake up at 10 o'clock and go ski, right? There you go. It doesn't stop. The work doesn't stop. We all have to sacrifice for the next generation because somebody did it for us. We got to do it for somebody else. That's just how life goes. Okay? Like, that's just how life goes. And the fact that you are perfectly fine with receiving the privilege from your forefathers, but you don't want to give it to somebody else. And I'm like, yeah, that makes you wicked. And maybe you never thought about it this way, but hopefully today is the day where it actually clicks for you. Right? That when you would hold something that was given to you for free from the next person, right? You're being a wicked person. It's just like Jesus and salvation, right? If Christ can forgive you of your sins, who are you not to forgive another person? So you want Christ's forgiveness, but you're not willing to forgive another person? No. Forgiveness was given to you. So therefore, you also have to extend forgiveness to another person, even if it's not easy, right? So if both your grandfathers and your dad put you in a position where you can wake up at 6:30 and just go to Orange Theory to start your day, you should also say, wow, that's a great gift. I need to make sure I give something to another Black child. And it should be your Black child, your child. So that one day your child can say, here's what my dad also did for me. And because my father, Jay, did this, and that. Today, I can afford to wake up at 9 o'clock and go ski if I feel like it because my father sacrificed for me. Right? That's a huge part of patriarchy. But it's not nice to receive and then you don't want to create that for someone else. And which is why even today, so many young Black American people are having a hard time finding jobs. Because too many Black Americans did not want to create their own businesses and fight for their businesses, invest in their businesses, right? In each other's businesses, that one day Black American kids wouldn't have to go knock on the doors of white people, Mexican people, God knows what kind of people to get a job. Because no one sacrificed. And when you don't sacrifice, you can put you can put the next generation in a position of pretty much begging for food. And that's crazy to me. That's really crazy to me. Hopefully, I pray you do, but I really do pray that you do, because you have to think about that. God, take life seriously. Because today you're 32. You'll blink and blink, you'll be 40. Like time, it goes by really, really fast. Right? And that for you to be 32, and it sounds like you have no proper plan of the future. As a man, you're living a life of leisure like that, right? You wake up when you want, you go to Orange Theory. Like it seems like there's no real purpose to your life, right? And that is really disheartening. And I hope you connect with a life coach or something like that to really help you, because at the age of 32, Jay, there are certain milestones you should have hit as a man. You understand? There are certain milestones you should have hit as a man. Right? And if it's that, let's also assume that you are heterosexual, right? And you don't have a fiance. It could be that you also don't have your finances where they should be. And that is not, at 32, your money should start to somewhat look a certain way. And your credit should also start to look a certain way. Right? And I do pray, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart, I really do pray that you find yourself a life coach, and that with the person, you guys sit down and work on a 5-year vision, a 10-year vision for your life. And I do pray that it includes marriage. And I pray you find a nice young lady and y'all build a beautiful family. Okay? Because at 32, this ain't it. This is not it. Go ask your dad what he was doing at 32 years old. Go ask your dad about his dad. What was your granddad doing? Your paternal granddad. What was he doing when he was 32 years old? Go ask your mom about her dad. What was he doing at 32 years old? And you'll see that you're behind. You're not hitting your milestones. If I was a doctor and you were a baby, I'd be concerned. Right? Is the child slow? I don't know. Right? And that's my issue here, is that people spend so much time trying to lecture other people about this, and that. And people forget, like, hey, I need to check myself first. Let me play Diddy's video. I haven't even played her video yet, huh? I got so distracted. Where's her video again? Oh, right there. Let me play the video, you guys. Why is Maverick so loud?
What's up, YouTube? It's your girl D.
Yeah, Bubba.
The videos. Here we go.
He makes something abundantly clear to everybody in the diaspora.
Okay.
You, your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents that came over here citing that y'all are thriving was not without the assistance of Black Americans.
So like, I don't know. He said the Black diaspora. Most African people, I mean, if they were like my great grandparents, if they had people who came from the Ivory Coast at that time, like they were like not slaves, they'd be slaves, no. So I guess they're your people. But I'm like, I came here with my parents. Most African people, I don't know about the rest of like the diaspora. I can't speak for Jamaica, Haiti, and those kinds of people. But for me, it's like, I just came here with my parents. I came here in '96. So it's like, for you to say like, oh, we are thriving, Black, like I'll talk about my family. My family thrived in the DMV because of you. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. I understand this necessity to center yourself in everybody's story because you get that from these crazy ass white people, but you're not the main character in every immigrant's life. Please stop the madness, okay? We left the Ivory Coast in '96. We came here, I think, in August of '96, right? And also, before we got here, my dad came here. My dad did a few interviews. Like, he applied for the job. He came here to do a few interviews, like rounds of interviews, and he passed the interview. You weren't there to help him. He helped himself. Okay, we came here. He wasn't even here that much because he always had to go. But it's like he worked really hard. My father worked really hard. He's a Libra, he gets on my nerve, but he worked really, really hard. He's a hard worker. He was born in a village. Okay, I come from the Ivory Coast. English is not our first language. My dad taught himself English. So I really don't know how you can just not even know people and take credit for what they did in their life. That's kind of weird. That is truly weird. He was raised in a small village. If I can show y'all where my dad's from. Hold on. If I can show you all the map. Okay. People are crazy. Well, nice beaches, right? It's really, really cute. I mean, now it looks really good, but it's really cute. But hold on. Can I find a map maybe? There you go. Okay. So hold on. Okay. There you go. So my father's from here. Okay. Like it's like right next to Ghana pretty much, right? My father is from there. My dad was born in 1953, right? October of 1953, right? You didn't make my dad. Like, he's not in America because of you. He's in America because he worked hard. And the company wanted to hire him. So he did the paperwork. He went to the embassy. He had to apply. They gave him a visa, right? When we came here, for as long as he worked, if my dad didn't deliver, he would have been fired. And we would have had to go back to the Ivory Coast for the most part, right? How does that, how are you responsible for that? Right? The company he worked for, you have say-so over who they get to hire, who they get to fire? The answer is no, right? Performance reviews, whatever you have to do to keep a job, right? You were there to hold him. Like when he was reading books, he was doing his work, all kinds of stuff. My dad works really, really hard. You are there for him. Are you kidding me? So no, people are not thriving in America because of you. People have to stop saying that. So it's really stupid. Because then why are you not thriving? Right? Why are you not thriving? Since it's so easy for you to get people to thrive, why are you not thriving? Well, every time we come over here, we see a bunch of Black Americans crying about being fired, not having a job, being let go. Why don't you find another job? Matter of fact, why aren't you the people who give people the jobs? Why are you always asking for jobs since you know how to cause people to thrive and thrive? Like, please stop. Stop saying foolishness. Stop saying foolishness. People have to work hard. Okay? People work really, really hard. And I'm sure you think, oh, when you're Black, you work 10 times harder. And now imagine when you are an African immigrant and you have a thick accent. If you ever hear my dad speaks, he sounds like if Mufasa actually could speak English, okay? Like it's a very thick Ivorian accent, okay? And I'm like, it wasn't easy for him. It was not easy for him. So let's even assume that, oh, like the people love to talk about, no, I don't care if it sounds hateful. It sounds hella stupid. It sounds very stupid. Very, very stupid. Why aren't you thriving? And like Jay-Z said, if you made me, why don't you make another one? Why don't you make another one? Right? Oh yeah. So because when you guys say things, when he says what he said, that doesn't sound hateful. And it doesn't sound degrading to you that he's taking credit for what people do. So that's perfectly fine. That's why I say you guys behave just like these racist white Americans you complain about, right? You think it's perfectly acceptable to talk, you people, their parents, their grandparents, their great-grandparents, right? To talk about a bunch of people you never know, right? These are the same Black Americans. If you talk about their child, they want to kill you. You talk about their mama, they want to shoot you, right? But it's okay for y'all to evoke people's kinfolk that you've never met and to evoke their kinfolk in a very disrespectful manner to make a point. So what is he saying? Right? What is he saying? Please explain to me what he's saying. Because I would love to hear it. Because when you say, without us, you wouldn't be thriving. Thriving how? Like this dude right here, does he even have a job? How can he help anybody to thrive? It's so crazy to me. Or is he taking credit for the Black people that came before him? That he's not, nobody elected him to speak on their behalf. Because if those people were also alive, I don't even think they would want him to be representative. What has he done with his life? Where has he gone to school? What does he do? Is he even married? Is he even honorable? Right? There you go. So who is he speaking? Like who died? Like who died in the 50s, the 60s, the 20s to say, yeah, we want you to speak for us, speak on our behalf. Who is he? So where the fuck does he come off telling people your mother, your daddy, your grandpa, your great-great-grandpa, without us, you wouldn't? Who is the us? Because who is he? No, you do not have respect for immigrants. That's the problem. Because who is he talking to? Who is he talking to? Right? Who is he talking to? Because these kind of weird, like these are really weird ass statements to make. And to me, it's incredibly offensive. right? Because there's not a single Black American who even told my dad, oh, there's a job right there, Estash, go apply. My dad found the job by himself because he worked really hard, right? When my dad came here, he came here on multiple occasions to do the exam. There was not a single Black American who even, I'm going to talk my shit. There was not a single Black American person who said, oh, Estash, let me help you with your English. Let me do this for you. There was nobody there. He did that by himself. When he was locked up in his hotel room in D.C. studying, there was no Black American to help him. What are you talking about? Seriously and honestly. And if you're so good at helping people, why aren't you helping yourself? Why don't you answer that question? Right? No. The point of this video is the same way you talk shit about people, I'm going to set your shit straight. Because I think some of you Black American people, you think people are scared of you. And it's like, no. And you go on and you make these claims. You make these crazy claims about, oh, without me, you wouldn't have done that. Without us, you wouldn't have done this. Without what are we talking about? Because if you're so good at helping people to thrive, why aren't you thriving? That is my question. Why are you getting laid off from these DEI jobs, right? Why can't you keep a job, right? Why are you only making $55,000 per capita when even Indians are making $105,000? Why are Indians more successful than you? Since you know how to thrive and you know how to show people how to thrive. Like, we're getting sick of it, right? You're saying bunch of bullshit, right? And the problem is, no, I do not hate you. You're like, you piss me off. You want me to hate you? I don't hate you. I think you're mentally ill. I truly think you're mentally ill because this commitment to misinformation, something is not right up there, right? Something is not right up there because I don't see how you can be in your own faith and you can say, oh, because of us, you're thriving when you yourself are not thriving. Do you not see that sounds crazy? Right? Do you not see that sounds crazy? Who's like currently in 2026? Who is sitting back and saying, wow, look at Black America. They're thriving. They're so successful. They're doing so well. They're really thriving. Who is saying that? Who is saying that? And also for you, are you also saying that to yourself? You really believe that? You believe that Black America is thriving in 2026? Right? So if you yourself are not thriving, how can you then sit back and take credit for somebody else if they happen to be thriving? How does that even work? How does that even work? The majority of Black American kids are failing across the board. They can't read, they can't write, they cannot do math. Your own children are failing academically, right? Your babies are not even thriving. Most of your children are celebrating kids out of wedlock, right? So then how can you come out and say, oh, you wouldn't thrive without us when you yourself are not thriving? I'm so confused. I am truly confused. Now, if you don't have the answer for that, then just say so. Right? Now, you can't just talk to people any kind of way. You cannot talk to people any kind of way. When you are the ones who have branded yourself as, oh, we had to sell drugs because we don't have fathers, right? Everybody makes fun of the Black American kid that has no dad. So if you don't even have fathers, how are you thriving? If you have to sell drugs because you don't have daddies, how are you thriving? If your daughters are raising kids without fathers, how are you thriving that you will sit here and be so deluded and say, yeah, you wouldn't be thriving without us? You're not even thriving yourself. So it sounds to me like if anybody gets close to you, you're going to drag them towards the bottom because you're not thriving, right? There you go. Because I'm like, it goes both ways. But I'm like, you have to understand. You don't know. He said that. He said that. You understand? And to me, it's offensive. Because most Black Americans today, you're not even the Black Americans of 1950s. You couldn't even keep up with those people. You are Black Americans of 2026, and you need to accept that. You keep living off of somebody else's cloud, somebody else's civil rights movement, somebody else's hard work. What have you done? What have you, Jay, what have you done? Nothing. No, nobody hates you. That's the gas. Oh, you hate me. You hate me. Oh, go sit down somewhere. That crybaby bullshit, right? And that's why Nick Fuentes calls you a bunch of ethnic narcissists. Nobody hates you. You've made a claim. I'm asking you, explain to me, if you yourself are not thriving, how can you help anybody to thrive? And because you don't have the answer, you proceed to this weird-ass sorcery of deflection. Oh, you hate me. No one hates you. You've been here for over an hour. Right? You haven't been blocked. I put your comment up. Nobody hates you. You would love for me to hate you because then we don't have to have a logical conversation because you don't have the arguments. You do not have the arguments, and that's okay. right? Take an L. Let's move on. That's it. Take an L and move on. What is being said is I fought and died for any immigrant. No, hey, Michael, nice to meet you, babe, right? Michael, there is a certain generation of Black American people who fought. Nobody in their right mind is sitting here and disagreeing with that. But this young man on the screen, he is not one of those people. You understand me, right? This is where I said, shut the fuck up, right? Because Marlene, for example, you came in late, right? But for example, if we sat here, if Master P's granddad was saying, oh, Marlene, we as Black American, we fought this and that. Look at the man. Look at the man. Duh, my eyes, I can see it, right? But even like the granddad Piercy and I, we wouldn't have a problem. Because granddad Piercy, what would he ask of me, right? As a Black American who served, I think he did World War II or something like that. No, I think he did Vietnam or something, right? But granddad Piercy, as a Black American who served in the U.S. military, right? What would he ask of me, right? Don't create no trouble. Make sure you stay married. Don't have kids out of wedlock. Don't be fighting in the restaurant. Don't do anything that embarrasses Black people. One, right? If he had a whole checklist, he would not find any issues with me. He'd be like, oh, granddaughter, you did a good job. You did a really good job. He'd be proud of me, right? He'd be extremely proud of me because there's nothing in the way that I live my life that disrespects his sacrifice. I'm not involved in this bullshit. I don't even use the N-word. I do not use the N-word. Like this, I even have a criminal record. I don't use the N-word. I don't do foolishness. I do not do foolishness. Granddad Piercy, if he met me today, even when I live in New Orleans, he will be extremely proud of me. I don't do foolishness. I do not recommend foolishness. I've been married since I was 25 years old. I have 3 kids by the same man. I don't disrespect people. I don't disrespect my in-laws. I don't go around calling people the N-word ninja. I don't do no foolishness. I went to college. I got myself a bachelor's in mathematics. I graduated magna cum laude with honors. Why would he have an issue with me? I went to grad school on a full scholarship with the NSF. I did my master's in statistics. Why would he have an issue with me? Now, this young man who's talking, if he met Granddad Piercy, would he actually approve of his ways? Is he living a righteous life? No, it's not gaslighting, right? Because a lot of you Black Americans from today, you talk all this bullshit, but in all honesty, if your grandparents were alive today, they wouldn't even recognize y'all. Right? You live in dishonor. You are a dishonorable bunch of heirs. You're not even worthy of being their heirs. And that's the real thing. Like you wake up at 6:30 in the morning. You're 32 years old. You're not married. I'm sure you got bad credit, right? Your life is a fucking mess. Your life is a fucking mess. If you had to sit down with both of your grandfathers, you're not even a man. Right? You're not even a man. I don't know what your last name is. Let's say your last name is Carter. Do you make the Carters proud? Are you a real Carter man? The answer is no, right? You don't honor your grandfathers. You don't honor the memories of your grandfathers, right? You wake up at 6:30 in the morning. All you care about is yourself. You live for yourself. And you're like, oh, but what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? You are sitting here and you told us that you don't want to sacrifice for the next generation. You don't want to sacrifice for the next generation of Black Americans, and yet you accuse me of hating Black Americans. You are not a serious person. You are not a serious person, right? And that's the real thing. It's a very easy, and I think this is the problem of many modern day Black American people. You are so delusional. You are truly delusional. You really think that you are the people of the 1960s. You really think that you are the Black people of the 1930s. And you are not. You are Black people of 2026. Okay? You are perfectly okay with not going to church on Sundays. You are perfectly okay with all kinds of LGBTQ 1-1. You are perfectly okay with abortion. You are perfectly okay with young people twerking everywhere. You are perfectly okay with Black children selling drugs, right? You call evil good and you call good evil, right? Okay, Malcolm. Okay, but you could have introduced yourself a long time ago. But nice to meet you, Malcolm. Okay? But my point is, babe, right? The way you live, it's not okay. So I don't understand how somebody who's a Black American, let's say you call yourself an FBA. I don't understand an FBA boy who's 32 years old. You are a 32-year-old FBA man. Both of your grandfathers served in the military. And you come here and you tell me you don't have a wife, you don't have a fiance, you wake up at 6:30 for Orange Theory, don't even know if you have a job, don't even know what else you do, and you think it's okay. And then you say, why would I sacrifice for the next generation? Right? And then someone like you wants to check me. It's not possible. Because to me, me, you're not honorable. So to me, if off the rip, I don't even see you as an honorable Black American person, I can't take you seriously. I cannot take you seriously. Now, I don't know how to explain that. I don't even think that a man in his 30s who is not married should even speak, because to me, you're not a man. You're a boy. Go find a wife, go take care of a wife and a child, and then I'll take you more seriously, right? Because you haven't hit your milestones. To me, you're behind. You are delayed. You are extremely delayed, right? And that's my point. And that's fine, Gloria. But my thing, Gloria, is you got to have self-awareness, right? We need to have self-awareness. If this day and age, because we're not even talking about 1950s, because if you talk about 1950s before Dr. King and his civil rights foolishness, right, many Black Americans were extremely successful. Why? America was racist. So Black people didn't have a choice but to patronize other Black people. So the Black dentists, the Black doctors, you name it, any Black person that had a business, they were financially successful because they were the only people to cater to Black people. The moment you do the whole Dr. King stuff and the whole integration, so many Black businesses get destroyed because now Black Americans want to shop with white people. Right? Like this is a real thing. Want to shop with white people. And so now the Black American dollar does not stay in the Black American community. It goes to white people because now Dr. King said the white man's ice is a lot better. Let's go shop with white people, live with white people, play with white people. So now people abandon their own cultural responsibility to go finance. Nice to meet you too, my love. Okay. Right? They abandon that. So that's where I stand. So for me, when I look at 2026, or even before, let's say maybe from the 2010s, whatever, right? When I look at Black Americans from 2010s until now, I do not take them seriously. I truly and honestly, and when they open their mouths with this FBA bullshit, oh, shut up, your dumb ass. I don't take them seriously. Because to me, the standards gone. The rigor, gone. The decency, gone. Decorum, gone. This pride in there's a lot of pride in being a Black American person. It used to mean something. It used to be a brand that used to impress people. Damn, these are Black American people. It was just some classy ass, smooth, just fucking intelligent, just fucking, oh my gosh, there used to be a fucking brand. And that brand used to make people dream. Damn, these people are so beautiful. These people work so hard. Oh my gosh, they're so classy. They're so tall. Look at their hair, their skin. It was a fucking luxury brand. And from the 2010s until now, these new people, they have destroyed the brand. What does it even stand for? We don't even know. What does it stand for? And any Black American person who tries to calibrate the culture to come to somewhat be a bit more moderate, they get cussed out, call all kinds of coons, and the Benwich, they get all kinds of disrespect for saying this is too hypersexual, this is too violent, this is too this. The people get insulted, right? So when you sit here, me as a West African woman, as an Ivorian woman, right? When I sit here, after everything I know about real Black American culture, and I see people today, I cannot take them seriously because this is not the Black America that I was raised on. This is not the Black America that I know. They don't behave like this. They don't act like that. They don't reason. This is some weird ass shit, right? Now you get it. When you talk about righteousness today, everybody's triggered because this new generation of Black American people, what is evil is good for them. And what is good is evil to them. But the old Black American people, they did not play about the word of God. The old Black American people, they were truly scared to upset God. Being a Christian, it was real. It was not a joke. It was the heart's devotion. It was the real devotion. The way you see some Black American women talk today, you never would have heard them speak like that. Never. The way some Black American girls dress today, you would have never seen this. This behavior was for unhinged white people, right? So that's my thing. You cannot be so far removed from everything that truly embodies the real essence of a real Black American, and you live like God knows you modern, you progressive, all this weird shit. None of this shit is real Black American culture. You understand? right? You like when my dad was like what, young or a teenager, whatever he was, like a young adult. My dad grew up like watching also Soul Train and keeping up with Don Cornelius. But Don Cornelius, he's all the way over here. He's all the way over here as a Black American, right? And with Soul Train, look at how much he cared about Soul Train. The representation of Black people on Soul Train. Like it wasn't just a business to him. It wasn't just culture to him. Like, this is legacy work. Like, you cannot have Black people looking crazy, acting crazy, behaving crazy. It truly meant something to him, right? So if someone like Don Cornelius wants to say something to African people, we're going to listen. You hear me? And the thing also about Don Cornelius was a builder. He built something. Soul Train is not a joke. And maybe you don't understand because a lot of Black Americans today, you modern day weirdos, right? You are very disrespectful of the hard work of most Black American people because in your head, white people are better. You're the ones who want to wear Louis Vuitton, Balenciaga. You are so obsessed with white people. You're a bunch of weirdos. You are truly weird, right? But anybody in the right mind, can you do Soul Train? Could you have created Soul Train? Could your mind have worked to make Soul Train? Absolutely the fuck not. Soul Train is it's a fucking iconic brand. And everything was intentional. The looks, the hair, the makeup, the dances. Because Don Cornelius always said, you have to represent Black people in a very high, in a powerful light. You cannot show Black people in a certain way, right? He didn't even want hip hop because he knew where this bullshit was going to go. And they attacked the man, but the man was right. He was prophetic. So do you think Don Cornelius, if he sat here today and he looked at most African people in America and he looked at his own grandchildren today, who do you think he have an issue with? And it would not be African people. And you know this. And that's why I don't even respect you as well, because you don't have integrity. You do not have integrity. You know, for the vast majority of elders, older Black Americans, they will not have any issues with African people. They will not have any issues with African people, right? But you are triggered by African people because we don't share the same values. You want to whore yourself out. You want to be promiscuous. You want to do all kinds of bullshit. And that's fine. Go do it. Go do it. But people also have the right to look at you crazy because you look hella crazy. You look insane. And you look like a damn fool, okay? And that's what really triggers you. No, but it's insane, right? But it's like, it's not Don Cornelius. It's not Papa Johnson. It's not Papa Piercy. Like, it's never a real Black American builder that has an issue with African people. It's these new age weirdos, Black Democrats, them goofy ass people. I don't give a fuck. What have you built? Right? But you think me, if Don Cornelius was alive today and he had any issues, you think I would, first of all, I would say, oh, Papa Don. I don't even call him by his first name. But do you think I would say, oh, well, but who are you? You're not even thriving. What have you built? I can't say that because he built Soul Train. Shit. And from all over Africa, anybody that had a TV was able to watch Soul Train and be like, yep. Like, the Soul Train is fucking iconic. Are you kidding me? But he's a fucking builder. The man also served in the military. The man also had no criminal records. The man has no tattoos. He doesn't walk around saying niggas this, niggas, the niggas. He doesn't call Black women bitches. The man was married, divorced, got married to a white woman, but that's one story. That's whatever, right? But you're not going to talk to Don Cornelius any kind of way. Because Don Cornelius, he truly lives what he's talking about. And nobody's going to disrespect somebody who actually lives the brand. When you live the brand, there's no problem because there's no disconnect, right? The problem that I have with many Black Americans today, these modern day Black Americans who are chasing the algorithm, right, is that you claim a thing, but your life is completely different. You said all these things about African people this, but even your own life, if like you don't even embody what it truly means to be a heritage Black American. So why would I take you seriously? Why would I ever take you seriously? Right? I don't have to take you seriously. Are you kidding me? Even Dr. King, I don't agree with socialism, right? But even him as well, I would not be disrespectful towards him because he actually built something. I just don't like socialism. Because to me, it destroys people. I think people need to go into business. But hey, that's another conversation for another day. right? But you don't serve, you don't build, you don't have families, you pay for abortions, you can't even take care of yourself, and you want to open your mouth to speak on immigrant people. Are you all the way there? Is he all the way there? He must not be there. Like, and nobody's scared of him. Nobody is scared of him. But I'm getting sick and tired of people. They live in 2026, don't do shit, and want to live off the hard work that sacrificed the decency, decorum of Black American people of yesteryears. If we had Black American people of the 50s, the 60s, the 30s today, there will be no such thing as Black fatigue. Because even these people, when they protested, they wore a suit. Are we all the way there? Look at the march on Selma. Everybody's wearing a suit. How many people do you know wear a suit to go march? I would love to hear it, right? Malcolm X, when he was telling young people to protest, they were all wearing a suit. When was the last time you saw any Black man, any Black American man in a suit? Okay? Pants are sagging everywhere, J's everywhere, all kinds of dumb shit everywhere. Don't even want to dress like men, right? Everything's a fucking joke. And you want to sit here and tell me about what? No, you don't get to talk to me. You don't get to talk to me. Exactly. You don't get to talk to me, right? And even him, that this boy, this young man right here, if Uncle Lonnie was to say, change your behavior, young man, he'd come all kinds of cuss words, start cussing him out. They don't listen. They do not listen to anyone. They don't listen to elders. And that's why their lives are so chaotic. That's why they have kids by 5 women, 6 women, because they do not listen. You don't listen. You don't even listen to your elders, but you want to sit here and school me as an African woman. Are you kidding me? It will never happen. It will never happen. Go get your life right. Go get your life in order. Go get you a wife. Go get you a mortgage. Go get you some real responsibilities. Provide for your child, right? Oh, we are extremely different. And you should know that, because every day when you hear the FBAs, oh, we are so different, we're indigenous, we need to delineate. No problem. Delineate, all right? No one gives a fuck. No one gives a flying fuck. No one cares. No one truly cares, right? There you go. You don't like where you are in your life. You don't like where you are in America. You are miserable. So therefore, you want to antagonize people that haven't done anything to you, because you know in your heart of heart that you have squandered your opportunities, right? You have destroyed the Black American brand. And today, everything that's associated with Black America is negative. It wasn't always like that, but that's what you did. That's what you did. And you don't know how to fix it now. Okay? Exactly. You don't know how to fix it now, right? You fucked up because your grandparents, your ancestors, they left you with a powerful brand, right? They left you with a dignified brand. And you know this. You know this. We all know this. Okay, we all know this. They left you with a dignified brand, right? They left you with a brand. No matter where you went, you could have made all kinds of money, right? Dignified people. Everybody wearing a suit. Even the baby. Look at the babies. Look at the babies. Okay, look at the people, y'all. Look at the people, right? There you go. They left you a beautiful brand, and you fucked it up because you were so consumed with hip hop, the Ashkenazi Jews. My nigga, big drug dealers, trying to be the tough guys on the block, when your job was you were meant to go to Morehouse, you were meant to go to Spelman, you were meant to go to Morris Brown, you were meant to go to Howard. No, you chose the street corner, right? Versus the halls of academia. Don't be mad now, Bobo. Be mad at yourself. Be mad at yourself. Okay? No, but it's not I believe. I believe. See, that's why I say you're delusional. Right? Black American women lead in abortions in America. It's not a thing that I believe. Okay? It's not that I believe. This is what you do when you want to be intellectually dishonest. Okay? Through abortions, Black American people have deleted 13% of their own population. Okay? That's why I say, you guys, you're very emotional. And I think that's the difference. That's why I call you people, like you modern day Black people, you are the grandkids of MLK Jr., right? He's responsible for your idiocy. You're a bunch of idiots, right? You don't read, you don't know facts, you don't know data, you just make things up as you go, right? You see, Black people before the 50s, it's not that they were even educated, they had high reading comprehension. Because it's one thing to read, but do you comprehend what you're reading? It doesn't seem like it, huh? Right? Abortion in the Black American community is not a matter of I believe. It's not subjective. It's objective. Right? From the time that, what's the thing was passed again? The Supreme Court thing. What's the thing called again? I forgot the name. The one that legalizes abortion. Do you know how many Black American kids have been aborted? It's comparable to a genocide, right? What's that? Oh my gosh. What's that? Hold on. Roe versus Wade. There you go. Roe versus Wade. How many, Jesus Christ, how many Black American babies have been aborted since Roe v. Wade? There you go. There you go. All right. There you go. So when you say things like this, when you say dishonesty, this is your people, y'all. This is you, sis. Okay. This is your people. Do you see how you you exceed everybody, right? You exceed everybody in abortion. Black American women lead in abortion. You are the #1 people to abort your babies. So technically, if we really want to be honest, right, the #1 killer of Black people in America are Black American women. There have been more deaths of Black people through abortion. Oh, yes, girl. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Because you should know this, right? But I think you struggle with reading comprehension, right? There you go. But it's not a matter of you believe. What do I believe? We should say we all know. We should know this by now. The #1 group to abort in America are Black American women, right? The #1 killer of Black American people is abortion. Now, people can play the devil's game and, oh, that's not a life. That's not a real life. That's not a life. Okay, sure. Call it whatever you want. Like I said, modern day Black Americans, what is evil is good to them. And what's evil is good, what's good is evil. So play the sick games of semantics all you want. Okay? But a baby in the womb, a child in the womb, that's a human being. Okay? Baby dead, right? These things are even documented by Congress. That if they had not had all these abortions, there would be a 13% increase in the Black American population. You are currently facing population attrition. Your numbers are going to get smaller and smaller, okay? The Latinos are going to have more babies and more babies. Do you know that at one point in America, there were more Black people than white people? There you go, right? Today, there are less Black people than white people. There are less Black people than Latinos. Within the next 10 to 25 years, Latinos are going to break over 100 million people in America, right? Now I have to answer one question do I have to answer, right? So what? So Africans don't do any of that. Of course, some Africans do, but is it what they're known for? The answer is no, and you know better. But I repeat again, because I think a lot of y'all, you struggle with that. Gloria, you are an American citizen. In your country, taxpayers pay for you to have 13 years of free education. And you not just have 13 years of free education, you have 13 years of free transportation. You have 13 years of free school, of free food at school if your parents can't afford it. You have 13 years of free books, free computers, even free counseling. You name it, whatever you want. Legally, they have to provide it for you that you can be successful in your academia. So now, Gloria, what is it that you want to compare yourself to African people in a third world country where the average Black girl in Africa has a 3rd grade education and her father does not make more than $5 a day? Like, y'all don't know what you want. So some days you are better than African people, right? But then when you get called out on your fuckery, now you want to be compared to African people. Are you African or not? Are you indigenous or not? Do you delineate or not? You got to make up your mind. Right? But this is what it comes down to: intellectual dishonesty and a sheer testament of lack of integrity, right? When we don't have integrity, we choose based on when it's convenient, or when it's not convenient, we move the goalposts, right? So when it's like bunch of bullshit, oh, compare me to an African because I want to be compared to someone, even though I'm in America, I'm an American, I'm a foundational Black American, I'm indigenous, my people don't come from Africa. But somehow, when it comes to low-level behavior, oh, please, compare me to an African, compare me to an African, compare me to an African, right? Now, when we talk about phenotype, noses, skin color, hair texture, oh, compare me to a white person, oh, compare me to a Native American. What do you want? Right? Like, what kind of indecisive mind do you have? Go see a therapist. Like, you need help. You're mentally ill. I have never seen this in my life. You have to make a choice. And once you make a choice, you have to own your choice. Right? But it's insane to me. Like, even me, I'm from the Ivory Coast. I'm from a 3rd world country. I do not compare myself to my cousins in the village because they had less than me. Can you imagine if I said, well, my cousin so-and-so, she's doing so-and-so. How disgusting is that? With everything I was given, right? How do I even weaponize her poverty, her ignorance, and her literacy for me to feel good about my poor choices when I was given so much to make better choices? Are you all the way there? The answer is no, you're deranged. You're mentally unstable. You are truly, no, you what the fuck? You think you have to explicitly state your position? You just asked me to compare you to an African person. That's you stating your stuff. Things don't have to be explicit to be understood, right? There you go. But like I said, you are a typical American and you lack integrity, right? And like most American people, you struggle with connecting the dots. Like you have these thoughts, but you don't know how they come together. And it shows. Because why in your ever fucking mind would you want to be compared to African people with third grade education? Have you seen some of these African schools? Have you seen them? Even the worst public school in America gives private school in Africa, right? But you want to be compared to that, right? So which one is it? Is you African or not? Or are you indigenous? You got to pick a side, boo. You can't be at all. You can't be an Hebrew Israelite. You can't be African when it's convenient, Egyptian when it's convenient, indigenous when it's convenient, Blackfoot, Redfoot Indian when it's convenient. You got to pick a side, right? There you go. But we have to stop. Because the moment you speak somebody's name, you better come correct and you better come outside with facts. Okay, there you go. I'm just saying, then stop bringing up these Africans. Oh, but the Africans don't do that. When have you known African people to have a reputation for having kids out of wedlock? Right? When have you ever, name me any African country where the girls are known for having kids out of wedlock? Most girls will get killed. Because people don't play like that, right? We have a real culture of shame. And that's why I say, for as much as some of y'all love to talk about African people, you don't know a lot about African people, and it shows. It really shows, right? How many African girls do you know have babies out of wedlock? Even when they move to America, they're not all the way stupid. They can wear the wigs, they can twerk a little bit, but they know better. Bring a baby to your mama, see what happens, right? They're not all the way stupid because they know there's a ceiling to their bullshit. There's a ceiling. But babies out of wedlock in West African culture, that's a fuck to the nah, right? Black American culture is celebrated. Baby showers, wump. Us, you have a baby out of wedlock and they don't kill you, you're going straight to the village. Because nobody wants to see you. Your life is over. You don't fucked up your life. You're dead to us, right? There you go. Over here, for modern day Black Americans, there is no culture of shame. If you kill people, you can sing about it. Right? If you murder people, you can sing about it. If you sell drugs, you can sing about it. If you have an abortion, you can sing about it. If you sleep with multiple men in your bed, you can talk about it, right? There is no culture of shame over here, right? You don't have a culture of shame. You tell your children, do whatever you want. And whatever you want, be so bold that you make music about it and you encourage your cousins and your nieces, your nephews to dance along, right? There you go, right? There you go. Make it make sense though, right? You need to be mad at yourself. Stop trying to drag these poor African people into your mental disorder. You need to go see someone. You're not okay. And that's why they have therapists, they have psychiatrists, they have psychologists. There are plenty ways for you to get some help, right? But this whole hysteria, paranoia, oh, the Africans, what Africans? What Africans? Truly, honestly, what Africans? How many Africans do you even know? Give me their names, right? You don't know no damn fucking Africans. The most African people you ever seen was coming to America. And mind you, everybody in that movie was Black American. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You don't know that many African people? Go get out of here with that. Like, please, be so for real. What Africans do you even know? What Africans do you know? You don't know jack shit. Maybe like once a year, you go get your hair braided. Wump. But that's also transactional. You sit there, they do your hair, you go home. You do not interact with African people. You don't have African friends. You don't know people like that. We do not interact like that. So why sit here and make up a lie that these Africans are after you? The Africans hate you. They're coming. No, you hate yourself. That's why your life is in disarray. You hate yourself. Be so for real. Stop lying to people. Anyways, let's go back to this fool.
Black Americans and Black men, I need y'all to understand something. It don't matter if she got a fat ass and big ass. Nobody gets to come into our space, disrespect the culture, and then be able to walk out of there with their teeth still intact in their gums.
Okay, so you see, so this is a man also who wants you, he's setting up, he wants to fight for Black Americans. He wants to let it be known, oh, if you talk about Black Americans, you're going to lose your teeth. So once again, being a stereotype. That's why I say I cannot take people seriously, right? So if anybody says anything about Black American people, you encourage other Black American men to risk their criminal record. So they should, like, they don't have to work tomorrow, right? They don't have a job they had to go to in this economy. So if an African says something crazy, they should go knock their teeth out. And then what happens after that? Indigenous one. What happens after that? The police don't get called. So you think you can knock somebody's teeth off and they're not going to call the police? Right? That's assault. So now you get arrested, right? Now you have to go to court. Now you got to pay your bail. Now you got to go back to court again. And what if you get convicted of assault? What you going to do? And if the person wants to drag you to civil court for you to pay for their dentures, what are you going to do? Right? But in his, that's why I say he's a clown. So in your head, this is how you stand up for being a Black American. You behave like a brute. You put your hands on people. You break their teeth. And we wonder why Black American kids have no problem committing murder. We wonder, look at how they're raised. Right? Exactly. Look at how they're raised. Look at how they're raised. Oh, if you say something I don't like, I'll put my hands on you. Are you not tired of being a stereotype? Are you not tired of always attaching your identity to violence? You could even say, hey, you guys, if we ever see an African person who says something we don't like, we stop supporting the business. I mean, there are other ways, right? Why do you recommend that your fellow Black American man, they jeopardize their job, they jeopardize their 401ks, they jeopardize their criminal record? Why would you ever recommend that? What African person, I mean, be so for real, what African person is worth you jeopardizing your job in this economy? You're going to lose your job because a goofy ass African said something you didn't like. You don't know how to walk away. You don't know how to walk, like you're that insecure. And you're that much of a primitive, like you're such a primitive being that if someone says something you don't like, you don't know how to say, you know what, being that you're being disrespectful, I'm going to leave. And I pray to God it's the last day I ever have to see you. You can walk away. No, make sure you break their teeth. Make sure you, okay. And then after that, what happens? Right? And like I said, this is why many Black American children, unfortunately, find themselves in a heap of trouble. Because they are raised by emotional, unhinged, deranged, and can't abide to the law, don't have any other way to teach my children de-escalation. Well, like, what kind of example is this? Do you think Don Cornelius would have talked like this? Of course not. Because he would understand consequences. You put your hand on this man, right? They're going to come arrest you. And if this shit goes left, you might even get shot. For what? Because some African said something to you, and so who gives a fuck? Who truly gives a fuck? Right? And let's be so for real. No matter what you hear out, no, they're really insecure. No matter what you hear out of an African person, let's even assume an African person says, oh, Akata, whatever the fuck they say, right? Please. You've been through way worse. Black Americans have been through way worse. You think the N-word compares to any of that foolishness? Right? But did your ancestors lose their cool over the N-word? Did your ancestors get locked up over the N-word? They didn't even pay attention to these white people because they're fucking idiots. They are fucking idiots. Anybody says anything hateful to you, you should know you're fucking cursed. You're a fucking loser because miserable people say hateful shit like that. There used to be posters here in this nation here. They used to have posters and billboards with the N-word, the N-word. And there's not a single Black American person who fell for the trap to say, oh, how dare you write that? Then they go fight a white person. They're fucking clowns. And like Beyonce said, the best revenge is your paper. Level up on these fools. Somebody disrespect you, become even way more successful. Find a way of being their boss so they can come to you for a paycheck. No, you want to go fight the people like you're some kind of goofy ass immigrant who just got here and you're so frazzled. Are you kidding me? This is crazy. Like, seriously. And I told you, it's always the ones who look the most Africans who say the dumbest shit. Because they don't love themselves. Because their community makes them hate themselves. You know, Black Americans, they only like light-skinned people, you know. So the darker you are, the more African you look, you feel like the only way to fit in and the only way to be liked by your people is by doing bullshit like this. Me, Marlene, even me, an African insults me, I'm like, you're a dumbass. You're a stupid ass. That's why your mama used to sell fried plantains at the market. I ain't fighting you. I will cuss you out and get in my car. I'm not fighting you. I'm not going to jail for you. I'm not putting my hands on you. And mind you, I have really pretty hands, you know. I'm not doing that. Right? But for you to say something so stereotypical, oh, Black American man, we need to make sure we break their teeth. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? And let me tell you this, right? A lot of Black American men also, they're not violent people. That's a stereotype. Not everybody wants to fight. People have to go to work tomorrow. People have families to feed. People have mortgages to pay. People have bills and bills and bills. You're going to get locked up. They're going to lock you up in there. Then you got to call your job. You got to apply for bail. Who has time for this bullshit? Because some African said something, who gives a fuck? They probably will never get their green card. And that right there, it should be where you find your peace. You'll never get a green card. That's it. Go about your business. This is crazy. This is really crazy. You are insane.
I saw the video of the Haitian girl talking about some dirty Black Americans. Number one, everybody in the goddamn diaspora, I need y'all to understand something. When you come into the presence of Blackness, Black Americans, you need to first of all know consciously to humble yourself.
I'm not gonna humble shit, fam. And if you want humble me, I'll be outside. Make me humble. Number one, you start off with African people, okay? Now you talk about Haitian people, fam. Africa and Haiti is not the same, okay? Africa is a continent across the Atlantic. Haiti is in the West Indies. It's right next to Miami, okay? Now, I don't know how many people are in Haiti. I don't even know, okay? How many Haitians are in the U.S.? Let me find out. I don't know. Okay, so they're saying 1.1 to 1.2 million. So there's over like 1 million Haitians here. One person, one Haitian out of 1.2 million people said something. Like when I tell you you're dumb as hell, I'm like, you people like you, fam, you love to prove people like Charlie Kirk right. When Charlie Kirk said that he don't believe that Black Americans have enough white matter to do anything relevant in this nation, there you go. One person out of 1.2 million people. It's like if one Black American person said a thing out of 43 million people. You have one bad encounter with one Black American, and then you start to paint all 40 plus million people because of the actions of one person. Do you not see how dumb you look? Do you not see how stupid you look? And I get it. Today, most Black Americans gravitate towards pseudo-intellectualism. They gravitate towards imbecility. They love a dumbass. They love a stupid-ass Democrat, right? I get it. To be dumb and ignorant attracts a lot of Black Americans. But at some point, you have to show taxpayers that they didn't just throw the money away. Okay? 13 years of free education. You got to understand basic math. Like I'm just saying, basic math. One person out of 1.2 million people. Some Haitian girl nobody even knows about. Had y'all never even made a video? Like whatever she said, had you people ignored her, we wouldn't even know who she is. Y'all took somebody out the gutter. You took somebody out of darkness for saying something stupid. You made this girl famous. You made so many videos. You went out of your way. You put her in your thumbnails. Why do you like working for free? Seriously, why do you love making insignificant people relevant? Do you are you unemployed? Like this is crazy. Like this is truly crazy to me. One Haitian girl. So because one girl from Haiti said something, so now she's a spokesperson for all Haitian people. Are you insane? But when white Americans look at like a Black girl who shot somebody and they want to use that one incident to judge all Black American people, you start saying, oh, we're not a monolith. We're not a monolith. Well, there you go. Don't also be a hypocrite. Well, if you don't like it, if you don't like how it feels to be judged by one Black American person doing one thing that's not okay, why do you do that to other people? That girl spoke for herself. And what makes you think that she spoke as a Haitian? Why can you not see her as an individual who spoke for herself? That's how she felt. And also, let me also be so for real. Let me be so.
Watch your mother.
I'm not gonna watch no damn thing. Shut up. Okay. And let me also say this. For as much as it might not be nice to say dirty Black Americans, that's fine. It's not nice to say. But my thing is, what happened that even started this whole thing? Because that's what y'all do, like these Karens. I'm like, so many Black Americans, you behave like Karens, right? Something happened for this Haitian girl to say dirty Black American people because she's not mentally ill. So if she said dirty Black American people, then something happened. right? Is it possible that she encountered an FBA? Ooh, is it possible that she was talked to in a certain way, and because she was talked to in a certain way, her clapback was, well, you're a dirty Black American, right? It's okay for FBAs to call people booty scratchers. It's okay for FBAs to say, like, I was watching a video with Neff, and he played a part from Tariq Nasheed, and Tariq said that, oh, these African people, they use tree barks to wipe their asses, right? Like, you can say whatever you want, right? But the moment somebody claps back at you, oh, I can't believe you said that. No, shut up, right? If this girl came out of nowhere unprovoked, I would even love to talk to her. If she came out of nowhere unprovoked and started spazzing out all kinds of dirty Black American women, like, okay, are you mentally ill? Girl, are you schizophrenic? Right? But I doubt that. I don't think that's what happened, right? Something happened. She had an experience, right? She had an experience. And maybe at that point, at that moment, she didn't know how to defend herself. But from having that experience, whoever she met made her feel like, yeah, you dirty Black American, right? Because you guys can say some stuff that is so hurtful. You can say some nasty stuff. Like when you get into your xenophobic bag, you feel entitled to just spew whatever you want at people. And that is not okay. You don't get to talk to people any kind of way and expect people not to walk away with some kind of hatred or some kind of disdain or dislike for Black Americans. You are very mean. You are very mean, and you're very rude, and you're very crass, and you're very disrespectful. But I'm like, something probably happened to her that made her feel like, yeah, fuck you, fuck that, and you are a dirty Black American. There you go. So I'm like, moving forward, be mindful how you talk to people. If you don't like to get cussed out, if you don't want somebody to call you all kinds of dirty Black American, whatever, you should be mindful how you talk to people. You should be very mindful how to talk to, like, see me, I've got to a point now, when I hear Tariq Nasheed or what's it called, the Black conservative voice, all kinds of people, right? I hear a lot of these FBA people now, and I hear their xenophobic rants. I just laugh. Because I'm like, you're miserable. You're a failure. You are a bum. You have no real money. You will never be able to build something to the like of like a Turning Point USA. You will never have billionaire donors. You will never be able to bring in $140 million, right? The way like Turning Point USA had like MFest, Tariq Nasheed will never be able to do this, right? There's like these white people, they are so organized. They know how to raise money, create merch. Like it's incredible. But white people are brand builders. You're not. Right. So when I hear Tariq Nasheed and his minions, right, his goofy ass minion, there was even one. There's another one. He called the Amazing Lucas, and he was like, oh, these filthy Africans. He's like, because first he said, oh, I don't have any African in me. He said, I traced it down. There is no African in me. I mean, how much you want to bet? He's super dark skinned, got a big nose, some thick lips. You know what I'm saying? And he hates himself, right? Because the more African they look, the more hatred they have for African people. But it's okay. You see, I'm 41 years old now, and I know better because miserable people talk like that. When you love yourself, when you accept yourself unconditionally, when you have unconditional love for yourself, right? You don't walk around saying hurtful things to other people, right? When you're not okay within, when you're miserable within, when your finances ain't right, your looks ain't right, you can't get the girls that you want because you don't have the money or nor the looks, right? You resort to insulting people. Right? And that's okay. I don't internalize somebody else's mental instability. It has nothing to do with me. But you do have some other immigrants, they're not there yet. So if you insult them, they're going to insult you back. That's where they are. Me, I'm at a different level. I've got to a point now, if I hear, oh, these African booty scratchers, oh, they wipe their butts with tree bark, and even that's an easy clapback, right? But I'm not going to do it. You understand? Because two wrongs don't make one right. You understand? But I've got to a point where I just laugh because I know that many Black American people, they're truly sad, right? They're truly miserable. They're broke, right? They fucked around with the whites, thinking that the whites was going to help them. They didn't. They fucked around with the Jews, thinking the Jews was going to help them level up. They didn't. They fucked around with the Latinos, thinking the Latinos were going to help them. They did not, right? And now it's like they're left holding the bag and they don't have nothing to show for it, right? And that's okay. But you're mad at the wrong person. Everybody you gave your love to, they didn't reciprocate. That's not my problem. The biggest, and I'll even say, when we talk about the Civil Rights Act of 1964, be so for real. The biggest benefactors were the Jews. It was Ashkenazi Jews. It was not African people, right? So many Jews have gotten billion-dollar filthy rich off of Black American art, Black American talent, you name it. And you know this, right? And that's why in all of your rants, you never talk about the Jews because you're scared, right? African people, it's an easy target. It's the smaller people. They haven't been here for long. They don't have a lot of money. They don't have lots of businesses, right? It's mostly people with degrees and stuff like that. And people who braid hair and they drive cabs. So you're punching down because you come from a nation that punches down, right? Like America, it's easy to go kidnap people from Venezuela. It's easy to bomb Cuba. It's easy to go after small countries. But Iran is not that easy, right? There you go. Because now you met some real men with some real balls, with some real dicks, right? This is a nation that punches down. American people are never people who look for, they don't want to go fight someone or bully someone equal in size because they know they might not win the fight, right? You know that if you go after the Jews for everything they've done to you, they've stolen from you, your royalties, your music, you name it, right? You know how this is going to end for you. You're not going to win, right? And not just that, it's not even that you're not going to win. They're going to take more because they will call you anti-Semite and you will have to pay their asses reparations. Right? And you're scared. But African people, it's an easy target. Right? And you know this. Because you could not sit in your heart and go, oh yeah, these Africans, they took so much from me. These Africans are billionaires. These Africans are multimillionaires. Like, no. The most an African can be in America like that, right? It's a doctor. Right? But how many like rich African people do you know like that? Like, no, please. Most African ladies too, they're mostly nurses. So it's nothing that you can't also do. But I'm like, you know, in your heart of heart, that if you had to accuse someone from leeching off of you, taking your music, taking your money, fucking up your cultural image, and becoming super, super rich, and even sometimes sending you to prison, like Lucian Grange, right? You know they're Ashkenazi Jews. You know this. So much real estate in New York was taken by these Jews from Black Americans, right? They took Brooklyn from you. They took so much shit from you, right? You know who took your shit. You know. Right? But you don't have the courage to cuss them out because you need them. You need their money. You need their venues, their Grammys, their Oscars, their wumpty wump wump, right? You are so reliant on that Jew, on that Jew blood, right? There you go. So like the African stuff, it's a fake, it's a one-sided beef. It truly is a make-believe type of beef, right? Because you're cowardly. You are cowardly, and that's okay. But just understand that African people are not going to just sit there and agree to be your punching bag because you made bad business deals with people with white skin who didn't look out for you. You got to go over there, fam, and fight those people, right? You need to go fight the people who put you in this predicament, right? Go fight the Democratic Party. Matter of fact, go fight the Black Caucus. They told you the crime bill was cute, right? Go fight those people, right? But you don't have the courage to do that. Even Dr. King, you need to fight Dr. King as well because he took you away from being entrepreneurs to being people who wait for government checks. Go talk to the man and his legacy, right? But you don't have the courage to call out the people who put you in this fucking mess. You are in a fucking mess. And I think the problem is you also don't know how to get out of it. You do not know how to get out of it. And the more you watch the news, the more you see all these immigrants are coming in, especially the illegal ones, and you see how much the cities are giving to the people, Chicago, New Orleans, you name it, right? They're giving so much money away to these illegals, right? Your property taxes going up, take care of the illegals, right? You even see Latinos and Indians asking for reparations for illegals, right? I think you're scared because you don't know where you fit in anymore, right? And that's fine. Let's talk about that. But pretending that, oh no, the Africans, it's not the Africans. You are hysterical. You need help. Drink some water, right? You're scared because you don't know what the future looks like for you. And I get it. It's frightening. And I will tell you this, it doesn't look good. It does not look good, right? It doesn't look good. So, but I'm like insulting African people, making up these beef with African people. That is not a strategy for you to try to like mitigate the harm that is really going to happen to most Black Americans. But you're not doing well. You are not doing well. Don't lie to yourself. I think we even got to a point where the Democratic Party is letting you know they no longer need you. And even that is something that you are struggling to accept, right? You're no longer useful to them. And it came down to the Trump. It came down to this recent election with Trump because 92% of Black American women voted for the lady, and the lady still lost. Right? You don't hold the same electoral weight you used to have because it's going to Latinos. And I think the Democrats, without trying to be explicit, are letting you know that now you're no longer a priority. They're going to start courting the Latinos because their numbers are crazy. Their numbers are crazy. You didn't care about your numbers. You were out here living like a cicada, right? You didn't build nothing. You didn't plan for nothing, thinking you were always going to be like the one that can swing a vote. You can swing the election. But things, they change. Nothing stays the same. And you have to plan accordingly. And you haven't been planning. For the past 60 years, all you've been doing is complaining. You haven't been building, right? And that's a reality. And you're scared. And I would be, if I was you, I'd be scared too. Truly and honestly, I would be scared. Because exactly where are you going to fit in? With the AI, the new AI. You know what I'm saying? The Indians, the Chinese, all them people. Where are you going to fit in? So it's scary. And that's what you should have the bravery to talk about. Oh, shit, we fucked up. You did. You were living like a cicada, and now here we are. But stop trying to scapegoat African people. It is fucking weird. It is truly weird. You're the ones who said that the Bill Cosby show was not relatable. You're the ones who said that black doctors, a mother that's a lawyer as a black woman is not relatable. You wanted hood rat stuff, hood shit stuff, gangster shit, selling drug type of shit. No problem. These were all your requests. I don't even know how somebody can say that the Cosby show was not relatable. Like, this is crazy. Me, I grew up in Africa, and to me, I grew up in the Ivory Coast, but mostly in Burkina Faso. And to me, doctors were black. Lawyers were African people, right? So it's like, to us, when we were watching, I speak for me, when we were watching the Cosby show dubbed in French, it was perfectly relatable. Our doctor was a black man. Dr. Zongo, he was so big like this, right? That's it. You have decided to let the hood be the face of Black America. No problem. And you have shamed your intellectuals. You have persecuted the most brilliant Black American minds. And now here you are surrounded by a bunch of pseudo-intellectuals. Dr. Umar, 19 Keys, all kinds of people. Like, well, who the fuck are these people, right? Right? It's not African people who told you not to listen to Dr. Claude Anderson. It was your choice. It is not African people who told you not to listen to Thomas Sowell. You cussed him out. Oh, he hates black people. Oh, he's a coon. He's a self-hate Negro. Wumpy wump wump. There you go. Right? So now here you are with your pseudo-intellectuals, and all they have to offer you are, let's beg for reparations. And you're not going to get the reparations. You got to be a fool to believe that America wants to give you money or is ever going to give you money. I'm like, I swear, this reparation thing is so funny to me. Because I'm like, you really don't understand how America sees Black American people, right? You think the way they dislike you, do you not realize all the content you see about Black American people, all the Black fatigue, you think it's normal, you think it's organic? So you really do not realize that there are powerful people who are investing billions of dollars for the entire country to be sick of you? You don't get it, huh? You really don't get it. Yeah, I'm like, they really do not get it. You have a branding problem. You have a messaging problem, right? People are telling you Black fatigue, and you think in the midst of Black fatigue, anybody in Congress is going to vote for Black America to get money. Are you kidding me? Right? Like the part where people don't like you, like you don't get that part. What money? Fighting Ghana, even Ghana, they don't get shit. Ain't no money, B. There is no money. They have branded Black America, and also with your help, because you were complicit, right? They have branded you as the do-nothings of America. People don't see you and say, oh, look at these people. They're so industrious. Like, oh, that'd be a great investment. They don't see you like that. They see you as a liability. They're not going to give you a dime. So when I see these reparations conference, I just laugh. There is no money coming. And you should know a thing about life. The more you ask for money, the less money you get. Don't you notice how people are always in a hurry to buy from rich people? People like to buy from people who look like they don't need money, right? People like to give money to people who look like they don't need money. But you're asking for money. And so because you're asking for money, then you don't have the money. And because you don't have the money, you ain't gonna get the money. Money's a frequency. You got to have it to ask for it, right? But I'm like, ain't no reparations coming. And they're all like behind Tariq Nasheed. They're giving into all the xenophobia because you think Tariq Nasheed can get you reparations. You hate yourself. Like the way you pick the way you go about picking your leaders, I know you hate yourself. The way you are an American person, like me, I have an accent. You're from here. You are fully from here. And with everything you know about these white American people, you truly believe they're gonna give you money. You think there's, oh my gosh, we're going to complain. And so what? People are even complaining about Trump. Ain't nothing changing. What are you talking about? There is no money. No money is coming. There will be no reparations. Congress is ran by Israel. Israel has no interest in Black America receiving reparations, not even Africa receiving reparations. So, yeah, Black people ain't getting no money, boo-boo. There is no money. There's no money, right? And even Tariq knows that. But he's doing it so y'all give him money, and he's going to act like, oh, he can do something. It's a grift. He getting rich off of y'all, okay? There is no money. They will never, ever, ever pay reparations to Black America. Take that out of your head. It's not happening. And anybody selling you on that shit is a fucking liar. Anybody selling you on that shit is a fucking liar. White people do what they want. They can send $300 billion to Ukraine. They can send whatever to the Israel. You think it's that hard for white people to give you money? They don't want to do it, and they ain't gonna do it. And there's nothing you can do about it. Even the Black Caucus, they in Congress over there, they are extremely submissive. They're so scared. They fall in line. They fall in line with the Democratic agenda because they know if they try a revolution, if they try a mutiny, they're going to be out of there because they also have no power in Congress. They are allowed to be there as decoration, okay? But they're not there to influence anything. Stop lying to yourself. America does not care about Black people, and America is not going to pay no reparations. Stop being delusional. The best thing you can do is to build a business. Find a business that you can build and grow and be patient and grow your business. That's the most money I guess you'll ever see. But reparations, it is not happening. It's not happening. I'm like, be so for real. Like what?
Mouth, because we Black people, the Black Americans that came before me and the Black Americans that stand with me right now have influenced every aspect of your life and everyone else's lives around the globe. Everything.
So he's saying that he has influenced people's lives. I know for me personally, you haven't influenced my life. So I'm gonna tell you that. You have not influenced my life at all. Like most of the things that I do, the way I live my life also, I barely see any Black Americans around me. So you haven't influenced my life. Once again, this main character weird shit is fucking weird, right? And to even sit there and to believe that you perceive God also is part of your mental disorder. You are mentally ill, fam, right? Most people, most Black people, that's around the world, most Black people, the number one influence over their behavior is the Bible. That's why it's a problem, okay? Believing in miracles, if I run around the church, I'm going to get this and that, right? Most Black people around the world, their number one influence is not Black Americans. It's the Bible. It is the Bible. Now, I get it. Here, when you live here, because I've been here for 30 years, when you live here in America, to a lot of Black American people, being a Black person in America, it's a religion for you. Like it's a cult, like it's a positive. I'm Black, I'm Black, I'm Black, I'm Black, I'm Black. You see everything through complexion. You're right. You don't have a plan. Like finances, you don't care. Accounting, you don't care. Politics, you don't care. Everything Black, 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 Black. I'm Black, I'm Black, I'm Black, I'm Black, I'm Black, I'm Black, I'm Black. Okay, sure, whatever. Right? There you go. That's how you look at life. That is you. That's you over here. The rest of us, being Black is everybody Black. It's not a big deal, right? It's what you do with your life. You understand? In Black America, it is a prerequisite that what even your personal desires, you got to put them in the side and you got to identify as Black. Whatever Black people want to do, whatever Black people, even if it's to your own detriment, right? That is your culture. You put the skin color on a pedestal, and I think you have truly turned the skin color into idolatry. This black, it's like, it's one thing to celebrate and be proud to be Black. It is another thing to talk about your skin like it's a god. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. But I'll speak for myself and my family. Our number one influence was never Black Americans. Now, did we have some Black Americans reinforce how we felt about like the Bible and things like that? Of course. Like at one point we were going to this Black American church, right, in DC, 610 Rhode Island, with Pastor Bishop Jenkins. No, Bishop Owens, sorry, right? With Bishop Owens, right? So yeah, we went to a Black American church. But it's not like, oh, we want to be like them. But the way Bishop Owens and First Lady Susie, the way they ran their church, it was in agreement with our Ivorian values, right? With our Christian West African values, right? So it can be a reinforcement, but it's not an inspiration. right? When I decided to become a math major in college, I didn't look up to Black Americans. Heck, even the whole math department didn't even have one Black American professor. Be so for real, okay? And also, it was only 2 Black girls. It was me and Ava. Ava was Black American. I was African. And also, she never gave that. She was, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't look up to her ass either, okay? If I really had to go, like if I didn't understand something and I needed extra help, mostly my help would come from white people. My help would also come from like white Americans, Eastern European white people, and Arabs. I had one tutor who was from Iran. I never had a single tutor who was Black American. Now, was I a tutor for Black American kids in this and involved? Like we have an engineering school, like people who were like computer science. Yes, I was their tutor, but I no Black American person ever tutored me. Okay, but like we need to get things in order here, right? Also, I got my mom got married at 22 years old. So when I got to like 22, 24, I knew I wanted to be married by the time I got to 25, right? Black American women did not inspire me when it comes to marriage. They don't get married. Okay. I had issues even in my own marriage, like what, year 4 or something like that. Year 4, I had issues with my husband. We could have gotten a divorce. But also, I was not inspired by Black American people because I would have gotten a divorce. I was inspired by my West African culture. Like, what the fuck? Like, what is going on? So we stayed married. I even had a friend. She's, I wasn't gonna say, but yeah, she's like kind of like that too. But she was recommending I do X, Y, and Z. I said, no, I'm not doing that. Okay, there you go. I'm like, I've been married now for 16 years. I'm 41 years old. Right. And I'm like that. I'm not inspired by Black American women. They don't get married and they don't even stay married. Right. I don't demonize my husband. You will never see, even when we're going through our stuff in Columbus, like I stopped making videos because I didn't want to talk bad about anybody on camera. So I'm like, oh, I just want to disappear. Right. I don't talk badly about my husband. I hate men issues. Most Black American women hate men. They hate everybody. Their dad, their granddad. They're really, really hateful. They have a lot of unforgiveness. My culture, I'm West African. And also not even just because English people, I feel like Liberians and Nigerians, like people who are conquered by the British, I think sometimes they can also act like Black Americans in that even South Africans also, they have the British. It's like they can be very, very vindictive and they can hold on to grudges. I am French-speaking West African. Bonjour. Voilà. So Ivorian people, if you ever get to know us, we're very chill. We are a very forgiving people. Okay, so per my culture also, you forgive, you let things go. We have a saying that says, put water in your wine. Let that shit go. Right? If you ever meet any Ivorian people, like when people start to get loud, let that shit go, let it slide. You know, because we don't like fighting. We truly do not like to fight. Grudges and what somebody did yesterday, always bringing up the past. That's a very British type of behavior. Right. So also Black Americans do not inspire me in that direction. I think Black American people are they hold a lot of grudges. It's hard for them to forgive. It's hard for them to let things go. It's hard for them to move on. Always stuck in the past. Like, okay, but at some point you gotta let shit go. They can't let shit go because their identity is defined by their pain. It's like, it's crazy, right? But that's not my culture. If you ever watch my video, Kevin's here. If you ever watch my videos, no matter what I say, I always say humanize people. Try to understand people. Have mercy for people. Try to forgive people. Walk away. That is quintessential Ivorian culture. Like, we don't like beef with people. I even think Nigerians are too rowdy. Now, I have a big sis. She's from Congo. Like, we talk about that. Like, we're like, oh, we French-speaking people. We're very chill. We like nice food. We like to dance. We like nice clothes. We just want to, we're really, really laid back. Nigerians are also like, pop, competition, money. It's really toxic. It's really toxic, right? So I'm like, once again, this is why I say you are not familiar with African people. And you're definitely not even that familiar with West African people. Because then you'll be able to say, like French-speaking Africans, they behave this way. English-speaking Africans, they behave that way. Right? But we're very chill. French, if you ever meet any French-speaking African people, we are chill as fuck. We even speak a very chill language. Bonjour, mademoiselle. We're very chill. We're very chill. Right? Like that brouhaha, holding grudges, lack of forgiveness, always talking about the past. You're mad at this, you're mad at this one, you're mad. I mean, damn. I think most Black Americans, who are you friends with? Like, who are you not beefing with? Like, seriously, you have a hard time making friends, right? You're socially awkward. You don't know how to make friends. And when you get scared, you kill. You get scared, you shoot. Okay, you get scared, you defame, right? But I'm like, that's your culture. But I've been here for 30 years, right? Even my body, I don't have a single tattoo on my body, right? Black American culture, you put ink everywhere. You put they call it a tramp stamp. You put the ink right here, the ink over here, ink on your thighs, ink on your butt. I don't have a single tattoo on my body. Don't have a single piercing on my body. I've never smoked weed. I had my first drink when I was 25. So, like, to me, I will speak for myself. You have not been an inspiration for me. I'll be so for real. Now, I can say that when I was in the math department, right, I did discover like Julian Piercy, right, and he really helped me because I was like, child, life was a little bit real. Right, there you go. Right, life got a bit real. Right. So when I was in college, like, you know, I did discover Percy Julian, and he was a Black American chemist. Right. And he motivated me, like, you know what? Because I was like, oh, this is so hard. This is so difficult. Maybe I should just drop out and stuff like that. And I'm like, Percy Julian, the way God introduced me to him, I could say he gave me the courage to keep pushing on. But him giving me the courage is not you giving me the courage. You are not him. And you don't get to take credit for him. Because even my good old Uncle Piercy also, if he was alive today, he'd be called a coon, be called a sellout, because I'm pretty sure he would have been more conservative. I'm pretty sure he would have been more traditional. I am pretty sure he probably would have voted Republican, right? So I already know you would have had a heap of disrespect for this man. You don't respect. Black America today does not respect high caliber Black American people. You like the ghetto shit, the ratchet shit, the hip hop shit, the twerking shit, the Cardi B shit. You like gutter shit. You like the ghetto. You like the hood. You like all that like nefarious, illicit activity bullshit. Like, you like stuff that's done in the dark. You hate the light. Okay, that's what you chose to be. It's a choice. But Percy Julian, he's not you. Okay, Hetty, he is not you, and you are not him. The mere fact that his parents were sharecroppers, because that always dawned on me. I'm like, how did you know chemistry if both your mama and your daddy couldn't read? Who was helping you with your homework? Right? Undergrad, he went to Harvard. There was no affirmative action. There was none of that. He went to Harvard for his undergrad by himself. Mommy is a sharecropper. Daddy is a sharecropper. Both of his parents could not read. They could not write. But you see, and his dad used to save money like 5 cents. Today people don't care. But like back then, 5 cents, that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. And his dad will save the money so he could buy him books. Because he said, you can't be like us. We don't know how to read. We can't write. You got to do this. And he took it so seriously. Your mom and dad can't read, but somehow you get into Harvard. And this is not the new Harvard that's super easy, where they inflate the grades and make everything so easy so that the Black kids don't fail. No. This is the old school Harvard. And you know you're Black and you show up, they're going to give you all the hard problems because they want you to go home. Right? There you go. But he gets himself into Harvard. When he gets to Boston, he's not even allowed to stay in the residence because he's Black. He had to go live all the way across town. And it's a fucking mess. So when I came across his story, I said to myself, who the fuck am I to complain? So I wiped my tears and I went back to studying. But that's not you. Because you quit. You don't have this culture. You don't have this culture. Right? Most Black American kids don't come close to STEM. You are scared of science. Like, you're really scared. You'll do African American studies. You'll do sociology. You'll do psychology, right? You'll do the liberal arts shit. But when it comes to numbers, you run away. And as we can see, you are afraid of numbers. You are afraid of science. You love to sell crack cocaine, but you don't want to understand the chemistry behind crack cocaine, because if you did, you wouldn't sell it to people, right? You are incredibly afraid of STEM, and that's cool. It's fine. But don't sit here and delude yourself and be like, yeah, I inspired you to do what? I'm not a baby mama. Never have been one, never will be one. I don't chase behind niggas. I didn't have a baby with a nigga. I don't do that dumb shit. You do not inspire me. Now, it's possible that other Africans got inspired by you. I don't know. But it's going to have to be on a case-by-case basis. But as far as I'm concerned, you have not inspired me. I look at you, I shake my head like you crazy. And I hope you get some help. But stop going around spreading these lies. Oh, I inspired you. You inspired me. How? Look at you. Look at me. Look at your life. Look at my life. Look at your choices. Look at my choices. And we can go as far down as kids. Come bring your baby's GPA and bring my baby's GPA. Bring out your child's report card and I'll bring my child's report card. I'm a very humble person because otherwise a lot of people couldn't take it, right? So don't sit here and tell me, oh, you inspire shit. Everything I do in my life is inspired by God. I fear the Lord. Like it's not a fucking joke. I fear God. Like when I say I'm a Christian, it's not hypothetical. I'm not saying because it's a trendy thing. No. I really fear God. I believe that Judgment Day is real. I really do. I believe that curses and blessings are real. Why would curses be real? I believe that God has feelings. And the things we do, you can either make God proud of you or you can grieve the heart of God. So I stay away from anything I believe can grieve the heart of God. I don't want no problem. You don't think about God. You do whatever you want, right? You do whatever you want. And then you think that you inspire somebody. If you had inspired me, I'd be in prison. If you had inspired me, I would have multiple kids by multiple men. If you had inspired me, I never would have become a math major. Are you kidding me? No, you did not inspire me. And you don't inspire me. And that's why when most Black Americans say X, I'll say Y. When they say Y, I'll say X because we are never in agreement. You have chosen darkness. I have chosen the light. Like, be so for real. You inspire who to do what? Right? You to do what? To do what? Now, it's very possible, and I will say this, right? It's very possible that when you see some of these young Nigerian girls who are born here, who wear the lace frontals, who get the BBLs, get the Botox, the girls that look like Sophiology, right? I can see how, let me see if I can show you a picture, right? Because I think this is where there's a disconnect, right? I really believe that, okay? So I can see how if you see a girl like Sophiology, let me show you a picture, right? Let me show you a video. There you go, right? So it's very possible that when you see young, because these girls like Sophie, I'm pretty sure she was born here or so close to that, right? It is very possible. And I think maybe that's where disconnect is, right? When you see these young Nigerian kids, like American Nigerian kids, like first generation who are born here and who do adopt a certain type of Black American culture, it's the Botox, it's the layers of makeup, it's the lashes, it's the fake, it's the long ass, the front lays, it's the fake boobs, it's the BBL. They walk outside naked. I can see how if you see a girl like Sophie, you could be under the impression that, oh, look at these African people, they want to be like us. No, Sophie's Nigerian. Let's get all the way straight. Even the number of Ivorian girls. Let me also show you this, right? Because we gotta be also for real here, okay? Okay. Be so for real. Look, we need to be for real, okay? Because that needs to be a clear distinction. That needs to be properly understood, okay? You see, we Ivorian people, because not to be mean, huh? But we Ivorian people, and I keep saying this, we are not like Nigerian people. Like, yes, sometimes we have a few things in common, but we were colonized by the French. So for like Ivorian people, to us being beautiful, a young, beautiful girl, like you embrace being dark skinned. Today, I have noticed that plenty of Nigerian people like to bleach their skin. Most Ivorian people, because we pretty much are from Ghana, so we're usually like pretty dark skinned. We embrace being dark skinned. Number two, a lot of young Ivorian girls, right, do not do all that BBL weirdo shit. Okay, Nigerians, I will say this to me, Marlene, personally. A lot of young Nigerian kids, be they from America, be they from England, I think they reek of insecurities, okay? Maybe they got to hear the African booty scratcher stuff a little too much and don't fucked up their heads, right? But like also for Ivorian people, even Senegalese people, if you ever meet any like French-speaking African people, we take pride in being skinny because that's the French culture. Like people are really, really thin. People are really thin, like you're thin like a model and things like that, right? We have a certain aesthetic. Nigerian girls, everything is fake. They wear the baby hair. They do the lace frontal. They do this called thing like, what's it called? Legos hairline, whatever it's called, right? All kinds of weird shit, you know? But I can see how if you see someone like Sophie, or you see other Nigerian girls that look like Sophie, you would think that, oh, these Nigerian girls are a representation of all West African girls. No, they are Nigerians. And I will definitely say that Nigerians, to me, it does come off like many of them, they struggle with trying to be like complete, like they're so Americanized. Like Wendy also does the same shit, right? Wendy went and got her nose done. Wendy went and got her boobs done, right? This is what a lot of Nigerian people do, okay? And it's very possible that they do not love themselves, right? But this is an issue that you have to take on with Nigerian women. Okay, they are the ones who are obsessed with the frontals. They don't wear their hair. Yeah, they are very, very insecure. So you need to, that's why I say, when you say Africans, who are you talking about? Because even me, yeah, I kiki with Nigerian people like it's cute and all, but I can tell you like we are very different. Even Ghanaian girls are not even that fake. Nigerian girls today they're becoming like trends, like they look like trannies. Right? And that is their choice. And I can see how you would say, oh, they're trying to be like Black Americans, because Black American women too, they have this aesthetic. But that's an Anglo-Saxon Black thingy aesthetic. This is not a French aesthetic. You will not go to Senegal and see girls carry on like this. You will not go to Mali and see girls carry on like this. You will not go to Burkina Faso and see girls that carry on like this. Like you are not even Cape Verde, anywhere where people speak French, you will not see this aesthetic. Right? Nigerians have migrated to England and America far longer than most African people because they speak English. They speak English. So they didn't have to worry about the barrier, like the language, maybe an accent, but the language was not so much a barrier, right? But I can see, if you see this, what's the other one? The one from, what's her name again? From Good Hair? I don't know. What is her name? What was this girl's name? No. Chioma? Is that it? Yeah, there you go. So like Chioma, Good Hair also, bunch of plastic surgery, like everything on her is fake, like everything is fake. Everything is fake, right? Here she is, right? Everything is fake. Bunch of makeup, bunch of foundation. And I'm like, this is how, you see, look like a whole transsexual. She looks like a drag queen. Right? And this is the aesthetic that Nigerian girls today are adopting. And you got to go pick that up with their asses. I'm not involved in that. I don't look like that. I will never look like that. Even some of the biggest beauty influencers here who are Black, they're mostly Nigerian, they also have opted for the transsexual look, right? But that's them. They are Nigerians. Nigerians were colonized by the British. So if you find that there's some overlap, right? Yeah. If you find that there's some overlap between Black Americans and Nigerians, well, there you have it. You both were oppressed by the same evil British people, right? But they do not have the finesse of French people. I have to say it. Nigerians are very like everything money, big, show off, right? But there's no proper curation. They're not refined because they were not colonized by the French. They were colonized by some goofy ass British people with no teeth, right? I'm not going to own that. I will not own that. And it's very shameful because I even said I was going to make a video about that because when I was growing up, Nigerian girls were not behaving like this. Okay? When I was growing up, we grew up to Genevieve Naji. Okay? We like the kind of Nigerian girls we saw on TV, they had no problem being natural. And one of the biggest girls, sorry y'all, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay? One of the biggest icons in Nigerian entertainment, like Nollywood and stuff like that, was Genevieve. Right? Even Yvonne Nelson. But when I was growing up, watching Nollywood, movies coming out of Nigeria, most of them, even Omotola, they were all like dark skinned pretty much, right? They were proud to be Black. They were proud to be African women. They were proud to look African, like they look like themselves. But to this day, one of the most beautiful women in Nollywood in all of Nigeria is Genevieve Naji. And she kept her complexion. Very discreet. She lives her life. She minds her business, right? This is what we grew up to. Like we saw dark-skinned women in Nigeria, and they were the face of Nollywood. Now today, you fast forward, these new age Nigerian people, the girls, they want to bleach their skin. They want to have BBLs. They want to do Botox because they're insecure. They are insecure. And you're right. Anybody who chooses to have the so-called Black American aesthetic, it is an aesthetic of insecurity. You have to sleep with a wig on. You have to glue something on your forehead every single day. Your lips are fake. Your eyes are fake. Everything on you fake, 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 fake. Because what Black Americans find beautiful is fake. Everything prosthetic. You know, it's the same thing. Like here, you used to have all the pretty girls that used to sing R&B, like Aaliyah, Monica, Brandy, 702, you name it. Everybody used to be natural. Everything was well put together. Today, we have a super, super fake aesthetic. And this is the kind of aesthetic that Nigerian girls are also copying. But if they have low self-esteem, you got to go talk to them. But we don't identify with this bullshit. People love Miss Ivory Coast because she is natural. I mean, she has the weave and stuff, right? But I'm like, what's her name again? Like, she's supernatural. But this is what people love in Nigeria. Fake hair. I'm like, she looks like she's going on RuPaul's Drag Race. But let her tell her she thinks she's beautiful. Like, she really thinks she eats. And then they're in her comment section gassing her up. I don't even know what the fuck she looks like. But everything on her is fake. Her teeth are fake. Her nose is fake. Her hair is fake. Her boobs are fake. Her ass is fake. But today, this is how Nigerian girls want to be represented. Everything fake, everything plastic. Yeah, they all look like Portia. Okay? But I'm like, I didn't grow up to that. Nadia Buhari, like, we did not grow up like Yvonne, like Yvonne. Like, this is weird. This is really weird, right? But this is where it's going. This is where it's going, right? Because they see what they see here in Black America and they want to copy. But that's because they're Nigerian. They speak English. That's what they do, okay? You go to people, like you go to French-speaking people, you will not see this behavior because we don't act like this. What is her name again? Sachida. Which one? Voilà. You see? This is us. Like ebony complexion, dark skin. Like this is what we like to see in the Ivory Coast. We want you to be dark skinned. We want you to be skinny, like you super tall, like Naomi Campbell, right? Like this is what we want. Like a French aesthetic is a very, very different than a British aesthetic, right? A Black Francophone aesthetic is very different than an Anglo-Saxon Black aesthetic. We don't have the same aesthetic, right? Like even here, like girls, they like to train their quads and they want to have these massive quads and these massive butts, right? This is a very Black American thing. Everything is thick, like big ass, big quads. Like it's a lot. But that's what people hear. That's what they like. Exactly. It's the same thing in Senegal. Everybody in Senegal is skinny. Like the girls are super lean. Like we go more for the lean aesthetic. Nigerians, they identify more with the Black American aesthetic, and that's okay. But I'm like, when you sit here, you say, oh, these Africans want to look like us. No, Nigerians want to look like you, right? And also, I will even say a lot of South Africans also want to look like you because they were also colonized by the British. So maybe that's why they feel like there's something familiar in what you do and they want to replicate what you do, right? Yeah, but I'm like, it's like if you saw Miss Ivory Coast, people were obsessed with her. They wanted her to win. Right? But she's very thin. She's super, super thin. Right? Like we are truly proud. And this is why, and like even for us also, like destroying our Black skin, like destroying the dark skin, right? Because we are an Ashanti people. We are from Ghana. The vast majority of Ivorian people are coming from Ghana. And part of being Ghanaian is having dark skin. So why would we ever bleach our skin? We don't bleach our skin, right? But now, if you go to Nigeria, you go to South Africa, you go where the British have been, I think those people there, they do struggle with loving themselves, okay? But don't put that on us, though. Do not put that on us because we are not the same. And that's why I also said, this is how I know that you don't really interact with African people. If you put an Ivorian next to a Nigerian, you'll see our behaviors are different. Our mannerisms are different. Our mentalities are different. If you ever, not to be offensive, because I do have little sister Nigerian, but I'm like, we are very chill. Nigerians can be quite aggressive. They can be very aggressive. And everything is a competition and everything is like, it's just their mindset. They were colonized by the British. That's why they act the way that they do. It was Nigerians who brought scamming to the Ivory Coast. Nigerians and Liberians were the ones who brought scamming to the Ivory Coast. Most Ivorians even know how to scam. Nigerians brought that culture to the Ivory Coast. Now all the kids want to be scamming. They go on the computer and they scam people. We never had that culture because Ivorian people, we don't steal. It is not our culture. It's not our culture to be obsessed with money. Nigerian people have an obsession with money. We are not the same. We don't have the same culture. So when you say Africa, 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 it's fucking annoying because we're not the same. Like, you're not going to catch my ass behaving like a Nigerian American for the most part because I don't like how they behave also. They are fucking insane. I think they're also mentally ill. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? I don't want to behave like that. Most Nigerians, they come here or they're raised here and they lose their minds. They really lose their minds. And they behave in ways that are extremely, like, it's extremely deplorable. You should already know. How many beefs have you seen me get into it with a Nigerian, right? Like, listen, they're fucking crazy. Because in my mind, you don't behave like that. But hey, they were colonized by the British, so they do that shiesty shit. And that's on them. But don't put that on Ivorian people, Burkina Faso people, Mali people, Guinea people, Senegal people. We do not behave like that. We don't behave like that. And also, a huge part of French-speaking West Africa is Muslim. So they're not even going to do all this weird shit. Okay, you have an issue with Nigerians trying to look like you, dress like you, do the baby hairs like you, do the BBL and twerk everywhere like you. These are Nigerian people. Go address the Nigerians. And I think that's what it usually is, right? Because both of y'all speak English. So like when you start sparring, it has to be a Nigerian or it has to be Liberian people or Ghanaian. Because I'm like, you don't even speak French. So where did you even meet Ivorian people or French-speaking people to have any beef with any French-speaking African person? Like, be so for real. Yeah. But I'm like, we're very different. We are truly different. We are different. We were colonized by different people. And we have different ethnicities. We have different mindsets. We have like, even me, like, my time, the time that I have spent getting to know a lot of Nigerian people, I'm like, yeah, Igbo people are not really my favorite because they're too hype. They get mad too quickly. Their blood, it gets too hot too quickly. I ain't got time for that shit. You need to calm the fuck down. But even I, Marlene, as an Ivorian person, as a French-speaking person, I believe that Nigerians are just too hype. That like, calm the fuck down. Just chill for a second, right? Like, just calm down. Like, please calm down. And that's why I say it's really important to say, even like you see, they went to South Africa and they don't get along with South Africans because they don't know how to stay in their place. So like, it's a problem, okay? But I'm like, you have to know who you're talking about and you have to know who has offended you. But I can understand how there is a faction of African girls. If you didn't know better, you would think they were like Black Americans and things like that. But these are usually Nigerian girls. Like, it's girls like Sophie in them, right? It's girls like Sophie. Sophie, this is how she dressed. And this is how she carries on. But I'm like, there's not a, you see, here, you see? Here they are. Everything fake. They look like clowns, right? But this is what they love. Because why? If you're African, you already have big lips. Why are you getting Botox? Look at these lips. Teeth are fake, lips are fake, lashes are fake, pounds of makeup, but in their head, they're beautiful. And that's the mindset. I'm an African, and also it's really hot. West Africa is hot. It's really hot. Walking around like this with these wigs like this every single day. I don't even know how the hair don't smell, but what do I care? Right? But I know I will not be caught dead wearing a front lace wig in the dead of summer in fucking Nigeria. It is too fucking hot. But they don't like their natural hair, right? They do not like their natural hair. And I think some of the most pretentious West African people are Nigerians. Like, they have all this money, they have all this affluence when their grandparents are living in villages with no running water, right? Yeah, they look like men. They find that to be pretty. They do not like themselves. We are looking at a new generation of Nigerian girls who do not like themselves. They don't want to be identified as African. They do everything in their power to look like trannies. That is not my fault. And that is not something that I am going to internalize. I'm not doing that. Like, yeah. Yeah, because they're not familiar with African people, right? But if you ever see Ethiopian girls do not have a Black American aesthetic because they have so much hair. Like, they're light skinned, they have straight noses, small lips, so like shit, they fine. But you will never see a girl from Ethiopia, you'll never see a girl from Eritrea put on the wigs, you're not gonna see that. It's a particular people from Africa who likes to look like Black Americans, and they're usually Nigerian and South African. You got to get things right. You have to get things right. Right? My mom doesn't look like this. My mom doesn't, like, we don't do stuff like that. This is what Nigerians do. They're very insecure. But hey, maybe they've heard the booty scratcher thing a little too much. What do I know? But I don't look like that. Yeah, it's like, it's not pretty. Yeah, in Kenya also, if you ever read about Kenya, Kenyan girls, that's East Africa, even though they love to marry a white man, most Kenyan girls don't wear wigs. And people talk about that. How when they go to Kenya, the girls do not wear wigs. They just wear their natural hair because it's hot. It is really hot. Like, it's really, really, it's like, it's super hot, you guys. What do you look like wearing a wig like this? It's uncomfortable. It is truly uncomfortable. So I'm like, okay. Yeah, they don't know. And I'm like, you have to say, which African was it? Right? But I feel like the sparring between Black Americans and Africans, it's usually Nigerians and like Liberians and maybe Ghanaians. But I'm like, the rest of like the French speaking people, they're not involved in that. We are not involved in that. They don't speak English like that. So they stay to themselves, right? And maybe some people from Cameroon, like the English speaking part of Cameroon, maybe, right? But I have a strong feeling that your real beef is with Nigerian people. So I'm like, then you have to say it, right? We feel as though Nigerians think this, and that. Cool. Go at it. Okay. But when you say all Africans, I'm like, what the heck? What are we even talking about? Yeah. And that's good. And I pray they don't look like that. But I'm like, most of them, this is what they look like. This is the new look now. This is what most Nigerian girls, I don't want to say like, but like, think of most beauty influencers who are Nigerians. Like, what do they look like? A person who shall not be named. She looks like that too. Right? So you can see how if you are like the top Black beauty influencer and you happen to also be Nigerian and everything on you is fake, right? Even the one in the UK also who just left her husband, right? Fake. There you go, right? But most Nigerian girls today they don't have an issue with plastic surgery. They don't have an issue with going to Turkey and getting their nose to look like this. Like, you know what I'm saying? They don't have an issue with skin bleaching. They don't have an issue with wearing all kinds of blonde wigs. The obsession that so many Nigerian girls have with these blonde wigs, it is disturbing, right? So you have to understand why Black Americans can feel like, oh, you're trying to look like us. But in reality, it's you. It's Nigerian people who are doing that. It's not Ivorian people who are doing that. Right? So it's like, so I'm like, listen, right? But I'm like, you got to know you got to know who you're talking to. Because when you come out and you have a message and you say, oh, all Africans, I'm like, what did I do? How did I get involved in this? Right? And I know that most Black Americans don't know a lot of Ivorian people. We're not that many. Like, it's like what? Like now we're at 20 million. Nigeria has 204 million people just in the country alone. Okay? If you travel outside of Nigeria, 1 out of every 4 Black person is Nigerian. So if you had any issue with an African, most likely it's a Nigerian person. So you should be specific, right? And also, the majority of Ivorian people, we speak French. So like, where are we even going to meet to argue like this? Like, this is really weird. This is weird. And French people, we don't get involved in foolishness. You see, Trump, he called Macron to go fight in Iran. Macron said, no, pas du tout. Like, we're not fighting. This is ridiculous. We don't like to fight. We like to drink wine, eat cheese, and mind our business and do an espresso. We don't like to work. Like, please stop. This is weird. Okay? So it's like, yeah, it's really, really weird. Yeah. There's even a young girl who died. There's this Nigerian girl who just died because she went back for another BBL, and people said the video was out there. She was wide open, like her flesh, everything. They killed her because she wanted her bigger ass in Nigeria. I'm like, you're not South African. Like, why do y'all want to be in Nigeria? Now they want, like, see, so they want the aesthetic of Black America over here, and then you want to have the body, the dimension of South African people. But these South African girls, they're built like this. They have a very tiny waist and a huge behind, but it's genetics. Why are you risking your life for this? Okay? Like, I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. You see? Oh, so Michi saying, okay, she said, oh, African call us Akata. That's Yoruba. It's only speaking in Nigerian. Exactly. And that's what I'm like, what is going on here? They're like, oh, but you guys call us Akata. I'm like, what is this? One time a guy came here and he had this word. I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, what is this? I've never heard of it. These are always from South Africa. I'm like, I'm not from South Africa. I don't know what this word is. Like, even, I'll tell you this, like, even in like Ivorian French or any Francophone French, like, there is no slang for Black American. You just say, Américainois. Like, it's a proper translation. There is no slang. Like, I'm like, this, even the N-word. If you ever hear an African person say nigga, ninjas, it's usually a Nigerian or a South African. You're not going to hear an Ivorian say nigga, because the N-word is also in French. It's neg. It's also offensive. We don't use racial slurs to greet people. We don't do shit like that. Okay? So I'm like, you need to be very specific. So if your beef is with Nigerian people, then you got to say their name and go talk to them. I'm like, yeah. But I'm not involved in that. I am not involved in that. There is no word and there's no slang or whatever in Ivorian French for Black American people. C'est Américainois. C'est tout. That's it. That's that. Right? But I'm like, what is going on? Seriously and honestly, like, what is going on? But I'm not involved in that. I am not involved in that foolishness. Okay? That's it. They even have a thing called the Lagos hairline. Okay? I'm not involved in that. Because I'm like, you people are going to go bald. There you go. This is a signature look. And it's called the Lagos hairline. Right? So I'm not, I get it. But I'm like, these are not all African people. This is a look in Nigeria. So I guess they do it all in Lagos or whatever. And it looks like this. So it's called the Lagos hairline. And they all do it, which is fine. Right? But I'm just saying, like, make sure you talk about the right person. Make sure you talk about the right people. Right? Don't just lump everybody together. I really think that's really, really crazy. Don't just lump everybody together. Right? But I'm like, it's a lot. It is a lot. And I'm like, and the more because I keep hearing, oh, y'all want to be like us. You want to dress like us. You want to act like, I'm like, who are they talking about? And then it clicked. I'm like, oh, I can see why they say that, because a lot of Nigerians don't have their own Nigerian style. They don't dress like something from Nigeria that you love to wear. It's like they don't have their own identity. Well, it's not that they look mixed, but they look more like Black Americans. It's like there's not a thing that they wear that says, oh, like, look at me, I'm proud of being a Nigerian. Like, it's like they do have a more Black Americanized aesthetic, right? And I'm like, I can see it now. But before, I didn't get it. I'm like, who are you talking about? Oh, you want to look like us? I'm like, who are these people that want to look like you? Right? Because French culture, I'm going to tell you this, right? French culture looks, I don't want to say it looks down, but French people are not like impressed with American culture, because it's a culture of excess. It's not a culture of refinement. They just buy stuff because they have money. But it's like, you don't curate stuff, right? Like, French culture is very, very, very picky. Very, very picky. Like, last night I was having a conversation with Deep Seek about perfumes, because to me, I said, like, Kayali, I don't think Kayali is selling perfume. Right? To me, I think Kayali is selling nectars. Everything is sweet. Everything is gourmand. Gourmand. They discovered that one French word, and now they want to shut the fuck up. Okay? Gourmand. 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 This is a gourmand. This is a gourmand. Right? Trying to fake their sophistication, right? But I'm like, shut up. Okay? Like, the perfume industry is a big deal in France. Every perfume cannot be a gourmand. 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 Like, where are the spices? Right. So I said to Deep Seek, to me, Kayali is not a perfume brand. This lady is selling nectars. These are sweet nectars. Perfume is, and also with the Kayali, you have to layer. Why do I have to layer? Why can the perfume just be complete? Why is it not just, it should be a complete body of work. Why do I have to layer this and layer that, right? American culture is a culture of overconsumption. And this is something that French people do not like. And that's why luxury is even luxury to us. It's not the price. Luxury is luxury because it comes in a small bite, you enjoy it, and then it's gone. Then you have to wait. Exactly. And thank God we do not. Thank God we don't. I thank God we do not. Right? Because like when you have French culture in you, you appreciate things being refined. Like there has to be a curation. There has to be purpose, right? Everything can be indulge, gross consumption, overconsumption, right? And that's the part of French culture that people don't like about American culture. It's excessive. It really is excessive. Why do you have to layer 4, 5, 6, 8 perfume? So that means she didn't do a good job, right? And I told Deep Seek, like, you know, we have a big house. You don't know if you know the house, but écoute, voilà quoi. Okay, but you know, like growing up for us, like, you know, like Guerlain, you know, Guerlain is it's a huge house in France, and they're huge for making perfume, right? And they charge $145, but Guerlain they have the heritage, they have the legacy, they have people that have le nez pour les parfums. Like it's a real craft. It's a real craft. C'est la sophistication. And when you buy a perfume from Guerlain, you don't have to layer with anything. That's it. It is complete. It is complete. And I told Deep Seek, American people have done to perfume what American people also did to coffee. You see, you go to Italy, you go to Milan, you go to Venice, you go to Italy, you have a little cup of coffee, you're satisfied. Because the blacker the coffee, the better. You actually have to enjoy the coffee. You have to taste the grains. You have to taste where it came from. You know, no. American people, 5 pumps of caramel, 3 pumps of vanilla, pumps of skim milk, wumpty wump wump, and then whipped cream. By the time you're done, this is no longer coffee. It's ice cream. Right? It is absolutely ice cream. And this is the problem with introducing anything to American people, is that they're going to bastardize your shit. Because all they care about is stuff being sweet. Like everything is not meant to be sweet. You have to actually enjoy the drink. And I'm like, and when I think about Kayali, for example, right? Kayali reminds me of like what Starbucks is to coffee. Yeah, because of their economy, right? Because people are coming for the money. But what happens? People come here for the money and they become disillusioned. Then they want to slow down. They want to take it slower, right? Because you actually have to enjoy life. Life is not meant for you to work like a fucking animal. But people in America, they have access to money and credit cards, but they're not any happier. Their food is not even good, right? You go to even a local French restaurant, the food is so well made because everything is intentional. Right? People are not raised just eating this nasty fast food. Even when you go to France, like McDonald's is France, is actually cuisine. They don't have the same menu because French people were not going to allow this garbage in their country. Even the KFC in France, it tastes different because it's actually real chicken and it's properly seasoned. Right? So like that's the thing. American people lie to themselves because they have money. But what is the quality of your life? That's why most people here, they're obese, divorced by themselves, and they're dying in debt. Now they're begging the government for assistance because they can't do it, right? But you go to France, everybody loves going to France. Everybody does, right? Why? Because everything is intentional. Everything is made with intention. And people stay in their lane. You're not going to try to be a chef one day and go be a couturier the next day. Oh, hold up, attends, okay? Calme-toi, like calme-toi. Tu vois un peu? But this is it. And that's why in French culture, we say the savoir-faire. You know what I mean? Like you take your time and you learn how to make things, right? But when I was growing up, a perfume was it. It was done. It was done. I remember even like when Dior dropped Fahrenheit. Oh my gosh. This one was iconic. When Dior dropped Fahrenheit, oh my gosh. This perfume was iconic. Any perfume that you buy from Cartier, you don't have to layer with nothing. Okay? You don't have to layer any perfume from Cartier with anything. Il n'y a pas de layering dans le parfum. Tu vois? But all of that too is American consumerism. It's American consumerism. More. But I'm like, Kayali is not a perfume. These are nectars. She is selling overpriced nectars to people. I think the problem is, I don't know. I think sometimes you guys you conflate issues here. You can break away from a people because you don't like the structure of government, but you love their way of life. It's like telling me, oh, but why did Nelson Mandela protest England when he enjoyed tea and milk and their cookies, right? There you go. Right? You can like the way of life and not like a system of government. When you talk about Traoré, you're talking about Charles de Gaulle and Traoré, which is very different. right? That is a president to president. That's a system of government. You can have an issue with l'Élysée, and you can also like the French way of life. Why is that so difficult to understand? I don't get it. People here struggle with basic concepts, huh? It's really weird. Okay, right? Oh my Lord. What does that have to do with the way of life? I'm so confused, right? American people perform so well. Then why are you so suicidal? Right? American people perform so well. Why are you people living paycheck to paycheck? American people perform so well. Why do you have a hard time getting married and staying married? Right? There you go. So performance is subjective. We can say, hey, make more money. There you go. There are plenty of countries who make more money. What is the quality of life? Right? Even the birth rate. America's birth rate is declining, right? There you go. Japan's birth rate is declining. There you go. Korea's birth rate is declining, right? Stop conflating issues. I think the problem with y'all, you're not properly educated in things, but you want to show off like you know something. So you just throw shit at the wall and see what sticks like spaghetti, right? You don't know these things. You probably read a few lines and you think you understand it. You do not. Stop. Please stop, right? Stop. There you go. People measure, there are hard metrics like GDP and this and that. You have hard metrics, but you also have soft metrics, right? So that's it. You can say, come to America, you'll make lots of money, or you'll make more money than in most countries, right? But then what is the cost of life? What is the quality of life, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This and that. You sound butthurt. Doesn't matter, right? But Nigerians also brought scams throughout most of Africa, right? They in the South Africa selling drugs left and right, right? There you go. So we can keep going back and forth. You're not going to distract me. If your butt hurt, go take a nap. There you go. Go to sleep. You don't have to be here, right? There you go. Black Americans, they come here. Listen, it gets real, but eventually when I'm right, they stay quiet and they agree and we move on. So if you can't take it, go to sleep. You ain't got to be here, sis. Okay? Go to sleep, right? But it's true. A lot of Nigerians have brought bad culture throughout the world. It's not a lie. Even here in America, when we first moved here in 1996, you could deposit money and the money was available the same day. Nigerians fucked that up. Right? People used to have all kinds of credit cards. Nigerians fucked that up too. Nigerian people also have a culture of scamming. Okay? And that's the real thing. Now, does that mean that all Nigerians scam? No. But enough of them have done enough harm with their foolishness that now a lot of things have changed because Nigerian people are always scamming people. Right? In South Africa, it's not okay for the xenophobia in South Africa, but a lot of times too, many Nigerians are over there doing scam, selling drugs, and people are dying. They're dying. So it's like, I don't really like the way South Africans are responding to it, but at the same time also, from one African people to another African people, why would you go to someone's country and sell drugs? That's for you to say, well, that's subjective, right? Right? But do you know how it affects those countries now? When you are on a list with Western Union, right? You want to pick and choose what benefits you. It's not for you to say. But when you have a reputation for scamming and things like that, that is not good. That is not good. When Nigerians moved to Africa, like when they started moving to the Ivory Coast, there was a spike in internet scam and fraud. And these are really bad crimes. They're bad financial crimes. And they affect the Ivory Coast's ability to get money, have Western Union, have MoneyGram and things like that. So you don't know. You can't say shit like that. You cannot say shit like that. So yes, if you happen to be Nigerian and your feelings are hurt, maybe, I don't know, go buy your front lace or go to sleep, right? Girl, like I said, Brianna, I repeat what I said. Nigerians are known for scamming. Nigerians are known for having low self-esteem. Nigerians are known for bleaching their skin. Nigerians are known for these weird-ass front lace, the Lagos hairline, all that weird shit. Nigerians are known for being obsessed with money. Nigerians are known for being toxically competitive, right? Make a bunch of money just to go plan a wedding, and then after that, they broke, right? There you go. If you can't take it, go to sleep, right? You don't have to be here, right? If you cannot take it, Brianna, go to sleep. That's it. So cry you big tears, right? But where Nigerians go, there is a culture of scam that follows. There you go. That, like, you need to stop. There you go. They sit over here. They do all these crazy weddings with 20 outfit changes when they don't have money. The whole wedding is on credit, right? Nobody's going on a tangent. We're going to talk about everybody. Voila. We're going to talk about everybody. Everybody can be talked about. That's it. So if you came here to hear a pile down on Black Americans, that's not what you're going to get. Anybody can be talked about, including Ivorian people too, including my own parents. Anybody can be talked about. Okay? Anybody can be talked about. That's it. If you can't take it, you ain't got to be here. You can go. That's it. Right? But that's it. Where Nigerians go, there is a culture of scam. And that's why today the passport is pretty much worthless. And that's why today most Nigerians cannot get a visa. Because people assume that they're coming there to do bad things. Nobody is insecure. No one is insecure. You're insecure. Because you keep punching in the air, right? And you're trying to fight the obvious. We all know this. We all know this. Right? There you go. There you go. Exactly. Exactly. Nobody sit over here. There you go. Nobody's insecure. Do you see me bleach my skin? No. Do you see me go to Turkey and do the whole Pinocchio nose? No. Like, are you kidding me? Do you see me with these weird lace wigs, all that weird shit? No. Okay? There you go. So if your butt hurt, Brianna, you can go to sleep. Okay? Because I said what I said. There's a culture of scamming that follows Nigerians wherever they go. Okay? Exactly. There is a culture of scamming that follows Nigerians wherever they go. Okay? Oh, it means plenty. If you are willing to burn away your melanin, it makes a big difference, because that's what makes you Black. That's what makes you African. When you're willing to go to Turkey, you want to go to Istanbul with these how they call? Oh my gosh, what's the name of the Turkey people before? These you go to Istanbul. You go to Istanbul to turn your nose into Pinocchio like this. You are insecure. Okay, you are greatly insecure. Okay, if you walk around in 90-degree weather, 100-degree weather in the heat of Nigeria with 5 bundles of wigs, with a frontal and then 5 bundles in the back, you are insecure. Okay, if you walk around doing a bunch of BBLs, they all do it. All of it. There's not a single, show me one single Nigerian beauty influencer on this thing called YouTube that has not done her body, her nose, her lips, her face, her cheeks, you name it. They all have fake body parts. There you go. And maybe that's why Black Americans are upset. Like, you talk a whole lot of shit, right? But your country, do you even have running water? I get that part too. There you go. There you go. I get it. Because I think it's y'all. Okay? It doesn't matter. Most diversers can be dark skin. That's not a problem. And I pray for my diversing sisters. Okay? All right? Yeah. So I'm like, no, Thames, she kept her complexion. Thames kept her complexion. She did. Good for her. Okay? But I'm like, but even in Nigeria, I don't even think they support Thames like that. Okay? Even Aria, they went and made Aria start gaining weight because she was too skinny for them. Okay? But I'm like, it is a reality. It's a real thing. And one thing you have to do in this life, you got to have self-awareness. That's fine. But all diversers are not Ivorian, right? Patricia Bright, she's Nigerian. I'm just saying, okay? She wanted to marry a white man, okay? What's her name? What's her name again? I don't know. Give me another divester. Most divestors are dark-skinned English-speaking. Show me one divester that is dark-skinned Ivorian. I'll wait, right? Once again, this needs to belong with white people. Even the people from Kenya, the dark-skinned girls from Kenya. Kenya was also a British colony. So I think we can kind of say, I don't even care to prove nothing, B, right? I don't care. My point is, you notice that the Black people who were colonized by English-speaking people have the most self-hate, right? There you go. So I'm like, that's it, right? There you go. There is a problem. You notice that the Black people who were colonized by Anglo-Saxons are the people who struggle with forgiveness, community, not being obsessed with money and things like that, right? It's a real thing, right? And like, you're triggered because you're Nigerian. I don't know why you went and gave yourself a fake name, Brianna Williams. What's your real name? Type your real name and stand on your feelings, right? Well, he can be that. I think he's a clown. But you see also Frank, I think Frank is from Togo, right? He's either from Togo or he's from Benin. But Togo and Benin, they don't do well. So like my dad always says, if you have a Togolese in your class, you ain't got shit to worry about. Okay? But hey, he's insane. Me, I don't listen to him. He doesn't impress me. You obviously listen to him. So that's you. I don't listen to Frank. I don't listen to him. Because I don't like people who just point problems, point. What solution do you have? It's very easy to point to the problem. What solution do you have? Do you have any solution? Right? Exactly. So I'm like, yeah. So I'm like, so if you saw the title, yeah, of course. Yeah, of course you're Nigerian. Like, get out of here with that. Look at the title. The title says FBA versus African people. And you came in here and the whole time you're harping on the things I said about Nigerian people versus FBA people. You're obviously Nigerian. So I'm like, just come outside with your real name. Yeah, he's from Benin. Benin, they don't do that well. It's not a country that does really well. So I can see why he's jaded. If he came from the Ivory Coast, he wouldn't say that. If he came from Burkina Faso, he wouldn't talk like that. If he came from Mali, he wouldn't talk like that. And that's why their countries are so small, like a little strip of land. It's like a tarmac for a plane, right? Because they know how to fight. Their countries are so tiny. Okay? Let me show you. They have really, really tiny countries. You see? It's like enough land for a plane to land on, right? So I'd be mad too. I'd be really mad because they're not fighters. Okay? They're not known for fighting. They're known for quitting. Okay? But I'm like, yeah. They're like, look at their country. It's so small. It's like a little strip of land. Like, this is just enough land. This is just enough land for a tarmac. Okay? But once again, you're not familiar with French-speaking people. Because him being from Benin, if it was Benin or Togo, it wouldn't even be surprising. Exactly. And be done with it. Benin should be part of Yoruba land and we just move the hell on. Yeah, it's like the key. It's really small. Because when the French divided everything, they know how to fight for themselves. They know how to fight. So that's all they got. Because I'm like, duh. But my dad always said, if you have someone from Togo or Benin in the class, my daughter, you ain't got nothing to worry about. And we ain't worried. Okay? It doesn't matter if they don't do well. It doesn't matter if they don't do well. Nigeria does so well, but the money doesn't go down to the people. Right? Nigeria does so well. And people are struggling. People have to flee. Like, people have to, like, go and immigrate like that. Right? So it doesn't matter how much you make if you can't make the life of your people any better. There you go. Nobody is going off on a tangent. You brought Frank up with your slow ass. You're the slow ass. You brought Frank. So I'm telling you, he's from Benin or Togo. So how's that a tangent? Just throwing words out there to sound sophisticated. You're so illiterate, right? You brought Frank. Frank is from where? He's from Benin. So if you brought him up and we talk about where he's from, how is that a tangent? You're so stupid, right? As if you ever took geometry with your dumb ass. Okay, geometry, pretty much no. Just know how to pluck your lace. Just pluck your lace, right? Pluck your lace. Baby girl, go sit down somewhere. Okay. Yeah, there is Benin. There's Benin. Like, they have Benin in Nigeria. There's Benin, the country. It's two separate places. Okay. And that's fine. They can be more successful and they can be more this, but they have a horrible reputation. That's it. Right? In the process of being so successful, they gave themselves a bad reputation. Do you get that? So it's better to not even be that successful and have a great reputation, right? Have you ever heard any slander about Ivorian people? No. Have you ever, even Black Americans? Have you ever heard Black Americans complain about Ivorian people? No. There you go. You see? So sometimes it's better to not be known so that you can at least have a great reputation. Do Nigerians have a great reputation? Exactly. And it's better that way. It's better to not be known for anything than to be known for scams. Do you not get that? Right? When people say Nigerian, the first thing that comes to mind is scamming. It's not doctor. It's scam. Do you get that? Do you not get that? Do you not have self-awareness? Right? When anybody says Nigeria, everybody holds on to their purse like, not my credit card. Not today, Satan. Okay? There you go. Because the reputation of Nigerians is that of a scammer. There you go. You understand me, right? Nobody's going to leave their purse, their bag, their credit card, shit, even their phone next to a Nigerian. Okay? There you go. Because you have the reputation of scammers. Even in Iceland, your name is messed up. Right? You go to Greenland, you have bad reputation. There's not a single place on this earth where Nigerians have good reputation. You don't have a good reputation. Right? And you brag a lot when you don't have a good reputation. Even here in America, who do we have? Wendy Osenfo, right? And even Wendy had to go be a stereotype, right? Scamming. There you go, right? Even at a PhD level. Oh, I got 4 PhDs. I got all the PhDs, and she just ended up being a Nigerian stereotype. And who is she married to? Another Nigerian. There you go. And they both scamming. Wearing designer stuff they can't afford, returning stuff, and then wearing the stuff, right? So I'm like, it's better not to be known. Because at least the first time when somebody meets an Ivorian, they're more likely to give them a chance. I never heard about the Ivory Coast. And was soccer, DJ Drogba. Oh yeah, soccer, right? Nobody's a big hater. You are known for scamming. Like what the heck? Do you know that even Western Union no longer sends money to Nigeria? Do you know that PayPal has stopped at sending money? Nobody has hurt me. No one hurts me. These are the realities. Right? I think the problem with a lot of you Nigerian people is that you come to America, a country that's already pretty well organized, and because you succeed in a place that's already organized, you can't stop sniffing your shit, which is why I get where Black Americans are coming from. Who's lying? What? PayPal does not send money to Nigeria. Western Union, they don't send money to Nigeria. MoneyGram, they no longer send money to Nigeria. Are you kidding me? People are afraid of Nigeria because people see Nigeria as a country of fraud. Like how am I lying? What are you talking about? That people send money to Nigeria? Because everybody's, that you really, exactly, you have ruined the reputation. Oh my Lord. Hey, Jesus. You are really crazy. What's your fake name? I guess they changed it now. But at one point, they had stopped doing it. Ooh, I typed it wrong. Okay. So they said Western Union has not stopped sending money to Nigeria. You might be thinking of recent major changes on how the money is received rather than a total change payout. Okay. Mandatory Naira payouts. As of May 1st, 2026, the Central Bank of Nigeria mandates that all international remittances through operators like Western Union be paid out exclusively in Naira. The end of foreign currency payout, settlement accounts. Western Union and other operators are now required to route all transactions through designated Naira settlement accounts at Nigerian banks to improve transparency. Yeah, but I'm like, there was a huge problem, right? There was a huge problem with Western Union and the money being sent to. I sure did do my research, but there was a huge problem with Western Union and sending money to Nigeria because a lot of it was just fraud. It was just fraud. Like, are we really going to sit here and argue that Nigerians are known for scammers? Like, girl, you must be taking fentanyl. Like, you must be taking fentanyl. Okay? You must be taking fentanyl. A lot of countries do not want Nigerians in their countries. A lot of countries are kicking Nigerians out of their country because those Nigerian people go there and they have bad culture. They love to scam and they love to sell drugs. Like, what are we doing? Fumi's here. Where's Fumi, right? Fumi's here. Fumi's South African, right? And that's two of the major issues with Black people in South Africa with Nigerian people is that they love criminal shit. They love to sell drugs and they love to scam and they love to do love scam. They lie to these girls, the South African girls, and they steal their money, right? But I'm like, Nigerians have a culture that they don't have good reputation. Don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. But to sit here, yeah, it's fine. Scammers are obviously everywhere. But Nigerians, nobody said that Nigerian people are the only scammers with your butthurt self, right? You're so butthurt, you can't even listen straight. Whoever said that Nigerians are the only scammer? Like, girl, please. Everybody can scam. We are talking. Yes, I am. I am because that's how the world works. And the reputation for most of Nigerians is that they are scammers. That's it. That's that. Like, people know this. Like, well, Nigerian scammer, right? Hush puppy, all that kind of shit, right? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, is that I will repeat myself. Nigerians have a reputation for being scammers. I repeat, Nigerians have a reputation for being scammers. I'm going to say it again. Nigerians have a reputation for being scammers. There you go. Now, does that mean that all Nigerian people scam? Of course not. And because you don't scam, okay? Most of my people don't scam. Are you kidding me? They do not scam. But unfortunately for them, they have to pay the tax as if they actually scam, but they don't. They do not. Like one time, I remember one time, Dolapo and Dane went to China. And at that time, she had not done her U.S. passport. So she went to China with her Chinese passport. Like the way they treated her, it was so dehumanizing. She had to stand on the side. They had to check her passport multiple times. But Dane went through because he had his passport. He had his American passport. She was so traumatized when she came back from China. She went and filed her paperwork to get her passport. And like, oh my gosh. I'm like, yeah, because this is how people see the Nigerian people. They had to call the hotel, do all of this just to make sure she was not there for evil, even though she was married to Dane. But they didn't care because she came there with a Nigerian passport. And I'm like, that's the thing. These people have done so much bad stuff that people who don't do foolishness, and fortunately for them, they have to pay a tax. But it's like crime. Do all Black Americans kill people? No. And we know this. Like, duh. Right? Okay. So I'm like, yeah, everybody needs to have self-awareness. I think you struggle with that. Exactly. They scam people. A lot of Nigerians, they scam people. And they do drugs. They do a lot of drug dealing. Right? That it's a real thing. So I'm like, that needs to be corrected. And I even feel like in Nigeria, the government does not deal harshly with scammers. They should put them down. But you got to have self-awareness. You got to have self-awareness. You can't just sit here and say, oh, Black American this, Black American that. Everybody has flaws. Everybody got flaws. But when it comes down to you and your people and their flaws, take your L and sit down peacefully. We can move on with the live. That's all we're saying. Yeah, that's it. But this live is not a pile down on Black American people. We're having a conversation because we all need to get to the bottom of this, but everybody can do better. But I can see why. I understand too, because I got self-awareness. I understand why sometimes a lot of Black Americans are short-tempered with Nigerians. Right? Because it's not that, I personally don't think that they have an issue with like, oh, people being doctors and lawyers and doing good and things like that. I think the issue is that people come here, they do well, and then they feel as though you look down on people. But I'm like, and to me, I say it's very easy to come to a country that's already organized, everything works, the school works, the thing works, you know what I'm saying, and to be successful. Right? But you're not successful because you're special. You are successful because the stuff over here, it actually works. The stuff, it works. But you're not special. And most Nigerians also, they don't have a plan of going back to Nigeria and making Nigeria better. They want to sit here and live as if America is their country. No, it's not your country. And that's the part I also do agree with Black Americans, that they need to remind you, like, this is your adoptive home, but it's not your forever home. No, they would not be doing the same thing because we don't have a culture of scamming. Now they do because they've been introduced to Nigerian people, right? That's it. But even when you had Ivorians who were here, like my uncle came here, he studied, he's a doctor, right? Ivorian people, even though the cluster of Ivorian people who were here, they did not scam. You understand? Like like people who were colonized by the British, you have a certain culture. Now I'm gonna tell you this, I'm gonna move on, right? Because like your butt hurt, and I'm like, listen, this is what it is, right? No, yeah, that's it. You are a criminal. You have a criminal identity. Right? Nigerians are known for scamming. You're not taking out nobody's head. Anytime somebody hears a romance scam, love scam, kind of scam, oh, Nigerian, it must be a Nigerian. Must be a Nigerian, right? There you go. And usually it is. It usually is. Right? Exactly. We don't do this bullshit. It shows culture. And a lot of Nigerians and Liberians, they came to the Ivory Coast and they trained young Ivorians into the lifestyle of scamming. But it's your culture. It came from your country because you got bad culture and you don't handle your criminals. You don't handle your scammers accordingly, right? So that's the thing. Exactly. There you go. It's a culture. It's not a lie. It's your culture. You have a culture of scamming. And when you see the kind of financial pressures that Nigerians put themselves under, how are you not going to scam? You got to have a mansion in the city. Then you got to go build a mansion in the village. Then you got to have a wedding. You have an engagement that lasts like a whole week. Then you have a wedding that lasts 40 days. Where are you getting this money from? You have to scam. You have to steal. So like the corruption is at the head all the way down to the toes. because there's too much financial pressure. Why do you have to go build a castle in your village where there's no running water? Right? So I'm like, make it make sense though, right? But you put a lot of pressures on yourselves. Everything got to be super expensive. You are always competing with other people, right? Yeah, but there are thieves everywhere. But at least we have our thieves are demure, right? Your thieves are outrageous because Nigeria is a wealthier country than the Ivory Coast. Do you not know this? We have 20 million people. You have 204 million people. And you probably have way more oil in the Delta than we have in all of the Ivory Coast. We have to share our shit with Ghana, right? But you are wealthier than the Ivory Coast. Your GDP is greater than Ghana because you are a bunch of scammers. And when you do your fuckery, it trickles down onto other African people. And then we get dragged in some bullshit, right? There you go. But you guys, you stuff billions of dollars into walls. You stuff billions of dollars under your mattresses. Like you're barbaric. Who lives like that, right? Who puts money under a mattress? You put money in the walls. Do I need to play the videos? Do I need to show our fellow FBA cousins how you guys handle money? You bury money in walls. They hide money in walls when people are starving, right? People are starving and nobody's spreading lies. Nobody is spreading lies. Okay? In walls. Nothing but some stealing. You see this bullshit? You see? Look at this. Look at this. 45 billion. Look at this bullshit. How can you still see this? 45 billion found a Nigeria's man flat. They keep what kind of hoarding mindset is this? Hiding money in mattresses, hiding money over here, always hiding money in the walls, hiding money over here, hiding money over there. Are you not tired of hiding money? Okay, they're always hiding money in the walls, in the mattresses. They worship money. They are so idolatrous. Nobody had money. I do not want money in my walls. That's the thing. You want money in your walls because you're Nigerian. You worship money. You worship money. You are an idolater of money. I'm French. I don't want money in my walls. I'd rather feed people. You guys hoard money. You buy these ginormous Mercedes, these Bentleys, and everybody else is starving around you. You're sick. You're like these weird-ass Indians. You have a fucking problem. You have a fucking problem, right? You're very, very cruel. You are a very cruel people, right? Mercedes, BMWs, they go buy these huge-ass cars. Build a whole mansion in a village when everybody is starving. You're wicked. You are truly wicked. And the worst one, of course I'm broke. I'd rather be broke. Right? And unlike a lot of Igbos, like Igbo people are known to do juju for money, right? My family has never touched juju for money. The vast majority of Igbos are known for doing witchcraft to make their money. You do all kinds of weird sacrifices for money. And that's why you can't, of course I'm starving. I'm trying to lose weight, bro. I am trying to lose weight. Right? But you guys are known for doing obeah, witchcraft, sacrifices, killing animals, all kinds of weird shit to prosper in business and to prosper in your scams. Right? There's no projection. These Yahoo boys, they do all kinds of rituals. They do all kinds of rituals. This is sick. Always doing weird shit for money. Look at this bullshit. You see? Over here doing rituals, always doing rituals for money. Huh? They go to Ghana, do rituals, go to Nigeria, do rituals. Like you worship money. You worship money. Nobody confessing with witchery. You already said I'm broke. How can I be broke? I know how to do it, but I'm broke. You make no sense, right? Yeah, these Yahoo boys, they do all kinds of sacrifice. There's one guy, he chopped his girlfriend. He chopped her vagina up. He took out her ovaries. He took out her clitoris, right? Yeah, I do rituals of reading you down. I do rituals of keeping things factual. Those are my rituals. And that's why you're triggered, right? There you go. But you are known, a lot of y'all are known for doing witchcraft for money. You're known for doing, like, you wash yourself for money. You burn things and you give away the incense for money. You do stuff to babies for money. You do all kinds of weird shit for money. You do weird things for money. You do a lot of weird things for money. Exactly. Like, you better let her know. They do all kinds of weird things for money. They bathe themselves for money. They have things that they do rituals. A lot of Nigerian people do rituals for money. This is a well-documented fact. These Yahoo boys, they do rituals for money. And where did they learn that? Because their parents do it, their grandparents do it. It's in their culture to do rituals. Yeah, that's fine. I can be a confessing witch. Okay. And I'm a confessing witch that's going to confess on your shit. You guys do a lot of rituals. That's it. That's that. Right? You can say a lot of things about Black Americans, but they don't do no damn voodoo, no damn whatever to make money. They're a little crazy, but they do not go do rituals for money. Like my biggest issue with Black Americans is agreeing to sell the drugs. I don't like that part. Like that part really does trigger me, right? They ain't learn nothing from me. They learn that from you. You're bigger than us. Okay? Yeah. They do all kinds of rituals. They wash themselves. They bury stuff. They burn stuff. They donate, like they do burnt offerings. They do all kinds of weird shit. And they do all that for money. They do all of that for money. They do all kinds of stuff for money. Rituals. The occult, always involving the occult for the love of money. And that's why they love to go to Dubai, because in Dubai also, like they have these witchcraft people also in Dubai. They go there, do it for money. They go to India. They go look for medicine in India. They go look for more voodoo doctors in India. They're all over the world looking for juju, so that when they talk to you and they ask you for money, you can't say no. You cannot say no. It's to come over you. Are you kidding me? Yeah. And everybody else is starving. They go take these little girls from the village to turn them into maids. They promise the families that they're going to take the girl to school, send the girl to school. No, they beat the child and they turn the child into a maid. And they beat the shit out of her, right? Like, be so for real. Nobody's projecting nothing. Everybody knows what people do in Nigeria. We have eyes. We can see it, okay? Exactly. We have eyes. We can see it. The whole world that is now welcoming to Nigerian people because people fear the scam. There you go. People fear the scams. Here in America, you could go to the bank. You could deposit your money in the bank. Just an envelope. You used to go put the envelope in there and you could have access to all your money because people used to trust people. Nigerians went and fucked that shit up. They would put blank envelopes in there and claim that they put 5,000, 6,000, right? All kinds of scams. So eventually you had to wait 24 hours for the bank to count the money. Nigerians have fucked so many things up in America with their scamming ass ways. Okay? And that's ungladys. That is absolutely ungladys. That was not Black Americans. Like, please be so for real. Be so for real. When you hear a crime, you know who did it. If I say, oh, somebody robbed the liquor store, like, oh, I can see, you know what I'm saying? There you go. Oh, somebody was fighting at McDonald's. Yeah. But when it comes to the banks, like doing weird shit with the banks, the ATM, the this and that, and you're like, yeah, sounds about Nigerian. Sounds about right. And that's why Wendy gonna go to prison. This is why Wendy is going to go to prison. Insurance fraud, scamming, doing fraud. This is why Wendy is going to go to prison. She's going to go to prison. Wendy will go to prison. Eddie is also going to go to prison. They are both going to go to prison because they're scammers. They are Nigerian scammers. They're going to go to fucking prison. And she's going to be forced to grow her natural hair in that damn prison. She's going to be forced to love her dark skin in that damn prison. There you go. Her daddy came here. He never stole money. Her daddy came here. He worked at Wendy's. He was an honest man. He worked from the bottom until he became a manager. But Wendy had to go out of her way to be a fucking stereotype. Wendy had to go out of her fucking way. Wendy and Eddie, they had to go out of their ways to be fucking stereotypes. Yeah, we are saints. Compared to y'all, we are saints. That's it. Yeah, they fucked. I'm telling you, when we moved here in 96, you guys, when we first came here in 96, you could go to an ATM, you put your money in an envelope, you put it in the thing, and you say whatever. You can say 500 because the banks used to be trusting. Because back then, American people, nobody lied like this. People were honest like that. White Americans honest. Black Americans honest. Indians. Nobody was doing this. Nigerians came and they realized that it was a glitch in the matrix. They raped that bitch. They would put their empty envelopes and then they would say, oh, they put 6,000. They put 5,000. All kinds of bullshit. Always scamming. Always lying. Trying to live above their means. They're always trying to live above their means. Okay? It doesn't matter. And yeah, Boko Haram, they're not village criminals. Right? And Jos, there was a killing in Jos recently. Those not village criminals? Are you kidding me? Your country's a fucking disarray. Go sit down somewhere. Go ask DJ Cuppy to take some of her daddy's money to fix Nigeria. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. It's very easy. It is very easy to come to a country where everything works, everything is fine, the schools are working, and also it's not plagued by tribalism. Yes, sometimes the FBAs can give a little tribalism, but it's not that bad. They just do that shit on social media, right? But in Nigeria, it's excessive tribalism. It's excessive tribalism. So it's really hard for people to make it. But if you come to America, they're really far removed from that kind of behavior. So it's very easy to succeed in a country that's already well organized, right? You can't say, oh, look at me, I take so much pride. No, it's very well organized. If you were here, if you were not here, they would still be moving forward. And I think that's the point that Black Americans are trying to make. Like, whether you were here or not, it will be moving forward. We don't really need you like that. And that part, I get that part. It's the way they phrase it is weird. The way they call out all African people, that's weird. It's the way they also want to take credit for whatever. That's kind of weird. But for them to say it's very easy to come to a nation that's already highly developed and to find success and then brag about success. Like, oh, look at me, look at me. Yeah, because everything works here. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Nigerians have destroyed the reputation of African people with their scamming ass ways. There you go. Bunch of scamming ass ways. Right? There you go. Exactly. Boko Haram, there was something in Jos, right? No, but even South Africa, so South African people, low-key, high-key, I understand their xenophobia. I do. I just don't like how they go about it. Because Fumi and I had a conversation, right? You understand? A lot of Nigerians, they go to South Africa and they sell drugs. And so for South African people, it's very hurtful. Because how are you going to be an African and you come to South Africa knowing the history of the country and you sell poison to other people? That's not okay. And that's the problem with Nigerians. They're not mindful because all they care about is their obsession with money, 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 right? Because it's true. How would Nigerians feel if South Africans went to Nigeria and they started selling drugs to their children? They wouldn't like that shit. They would not like it, right? So I feel like you have to, when the same way I can say, oh, South Africans should be a good host, Black Americans should be good hosts, but I think you also have to be a good visitor. You got to have manners. When you go, oh, please, nobody needs to lie on you. Are you kidding me? Go ask Hush Puppy, okay? But when you go to someone's country, you need to have manners. And a lot of Nigerians, I think that's the issue, is that people have Nigerian fatigue. This fake snob elitism shit, like very snobbish, very elitist, right? And people have Nigerian fatigue as well. Because when you go to someone's country, you should have good manners. But a lot of Nigerians are selling drugs in Nigeria, in South Africa, and it's killing a lot of Black Africans. And they're really hurt by that because they've already suffered through the apartheid. They have to fight these white people. And the Nigerians are coming there. They're not saying, hey, Uguti, okay, Aibo, let's work together. How can I help you, Uguti? How can I help you, Uguti? No, they don't care. They don't have a mindset of Africanism. No, they go there on some demonic ass capitalist shit trying to sell drugs to people. Number two, a lot of Nigerians in South Africa are also doing scam. Aibo, are you insane? Bringing your bad culture in the land of the Zulu? They're going to beat your ass all the way up to KwaZulu-Natal, and you get your ass whooped, all right? Number three, a lot of Nigerians are going there because South Africa is like Dubai, okay? South Africa is like Dubai. It is very hard to have a residency in South Africa. Haibo, okay? It's very hard to have residency in South Africa. So because a lot of Nigerians are seeking to stay in South Africa, they bamboozle the Oguti into falling in love with them when they just want residency. The whole time, all he cares about is the papers for residency. And while he's there, he empties out her bank account. Okay, because I be watching stuff. You guys, when I'm not here, I'm all over the world, okay? I don't play about Black people. When you don't see me on the live, I'm like probably listening to South African podcasters, Kenyan podcasters, right? And I'm like, and there's a recurring theme with Nigerian people wherever they go. They scam, they sell drugs, and they love to do love scams. It is not okay. And these South Africans are not West African people. West African people are very forgiving. South Africans, they're fucking Zulus. They're fucking insane. They are fucking insane. No, it's not a few. Every time your people out here bastardizing people, every time your people out here molesting people, it's a few. You're an enabler. You're part of the problem. And put your real name, okay? or Lua something. Write your real name. Stop using somebody else's name to come to your bullshit. Use your real name. Anyways, right? Yeah, that's all they care about. Okay? Yeah, exactly. They say, Bri Atunde, Willa Fimolola, go to sleep, okay? Go to sleep, go to sleep, Obi. Go to sleep, Abi, go to sleep. All right? But we have to stop. We truly have to stop. But my thing is, yes, exactly. That's why they snatched them up and they burned their asses. Because they were holding them accountable. South African Zulu people are not West African people. Huh. Try your shit with somebody else. Zulu people different. Even white people are afraid of Zulu people. You're going to leave Nigeria to go to the land of Shaka Zulu. Boom, 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 boom. Aye, right? To try their gangster. You about to find out today. And that's why they will snatch you up. Even in Serafina. Even in the movie Serafina, they snatched the man and they put tires on him and they burnt his ass. Do not fuck around with South African people. They are fucking unhinged. They are fucking unhinged. They will grab a machete and cut you up. Do not play with these people, right? Your bullshit, keep your bullshit to white people and West African people. Do not go to South Africa and try your bullshit with these people. You're not going to make it. So yes, they snatch up the scamming ass Nigerians, okay? And they hold them accountable and they kill their asses. Anything else? Haibo, okay? Go fuck around with these Ugutis, okay? And that's the thing. You have to know how to act. Yeah, they just go places and they do bad things and they make it hard for other people. They make it hard for other people because they don't have good culture. They do not have good culture. They don't know how to travel somewhere and be respectable. Okay, Cha Uguti, move out the way. Okay, Haibo, go sell drugs in South Africa. They're gonna barbecue your ass. Go do that shit. Go sell drugs in South Africa. Go do love scam and lie to their sister and bamboozle their daughter and get their daughter pregnant. Haibo, they will grill you. They're going to tie you up, put tires on you, and set you on fire. They're fucking crazy. South Africans are not the ones to fuck with. They are batshit crazy. They are truly crazy. They will grab a machete and cut you up into pieces right there in Johannesburg. Go fuck around with the grandkids of Shaka Zulu if you want to. Right? Keep your goofy shit to white people, West Africa, like the people that are nice to criminals, right? Do that over there. Do not go, yes, oh, I am praising their savagery because you are a savage. Where did you learn to sell drugs? Exactly. Imagine a savage calling somebody else a savage for matching up your savage, right? You are a savage first. Where did you learn to go to someone else's country and sell drugs to their children? Savage. Right? Where did you learn to go to someone else's country and scam them out of their money instead of finding an honest job for yourself? Why don't you have an honest job? Right? Where did you learn to go to someone's country and bamboozle someone to love you for papers when you truly don't love the person and then you empty their bank account? You savage. So you are a savage. So you got met with the same energy. You go to someone's country, you act like you've never been nowhere. They're going to treat you like they also never been nowhere. Okay? There you go. I am civil to those who are civil. But even I, Marlene, for everything I know about South Africa, I will never go to South Africa and try their gangster because I know they're different. Ivorian people, we have never been through the apartheid. We saw it on TV, but we truly cannot relate. That was some crazy shit. Right? I grew up watching Serafina. The police officer who was a traitor, I saw what they did to him. Okay? I will never go to South Africa and try to be on their bad side. I don't want no smoke Uguti. Aibo. I'm coming here to have a good time. Aibo. Right? You don't know how to go somewhere, have a good time, be friendly, and be a brother or sister in Christ. You just want to go places and do all kinds of crime. And so they're going to burn your ass up. It doesn't matter. And babbling, I'd rather be a babbling savage than a financial criminal savage, right? I would rather babble. Can nobody lock me up for babbling? But you, I can see scam in your future. I can see prison in your future, right? I can see you one day being on Instablog Nigeria for stealing $5 million, right, from your company and going to prison. I see prison in your future. There you go. There you go. The witch in me sees prison in your future. There you go. I'd rather be a babbling savage than a scamming ass Nigerian. There's prison in your future. There you go. Okay? So I'm like, yeah, because they do too much. They do too much. And it's really sad because the ones who haven't done anything in South Africa, they get to pay a tax because there's a few ain't shit Nigerians who do all kinds of bullshit. But I really do believe, you already know I don't like illegal immigration, but I really do believe that immigration is not a right, it's a privilege. When you go into someone's country, for as much as I will say, hey, they got to be a good host, you also have to be a good visitor. You need to have manners. You cannot go into someone's country, their homeland, a place that means so much to them, and just do all kinds of bullshit. Where the fuck you think you're at? Where do you think you're at? Right? And like I said, South Africans, they have been through the apartheid. It was extremely traumatic. So the way they respond to being betrayed, it's very, very different. Do not go fuck around with these people because you're going to end up in a tire and they're going to put gasoline on you and they're going to burn you up. It is their culture. So that's when, as they say, when you go in Rome, do like the Romans. And if you don't know what the Romans do, you need to ask around and find the fuck out. Ask around and find out. Okay? So there you go. But you got to be very mindful. But like the apartheid, it did something to South African people. Like they're like shit. When they spaz out, they burning people. So if you know that these are the people who are scared to burn people and snatch people up, right? Why would you go to their country and try their gangster like that? Why are you doing that? Right? You will never hear that, oh, Ivorians went to South Africa and they sold drugs. You're not going to hear that, oh, even Ghanaians went to South Africa and they sold the drugs. Or Senegalese people went to South Africa and they sold the drugs. It's always Nigerian people in some foolishness. It's always them. So it's like, please go sit down somewhere. Yeah, exactly. You can't come to someone's country and act a fool. You cannot come to someone's nation and act a fool. You cannot go to somebody's country and start selling drugs and doing scams. There, like a lot of Nigerians in South Africa are involved in foolishness. They're not there to make it better, and they're not even there to be a great representation for Nigeria. They're there on some foolishness. So I'm like, yes, I can babble for hours. Okay, I don't even need to know you. You don't know me, and you're here for hours. You're a dumbass. Okay, make it make sense though, right? You don't have to go to people's country and always do foolishness. Nigerians are in Dubai. They're scamming. There's like two brothers here. Let me show y'all, right? Hold on. Always scamming. Always scamming. Where are they at? They're from Amsterdam. There you go. There you go. Onua brothers, right? You see? And the mama's white. But even with her white blood, she couldn't help them kids. Okay? These brothers went and they went there and started scamming. Huh? I'm like, you see? Dark skin, they scam. Biracial, they scam. Okay? You see? And they haven't learned shit. They haven't learned shit. This dude was in prison. Doing all kinds of, you see this? All kinds of scam in the Dubai. Look at his ass. Being released from prison. I'm like, what is wrong with these people? Always scamming.
Samuel Onua.
Scamming.
I'm back out. We gotta go bigger than ever.
Not the double song. Okay? Then learn shit.
Yeah, but it's weird, huh? Weird feeling.
Yeah.
He was in there.
What you have here?
Scamming. And they drag his little brother too, huh? Dumbass. Look at him. Look at his ass in prison. Look at him. See? You see? Like nobody in their right mind is going to be shocked if they hear, oh, Nigerians are getting locked up in Dubai for scamming. Like, yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. Right? It surprises no one. No one is surprised. Right? You go to China and you say, oh, that's fine. I can be a person to the Ivory Coast. But one thing, I'm not Nigerian though. Hey, that's a blessing. There you go. Yeah, he's not. Their dad is Nigerian and their mom is white. She's from the Netherlands because they're from Amsterdam, right? But I'm like, if you hear that there are Nigerians getting locked up for scamming in Dubai, are you surprised? No. No, Nigerians are in prison in China for scamming. Are you surprised? No. Nigerians are in prison in Australia for scamming. Are you surprised? No. Nigerians are in prison in Greenland for scamming. No. Nigerians in prison in Denmark for stealing. No. Nobody's surprised. No one is surprised because people expect Nigerian people to be scammers. Okay? They expect that. Nobody is surprised. No one is. So when I saw these two fools going to prison for the scamming in Dubai and they're Nigerian, I was like, yep, not surprised. It's like stereotypes are earned for a reason. Like, be so for real. Like, for real? Like, yeah.
All you think of is, I need to get out right now. But at some moment, you can't trust left on back.
Are you thinking something?
And oh man, I can't lie to you. It's I've seen the lowest lows, but also some highs, some a lot of aha moments of lessons that I seen. Oh shit, outside. You remove this Jill outfit. It's other shit. Looks full.
And mind you, right? If most African people, even Ivorian people, if most people did not fear prison, yeah, they have more money. Nigerians, it seems like most Nigerians are not afraid of, that's fine, but it seems like most Nigerians are not afraid of prison, right? So of course you have money because you're not afraid of going to prison, but that is not honorable. That is not honorable. Just because you're not, oh, we have money, yeah, because you are willing to go to prison. Like you're mentally ill. You need help. You gotta go see somebody. Like you're insane, right? Ivorians might not be as rich because we don't want to go to prison. We're not built for prison. We are very bougie. Like we are not built for that bullshit. Why would I go to prison? I don't want to go to prison, right? There you go. But a lot of Nigerians, it seems like they're not afraid of prison. For them, it's worth the price. Like, hey, if I have to go to prison to make this much money, it's worth doing that. So they'll do it because you're not scared of prison. I think that's a mental illness. That is probably a disorder, right? It can be, that's fine. But nobody ever compared like Ivorians to scammers. Ivory Ghost, yes, the Nigerian scammer. You are scamming ass people. You have a reputation for being scammers. I'd rather be a ghost like the Holy Ghost than to be a scammer. You scam. We ghost. You scam. There you go. Scammer. And Wendy's going to prison. Okay. Yeah, they're not going to prison. They're always going to prison. Prison. Always in prison. No matter where they go. Right? Yeah. No matter where they go, they're in prison. No matter where they are, they're going to go to prison. They can have a PhD. They're going to go to prison. They can have this. They're going to go to prison every day. There's a blog on Instagram. Right. There's a blog on Instagram. Let me see if I can find you on Insta blog Niger. There's a blog on Instagram. Every day I'm there, it's like there's always a scam. How you say it? Insta blog Niger, right? There you go. Oh, that's how you spell it. Okay. Right? They have this one blog over here. Like when you come here, it's always somebody going to prison for a scam. This dude, like recently a man was arrested here in the States because he stole like God knows how much money. Like, I'm like, always scamming like this. Like, what is going on? It's like I'm like, oh, it's always a scam. There's a lady with a PhD also, some doctor lady. She got arrested for the scam. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you're also scamming? But this is crazy. It's always a scam. Scamming, stealing, scamming. Oh, here you go, right? You see? There you go. Look at this man. So U.S. charges Nigerian-born engineer. An engineer, you see? Benjo Popola, over 4.7 million fraud linked to lavish Hawaii wedding for his second wife. Okay? But I'm like, every day, like they can have a PhD. They all go scam. Like there's another lady, like she's a whole, like she has a whole PhD. I'm like, damn. Okay? Scamming. Every day, scamming. So I'm like, yeah, of course we're not rich. Like, I'm not going to prison. I am not going to prison. I'm like, why would I go to prison? Okay? Go to prison for what? Go to an American prison? This uncle is going to die in prison. Right? They're always scamming. Like always. Lawyers, doctors, dropouts, you name it. Like there's a real culture of scamming because it's a lot of financial pressure. It's a lot of financial pressure. That's fine. That's fine. It's better to not even be an engineer, right? It's better not to be anything. But imagine being an engineer and being locked up for scamming. That is crazy. Always scamming. Yeah, they live beyond their means. They put too much financial pressure on themselves because they're in a competition. As a family, they compete with their siblings. As a family, they compete with their cousins. They're always competing with each other. And it's not like, oh, competing to like make each other better. It's like who's going to be at the top, who's going to be at the bottom, right? So they can trample you, right? I even know one girl, she got married, like they spent over $100,000. And then when she moved to America, they had no food. I'm like, what the fuck? No food. They changed outfits like 5 or 6 times. All the money went to the wedding because they had to impress people. And then when she came to America, she didn't have money for her papers because they spent all the money on the wedding. They're in the house and there's no food. She looks at him, he looks at her. Okay? Why would I be jealous of that? That's some nigga shit. That is so niggardly. Like, who lives like that? You spend all your money on a wedding and then you have nothing to feed yourself? Who wants that? That is insanity. It is insanity. Too much pressure. That unnecessary pressure. Everything is bigger than life. Big, 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 big. Why? Why can't you do things moderately and remove some of that pressure so that way you don't have to be a criminal? No, she isn't. She's Nigerian herself. She's Nigerian. That's why she's so triggered. Okay. Yeah, they really do. They really, like, yeah. Okay. Like the prison, they're truly trying to live like white people. Like they want to be known for being so wealthy. But the vast majority of the money is coming from scam, from crime. Because it's too much pressure. Too much pressure. Too much pressure. Like it's like this is so unnecessary. And that's why if you're ever friends with like anybody in Nigeria, like most of their friendships won't even last. Because they're probably competing with you. They compete with everybody. Like it's a mental illness. They compete with everyone. Okay, nobody is a bitter hater. There's nothing to hate. There's nothing to hate on. When you do right, I tell you. If you have something beautiful, I will cheer you on. Right? There's nothing to hate on. Even that mindset, that is that goofy ass Anglo-Saxon mindset. Oh, you're hating on me. You're a typical Nigerian. You think everybody hates on you, right? Everybody's your enemy. Everybody's a witch in a village that wants to do harm. Your mama thinks like that. You think like that. Your aunties think like that, right? Nobody hates on you. You are delusional. Like your nervous system, like they truly are sociopathic, narcissistic. Like this is weird. They think everybody's an enemy. Everybody's a witch. Everybody wants to come after them. Everybody wants what they have. Nobody wants what you have. You're weird. You need to be medicated. Okay, that's fine. We can be hungry. We can be hungry, but at least we're not in prison, right? We can be hungry. We can go to the Chinese embassy and get a visa. We can go to the American embassy and get a visa within 24 hours. They have to see, is your passport real? Is your passport not fake? Is it really you? Are you not using a picture of somebody who's actually dead, right? Because you cannot be trusted. Everything you do is fake. That is crazy. Yeah, it's very transactional. It's a very, very, they are exactly like that. And that's why if you are ever friends with any Nigerian, the friendship is not going to last. Because they see everyone as a competition. I don't even want to afford anything you want. Because you do it with crime. I'm not interested. Do you not get that? I'd rather live a simple life. Right? You don't want a simple life. And that's why you're always in prison. Right? Do you not get this? Yeah, they are obsessed with money. They are obsessed with money. They are truly obsessed. And let's say you have a business deal, you have an agreement with a Nigerian person. When the money hits, it's going to be a problem because they're going to want to take more than you have. Or they're even going to not want you to have anything. Right? And that's beautiful. I'm glad you don't. I'm glad you don't behave like that, Sade. I am truly glad. And please continue to behave how you behave. I am truly glad you don't behave like that. But just because you don't behave like that doesn't mean that a lot of people don't behave like that, right? You don't do that because you probably have self-awareness. You probably really fear God and you're probably a good person. So you don't behave like that, right? And that's a beautiful thing. And I encourage you to remain that way. But you're not going to sit here, Sade, and try to convince people that Nigerian people do not have a reputation of scamming. Like, be so for real, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? No. They have a reputation of scamming and it follows them. And it makes it really hard for immigration. It makes it hard to get a visa. It makes it even hard when you go to a country to even clear customs because people don't know, is the passport fake? Is it really you? Are you using somebody that's dead's paper? Like all kinds of weird shit, right? It is what it is. My issue is like, why do people struggle with admitting with like, oh yeah, like, you know what? This is where we fuck up, right? And maybe that's the issue that Black Americans have with Nigerian people, because I don't think it's Nigerian people, right? Is that you never take ownership for what your flaws are. What are your flaws, right? What can you work better on? Now, nobody as a whole is anything true, right? Do most Black Americans shoot people? No. Do most Black Americans go and not get married? No. Do most Black Americans will kill you over McDonald's? No. There you go, right? There you go. So it's like, exactly, there you go. But why is it that when it's your turn, you can't say, you know what, for as much as I don't act like this, I can recognize that my people have a tendency of being known for scamming. Like, why is that so hard for y'all to say it? And that's the pride. That is that weird ass Nigerian pride that makes it hard for people to like y'all. There you go, right? Because when you have self-awareness, the same way you can say, oh, my Black American cousin, I wish that sometime when you get upset, you would learn to de-escalate, right? Because it can lead to trouble. You would also say, as a Nigerian, I can see how sometimes there is a reputation of scamming that precedes us. But does that mean that you do the scamming? Of course not. Right? But why can't you have self-awareness to say, I can see how this is the reputation that precedes us? Why do you struggle with that? I don't get it. Why do you struggle with that? Right? People should have self-awareness. Like, it's not that hard. But when you're the type of people, you only see flaws in other people and you see no flaws in Nigerians, like that is fucking crazy to me. So you think you have no flaws. Like, Nigerian people have no flaws. Anybody who encounters Nigerian people, they're going to be so impressed. They're going to be so like, oh my gosh, these people are just so nice. They're just so kind. They're so friendly. They're so receptive. Oh my gosh, they must be like little angels. It doesn't happen this way, right? And that's my issue. Okay, well, there you go. But I'm like, then neither. You also did not say, hey, Marlene, I understand that my people are known for scamming, but I don't scam. Right? That's it. No, but it's not propaganda. I'm not the one that spread anything. The people who spread this notion or this understanding that Nigerian people scam are Nigerian immigrants. That, even Sade, everyone knows they're known for being scammers. There you go. Even Sade knows. That's it. And that's all I'm saying. We all need to just all need to have self-awareness. You should know your strength and your weaknesses. Right? And you should be able to talk about the weaknesses of your people without taking it so personal. Why are you taking it personal? Right? There you go. Just like if we sat here and we said, oh, Congolese people have a tendency for spending the whole paycheck on designer outfits. Like, yeah, that's a thing. They'd rather spend all their money on looking good versus even having a bed with a proper mattress and some bed sheets. That's a fact. What's wrong with that? Oh, please, I know plenty. Yeah, but who's not known for being highly intelligent and successful? Right? Who's not known for that? Please tell me, what people do you know? People say, oh yeah, these people are quite dumb. Like, who is not known for being highly intelligent and successful? Who? Right? Who? That's like a weird statement. There are smart people, there are intelligent people everywhere. Okay? Well, that's subjective, right? But I'm like, can you say, oh yeah, Nigerians are smarter than Koreans? Yeah, right. Nigerians are smarter than Iranian people? Yeah, right. Like, please. Like, please. And I also do believe that if Black Americans applied a little bit more pressure, they too will be unstoppable. But it's very easy to come to America in the 90s. It's very ezy. Okay? Yeah. But it's a thing though, right? It's very easy to come to America in the 90s, in the 2000s or whatever, when Black America have decided to not care about academia anymore, right? But if Nigerians had came to America in the 50s, in the 40s, in the 30s, where Black Americans were applying that fucking pressure, I don't think it would have been that easy. I don't think so. Black Americans have decided not to care about school anymore. They want to play sports. They want to do hip hop. They want to do entertainment. That's what they've chosen to do. So it's like the room is like, the thing is just wide open, right? But if Nigerians of today had met Black Americans of like the 1950s or the 1940s who did not play about academia, I don't think it would have been that easy. So it's very easy to think, oh, I'm so intelligent, I'm so successful, when these people have given up. They gave up. So because they gave up, you're like, okay, I guess I'll just take it. But what does being poor and wicked have to do with being intelligent? So are you not intelligent? You just said that, oh, Nigerians are known for being intelligent. So if you are so intelligent, please demonstrate that, right? Because what if you are intelligent, what does poor and wickedness have to do with intelligence? There are plenty of people who are poor, but they're highly smart, right? And being wicked is not a correlation to being poor. There are a bunch of rich people who are poor or wicked, right? Nigeria has a bunch of billionaires who are wicked. They have money, but they're wicked. So I don't understand. Like, I don't get it. Yeah, you sound very uneducated. Like, you make no sense. Okay? Yeah, they love to be flashy. And because of that, what happens? It leads to pressure. And then what ends up happening? They commit crimes and they go to prison because it's too much pressure. They put too much pressure on themselves, right? If most Black Americans were comfortable and were confident living a cute little life, a lot of people would not be involved in foolishness. They wouldn't have to do drugs. They wouldn't take the PP loan and do all kinds of scam and stuff. But when you put too much pressure on yourself, you are bound to go do something criminal. So I guess we could say there are a few things that Black Americans and Nigerians have in common. They were both oppressed by Anglo-Saxons. That's number one. Number two, they both put a lot of financial pressures on themselves, right? And where they might decide to go sell drugs, you'll just decide to hack somebody's credit card. But you're both committing crimes, right? There you go. So I'm be so for real though, right? And that's the thing. It's the financial pressure. Too much pressure. If a lot of Black people globally could agree to be less flashy, to just enjoy life and to understand that you are enough, you don't have to wear a brand to feel special. You are enough. The way God made you, you are more than enough, right? A lot of people would not be involved in crimes. Like Wendy has a great life. There's no reason for Wendy to wear this, and that. It's stupid because she already has a great life. Well, you did because you said, oh, Nigerians are known for being highly intelligent and whatever. And I said, okay, so who's not? And you said Haitian. And then you follow it, oh, they're poor and they're wicked. I'm like, but what does that have to do with anything? Right? There are plenty of poor people who are extremely smart. Okay. There are plenty of rich people who are wicked. So I don't understand what you're trying to say. Okay. Exactly. But I'm like, if you had met, if Nigerians came, all of us actually, right? All of us, right? If we came to America and we met the Percy Julian, okay, people like him, yeah, it wouldn't have been that easy. Not saying it's impossible, but baby, it would have been a fight, all right? It would have been a fight, right? So it's also a thing. It's I don't want to say if it's a fluke, but it's definitely something to note that today most Black Americans are not trying academically. They're not even trying, right? Some are too afraid. Some don't care. It's all kinds of shit. But ultimately, the vast majority of Black American people in college are not really trying because they got comfortable, right? So when you come to America, you are not competing with their very best academically because they gave up, right? But if African people, if we had came in the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, oh, it's a whole different kind of energy. And those kids wouldn't have let you slide that easily. It wouldn't have been that easy to get the A. It wouldn't have been that easy to make it to med school. It wouldn't have been that easy. They stopped competing. That is the real issue here. And I think because Black Americans have stopped competing for like the best grade, because like in their culture, if you're too smart, if you're a nerd, they call you corny. So listen, they shame their people being too smart. Right? There you go. So my point is to say to yourself, oh, we're so intelligent. No. We are competing with the people who gave up. They gave up. And they chose to care about hip hop, sports, you name it. They gave up. But if you had met the generation of the Percy Julian, it wouldn't have been that easy. And then maybe, I guess that's the problem, right? Because I feel like today, when you come to America, you encounter a Black American people who doesn't really care about academia like that. They don't really care. And even when they go to college, they pick the easy majors. So it's very easy to be like, oh, look at me, I'm smarter than that. No, they gave up. They gave up. They truly gave up. They truly fucking gave up, right? They fucking gave up. But if you had met Percy Julian, the man went to fucking Harvard. His mom and dad didn't even know how to read and write. And it's a lot of people like that. So if you have met those people, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would have been a real duel to see who gets to lead the fucking grade, the curve. It would have been a joke, right? And that's my point. Don't delude yourself. You have to understand, like, you know what? With the times, when it comes to academia, especially when it comes to the sciences, Black Americans have decided to be like, I don't really care. Oh, it's hard. Oh, da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay? No, and you would give up as well. The fuck? You would give up as well. The fuck? Are you serious? The only thing you're committed to is being in my comment section, right? That's it, right? But I know you're not fit, right? I know you're not fit. I know you're not healthy, right? I know you probably don't look your best, right? Nah, okay? So your whole life is giving, I gave the fuck up a long time ago. The only commitment you had, I guess at least the past 30 days of the whole 2026 was to my comment section, right? There you go. Because high achievers don't behave like this. Be so for real. Be so fucking for real. Okay? But I even think you could have more, right? If you didn't have the civil rights movement, I'm telling you, you probably would have had 10 million. Right? What, like the numbers you see now, they're not even good numbers. Right? Because before Dr. King and his foolishness, most people were entrepreneurs. If you're a doctor, you own your own practice, right? If you are a dentist, you own your own practice. If you are an accountant, you own your own business, right? These people were mostly entrepreneurs. People think because you have a degree, you can't be an entrepreneur. Yes, you can work for yourself, right? But I'm like, these numbers are even sad because if Dr. King did not introduce his goofy ass socialism, we wouldn't be here. There would be way more Black American millionaires. I don't care to be jealous. My husband is Black American. Do you even have a husband? Do you have one? Does anybody look at you? Does anybody want you? Just scamming ass, the type to steal a credit card while somebody sleeps. Okay? Be so for real. I don't need to be an American. I'm married to one. My children are one. I'm good, boo-boo. I'm Gucci over here. Okay? Exactly. The numbers will be crazy. I'm like, instead of 2 million, you would have 10 million. I'm like, this, people gonna wake up one day and realize that this civil rights movement, bad business. It's bad business. It's just bad business. Ew, I don't like it. It's such bad business, right? But I'm like, that is the problem. The people never should have agreed to that bullshit. They should have kept on their businesses, and then they would have passed their businesses on to their children and their children. Because you know what usually happens? Like, it's always like that. Any family, right? When the dad's a doctor, usually the kids are doctors. When the dad is an accountant, usually the kids are accountant. When the dad is what's it called? Give me something else. A dentist, right? Most likely, at least one child is going to be a dentist, right? So the family practice would have been passed down from generation to generation because if the dad's a doctor, most of the kids are going to be doctors, right? If the dad's a dentist, most of the kids are going to be dentists. If the dad's a lawyer, most of the kids are going to be lawyer. But if you do that for 3-4 generations, now you have like a huge law firm. Because you've been around for so long, your reputation, your like people that you know, now you can hire like 50 people, 100 people, right? You can doubt all you want. But one thing you can never doubt is that you will never have access to my credit card, nor the last 4 digits of my social security number. Okay, you little scammer. Okay, does that make sense? Like, that's exactly what would have happened. They would have passed it down because this is how big law got to be big law. It started small. And then the people kept passing the law firm to the kids. And then one day it's like, it's a big ass law firm. It's the same thing from a private practice. If you're a doctor, if you keep passing it down, eventually you guys will be able to hire more doctors. Like, that should have been the goal. Like, don't give up your businesses because one day you're going to need to hire Black children. And Black children should not have to knock on the doors of white people for a job. But this is what Dr. King did. Because when you do integration, you stop building your shit and you start building for white people. And when they no longer need you, they fire you. And like, but it's like, oh my gosh, I lost my business because I came to work for you. And that's why I don't like his stuff. I do not like it. People never should have closed their businesses. Do not work for people. Work for yourself. And then make it so big that you can hire your own people. So when everybody graduates college, the white kids go ask for jobs to white people, and then the black people go ask for jobs to black people. That's it. That's that. Nobody needs anybody. Leave me alone. I don't want to go over there. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, this is really crazy. I don't know if they're the smartest people in Africa. I'm not trying to be funny, but I don't know that. I truly don't know. We never had an official test. Like, we never had an official competition. Nigerians have the most numbers. So they're more likely to have more intelligent people. Do not confuse the most intelligent with having the most numbers. It's not the same, right? If you have 204 million people in your country, the odds of you having more intelligent people are higher, right? It's a numbers game. Why do you find more intelligent people here in America? Because they got 330 million people, right? There you go, right? But we've never had an official competition where Nigerians had to spar with Ivorians, with Ghanaians, Malians, Senegalese, and things like that. That's never happened. So we can't say, oh, they got the most. We don't know that shit. They have more. But do they have the highest IQs of Western Africa? Oh, yeah, right. I would love to see it. We can come outside, though. Anytime they want, we'll be outside. Like, for real. We can do the stats, right? For the 40s, the 30s, the 20s, the 10s, we can all come outside and we're going to see who are the smartest people in West Africa. That's not a problem. That's never been me. I'm not scared of Nigerian people. Like, academically, I don't fear them. So, like, come outside and we can see it, right? But I'm like, just because you can go to med school doesn't mean that you are the smartest. Right? You do it for status. All these Nigerian kids who go to med school, many of them don't even have the love of medicine. They're doing it out of ego because their parents are competing with their sisters, their brothers. Everything they do is out of competition. It's not out of love. It's not out of love. When I was pregnant, I had this girl who was Nigerian, like part of the OBGYN office. She was so mediocre. I don't know what the fuck. She didn't even help me. It's the white girl who had more. She had more information for me than the Nigerian girl. I'm like, do you even want to work? I'm like, yeah, she probably here because her mama made her do it. Right? Exactly. I'm like, exactly. Like, exactly. Like Debbie said, you're so smart, but you don't even understand what it means to have a reputation. And Brianna, she's talking to you. Okay? There you go. But we've never had. Exactly. We've never sat here. There was never an official competition amongst West African countries to see who is the smartest. Because I would love to see it. I truly would love to see it. There you go. But when it comes to nuclear physics, astrophysics, some crazy shit, I had never heard of Nigerians being involved in that shit. Even AI. I don't hear Nigerians being involved in AI. I don't hear that shit. So I'm like, you're so smart, but you come nowhere close to AI. The Gen AI, none of that shit. So please, they love to go to medicine, and that's fine. That's no problem. But like, don't sit here. It doesn't matter. I don't need to have a doctor. Most of your Nigerian doctors are cheaters, right? Most of your Nigerian doctors, these boys who become doctors, they never had no motion. They were never cute in high school. They become doctors. They want to sleep with everybody. You got a bunch of doctors with STDs, right? And nobody's sitting here trying to marry no damn ass Nigerian doctor. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. No personality, rigid as fuck, never had a life, never worked nothing in high school, rigid as fuck. We see them on TikTok. They all try to be like Dick T's on TikTok because they finally have a little chest hair. They finally got a little bit of muscle. They finally can afford a Mercedes, right? Well, chaba. Be quiet. Y'all the only ones who go to medicine not to serve, but you go to medicine so you can boast about being a doctor, so you can flex on people. Medicine, going to med school, it should make somebody humble. You should look at it as hey, I'm able to heal people. God is using me to heal people. There's never any kind of humility. It's always to brag and to flash. Like, because we know you didn't go into medicine because you loved it, right? You went there out of ego. And the whole time you went to med school, you were fucking miserable, but you had to do it because your mama needed bragging points in her church. Hadura, Yesu. That's it. Right? People need to do stuff because they actually love it. Every day you go on TikTok, it's another Nigerian kid that's dropping out of medicine because he didn't really want to do it. He did not really want to do it, did he? Probably going to be a little scammer on the TikTok. There you go, right? Probably trying to be a little scammer on the damn TikTok. There you go. Because all your life, you've been burning a scam, huh? But your mama made you go to med school. Go sit down somewhere. Don't play with me, okay? I will never pick a Nigerian in my life. And I say this respectfully. Never. That's why I didn't marry one. Okay, there you go. Now can you even find one? There you go. Ain't that crazy, huh? Ain't that crazy? Okay, ain't that crazy, right? Okay. Can you attract one? No, because you break chairs, because your ass too big. Lose some damn weight. Anyways, you guys, let's get back to my fucking video. Because we came here for a reason.
Nobody came over here. Your parents didn't come over here. Your grandparents didn't come over here. You didn't come over here and pull yourselves up by your own bootstraps. Your lives were made easy, comfortable, possible because of the blood, sweat, and tears of the people who came before me and the people who stand with me right now. I don't give a none of y'all's feelings. We are the culture, just like the young man said in the podcast. We are not.
Well, you guys, I'm gonna say this: you are no longer the culture because you've destroyed the brand. Unfortunately for you, you have destroyed the brand. Now, even now, Koreans are the culture now. Koreans are doing the old school stuff, right? No. You guys let the culture go to trash. You have allowed the culture to be destroyed. You have allowed the culture to be what's it called? Defamed. You have allowed the culture to be he's destroyed the culture. Okay? The culture has been destroyed, and that's the sad part. And I think now nobody even knows how to fix it. No one knows how to fix it. And even if you want to fix it, how long is it going to take to fix it? And how much money is it going to take to fix it? The culture, that's true though, because once upon a time, he's right. The culture was beautiful. And fortunately, and I've come to realize this, and I'm like, wow, this is why like luxury brands spend so much money protecting their brand. You play with their logo, lawsuit. You do something with their shit, lawsuit. You do this, lawsuit. They're going to sue your ass because they've worked too hard. They spent too much money to build these brands. But the sad part is, the sad part is, these are just like bags and shoes. Like, it's not that deep. Like, I'm saying, like, okay? It's bullshit, right? These are, honestly, these are just goods. It's not real. But when it comes to an actual people, like, it's way more serious. Because this is how people see you in the world. Like, this is how the world, when people think of you, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Or what are 3 things that come to mind? It's like that's a brand. Everybody has a brand. Every nation has a brand. Every ethnic group has a brand, right? And you have to really care about your brand. When people say your name, by God's grace, they're saying things that are positive. But for people to say things that are positive, you truly have to be so mindful of your brand. You cannot allow anybody to do anything crazy with the brand. And if they do, they need to have their asses whooped. Because brands are sacred. And it's like it takes forever to build a brand. Like if you talk about the Black American brand, right? It's a brand that was here like what? It started like 1600. I mean, this thing is like more than 400 years old. Louis Vuitton is only 100. Right? But look at how much care, devotion, money, protection, lawyers, you name it. They will put anything behind that brand to protect the brand because you cannot allow anybody to act a fool because it's a brand, right? And I think people are not really aware of that. But unfortunately, I feel as though people have allowed the brand to really go to shits. And I think now people don't know how to fix it. People do not know, how do you fix this brand? How do you restore the brand to what it used to be? How do you restore the brand to what it used to mean to people? And that's why you don't allow certain things to happen. You got to have really high standards and you got to have high structure. You cannot allow certain things to happen. Even if people have their feelings hurt, it's okay. Because the brand, you have to protect the brand. Low-key, high-key, you can kind of replace people, but it's really hard to fix the brand once you have reputational harm that is done to the brand. And I think right now, 2026, we are living in the fact that there's a lot of reputational harm that was done to the Black American brand. It's a lot of harm. And I don't think people know how to fix it. So here we are, okay? But I kind of understand what he's saying, but I don't like the way that he's phrasing it. And I think you need to work on that, brother. You got to work on that. Work on your message. Work on your message, right? They don't know how to fix it, Kevin, because it's insane. You know? Like even today, I even feel like that too. But I think if we talk about Black America, right? I feel like that we've also had traitors. That they're traitors. They are real traitors, right? And I think the traitors are the one who went and took money from the Jews. Because anybody that has a quote unquote a holy book that calls you and your people goyim, that says that your life is less than a dog, why would I work with you? Why would I take money from you? This you are a traitor. The man's religion said that you are a goy. It's a slur. They call you goyim, goyim, and you work with these people, right? Because I don't even know what would ever happen for a Jew to come to me and say, "Oh, Marlene," I'm like, "Yes, I want you to make a song, okay, where you sit there and you call black people all kinds of ninja, or all kinds of akata, all kinds of." I'm like, whoa. Whoa, wait a minute. Why don't you do it? Right? Like if you want that song so badly, you do it. You sing it. Right? As a matter of fact, go find David, go find Benjamin, go find Israel, go find somebody from the 12 tribes and make them people sing that song, right? Why don't you do it? Right? Baby girl, Brianna, listen, let me tell you something, right? I'm all about the bullshit. I really am. I am truly all about the sparring, okay? But don't talk about my kids, boo. Because if I say something, it can be very vicious. Now, you're really lucky. I think you're a child. I think you're a lot younger than me, right? So I'm going to spare you. But I need to warn you, don't do it. Because me, Marley, my mouth is reckless. My mouth is hella reckless. And I don't even think you have a man. Don't think you have a fiance. Don't think you're married. I don't even think you have at least one child. So let me not speak on your ovaries, sis. Okay, there you go. We can kiki, we can spar. Don't go there. All right, there you go. So because I somewhat like your deranged ass, I'm gonna let it slide. Don't do that again, though. Don't do it. Okay, right? Makes sense. And I'm like, and that's the problem, because I'm like, look at what they want you to sing. Look at what they want you to say. I'm not gonna, you see, but that's the thing, though. Yeah, spill it, because you're a fool, and you prove my point, Miss Intelligent. Don't you know that part of being intelligent is restraint? You gotta think before you speak. Okay, but anyways, right? So I'm like, you have to think about that. Why is he coming to you? And why does he feel comfortable coming to you and telling you to say these things? Why don't you say it? Right? Why don't you say it? You say it. Right? Why don't you say it? That's twice, right? No problem, boo. Because when I talk to people that don't listen, I think in the good spirit, because I told you once, don't talk about my kids. You're doing it again. I get it. You're Nigerian, so you're not poor. You're not properly raised. So I'm gonna give you some time to go scam in peace. All right. It was nice knowing you, sis. Nice knowing you. Go scam in peace. Okay. Bye. All right. So let's keep going. As I was saying, you guys, my bad, y'all. She's gone. Anyways, as I was stating, right? But my thing is, if somebody's coming to you and the person is telling you to say X, Y, and Z, or like rap like this, say that. Something in you, even if you want money really, really bad, but I'm like, something in you has to be like, why would you come to me with that? Why aren't you saying it? Because there's also slurs for Jewish people. Oh, absolutely. Right? There's slurs for Jewish people. How would Jewish people feel if somebody made a song, even a fellow Jew made a song, and the song was laced with profanity or racial slurs against Jewish people? They would never stand for that. So how is it that you feel comfortable telling someone to use a racial slur that is connected to something very, very painful? Because let's be so for real, none of us went through slavery. So we don't even have the right to reclaim anything, because that word is truly, truly painful. So how does that make sense, though? But you take the money because he promised you a car, as if cars don't break down. You take the money because he promised you a watch. Okay, you can ask your neighbor for the time. You don't really need a watch, you don't really need one, right? You take the money and you agree to say all these things. Why don't you say to him, if you want the song to be out so badly, why don't you say it? Why don't you sing it? Right? And to me, that is traitor behavior. It's very traitor. It's like you are a traitor. And I think traitors need to be handled accordingly. Because if you stand for nothing, like, this is crazy. And that's the part with a certain generation of hip hop, is that they stand for nothing. As long as they can buy a car, buy a house, have a few light-skinned bitches, whatever. Oh, they'll just say and do whatever. And this is why I feel like this is why people are where we are today, because people didn't care. Because, oh, me. How do I get more money? How do I get to the bag? How do I get to the car? But it's not just about you. Because this whole Black American thing, you're not the only person to live in it. You're not the only heir. It's other people. And what you do, what you sing, and what you put on, what's it called? What you put on in your videos, right? I'm not playing with this game with y'all, but you listen, the kid stuff, I don't know why, I get it. People here really struggle with boundaries. People here really struggle with listening to directions. I've already said it once. Do not bring my children. You say anything about my kids, you are banned, right? You want to talk to me, you want to spar with me, that's fine. Now, if the sparring is getting too hot for you and you can't take it, that you feel like you got to talk about my kids to hurt me, no, you're going to be banned. That's it. I don't care. This is free entertainment, right? You don't pay to be here, okay? You don't even send a super chat. You write something about my kids, you will be banned. It's at your own risk. You do it if you want to, okay? Play with me if you want. You don't go create another channel, come back over here, okay? But anyways, so I'm like, to me, you are a traitor. And this is the issue that I have with when people have this individualistic mindset where it's all about me. It's like, no, everything can be about you because you're not the only person. And what you do, it affects other people. It's the same thing with the whole Nigerian scammer stuff, right? Is that if you're a Nigerian person and you go somewhere and you scam, yeah, you're just thinking about yourself. But you're not thinking about all the countless Nigerians coming behind you and that they're going to be punished for what you did. And even though they haven't scammed, they're going to have to explain, oh, I'm not a scammer. I would never do this. This is a conversation that even needs to happen if you think about other people. Think about other people. Do not just think about yourself. Because you don't just represent yourself. You represent other people. People who share your complexion. People who share your gender. People who share your culture. People who share your lineage. You represent more than just yourself. But people are hella selfish. And they're extremely short-minded. Like they're short-term minded. Like, oh, the now. No, the later. Because music lives on. These music videos, they live on. Art never dies. You're right. And I'm like, in a moment in time, and I guess for a long time, this is a representation of your people. Exactly. Like they're really crazy. Yeah, me. And now here we are. Because when people said, don't make music where you call black women bitches, people got cussed out, but they were right. Because the more you start calling black women bitches, people's like, oh, you know what? It's true. She is a bitch. And then people become more comfortable with not seeing her as a human being because it's always in the music, right? You keep making songs, ninja. Eventually, well, yeah, you're right. They are ninjas, huh? Yeah, I can kind of see it. Right? Is that people become more comfortable seeing you that way because that's how you refer to yourself. And that's not what you want. I don't even think that was the idea. But unfortunately, you can have good intentions and your good intentions can be used for something evil. Right? It can really be used for something evil. So I'm like, is that what you want? No, that's not what you want. And so people have to be very, very mindful. Right? And I feel like sometimes I think when it comes to many Black American people is that they don't realize that, oh shit, we dropped the ball. And because you dropped the ball, people feel more comfortable being disrespectful. You see, like if people do not see you as a proper academic challenger, whose fault is that? Because you dropped the ball, right? But there was a point in time where you wouldn't have even needed affirmative action to get into nobody's Ivy League. Like, be so for real. Because the pressure was real pressure. Like people had something to prove. And it's like, you are either going to get out of my way or you're going to join the movement. It's either or, but pressure was being applied. And when people apply pressure, who can sit there and disrespect you? Because they see what you're made of, right? But when we start having TV shows and music videos and conversations where any Black American kid that's really smart is corny. Any Black American kid that loves to study, oh, you're just lame. Or any Black American kid that is well-spoken, oh, you want to be white. You keep doing this, eventually you are encouraging people to embrace ignorance. Because what are you saying? So to read well is for white people, right? To speak well is only for white people, right? But I'm like, now you fast forward now, the STEM halls are pretty much empty. You don't see a lot of Black kids there, right? And like you get more of what you encourage, right? If you don't want to see certain things, you should not support that type of behavior. But ignorance has been so applauded. Ignorance has been put on a pedestal. Now it's like all you get is ignorant behavior. People just take so much pleasure in being ignorant. And I think now everybody low-key is embarrassed. Like, oh my gosh, like, are you really doing this? Of course they're doing this. Why would they not do this? We have allowed ignorant people to just come to power. And they think it's normal because they don't know any better. And this is why really intelligent Black people always should have been the vanguards of Black American culture. And if you're stupid, we tell you you're stupid. Of course there's money in STEM. Are you kidding me? all these billionaires are electrical engineers. There's so much money in STEM. There's no money in psychology. There's no money in sociology. Okay, like there's a lot of money in STEM, right? But the problem is these kids have been convinced that, oh, it's so hard, it's so difficult, oh, it's not for Black people, oh my gosh, oh, be quiet. Okay, there were Black people studying chemistry in the 1800s with basic books, and they understood these formulas, right? So like now that you have AI and all this stuff, why are you scared of chemistry? That makes no sense to me, right? But if there's a cultural attitude that's like very discouraging towards like really hard majors like that, right? You have to also see why people say, oh, well, maybe they're not that smart. It's like, no, it has nothing to do with being smart. It's like, number one, you have to have belief in yourself. And number two, you have to have other Black people who say you can do it. It's going to get hard. You're going to whoop your ass, but you got it. You can do it, right? Young people need to be encouraged to do what's hard. But unfortunately today, Black kids are being encouraged to do what is foolish. What's ignorant, what's foolish. And I'm like, yeah, they're going to hurt themselves. In the process of hurting themselves, right? They look crazy. They look really crazy. They look crazy. And that's why you have to have a standard on everything. Because if you don't have standards, you're going to lose the brain. Like, this is not a joke. You're going to lose the brain. And once you lose the brain, as we're all seeing, it's not that easy to fix, is it? Because there's not one thing that can fix everything. You know, and if it took 60 years to get here, it might take 100 years to just get back to what it was 60 years ago. So now people wasted 160 years when nobody should have lost this thing in the first place. And that's what it's so hard about when you damage a brain, is that now all your money and energy is just going into fixing it, right? When you should have never lost it in the first place. It's really hard. It's really hard to come back from greatness. Like oh my gosh, it's so fucking hard. It's really hard. But your name, your reputation, it should mean a lot to you. Like, and everybody should know this. And that's the part that's really hurtful. Because I'm like, we live in America. Like, we live in a country that is known for companies, corporations, marketing, storytelling. So I'm like, why are people sitting here and pretending not to understand that? You know, a brand is something you have to protect with everything you have. You can't just let your brand be anything, right? You got to protect your brand. Exactly. There you go. Because that is the brand. But can you really say that Chinese people are the smartest? No. But they want it, and they have a culture that puts really smart people on a pedestal. So young people want to do it because they want the praise, right? Indian people, are they really the smartest? I don't know. But if you have a culture that treats smart people with like all kinds of flowers and roses, you're going to push yourself to be really smart, right? But I don't feel like it's just like my dad says, like, I don't think there's a special gene. Oh, they have the gene for the smartest. I think Black Americans have had that gene. They have it also. But like anything, if you don't nurture your gift, it's going to die. Hey, King, what's up? It's going to die. You know, it's really, really sad. Like when you look at the past, so many Black American people were engineers and they had so many patents. Like patents, like Pierce Jones, he had so many, it's crazy. Like the people had so many different patents. So I'm like, it's there. Like you can do it. But if the culture says, oh, that makes you corny, that makes you lame, that makes you a nerd, that makes you whatever, why are people going to do it? You have to praise it. You got to like, oh, yes, being smart is where it's at. And then you'll see more young people who want to do that as well. Right? So I'm like, this is really hurtful. Child, my banner is old. I don't feel like changing it. My profile picture, that's AI. I thought it was cute because like I need to lose weight. Right? Makes sense. But I'm like, you have to encourage young people, young Black people to actually pursue hard majors. Hip hop is easy. Being a rapper is not hard. But the way they go crazy for rappers, you would think it's like getting a PhD in neuroscience. It's like it's not that hard. It's not that hard. It's really not that hard. And then the Black kids who do hard shit, they have no praise. I'm like, you think this shit's easy? Right? You think this shit's easy? So I'm like, it's oh shit. I'm like, this is the real problem here. Right? But me personally, for as much as I'm like, I was West African in STEM, I will say this. I think a big problem in STEM with Black Americans is like, It's the lack of self-belief. And the thing about science, if you don't believe you can do it, you're not going to do it because it's hard, right? And what makes it a lot easier is when you actually believe that you can. And when you also have family and friends who encourage you to do it, because these are not majors that you do by yourself. You need a village to do that shit. You really do. Like, you really do, right? But it's not like we've never seen Black Americans be great at STEM. The problem is they don't care as much as they used to. And and places like that, especially when it comes to things of the brain, if you're not represented in places where people see high IQ and high intelligence, right? People are going to believe that you don't have what it takes, right? Or maybe you just don't have the gene. But I'm like, yeah, you do have the gene, but you have to believe in you. And the culture needs to start encouraging and praising highly intelligent Black American people. But they're always getting insulted. So it's really hard. And you're going to keep getting more of that ignorant stuff because it seems like that's the only thing that doesn't create drama. Right? Yeah. I'm like, it's really sad. It's really, really sad.
A culture. We are the culture. And our culture, Black American culture, is the ones that make everybody else thrive. So anytime you feel froggy, that you want to place yourself on a pedestal and say that you're better than Black Americans, again, shut your mouth, humble yourself, and sit the fuck down and eat your food.
Oh, baby.
But I don't know who. I really don't. He needs to show me a video. Because I would love to see who said that. Like, who said, oh, we are better than Black Americans? Like, I would love to see that video because I'm like, who said it? Because sometimes people say things online, and I really do think they be adding grease to their shit. Like, you saw a video where somebody said, oh, we are better than Black Americans. I would love to see it. Now, when it comes to, I will say this, because I ain't going to be fake. When it comes to certain choices, I've already asked, well, I say that African people, like if I speak on West African people, do I say that for the most part, there are certain things where I feel like African people make better choices compared to Black Americans of today? I will say yes. I really do. And I'll give you a few examples. I think like when it comes to picking majors, I think we go for the hardest major because we ain't scared like that. You let yourself be scared, so you go for the liberal arts stuff, but it doesn't pay. Number two, I believe that when it comes to when there's a fight, I think Black Americans love to escalate. I think most West African people, we believe in de-escalation. Okay, listen, you're upset, I'm upset. Let's just bring it down. Okay, if it's okay, agree, disagree. I love you, you love me. Let's just dead that. We don't have to do all that kind of stuff, right? I think de-escalation is a big problem over here because people feel like, oh, if I walk away, I'm less than a man. It's like, no, you're not. You're actually really smart. Because if this is going to end in something crazy where people are going to go to prison, you are actually extremely smart and you have a well-regulated nervous system that you're walking away. It is better to walk away than to end up in prison. Okay, so I believe in that. Now, number two, when I believe that the attitudes towards family, especially marriage and stuff, I think holding on to traditional values, you're going to win. Okay, I think anybody who chooses to hold on to traditional values, long-term, you're going to be more successful. Okay, I really do believe that because all the broken homes, the multiple single moms, the multiple baby daddies and stuff like that. If you're a man, you're gonna pay so much in child support. It's like you just live just to pay child support. That's crazy. Okay, so to me, those are not good choices. So I feel like there are certain choices where I can say, and that's fine if you're offended, but there are certain choices where I can say I do believe that on average, a West African person would make a better choice, and because they've made a better choice, life will be easier, right? I think your life is a lot easier when you get married to one woman and you have all your kids with that lady, right? Because even if she's divorced and she takes child support, at least you're just paying one person, but all your kids by the same person. It really mitigates a lot of foolishness, okay? Because multiple kids by multiple people. It truly creates a lot of drama. It's a lot of stress. It's just very toxic. I don't know why anybody would put themselves through that. Okay. So that's what personally I would say. But holistically, I think I'm better than you. Then I don't think people think like that. But I think sometimes there are choices that are made that are not the best choices. Right? You got to make better choices. And I think sometimes there are a lot of choices also that are made out of emotions. And they're not made out of sound logic. Like, because if you were to calm down, go to sleep, wake up the next day, and really think about the problem, I think you would make better choices. You're like, you know what? Yeah, you're right, Marlene. I don't want to do that. I'm like, yeah, you see? Because you have to give yourself some time to deal with that. And it's a lot better to drink some water, go to sleep, wake up the next day, and then decide, do I really want to do this? Is this the way I want to proceed? My brand, my brand, my brand, my reputation, my reputation, my reputation. And you might say to yourself, like, you know what? I was really mad yesterday, but today I'm not as mad. And because I'm not as mad, it's fine. You see what I'm saying? It's okay to take a moment to breathe. It's okay to take a moment and go to sleep. It's okay to not, if you have a problem, you don't have to deal with it today. Because today you're not in the best frame of mind because you're really, really upset. You're really upset, right? So just go to sleep. And if you have to even wait a month before you make up your mind, wait a month and make up your mind. But it's better to make up your mind when you're calmer, when you're more reasonable, when you're more logical, and when you actually have all the facts. Because just because you feel strongly about something, it doesn't mean that you have all the facts. You just feel strongly about it. Just like I even feel like this whole African conversation, I think some people have convinced themselves that inherently Africans do not like me, right? But that's not factual. They might not agree with some of your decisions, but then again, nobody does. Like, okay, there you go, right? They might also not understand you because culturally it's like, okay, this is kind of weird, right? There you go. Right? But that does not mean that intrinsically somebody just hates you and they hate your whole being and they just hate your presence. Like me, it really hurts me when I hear shit like that because it's so inaccurate. Okay? Like hatred is real. And I think most African people, if they had to hate a Black American versus a white American, they're going to hate the white American. But to hate a Black American, that's some real serious shit. That's some real stuff. Hatred is very, very powerful. And people throw that stuff around like it's light. It's not light. To make content where you tell your people, oh, Africans hate us, that's crazy. That is really crazy. And for you to be a Black American person, to already know how a lot of Black American people are already really self-aware because America is not a nice country to Black American people. White American people are not nice to Black American people. You know, they already know all of this. So when you make your content, you say, oh, here's another group that also hates us. Like, do you not see how that's what you're doing is not okay? It's extremely cruel. And you're just thinking about your video, your views, your AdSense money, and your retention, your watch time. These are actual people. People are actually sacred. And for you to know that a people that's always struggled to feel accepted, they've always struggled to feel love and to feel understood, for you to say, yes, all these Africans, they hate us. What are you trying to do right here? Like, what are you doing? Seriously and honestly, this is really irresponsible. It is seriously irresponsible. You don't make that kind of content. You do not make that kind of content. You can say, hey, I've heard a few Africans say this about us. Let's talk about it so we can set the record straight. That's way more mature. That is way more responsible than this crazy statement because it's incredibly incendiary. Oh, yeah, African people hate us. Hate you for what? Truly and honestly. Like all jokes aside, yes, sometimes people are crazy, whatever, but that's life, right? But honestly, and truly and honestly, what have Black Americans done to African people that we're going to say, oh, yeah, we hate these people? Like, what have you done? It is never that serious, right? It is never that serious. Even my cousin who was murdered, like it's really fucked up. I don't think I like that person, but him doing what he did, he's a fucking fool. But does that mean that I have to hate all Black Americans? Like hate is a very, very powerful word, and it means something very specific. Because when you hate someone, it's like, well, if I ever see you, I can kill you. Right? If you leave your drink around me, I am capable of poisoning you. If you bring your kids around me, I can hurt your children. Right? Hatred is very powerful. It's very, very powerful. And when somebody hates you, they don't want nothing good to ever happen to you. When somebody hates you, they want your life to fail. When someone hates you, they want everything in this life to be so hard for you. Like hatred is a very, very powerful word. So I'm like, to make content as a Black American person and to say to your people, oh yeah, the Africans hate us. You are insane. You are truly insane. When you look at the continent, when you look at West Africa, like West Africa is in fucking shambles. It's not because of Black Americans. It's because of white people, French people, and English people, and sometimes the Americans, but white Americans. But I'm like, what does that have to do with you? And nobody's ever been so deranged to conflate you with the actions of white people. Why are we going to hate Black Americans? For what reason? Truly and honestly, for what reason? Stop doing dumb shit. Stop saying stupid shit because you need content or because your channel is not doing well. This is crazy. This is crazy. If anybody who's African said something that was like, I don't know, like lack historical context or shit like that, you should definitely correct the people. So that way, hopefully, the message can reach other people and we don't have to talk about this shit again. Right? But to keep making content and to talk about hatred, you hate, they hate, they hate. Hate is a very powerful word. Like the KKK, they had hatred for Black Americans. Did you see what they did? They would burn people alive, snatch people out their homes, and hang the people and burn the people. You truly think that African people are sitting here and we want you to burn? We want to grab you out of your house and burn you? We want to put you on a tree? Like this is seriously sick. And it's very mean to do that. It's very, very cruel. There are so many, even Diddy watches my stuff. I watch her stuff. So sometimes when she makes this content, it's so wild to me. It is so wild to me because I would love to know, when has she ever experienced hatred from any African person? Even the time she would come on my channel, when have I not been gracious towards her? Like, why would you know a few African people, at least a couple? When have you ever felt the hatred that you would sit here and be like, oh yeah, you know what? Let me just make this title or let me just say this goofy shit. Why would you say something like that? Why would you say something like that? When have you ever seen any, like 2, 3, 4, 5, even 10 African people come together and do anything harmful or even hateful to one Black American person? This is crazy. This is crazy. Every time these white people do something to Black American people, anytime they attack Black American people, all the African, we all jump in, go, oh, the fuck you, you're fucking racist. And all you've ever done was be mean to them. This is crazy. Like, it's really, really hurtful. I really would love to know, like, what can people do? Like, what more can we say? Right? If one person says something that's not nice, address the person. But please stop this whole, oh, African people hate who? Hate who? You're not the reason why Africa is poor. You're not the reason why people have to leave their countries and come here. You are not the reason why people have to go through all this bullshit. It's white people. So we're going to completely overlook white people and we're going to come here and just hate you. Hate you for what? Seriously, hate you for what? You can say sometimes you don't like the behavior because it's crazy. Like, it's unhinged. But then again, African people are not alone in feeling that way. There are plenty of Black Americans also who don't like this new behavior. They don't like it. They don't like it, right? So it's more of like, I don't like the behavior. But just because you don't like the behavior, it doesn't mean that you hate a person. Doesn't mean that. And a lot of African people too, we are Christians. We are Christians. Well, like, what do we look like having hatred for Black Americans? Like, this is fucking crazy. This is, to me, it's really, really hurtful. Because I'm like, for as long as I have lived, I have never had hatred in my heart for Black Americans. The people that I have prayed for God to help me, was white people. And I've got a lot better at that. Like, can I say that, oh, I've had moments where Black Americans got on my nerves? Yes. But so do other people. Like, shit, it's fucking me. Right? But like, where you feel like your heart is like really, really tight and shit like that, to me, it has been white people. Because you try, but there's not a day you read something, you see something. There's not a day where they're not involved in doing something torturous to a Black person. But me, I know for me, as far as I'm concerned, I don't hate you. I do not have, even white people, I don't have hatred in my heart. Every day I ask the Lord to help me. I don't want to hate no one. I don't hate no one. But there's a behavior that is truly concerning. There is a behavior that is not attractive. It doesn't make you want to get close to people because it's too much. It truly is overwhelming. But I think we can all be honest and say African people are not the only ones to feel that way. We're not the only ones to feel that way. So let's just be honest, right? There's a behavior that's overwhelming, right? And sometimes it's very concerning because when it comes to a lot of Black American people, when you get upset, you don't know how to bring it down. So when you get to that place, it's better to just not engage with you because you don't know how to do de-escalation. And it can really go left. And I personally, I don't want it to go left. Because let us not do something we're both going to regret. Let us not say something we can't take back. So me and my culture and my personal culture as a private citizen, when stuff gets crazy, I just walk away. right? Because I don't want to say something I can't take back. That's why I told that young lady, don't talk about my kids. Because I could have snapped back and said something really, really hurtful. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it. But I'm going to let you know, don't do it. She chose to disregard me and keep doing it. So I just banned her from my channel. Because someone has to have sense. Somebody has to know how to break, like, listen, we're not going to go there. Because this is not a pretty place. It is not a pretty place. And that is my problem, is that today, people don't know how to de-escalate. Just hype it up. But you going to hype this shit too far, and then people going to get killed. Because we have this world star hip hop culture, shade room culture, where we love to hype up bad behavior because we want to see people crash out for our personal entertainment. I am not a fucking gladiator, okay? I don't do crash outs. I don't kill myself or kill other people for other people's entertainment. This is crazy. And that's why I say, when I do my videos, anybody can get it. For real, for real. I don't care if you Black American, you Nigerian, you what. I don't give a fuck. White people, I don't care. If you annoy me, you annoy me for the day. That's it, that's that. If you can't take it, that's fine. But I don't believe in like mob culture. I don't believe in punching down on people. I don't believe in just talking about one people. Anybody can get it because everybody needs to do better. Everybody needs to do better. And I say, if more people have self-awareness, we all gonna have a better relationship. But there's a real lack of self-awareness, right? There's a real lack of self-awareness. And so sometimes, instead of saying, you know what, people don't like the behavior, you say, oh, you don't like me. I don't have an issue with you. I don't like your behavior. But I truly also understand that white people have really bad culture. And so when you see them, they do bad things and it seems like they get away with it. When you live next to white Americans, sometimes you can feel like God is not real because the way they behave themselves, it's as if consequences are not real, as if God is not real. So I can see how when you live like this for 400 years next to these heathen people, that you can say to yourself, what's the point of being righteous? What is the point of doing the right thing? What's the point of being the mature one? Because white people do whatever the fuck they want to do, and they race towards the bottom. And it seems like they never face any consequences for their fucking degeneracy. So I can see how people can be inspired. And that's why when I think about you, cousin, to me, I said to myself, I pray for you because I said, oh, the devil has deceived you. White people have deceived you. And now you think that what's wrong is right, what's right is wrong. When anybody brings correction, you say, oh, you hate me because this is how white kids behave, right? White kids don't like structure because they're raised like heathens. They're raised like wolves. So the day you tell a white child he can't do something, he wants to kill you. Right? Because growing up, he was never told no. He was never spanked. He was never told no. So now that he's an adult or a teenager, the mom said, oh, you can't play football. You can't play with your game. You can't do this, or you have to move out. He has to go grab a gun and kill his mother because how dare she put down the rules when she never gave him rules. Right? And I'm like, I can see how that can be deceitful. Because white people, they live a life of deceit. If you look at white Americans, you will think God is not real. And you can do whatever you want, whenever you want, and you don't have to worry about consequences. And I think that behavior, it rubbed off on you. And then you said to yourself, what's the point of being good? And this is why we are where we are. Right? Instead of saying, like, what, you're not like them. You don't have the same culture. And low-key, high-key, I don't even know if you have the same God, to be quite honest. Right? But it's like, that is life. Let them do what they want. They've made their choice. They've made their choice. But you have to make a better choice. And it's a harder choice, but it's more noble. Because for as rich as they are, they're always miserable. For as much money as they have, they're always getting divorced. They let their kids do whatever, and their kids are never grateful. The kids pop them in the head, and they shoot their asses. They don't have good culture. They do not have good culture. White people believe in life. Oh, freedom, do whatever you want. There's no boundaries. But that's not how you live. That's an actual prison. Because real freedom comes from having structure. You need to have some kind of structure, and you need to have some kind of discipline, right? But I get it. I really do get it. And to me, I feel like it's deception. You have been deceived. So it's a real deception. Feminism has deceived a lot of Black American women. Like the hip hop stuff, the being a drug dealer stuff. Oh, don't be a scholar, be a drug dealer, right? All of that. It was all deception. They sold these myths and these lies to people. And because people are impressionable, people bought into it. Right? But by God's grace, a lot of people can start to wake up now and be like, oh, wow, all of this shit right here was a fucking lie. It was all deception. This the work of the devil. It truly is the work of the devil. And I think the problem to me personally, right? I think, how can I say this, right? I think God, to me personally, I don't think God makes any mistakes, right? I don't think he does. And I even feel like for as much of everything that happened with the slavery, the rape, the this, and that, but there's still certain things that stayed. The complexion stayed, the hair texture stayed, the lips, they stayed. And I don't think that we carry these, I don't think we carry these features from our ancestors so we can hate each other. I think we have the same complexion, the same hair texture, the lips, you name it, right? So that when we actually see each other, I would know that you have a part of me and I have a part of you, right? You understand? You have a part of me and I have a part of you. It's really sad. It's really, really sad. And it's truly heartbreaking what happened with slavery. It truly is. And I don't know, because sometimes I feel like to a lot of Black American people, it's like, oh yeah, African people are just so okay with slavery. That shit is fucking diabolical. It is very traumatic. Everybody is traumatized. Now, it could be that we are not as, I guess, expressive as you are. And I get that. I really do. But people react to trauma differently. People react to trauma differently. I think to a lot of Black American people, the way that they respond to the trauma from the slavery is to always talk about it. You understand, right? That's your culture. You have to talk. Like, it's an American thing. You talk. That's your shit, right? African people, unfortunately, we don't know how to, your feelings and stuff. It's really not our jam. It's not our thing, right? When we're sad, we do. We're sad, we eat, we make more food, we do, we work really hard. We keep ourselves busy because we're not a people that talks about your feelings. It's just not a thing. In America, you have to talk, because I think in America too, in American culture, if you don't always state how you feel, people think that you are okay with the shit. It's like, no, I'm not okay. But I'm just not the type to just talk about this, because the more I talk about it, the more in my head, I don't feel good. You see what I'm saying? If I was to talk about slavery every day, I would go crazy on white people every day. It's not healthy for me, because I do have to go outside and I do have to see these fools. Okay, so I gotta deal with this a little differently so that I can have my mental health and I can be able to see them outside and not spaz out, because it's very traumatic. It is truly traumatic. Whether you are seeing slavery, you're seeing a lynching, you're all of this shit. It's a lot. It truly is a lot. It's not a normal place over here. It really is not. But I think that certain features, certain phenotypes have remained so that when we see each other, we would know you have a piece of me, I have a piece of you. 400 years, they have separated us, right? You grew up a certain way, I grew up a certain way. And sometimes, yeah, there's friction because we haven't seen each other in 400 years. You speak a whole different language now. Hey, you mix with India now. Okay. So it's it takes time to get to know people because it's been 400 years. And that's a lot. It's a lot. And it's not something that you can catch up with people in 2 days, in 2 years, even in 30 years, because this shit is fucking real. This shit is fucking real. But I think what we can do is give each other some kind of mercy. Okay, I will extend mercy because you weren't here. I will extend mercy because you don't come from Africa, right? People can extend mercy, right? But me, Diddy, from the time I saw her, she followed me. I want to follow her right back. I watch her content, even when she does this dumb shit, but I'm still gonna watch her videos because I want her to make money. Okay, I just play in the background. Oh, that's Diddy. Every time I see her stuff, I don't skip it because let me help her get some money. Right? But when I see you, I see a part of me. Now, I do wish that you hadn't let these white people deceive you like this. I ain't gonna lie. I do wish that you hadn't let these Jews deceive you like this. I ain't gonna lie. It pains me that you have agreed to identify yourself with drug dealing culture. I don't know where the fuck you got that shit from. It really does pain me. It pains me when you are anti-marriage. You know better than this, right? But it is what it is, right? These white people have done an incredible job. It pains me that you are okay with abortion. Because you have no idea who this baby could be. If Thurgood Marshall's mama had aborted him, shit, okay? If Frederick Douglass's mother had aborted him, shit. If Malcolm X's mom had aborted him, oh my gosh, right? You have no idea who this child is. But I get it. Because you stay long enough to white people, they will find a way to convince you that it's not a child, it's not a blessing, it's problems, it's problems, it's problems, it's problems, as if they're not fucking problems, right? But I get it. There's a lot of deception. America is a land full of lies. Like, this place is not, I'm telling you, it's not a fucking real place. It really is not real. Okay? But I'm like, you need to understand that. I don't know any African. Even when I was a kid growing up, we used to watch like Kunta Kinte and all that shit. My parents will always say, look at these white people, they stole our people. Like, to me, white people were always the people who stole our people, and they brought them to these lands and they tortured them. So I really don't know why people believe that African people hate Black Americans. You go to any African country, any major city, you go to any hood, anywhere, you will see people have pictures of Dr. Kings. They have murals of Dr. Kings. They have murals of Muhammad Ali. They have murals of Malcolm X. Because at the end of the day, you came here, you were brought here against your will. You were tortured. But one thing we know, everybody kind of knows about Black America, is that you are extremely resilient. You didn't give up. You know, you didn't end up like Native American people, I guess because you're African, right? But you didn't end up like Native American people, right? For it's like you found a way, whether it's like sports and stuff, where if it's basketball, if it's football, if it's baseball, right? Whatever, white people were not able to use your color against you, and it was a fair competition, you truly shine. And people in Africa, they saw that. When the dream team, when you had the dream team, we were in Paris, like people were going crazy. Les Américains, les Américains. It was like the Americans are here. And it was like the whole team was pretty much a bunch of Black Americans, right? You have always meant a lot to I think to most Black people in the diaspora, because you were brought against your will. You were tortured. You were enslaved, abused, molested. I mean, it's overwhelming, but you still found a way to create your culture, your history. You found a way to put your own imprint on what is American culture. And that is really beautiful. And that's why, to me, it hurts me, because I'm like, this is a lot of work. It's so much work. And to let this work go to the wayside, and to let what you've done be hijacked by a bunch of crazy people because they're from the hood, is crazy to me. It's crazy to me. But I pray that by God's grace, we're going to go back on the right course and things will get back in order, right? And where highly intelligent Black people are going to rule Black America, where highly intelligent, demure, classy people that have real plans, real strategies are going to come back and take the helm of Black American culture. Everybody here wants Black America to go back to what it used to be. Everybody wants that. Like, nobody is happy with this. I don't know one person who sees what we see and who's rejoicing. Like, what is going on? Like, I was working out today and I said, wow, like every day I wake up, I understand Prophet Jeremiah and the book of Lamentation. It's very hurtful to see a beautiful people go like just be taken by foolishness. It's really, really hurtful, because you think, are Black Americans going to be a minority to the Hispanics? Jesus Christ. It's insane to me. It's insane to me. It really is. But if people do not want to be led by highly intelligent Black Americans, because you feel like they can't be trusted, they talk like white people, they sound like whatever kind of garbage that is anyways, right? Okay. But the pseudo-intellectuals, they're not helping. The pseudo-intellectuals, they don't have the credibility. People that used to be rappers and they cannot lead a people. You need smart people, like people that have PhDs in econ, people that are CPAs, like people that are like lawyers, like proper lawyers. You need real intelligent people. This is not a joke. And this is not something that Tariq Nasheed can fix. This is not something that even Dr. Umar, no. Because I feel like one of the biggest issues we have with Black America today too is the lack of focus on Black wealth. Like, Black Americans are falling behind in terms of building wealth. Like, it's a real joke, and it's not a joke. And this is not something that Tariq Nasheed can fix. It's not something that Dr. Umar can fix. You need real Black Americans with real PhDs in econ, people who understand money. understand interest rates and this, and that. This is the work of really smart people. But you always want to go with people that have clout on social media. Clout on social media is not a metric for competency. Anybody can be loud on social media. It's not hard to go viral. You can say whatever you want, and if it sounds good, like T.I., people will latch on to you. Okay. But at some point, right? At some point, we need to hire actual competent Black Americans, and they do exist. When it comes to money, you want to go with earn your leisure. What qualification does Rashad have to help you invest your money? Are you kidding me? Right? You have Ariel Investments with Black Americans who went to Princeton. Black Americans who have, they have PhDs in the shit. They have 5, 10, 20 billion dollars in asset management. You never want to talk to them because God forbid they happen to vote Republican. Why do you care? Right? And it's the worst thing you can do as a Black American. Is it really voting American? When you think of all the things a person can do to hurt Black America, is being a Republican? Do you even know what the Republican Party even stands for? I don't think you do. I really do not think you do. But I'm like, so many people are being demonized. Sorry, y'all. So many people are being demonized simply for what? See if I can find them for you right here. Right? There you go. Right? Here's Mr. Rogers right here. You know how much money he has under asset management? I think Ariel Investment has like $10 billion under asset management. Why don't you go talk to him? Even if you want reparations, why don't you make him the leader of the reparations movement? Because everything is about storytelling. Everything is about packaging, right? Everything is about you, because it's America. You know this. You know about brands and corporations and storytelling and whatever. But I'm like, even if you truly believe that there is a way to get reparations, but the person who carries that torch, it matters. The reputation, their lifestyle, their criminal record, their this, and that. Why would it be Tariq Nasheed? I'm so confused, right? Why would it be him? Because let's even assume he was to actually go before Congress to talk about reparations. Do you not know they would pick him apart? His rap lyrics, his music, suck my dick this, bitch. Have you ever heard his rap lyrics? Do you know the kind of stuff he said in his music? People are going to laugh you out of Congress. They'll laugh you out of Congress. So it's like at least something so monumental. If you have such a monumental thing, it needs to be, you need someone to represent you that is actually honorable, respectable, and respectful, right? So then you got to go find the very best, the most deserving. It can't be someone who was out here living as some failed rapper for 20, 30 years and whatever kind of stupid shit he be talking about on freaking X. Nobody respects that man. Like Mr. Rogers, do you know the kind of people he has on his phone? Do you know the kind of people he can call and just one button, right? Do you know who he can keep? Like, I mean, this is insane, right? This man is probably more likely to have personal connections with a lot of these Federal Reserve chairs that he can go there and have some proper conversations with people. This man is probably more likely to have access to the U.S. Treasury and to sit down with the U.S. Treasurer. Why would you not let Mr. Rogers be the face of the reparations movement? And on top of that, his granddad was the wealthiest man in Tulsa, Oklahoma. The man who lost all the hotels and stuff like that, that's his granddad. That's his granddad. So would it not be more fitting for the grandson of one of the wealthiest men who lost the most during this goofy this white genocide, right, in Tulsa, Oklahoma, to be the one to speak about reparation because he has firsthand knowledge of what it feels like to live white terrorism when they come and burn all your shit down, right? But like, no, you want Tariq Nasheed. So I'm like, how can people take you seriously? How can people take you seriously? Yeah. How can people take anything seriously? No one is going to take you seriously. Right? You need proper people to, like, when you have a real cause and you want money from the U.S. Congress, you need a certain type of people. They got to have a certain type of resume. They have to know how to talk a certain type of way. They have to have a certain kind of record. They have to have, like, listen, right? This man went to Princeton. You know how bougie Princeton is? You know how hard it is to get into fucking Princeton? Okay? This man, I think they have like what? You can look it up. It's Arrow Investment. I think they have like $10 billion. $10 billion. A man who can be trusted with $10 billion. You don't want this man to be your spokesperson. You don't want this man to say, hey, sir, do you mind being the face of the reparations movement? No. Tariq Nasheed or the other light-skinned lady that's in her basement and lives with her parents. Like, do you even want this reparation yourself? Like, seriously, do you even want it? Do you really want it? Because when you want something, you're going to find the best person qualified. Qualified. A person that knows how to talk to people, that can talk to Congress, that can talk to the Fed, that can talk to the Treasury, that can talk to all kinds of bankers out here. This man probably can talk to Jamie Dimon. Right? Like, I'm like, there are real qualified people. But because they don't vote Democrat, because they don't listen to hip hop, they don't like Jay-Z, right? Because they don't say, oh, my nigga, right? You disqualify your very best. And then you want to come and talk to the African people. You're not like, no, you, at some point, we have to start being serious, okay? At some point, we have to start being serious people. And I really don't believe that people even want this reparation. I feel like it's just a talking point on the internet, but it's not something that people truly want. Because if you truly wanted your reparations, you would go talk to this man. You would have a whole syndicate like with him, Mr. Pebbles, like all kinds of these ultra luxurious, like black people we don't usually see because they got too much money, right? And they're not tainted, they're not involved in this foolishness, like clean record, clean reputation. They're known for managing all kinds of money. $1 billion is nothing to these people, right? These are the kinds of people you go after and be like, you gonna represent us. Exactly. That's the thing, right? Demystifying education, demystifying what it takes to get into an Ivy League, making a mockery of what it takes to go to Princeton University. Jesus Christ. Okay. And then the black lady, what's her name, Hobson, she's the one that's married to George Lucas, the founder of Star Wars. So there's nothing but billions around these people. Anybody sees Tariq Nasheed coming, it's over. They would shush that man like, go somewhere, you're a scammer, right? Because he's not a serious person. What has he done? What has he built? Where did he go to school? Who does he know? Who does he have on his LinkedIn? So that's why I say I don't really believe that people are truly serious about this reparations movement, because there are way more qualified Black Americans that could be the face of this movement. Okay, well, but I'm like, the Tariq the who? Please stop.
And I totally agree. I think he's spot on. And so I think that's the
that also calls, because
as they talked about this in one segment and then they brought it back. I want to get into it. I'm gonna play it. Y'all let me know what y'all think. Let's get into it. Here we go.
I don't think a lot of, like Black Americans understand the trauma that also caused, because, if you're participating, you saw it throughout movies, you saw it throughout music. I mean, all of it kind of crapped on the Black African immigrants who came to this. And anyone who denies it or says, as I saw in some of the comments, get over it, that was then. Whoa. Now we say get over it? Yeah. Now we say get over it? There's a conversation.
This is a part of the curriculum. I mean, we have to understand everything we're talking about is kind of grounded in this white superiority ideology.
No doubt.
And remember, we're not talking about white people as individuals. We're talking about the curriculum that's created. So when African immigrants are told about Black Americans, they're told never be like Black Americans.
That's right.
When Black Americans are told about African immigrants, they say, at least you're not from there. So there's this original story, this narrative that when a Black...
I don't believe that. I think people just like to say shit to say bullshit. Nobody in my life ever said to me, oh, don't be like those Black Americans. I moved to the States in 96. A lot of my best friends, oh my gosh, my best friend was Black American. My mom never said, oh, don't be like Valencia. Like, that is a fucking lie. That is a fucking lie. Because at the same time, also, all Black American people ain't the same. They're not like, this is some bullshit. And the man said something very specific. He said that a lot of Black Americans did crap on African people. And instead of acknowledging that, you don't want to talk about that because now you have to apologize. You want to talk about white people in the curriculum. No. What you do is you acknowledge what he said. It's true. A lot of Black Americans used to make fun of African people, booty scratchers and stuff like that. And you can say it was not a nice thing to say. But you also have to understand when you deal with your own internalized Stockholm syndrome and self-hatred, sometimes you say things that are not so nice to other people, right? But a lot of African kids were truly hurt by those words. They were truly hurt. So the same way you don't like to be called a dirty Black American, right? Who wants to be called a booty scratcher? These words were hurtful. And now that we're older, we have more self-awareness and we all understand like, okay, it's a lot of white supremacy. That's why it should be very easy for you to say, you know what? It shouldn't have been said. I didn't say it, but if you heard it from any Black American, right, and that really hurt you, I ask for forgiveness. Okay, you know me now. You know me. You know other people. We would never talk like that. But there are people who would say those things. But even when they were saying that, please understand that they weren't even saying that at you for real, for real. They were also hurting on the inside. But when you're a kid and somebody says that to you, it doesn't matter if they're also hurting on the inside because what they're saying to you is very hurtful. You understand? I had to deal with that on my own terms as well, right? It's that I had one girl, especially her name was Tiffany. Like she was a nasty bully in high school. But I think Tiffany as well. When I got older, I said, you know what? She's light skinned. Her mama's dark skinned. Who even knows how her mama treated her? So maybe it was all of that. And also, I can see how if you're African and you come to the States, right? All these Black American kids, they all lived in either apartments or townhouses. I don't think there was one Black American kid at Fairfax High School who actually lived in a house. And one time I had a party, or even with the bus, because you can see where the bus is going, right? But one time I had a party, even Valencia. It's very possible also that Valencia said, oh, if you see Marlene's house, if you see the cars, da-da-da. It's really possible that it can make you feel like, oh, look at these Africans, they're coming here and look at how they live. I could see that. But it's not a dig at you. I can see how you could feel slighted. You understand? Because I think this is something that also people don't want I've come to realize that I think many Black Americans are indeed insecure because I think this nation has made you insecure. So sometimes you internalize things a certain way and you assume that, oh, this is how they must feel about me. No, it's in your head. It's in your head. Like, I'll give another good example. When Jimmy came to the house, I remember he used to say, he was like, oh, he said the Lincoln Navigator was his dream car. Well, we had one. So when he came to my house, I just gave him the keys. I said, here, go drive it. Since it's your dream car, drive it and see what it feels like. What the heck, right? But I can see how that can be a thing. If you ever come to my house, it looks like a dealership. It really does. I think it's excessive, but whatever, right? But if you see that, I can see how it can make you feel a certain way, right? Then I had a party one time. The kids came, and a lot of them were Black Americans. Like, oh, I've never seen walls so white. I'm like, what do you mean you've never seen walls so white? Like, this is crazy, right? But I can see how that can make people feel a certain way. But just because you feel a certain way, it doesn't mean that people think you're less than. You understand? I don't know. I don't know if people get that, right? It's like if you like even me. I have friends. I have cousins. I have people that I know who are Africans. You guys, when I tell you, their families have so much money. Now, I could be like, oh, she thinks she's better than me. Or I could also understand that it's me. This is normal for her, right? If you see a young lady and every day she wears a new Chanel bag, right? And maybe the way she treats her Chanel bag, you might feel like, oh, she's trying to say that. What we're trying to say. But it's like, it's you. This is normal for her. That's how she lives, right? Like even my dad doesn't even make that much money. There are people who make way more. I have uncles who have way more. And if you see how my cousins live, I'm telling you, if you are not aligned with jealousy and envy, you can start to feel some type of way. But that's just how they live, right? It's normal for them. You understand, right? And I feel like that's even like, it's not even just all the friends I've ever had. Any friend, any kind of friend I've ever had who's Black American, right? I've always tried to encourage them, whatever they say they want to do, or whatever, even in the math department, in the STEM, whatever. I was the tutor. I'm always hyping people up. Believe in yourself, believe in yourself. But if you don't really believe in yourself, right, it's hard. If you think that people are against you, it's hard. I'm at a point now, I don't even know what to say anymore. Because I think if you have your mind made up, you're going to see things a certain way until you are ready to not see things a certain way. Does that make sense? But I can see how because you watch the movies, you watch the documentaries, you watch the Feed the Children of Africa, where these kids are bloated, there's flies everywhere. And then you encounter Marlene. And Marlene does not fit what you saw on TV. I get it. It could be a cultural shock. But that's why you should not believe everything you see on TV. Right? I'm not a TV African. You understand? Like I'm not. Maybe my dad was when he was a kid, but I was not. I was not that person. I didn't live like that. Right? Does that make sense? So I can see how when you meet African people who come from the continent and they don't fit the stereotype of what you see on TV, you're like, oh well, that's crazy. Yeah, because they intentionally go to the poorest places and show crazy shit. Just like when you're black, if you're in Africa, you watch the stuff. They intentionally go to the hood to show Black Americans in a crazy way. They love to show crazy people, right? But we should know everybody is not going to fit what you see on TV, right? And just because someone is an immigrant and they live a certain life in your country, it doesn't mean that they feel like they're better than you. Now, do I feel like sometimes you could try harder? Of course. But I think sometimes you're too much in your head. Right. And I feel like this is where white people have done a good job because they've trapped you in your head. Because you always talk about the past. And when you're always talking about something, it makes it hard to see what you even have. Even though it's not perfect, it's still something quite amazing. Right. And I wish that more people would actually work on that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a thing, but you have to acknowledge that because it was truly hurtful. So at least say, you know what, fam? It was said. I know it was hurtful, and it shouldn't have been said. But I think also you have to realize that people here also they deal with their own pain. You see, me when I truly understood that a lot of Black America struggles with colorism, right? It made a lot of things more easier for me because I'm like the stuff they say. It's not even about me. It's about how they feel about themselves. So I don't internalize that. Because I think whatever you do, you have to try to humanize people. But if you live in America long enough, you will know that Black America is colorist. They put light-skinned people on a pedestal and then they treat dark-skinned people like shit, right? They put like small nose and small features on a pedestal and wider features, they treat you like shit, right? Now, it's not nice. But once you understand that this is something that they struggle with, it makes it easier not to internalize a lot of the bullshit. Because it has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with how they feel and how they've been conditioned to see themselves and to see each other. I don't have to internalize this foolishness. It doesn't concern me. It does not. Yeah, it's very, very, it's truly, truly hurtful. And I think many times when a lot of African people try to convey that to a lot of African American people, I think low-key you feel bad, you feel embarrassed. Right? And because you're not comfortable owning that, there have been times where you were also like the bully. You struggle with that. No, admit it. Right? Everything is not always white people. You have done things that were not nice to other people who are Black, right? And it could also be because deep down inside, you were also wrestling with accepting your Blackness. So these African people truly like they force you to see everything about yourself that you hate. Because you've learned this self-hatred from these white people, right? But you have to, right? Yeah, you have to take ownership because they were truly hurt. And I think the best way to move on sometimes, if we want to have better relationships and better conversation, people have to learn to say, I'm sorry. Even though I didn't say it to you, but it was said, and I can see that you're still hurting and you're still holding on to that. And this is the reason why you can't move on or things like that. I truly want to apologize, right? But please understand that people here, Black people here as well, they have been told for a very, very long time that they were not beautiful. They were the N-word. They were this, they were this, they were that. So when you come from Africa, you are like the dark shadow. Like you represent everything they were told makes them ugly. And now they have to look at this thing right there. And it's like, this is fucking crazy, right? This is really crazy. But it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, so that's the thing. And me, I never fit that. I was never like the dirty, poor African kid, like anything but that. Right? And I was always going on vacation. I was always going back to Paris. Like I was like living my best life. It was like, what the heck? I can't relate to this bullshit. It's not my life. Even when they have to get kids, like many kids have to get jobs. I'm like, well, why are you working? Why is your mom giving you money? Right? So, yeah, you see, and these things are actually hurtful. And you need to admit that, okay, you know what? It was hurtful. It shouldn't have been said. But I think today, a lot of Black American kids, even in high school, they don't talk like that anymore. So I think you also got to give people credit for doing better, right? I think today people are a bit more sensitive and people are not so ignorant like that. All right. I think also today as well, more African kids are more confident being African children, right? So I think everybody learned from that. But you should acknowledge and you need to apologize. You need to apologize because you can't just talk about when you're hurt and you want people to acknowledge when you're hurt and people to apologize for you being hurt. But when somebody else says, well, you also hurt me. Well, let me tell you about slavery. Let me tell you about the white man. You can also say, you know what? I'm also sorry. It's not that hard. It's really not that hard. It's not that hard to apologize.
American man meets a Black African immigrant. They're both dealing with colonial trauma, yet neither of them has been told the same or the correct story of one another. And so that is the initial beef. And the ultimate goal of it is.
But even if they decide to sit down and talk to each other, they can. So all this can be resolved. But if you start with insult, and that's the thing, I think people don't understand that because it's American culture, right? If you lead with insults, it makes it hard to want to sit down with you, right? If you call somebody a booty scratcher, why would he sit down and try to get to know you, right? If you call somebody a filthy African, why would he want to sit down and get to know you, right? If you say, oh, these Africans are over there and they wipe their butts with tree barks, right? But if somebody said, oh, these Black Americans are in prison and they eat each other's butts out and give each other blowjobs as men, how would that make you feel? Right? Because you think when you insult people, people can insult you. We can all insult each other. And these booty jokes, the butt. You can make jokes about an African booty, and people can also make jokes about a Black American man's booty as well. But where does it stop? But if when you first meet people, you accuse people with insults, I don't know how anybody is going to want to sit down and be, oh yeah, I would love to get to know you. Right? It's everything's about how you receive people. If you say to any African person, family, come over, I want you to get to my family, they're going to come because, oh, they want to learn, like, teach me your ways. Like, how does it work? How did you do it? How do I deal with white people? Right? You can teach so much. But if you insult somebody, how are they going to get to know you? And the thing about between Black Americans and African people, if we care to be honest, you are way nicer to Dominicans. Right? And yet they keep telling you they want nothing to do with you. Right? But you bend over backwards. We see how nice you are to Puerto Ricans. You're very nice to Dominicans. You're very nice to other people who have white skin who are not nice to you. So my thing is, like, you have it in you to be friendly. You have it in you to be a good host. You don't want to do it. Or you pick and choose based on complexion, the width of the nose and the width of the lips, who you going to be nice to and who you going to call all kinds of names, right? But I'm like, even the behavior of Dominicans, you have not witnessed that kind of behavior at the expense of African people. We don't act like Dominicans, right? But you are not as nice to us as you are with Dominicans. You're not as accommodating, or like you're still praying and hoping that these light-skinned people are going to one day identify as Black, right? I'm like, that is crazy. But you've never experienced that kind of behavior from African people, right? So I'm like, that also needs to be acknowledged. You don't have to talk like that to people. But if you want to make friends out of people, you should be friendly. They always say you don't attract bees with vinegar, right? You got to be sweet. Your words have to be sweet. And if you talk to people in a nice, friendly way, people are going to want to get to know you. They're actually going to be excited because when you move to a whole new country and you don't have friends like that, you know, who doesn't want to have friends? Because a lot of people get homesick. And Black Americans are the closest thing to Black people in America. So if you come here from Africa, why would you not want to have a relationship with people who have Black skin? Why would you want to be at odds with people who have Black skin? If anything, I think it's African American people. Oh, shoot, you're less than me, or you African, you poor African, you dirty African, right? You're doing that, and I get it. They treat you like that, so you can't wait to find somebody else to treat them like shit. I get that, but it doesn't make it okay. Right? And it also does not make you the victim, right? You're not the victim here because you can't talk to people any kind of way and expect the African person not to say anything. No, they will because they're hurt. Like, this is crazy. Yeah, they're very nice to like Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, like people who are truly nasty to them. So I'm like, you have it in you to be friendly. You have it in you to be tolerant. But I've come to realize that you look at the complexion first, right? Complexion, the nose, the lips, and the hair texture. And then you decide who gets to see your sweet side and who gets to see your belligerent side. I'm like, that's not okay. They're like, yeah, that's truly, it's not okay. It's not okay. But I'm like, obviously, this brother here, he's still hurt. And you haven't addressed that he's been hurt. Like, oh, it's racism. But if you're a Black American, brother, you know what? I'm sad. I can see it's probably still hurting you. I'm really sad it was said onto you. It shouldn't have been said. But I hope we can move past this and we can all come together. He's going to take it. Because at least you acknowledge that when he came here, the way he was received, it was really harsh. It's harsh. You've never been an immigrant, so you can't relate, right? But it's really, really hard. But imagine you leave a place full of Black people, you come to a country with not that many white Black people, and you have to fight those Black people. That is crazy. Nobody wants to live like that. Nobody wants that shit. It's weird. It's really weird.
To maintain separation between the entire diaspora. I mean, just think if we were able to get Accra, Lagos, Johannesburg, Atlanta, Oakland. I mean, in 1990, I'll never forget it. It was a few weeks before my 13th birthday. Public Enemy released Fear of a Black Planet. We were in line for that. Yeah. So I remember getting the cassette tape. Me too. And so, again, talking about being hindsight in 2020, the things that we don't understand is that Public Enemy was talking about Black geopolitics 35 years ago. Yep. Fear of a Black Planet literally transcribed everything we're talking about right now. When you think of Terror Dome,
I got so much trouble on my mind.
Hollywood Burn
with Big Daddy Kane and Ice Cube.
Yep. So this is not a new narrative. This is the same story that's been going on. And I think it's important to be able to see the source of the problem in order to actually articulate and speak about the problem. And so, what you all had on camera was a kind of colloquial conversation that really turns into beef in the outside world and the outside space, which is why it went viral, because people are yearning to have this conversation.
I like engagement. But I like it because I think I'm pretty well versed in this, because since I was 18, we started at the African American.
About this guy, I forgot his name. The thing about Jeffrey is very dishonest, right? Jeffrey with this whole, I'm the Nigerian who's going to spill all the tea about how Nigerians really feel about Black Americans. He's full of shit, right? Jeffrey got in trouble for saying something about Black women because he thought he could just say whatever. That's why I say I can't stand America sometimes, and I can't stand these content creators, right? This is what happened. He said, because he sells shows, like he has to go on tour. He always needs to go on a show. He never has enough money. So he said something about Black women. The ladies got super offended. And I think that affected his sales, or it affected his money pretty much, right? So the way he's trying to reinvent himself is by being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be the Nigerian who grew up in America who's gonna tell you how Nigerians truly feel about Black Americans. And I'm like, yeah, you're lame for that, right? But it's divisive. I guess it's juicy, whatever. And that's been his gig. But I'm like, it's a fucking grift. Another thing also, if Jeffrey's going to talk about how Nigerians feel, he needs to talk about how the people that he knows, so his family, his cousins, because he is not the representative of Nigeria or Nigerian people. Does he even speak his native language? Probably not. When was the last time he's been to Nigeria? Okay. So I'm like, no, speak for yourself. But the mere fact that people can't see to Jeffrey that he is trying to salvage whatever kind of failed career he had. Yeah, he's very, very dishonest. Because he said that thing about the Black girls and the thing went crazy. Let me see if I can find it. How do you spell his name again? Godfrey. Okay, my bad. Like, he's very, very dishonest. I hate what he's doing. There you go. So this is what he did. This is what he did. There you go. Hold on. Let me play it.
It's been a while since we'd heard from Godfrey. The comedian took to social media to address an interracial advertisement he saw in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, that featured a white man with a black woman. Godfrey said that he has a problem with this ad and would ask the question, what are they trying to say? Godfrey said he had a problem with the ad for having a white man with a black woman and asked where was the ad with a black man and a white woman. He would then go on to point out that some women of color who fight against white supremacy have white men, and wonder if having a white man as your partner would take away from their fight against white supremacy. Interracial relationships have been a long discussion in our community. So today on the show, we have our comedy hype analyst.
But there's this white guy.
Hold on. There's another
Look, I just walked past this. Now, I know it's a nice little health. It's like, I guess, a health insurance thing. Fidelis Care. Yeah. But there's this white guy and this black woman, okay? There's been a lot of this. Even at my bank, they got a black woman with a white guy. It's a lot of black women with white guy shit. You know what I mean? It's what I noticed. But in black-ass Brooklyn, all these black people are walking past this, and what are you trying to say? That it's better to get one of these? Get a white guy? And listen, and I don't want any of you interracial motherfuckers that are in an interracial relationship making these stupid-ass comments like, what's wrong? Love is love. There's
another thing he said. There's another thing he said. But I'm like, if you guys remember, he went viral and the girls got mad at him. They got super mad for some joke he made about black women. So when he started doing this whole thing about, oh, I'm the Nigerian American who's going to expose everything Nigerians think of African American. Oh, here we go again. He's trying to salvage his dying ass, non-funny ass, uncomedic ass comedian career, right? And people fall for that because the thing about people are not just easily forgetful, but people just want to hear evil things, right? This is American culture. Right? American culture, when I decided that somebody is my enemy, if you feed me nothing but hatred, I will tune in. Charlie Kirk understood that, right? Charlie Kirk understood that. Because white American people hate black Americans, right? If you make a lot of content where the black people are the boogeyman, what's going to happen? The whites are going to turn in, right? Because people don't want to hear less of their fears, or people don't even want to understand, hey, I'm not fearful of you because I don't really know you. I don't understand you. No, people are so self-righteous. It's American culture. People are so self-righteous. They just wake up with, oh yeah, you're my enemy. You're my friend. Like even with China, one day they call China a friend. Then they call China an enemy. But if China is an enemy, why do you keep doing trade with China? If China is an enemy, why do we keep buying shit from China? What if they poison us, right? They don't even mean what the fuck they say. It's all kinds of bullshit. But it's American culture. And this is how Charlie Kirk went from being a community college dropout to a multimillionaire. Create a channel and all you do is talk about the people that white people fear, even though it is the whites who done the most harm to black people. Can you imagine? So you lynch somebody, but you are scared of them. You burn somebody alive, but you're scared of that person. You sell someone into slavery, but you're scared of that person. The level of gaslighting over here is insane. White people have done the most terroristic shit to black people, to black Americans over here, but somehow they're so afraid. No, it should be black Americans who are afraid of white people, right? It should be black American people who are scared of white people because they can say, yeah, you fed our babies to alligators. You hung us from the trees. You burned us alive. You forced us to work until we passed out on the fucking field, right? Who has really done evil over here? It is white people doing evil to black American people. But there's a disease that white people have. It's not just the disease of being a coward, being dishonest. It's just being wicked with their Nephilim dust. They hurt you, but then they pretend to be scared of you. How the fuck does that shit even work? So Charlie Kirk, he has a channel, and every day the blacks are coming, the blacks are coming, the blacks. Oh, it's always the blacks, you know. And these white people are tuning in because they want you to believe that they're so scared. You're scared of what? Karma, God, right? Make it make sense though, right? It's the same thing. I think a lot of black Americans too, they have a taste, they have an appetite for the Africans who don't like us. There you go. They want to hear that shit. Right. And I think, what's his name again? Godfrey, this fool. He also has understood that they have a fear Black Americans have an appetite for the Africans, the hut people, the mud bug, the whatever, who don't like us. So anybody that has stories to tell about, oh, let me tell you about how when I was growing up African, oh, really? Right? Because you want to hear that shit. Because in your heart of heart, you believe that Africans don't like you. And the more stories like that you can hear, you can feel justified in your fucking xenophobia. The same way white people, the more they hear bad things about Black Americans, can say, hey, you know what? I'm not racist. Look at how they act, right? It's the same thing. If you want to make it as a dating coach, have a channel where all you talk about are men who cheat. The man is a cheater. The husband cheated. The wife was so loyal, but the husband cheated. This woman worked 2 jobs and the husband cheated. This woman gave this man 4 or 5 kids and the man still cheated. All men are cheaters. Men are cheating. Cheat. Because you already desire to hear shit like that. You already want to hear that shit. So when somebody makes the content that matches your negative bias against a group of people, you want that shit. It's America. It's a hateful place. It is a hateful place. The more you talk bad about people that people don't already like, the more they're going to tune in. And then they can say, oh, I'm not a racist. I'm not a racist. Stereotypes are earned. The stereotypes are earned. I'm not a racist. What do you call a trend? What do you call a pattern? I'm not a racist. Oh, I'm not xenophobic. Oh, I'm not xenophobic. They really hate us. They really hate us. Oh, I'm not against men. I'm not a misandrist. Men are cheaters. All men are the same. All men are the same, right? But when there are people who tell you, oh, my husband doesn't cheat. Oh, you must be a pick-me. Oh, you're lying. Oh, I can't wait for the day he starts cheating on you. Your mind is already made up. You have already made up your mind. And that's why when you choose what you're going to listen to, it's always negative. It's not something that eases your fears. It's not something that helps your stupid brain to understand very complex issues, right? You want things to be so black and white. 1 plus 1 makes 2. But human beings are really, really complex. Problems are not that easy. Cultural shit is not that easy to unpack. But there's something about the human brain that is certain people, their brain cannot take complexity. But your mind is already made up, right? It's like if you have beef with someone and somebody goes and says, oh, Marlene said this about you, and you're quick to believe it. You already didn't like me in the first place, right? Because if you like me or if you had some kind of integrity, you're like, okay, if Marlene said this, what caused Marlene to say it? And how come you were even there to hear what she had to say about me? So what did you say? There you go. Right? But you don't want to ask the hard questions because you already didn't like me. So when somebody said, oh, guess what Marlene said about you, you were quick to believe it because you've always been looking for reasons to not like my ass. And this person came and gave you a golden nugget. Now you let me hold on to this, right? That's it. That's that. That's it. That's that. And this is how America is built. When you know that people don't like a certain group of people, just tell them all the bad things about those people and they will keep tuning in and they'll give you money because you're helping them to feel legitimate in their goofy ass xenophobia, their racism, their misandry, their sexism, right? People here are extremely hateful because they're extremely ignorant. The more ignorant you are, the easier it is for you to get bamboozled, right? Because when you're a non-ignorant person, like, no, stuff is really complex. Life is really complex. We can't just say yes, no, like black or white. It's not that easy. Things are not that easy. Like I said, even the Haitian girl who said dirty Black Americans, what happened before she said that? Because if she's just out here just spatting dirty Black American, does she have Tourette syndrome or something? Who just walks outside and just says these kind of weird things? Something must have happened before that led to her saying dirty Black American. But it's very convenient to not find out what led to her saying that, right? Because then you can say, oh, you see, they don't like us. They don't like us. But how do you know that she was not called a filthy, nasty ass Haitian before she said dirty Black Americans, right? There you go. Because you don't want to find out. Right? It's way more convenient to latch on to a piece of a word or a piece of a statement because it satisfies your bias for evil. You want to do evil and you're looking for someone to give you some kind of legitimacy in being disgusting to another human being. And Godfrey, this is how he's restoring his goofy ass career because he's broke as fuck. Whoever, like, you thought you were going to be making it in Hollywood being a comedian and you haven't slept with a white man, you thought you were going to make it? You're a stupid ass. And now he wants to sacrifice Nigerian people and all Black people, all African people, because he wants to restore himself next to Black Americans. How about you do something honorable? That's why he said, oh, I love it. Yeah, because you don't have a career anymore. You're done. You're too old to make it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Who just says, oh, you filthy Black American out of nowhere? Who just says that? Something must have happened. Because why would she just say that? But you don't want to know what happened before, because God forbid you have to reckon with the fact that many times these so-called FBA people are extremely antagonistic and they are truly disrespectful and they lead with xenophobia. So if you call her a dirty ass Haitian and then she clap back and she call you a dirty Black American, then that's it. Why you come back over here and start crying, right? You can't take your lick, then don't go around insulting people. If you know you're sensitive, don't go around insulting people. That's it. But if you don't insult people, why would anybody insult you? But this notion that, oh, I'm an FBA and I can just talk to people any kind of way and they're not going to say nothing back. Everybody is protected by the Constitution. You insult someone, you're going to get insulted back. Just like me, you call me a filthy ass African, you get what the fuck you get. Why do you talk to people like this? This is crazy. No, Godfrey, he's over here doing foolishness. He's over here doing foolishness. He's over here doing the devil's work.
The Cultural Center at University of Illinois, we had a black, we got together and did a black book reading club.
Yeah.
We brought in Stokely Carmichael. I met Francis Cress Welsing, Dr. Naeem Akbar, Breaking the Chains of Psychological Slavery from Florida State. He came. I met Eleanor Holmes Norton, who's still a senator.
Absolutely.
These people, I sat and talked with them, Sister Soldier.
Yeah.
So we brought them in on, we put our money together and brought these speakers in. We had another brother named Ajwa Kwesi who taught us pre-slavery history, real African history. We had him 3 times. Steve Coakley from Chicago, another historian. So I was going to big time lectures, and then I was going to Savior's Day also.
Yeah.
So I had all of that. I have over 200 books, African American history.
But see, that's why I think he understands it better. He understands it, and we know he does because the way he speaks about it. But I think for a lot of other Africans who don't know the history fully, they're torn. It's like they're torn. They're like stuck with their teachings and what their perception is about us without having the full history. So I think
like this is the thing I cannot stand, right? Oh, Africans don't really understand the history. Africans don't understand this. Ma'am, do you even understand the history yourself? Like that part always kills me. So Black Americans are so fluent in slavery and the history of slavery, and they make the choice to say nigga, nigga, nigga all day. Like what are we doing here, right? I hate this bullshit. When you see the behavior, you go to any school today, you see the behavior of Black American children. They get it. No, Diddy can be a good woman. That's not a problem. Trust me and believe you me, right? I'm subscribed to her. Even when she does her foolishness, I'm still gonna watch her stuff, right? But I cannot stand when she does this, right? Because to sit here and to pretend, when you look at the behavior today of mainstream Black American people, does it look like a people who understand slavery themselves? But how can how can African people not assume that you don't know your history? Do you see the behavior? And I feel like this is where there is a cognitive dissonance, right? Right? If people come to your country and you are the people who make music about nigga, 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 when I see you, I'm gonna kill you, body bag, blah, 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 kill my ops, kill my ops. Do you understand your history? Because if you understood your history, why even use the N-word? Let's start there. If you understood your history, why are you okay with homicidal music? If you understand your history, how can people like Little Dirk can make more than college professors? Please explain that to me, right? Like you're full of it. You understand your history and academically you don't push yourself? Are you kidding me? You understand your history, but you're anti-marriage? You understand your history, but you are anti-patriarchy? You call your fathers niggas and all this and that, right? No, but it's your culture. And this is how you make money. This is how the world sees you. Hip-hop does not stop in New York City. Hip-hop don't stop in LA or whatever. Hip-hop is global. And globally, what do people see when they see Black Americans? Even David Banner, he went to Amsterdam and he had his God moment because he was in there and all these white kids, all these white boys from Amsterdam were screaming, ninja, ninja, ninja. He's like, oh, what have I done? Because he realized at that moment, oh shit, look at what I've done, right? So it's very rich. It's very rich to walk around. It's very rich to walk around and say, oh, we know our history. You know your history? You know shut up. You don't know shit with I'm a college student. Shut the fuck up. You know your history and you walk around saying nigga, nigga, nigga. You been a nigga. You been a slave. Most Black Americans who say nigga, nigga, you been a slave. You been a slave. You been on a plantation. The average Black American has never set foot on a plantation. But here you are trying to school African people when you yourself are not even connected to your own history. Are you kidding me? Your claim to fame is you go to a college. And where's your college? One that's run by white people. There you go. Your education comes from white people. Most Black Americans go to these white schools to have their education. And if you want to tell an African person, oh, y'all just don't get it. You get it. You get it and you're not married. You get it and you have kids out of wedlock. You get it and y'all do all this bullshit. No, you're not serious. You don't get it. And that's the problem. No, I'm not stereotyping. I'm speaking facts. Right? And I'm pretty sure when you talk about most Black boys, you don't say, oh, Jermaine, Dervonte, Damien. I'm sure you saw these niggas, right? Because that's how you young ladies talk. Oh, these niggas, these niggas, these niggas. You sound so fucking ignorant. Most Black girls who speak here sound so fucking ignorant, right? So for you to say, oh, I understand my history. What history you understand? Please be so for real, right? We are seeing Black American people kill each other over ketchup and French fries at McDonald's, right? No, it doesn't sound xenophobic. It sounds factual. It sounds factual. This is not xenophobia. You turn on the TV, you see the behavior. I'm not the one going to McDonald's and killing people, right? Right? I'm not the ones going to a brunch and using knives because we don't have the money to pay the bill. I start stabbing people in the face, right? You don't know your history. The most you probably know is the 1964 Civil Rights Act, right? And even that, have you ever actually read it? You haven't read it. You haven't read it, right? And that's the thing. You yourself do not want to admit that when it comes to your own Black American history, you don't know it. And because you don't know it, you feel nobody is bitter, nothing, right? Because it's not convenient. It's not convenient, right? There you go. Nobody is bitter, nothing. There's nothing to be bitter about. What I don't stand for is the bullshit, right? I will never accept an African American that don't even know his own history to tell me, oh, Marlene, you don't even get it. You get it, right? You retrobel. You went to college, no problem. You're spending thousands and thousands for white people to educate you, right? Have you ever set foot on a plantation, right? Since you know your history, have you ever been on a plantation? Did you ever visit a plantation? Because by now, what are you, a freshman, a junior, whatever you are in college, right? So by now, you've given these white people over 100,000. Have you ever even spent $1,000 to go visit a plantation? Have you ever been on a plantation? The answer is no. There you go. There you fucking go, right? There you fucking go. Y'all don't even go to plantations. You don't even go and visit where these people actually landed when they got here due to slavery. You don't go there. You don't visit those places. But you want to sit here. No, you have to, because how you not going to know your history? Why don't you go there? Isn't that part of your history? Right? And that's why people feel so comfortable saying the N-word, the nigga, because if you go to a plantation, you're not going to come back the same person, right? It is your history. You need to go see those damn shackles. You need to go see those torture chambers. You need to walk and read their names and see how they were tortured and how they were fucking raped. You need to go. You need to go. When I went on the plantation, it was more white people trying to understand the slave trade in Louisiana than Black Americans. It doesn't matter. I didn't ask you if you had 100 acres in Louisiana. I asked you, did you go on a plantation? There you go. It took you 5,000 hours to respond because the answer is no. Per usual, dishonest, per usual. There you go. It's a quick answer. Did you go to a plantation? Yes or no? You right? It took you 1,000 hours. Okay? It took you like 1,000 hours to respond because the answer is no. The answer is no. And it's very obvious that most Black Americans do not, because it's fucking annoying that people who are most illiterate about their own history want to require other people to be virtuosos in their history. Make sure you know your history first. And when you walk outside, let it be shown that you know your history, right? But you don't even know. No, because it's annoying. Yeah, it's fucking annoying. It is so, because it's so pretentious. It is so pretentious. People you have to wait until you go to college. The vast majority of Black Americans have to wait to go to college to major in African American studies to learn their own history. Your whole life, what were you doing? Your whole entire life, what were you doing? You have a bunch of Black American kids. They know way more about Lizzie McGuire than they know about, they actually know about, what's her name? Ida B. Wells. They know more about Lizzie McGuire than they know about Ida B. Wells. Did you grow up reading Ida B. Wells? Right? Y'all want to set the standards for what African people have to do to prove to y'all that they understand. Do you understand? You get it? Right? You get it? Growing up watching Hannah Montana, You grow, yeah, right. Nobody believes that. You know some part of it, but you don't know a lot of it. And it shows, right? You know a few. You know what's mainstream. Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman. There you go. You Martin Luther King, right? And Malcolm X. Who else do you know? Who else do you know? Off the dome, right? Exactly. No, you are asking. She is asking. Oh, they need to understand. Understand what exactly? Understand what? What do you understand? Right? Off your dome. Name me 20 Black American activists off the top of your dome. Right? Tell me, what was your favorite part in the 1964 Civil Rights Act? Right? Tell me. Well, if it comes to Thurgood Marshall, what case did he fight before the Supreme Court? Tell me. There you go. You don't even know your fucking history, but you walk around telling other people, oh, you need to read. Now I ain't got to read shit. You read it. You read it. When you see the behavior over here, listen, exactly. And that's the thing. So then stop asking. Stop fucking asking African people to understand. Understand what? Read what? Are you even reading? Are you reading? Do you even know your history? If somebody was to randomly quiz you, could you pass the quiz? Like, be so for real. Like, that's getting fucking old. Because when you know your history, there are certain things you will never do. When you know your history, there are certain behaviors that will never cross your mind. When you know your history, there's just things you will just never do. Point blank, period. Right? Like, when you look at the Jews, when you look at Ashkenazi Jews over here, and you see, even though they're a little crazy, but you see how they behave and how much money they have, and how they're so rich and they run everything, you're like, okay, I can see they went through the Holocaust. Because it gives a people who give a fuck. It gives a people who know their history. And when they say never again, they meant that shit. That's why nobody can sit here and bully the Jews. Because they know their shit and they own their shit. And they spend so much money buying every single politician to make sure that they always get their way. Right? But you barely know your history. You're always behind academically. You go to school, you do all kinds of bullshit in public. Nobody needs to be delivered. I'm sick of your shit. I am sick of your shit. And I'm not one of these goofy ass Africans who's going to kiss your ass because there ain't nothing to kiss. There truly is nothing to kiss. Godfrey, he's a fucking idiot. He's a fucking idiot. But how you going to ask me I see your behavior and nothing about your behavior says you even care about your history, but somehow I'm required to know more about your history than you? No, they're not my ancestors. No, it is. No, I am angry because it's insulting. It's truly insulting. People who don't, how many Black American parents even require their own children to know Black American history? How many? No, I'm not going to calm down. It pisses me off. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay? How many Black American parents over here require their children to read books when they're kids all the way to high school about Black American people and their achievement and what they've done in this nation? They do not. Nobody is yelling. I'm upset, but I'm not yelling. Okay? It's really insulting. You don't know your own history. You don't make your kids read about their history. You don't even make your kids do book reports about some of the most iconic Black people in America. Right? But they know everything about the rappers. They can recite every lyric from Sexy Red. Go ask the average Black American student, and even at high school level, who is Ida B. Wells? Go ask the kids that. Go ask them that. They won't even be able to tell you. Go ask most African American people who are the original founders of the NAACP. They won't be able to tell you. But you want to pretend like you're going to school somebody. Like, you going to school who? You are crazy. No, it's annoying. It truly is annoying. You know the very least, and you want to sit here and you want to posture as if, oh, look at us. Like, we love our history. We love our ancestors. We walk around with so much honor. We're so hardworking. Oh, what? You got to fear God. You truly have to fear God. You truly have to. I know these white people have you believing that God ain't real, but I'm telling you, God is very real. You need to fear God. You truly have to fear God. And that's what the Bible talks about. Do not be judged unless you be judged. For in the same manner you judge, you shall be judged. This standard that you have for African people to be so well versed in African American history, do you even have that standard yourself? Is that even a standard that you require for yourself? No. So the bar is this high for African people. People who come from a third world country, they need to come to America and read 200 books or whatever to know African American history, right? But you, as long as you know Sexy Red and shit, you good, right? As long as you know every single lyric to Cabo Carter, you're good to go. Like, please. No, I do. No, I know. Oh, no. Because I do fear the Most High, I ain't gonna let you bully me with your bullshit, with your goofy ass college degree, and watch you gonna come out here and not even get a job because you probably do what, psychology? What you major in? Psychology, sociology, the same old bullshit. There you go, right? Like exactly, like you don't even, they don't learn shit. You do not learn. You don't even learn your own history, but then you tell other people who are foreigners, oh, I have this requirement for you to read this, but what are you reading? Oh, I don't have to read anything. Oh, I'm just an FBA, so that's sufficient. Yeah, I do cuss. I'm not perfect. I do cuss, but one thing I don't do is lie. I don't lie on people. And I don't go around telling people, oh, I require you to do X, Y, and Z while I do nothing. I will never tell somebody to do something that even I'm not doing. It is your culture. It's your history. You don't even care to study it. You don't even care to study it. You don't care to know it, but you want to tell other people, oh, yeah, I require you to read this and know this and understand. Girl, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Okay? I think, why would you not? Like, if you live in Africa, no. But the thing about even living in Africa, I'll tell you this, right? Even like me growing up in Ivory Coast and Burkina Faso, we learned more about French people than we even learned about any other country. We didn't even learn about, when I lived in Ivory Coast, I was not taught anything about Ivorian history. When I lived in Burkina Faso, I was not taught anything about Burkina Faso because I went to French schools and everything they were teaching was white people this, white people that. We had to learn about the French mountains, the Pyrenees, the whatever, like this obsession with white people shit. Now, when you come to America, you get the education you get from the public school system. Right? Not me. I know more because I made it my business to want to know more. But that's because that's what I want to do. Right? But I think it's really unhinged to tell the people, oh, I require you to learn this, and that. But when I see your behavior, you also live like you don't give a fuck. So you don't give a fuck about your history, but somehow I need to be a student of your history. No, if your history doesn't mean shit to you, why should it mean something to me? Why? Because first and foremost, it's your history. You should know it forward, backwards, left and right, and all that kind of stuff. You should know it. But I say it's really quite obvious that people don't know their history, and that's why they feel very comfortable with the N-word. Right? That's why they feel very comfortable with being represented by drug dealers, hip-hop, right? Because in their head, hip-hop is the greatest thing that's ever happened, right? Because you are a group, just like we do it to white people. We group white people, right? We group white people, we group Africans, so we are grouping the people. Otherwise, we'll never move. There's 40 million plus. I got to talk about every individual. You think I'm like Moses? I have an eternity? I don't. Like, please. I don't have to know you. I only care to know you. You came onto my life. I could care less to know you. Because how are you different anyways? What makes you unique? Are you actually unique? No, you're not. Like, are you different? No, you're not. Are you predictable? Most likely. So, like, where's there to know? You see one, you see them all. Like, what's the problem? Like, make it make sense, though. Yeah, we all are individuals, right? But unfortunately, did they do that to the African people? They said the Africans. So if you don't extend individuality to other people, why would I extend that to you? Right? So the same way you want to be addressed, you have to learn to address people the same way. Okay? I don't know what you are, snowflakes, raindrops, okay, crack, don't care. I really could care less. I do not care. Don't bother me.
He gets it because he knows the history and he doesn't have much pushback because he understands both sides. Some of these other ones don't. They have not been privy to the information and they're just going off of what they assume. And
you're not going off of assumption. So you studied Africa. You said, oh, the FBAs. What's her title again? Like, people are so silly here, right? So you say so FBAs are tired of disrespect from Africans, right? So an entire continent, you lumped all the people into one, the Africans, right? So you also didn't study Africa. So you don't study Africa, but somehow African people should study you. Why? People are crazy. Oh, they just don't get it. And you get Africa? I'm like, I swear, this is American culture, right? Oh, I'm not going to study you, but you should study me. Oh, I'm going to lump you all, a whole continent. It's 1 billion people. I'm going to lump 1 billion people into one. But when it comes to me, oh, treat me as an individual. Yeah, you're just like the same white people you complain about. You are just like the same racist white people you complain about. So it's one standard for you, and it's a whole different standard for nobody else, right? And for the other people you don't like, the standard is this high. It is this high. But when it comes to you, you have no standard. You can talk how you want. You can group people how you want. You can categorize people how you want. You can stereotype how you want, right? Everybody owes you so much deference. You need to get your head checked. You truly need to get your head checked. If you don't want to be lumped as a group, Do not lump other people as a group. If you don't want to be a stereotype, do not stereotype other people. Apply the same rules. Keep the same energy. Keep the same energy. But you don't get to title your video "The Africans" and then be upset when an African says the Black Americans, right? There you go. Don't do that. If you have an issue with one specific person, girl, I don't know what you study, but if you did study, I'm happy for you. Okay? I don't know. I don't understand how that works. Don't stereotype me, but I'll stereotype you. Don't lump me into a hole because I'm my own person, but I can lump you and your people into a no. Hold up. What? No. We are not your granddad or your uncle's Africans. Like, we are in 2026. You cannot treat people any kind of way. You cannot talk to people any kind of way. You're going to have to learn to respect people. So if something doesn't make you feel good, well, you bright one, how you think it makes somebody else feel? Okay? Exactly. And so are we. I'm also pretty cool with people who are Black American. I'm so cool. I actually married one. Make it make sense. But I'm like, this is not okay. And I'm like, and if you know that something is hurtful to you, what makes you think that if you talk like that to somebody else, they're going to like it? Oh, it hurts my feelings when you talk to me this way, but I'm going to go talk to you that way. Oh, so you're a bully. So you are admitting that you are a bully. So who do you expect to just sit there and be bullied? No, it doesn't work that way. Okay? And then that's not even a problem. It's a beautiful thing, right? It's a beautiful thing, right? Oh, I've already been married, baby. It's 16 years. It's too late for that now. Okay? But I'm like, please stop. Like, if you don't want people to talk about you a certain way, right? Nobody is bitter. You keep saying that. Bitter. Baby girl, just because you learn like these white people that repetition makes it stick, it's not going to stick on me. Okay? That's what that white college taught you. This type of gaslighting, it doesn't work. Nobody is bitter. And if I don't know, what are you, 19 or 20? Because you're still in college, right? Listen, you can be the blueprint of what you want, my love. Be the blueprint of what you want. But don't you ever forget, Jesus is the real blueprint. Okay? No, you don't. Oh, you're bitter. Okay, sure. And what are you? Like, be so for real. What are you, a dunce? Like, what are you? Right? Oh, you're bitter. Baby girl, stop. Please stop. I don't know what they're teaching you at that white college, but it's not going to work over here. Okay? Thank you, Babo. Like, you are crazy. You're bitter. And if I say you're a baby mama, does that make you one? Baby mama. Does that make you one? You think repeating something makes it factual? Right? Exactly. That's what you learned at your white college. Oh, if I repeat it, it makes it true. A wish upon a star. I'm just going to keep repeating it. Right? If I say baby mama, does that make it true? Are you a baby mama? I'm like, seriously, does that make it true? You're not one. There you go. And I'm not bitter. Let's move on. What the fuck?
They presume and what they've been taught about foundational Black Americans. And I think that's why they have this issue.
Another thing also, Africans do not address Black Americans as foundational Black Americans. No. Especially when we were growing up, especially back when I was in Ivory Coast or Burkina Faso, right? We were watching TV. Reverend Jesse Jackson said that Black people from here should be addressed as African Americans, right? But before that, in French, like, because I speak French, so in French, it's Black American, les Américains noirs, Americans noirs, Black. We invert the stuff, right? So in French, it's les Américains noirs, Black Americans. Now, when Reverend Jesse Jackson came out, like in the late 90s or whatever he did, he said that Black Americans should be addressed as African American. Oh, so, okay, cool. So you refer to them as African American. This term, foundational Black American, is actually quite recent. And it's a term that people only use here. This FBA stuff is new, just like ADOS. I never heard of it. It's from social media. But it was from Black Americans to African American, and that was the request of Jesse Jackson. May he rest in peace. That's it. That's that. But there's nobody in Africa that says the foundational Black Americans. What's that even? What's that even mean? What foundation? Okay, what does that even mean? This is something that Tariq Nasheed created to go against the ADOS from the light-skinned lady. Okay, cool. But nobody even knows that term. It's only here, and it's mostly on social media. Right? When you read the text, nobody says the foundational Black Americans. These words don't exist anywhere in any kind of paperwork. Even when it comes to the Civil Rights Act, it doesn't say foundational Black Americans. right? When it comes to the Equal Opportunities Act, it doesn't say foundational Black Americans. It doesn't say that. So this is something that was just, it's a newly minted term. Sure, no problem. But people in Africa do not refer to Black Americans or African Americans as foundational Black American. This is a creation of Tariq Nasheed. And a lot of people don't give a fuck about Tariq Nasheed. You love listening to rappers. That's you. You love to let yourself be led by rappers. More power to you. We are not impressed by rappers. Nobody even knows who Tariq Nasheed is in Africa. He went to Senegal right after ISO Speed. Okay, he was there by himself. He doesn't matter. Nobody cares. He's not ISO Speed. Even 19 Keys went to Africa. He was well received. Like they had a whole party for him, all kinds of stuff, because they know who he is. Nobody knows who Tariq Nasheed is. And that's why he's extremely salty. Okay, so it's like, make it make sense though. But nobody in Africa says that. That's why I know she doesn't even have any African friends. Like she doesn't know any African people because they will tell her nobody refers to African Americans as foundational Black Americans in Africa. They don't even know that this term is a thing. Like, what is that? It is something that was created by Tariq Nasheed. But yet she knows her history. Show me one thing, even with the Emancipation Proclamation, right? Right? Even with the Emancipation Proclamation, show me where Abraham Lincoln referred to them as foundational Black Americans. In the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, show me where it says foundational Black Americans. I would love to see it. What legal text in America refers to Black Americans or African Americans as foundational Black Americans? There's some made up bullshit per usual to grift and try to get some money. Like, be so for real.
With the term FBAs because they don't fully understand it.
No,
and I think for people who get it, they don't have the issue with that term. And that's how you know the difference, you know? Let's continue.
Nelson George. He's one of his books is Boo-Hoos, Baps, and B-Boys. I've read that. So I was very well versed in James Baldwin. But you know what? And our parents, because I think this is important, just like I'm sure your parents supported you understanding that being here in America, my parents did the same thing. Growing up in South LA, where my elementary principal, the late Dr. Genevieve Shepard, she made sure that not only did we learn the Black National Anthem, not only did she bring in and get us connected to being able to listen to Jesse Jackson and to Andrew Young and getting us to Washington, D.C. I'm a sixth grader going off to Washington, D.C. and learning all the different history when it comes to Black Americans and the contributions in
this
America.
Speaks to the gravity of this problem, though. This speaks to the deliberateness with which white identity has been saturated throughout all our environments, because you all are talking about the conversation that happens between Black Americans and Black.
Also, look at this. This is Jesse Jackson in the Ivory Coast. This is Jesse Jackson in the Ivory Coast. And when he came, it was such a big deal. Like the president, like the cars, the motorcades, like they made him into a king. But you're always sitting here, always lying. Oh, Africans hate us. They don't like us. What are you even talking about? What are you even talking about? You have like the actual civil rights leaders who actually set foot in Africa. And they were well treated. People who can't even afford to not fly Frontier. People who can't even afford to have a U.S. passport. Can't even afford to can you book a flight to Abidjan? Can you book a flight to Lagos? Can you book a flight to Johannesburg? Ain't got no fucking money. But somehow you know how Africans feel. You know what's been going on with the older Black Americans in Africa. Are you kidding me? Are you truly kidding? Do you know the number of prestigious Black Americans who came to the Ivory Coast? And everybody had an amazing time. They're always making shit up. And when they come back, they get dressed. They give them gold. They give them everything they want because they feel so bad about what happened with slavery. Like, are you fucking kidding me? And do you know any of this? No, because you never make content. Say, oh, you know what? Did you know that Jesse Jackson went to the Ivory Coast? Did you know that Michael Jackson went to the Ivory Coast? Did you know that LL Cool J went to the Ivory Coast? And every time they went, they were all made king. They gave them the clothes. Like, look, this is all fucking gold. This is all fucking gold. Show me when white people have ever treated any of your people this way. Even this place right here called America. Show me one white American man who ever even bought, what's his name, Reverend Jesse Jackson, even a fucking Rolex. Do you know how much gold this is? No, you have no fucking clue. Just always sitting here just spewing all kinds of nonsense. And then you want to tell other people to be educated. Are you educated? Could you even point to the Ivory Coast on a fucking map? Like, you never even left this country. You don't even have a passport, only speak one language, and you even speak it well. But somehow you want to sit here and always tell Africans, oh, this is what you have to do. This is what you need to know. This is what you need to do. Oh, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Make sure you tell your kids what they need to know. Make sure your kids step up their grades. Worry about your kids. Worry about your kids' education. It's enough. Nobody needs to receive any kind of schooling or be told what they need to know from any Black American person. Make sure you know it. And make sure your kids, they know it. That's it. That's all that really matters. But stop thinking that you're going to teach people about this, and that. Even between Dr. King and the leaders of the ANC, when Nelson Mandela was in prison, the kind of letters they used to exchange to encourage each other. You don't read shit. You don't even know shit. That's why you're so full of hatred. That's why xenophobia, it works on you, because you don't know shit. You just go off how you feel. Oh, I think you hate. I think. What do you actually know? What do you actually know? People who have never set foot on the continent, but somehow they have the strongest feelings about a place they've never been, countries they've never seen, and a people they've never even interacted with. This is fucking ignorance. It is sheer fucking ignorance. You are just as ignorant as these goofy ass, demonic ass, racist white people. Are you all the way there? You must not be there. You truly must not be there. Okay? And I feel like most people too, if they could have had a visa to come, they would have came to his funeral. While Michelle Obama, who is Black American and who's from Chicago, was nowhere to be seen when Reverend Jesse Jackson passed away. So does she know her history? How can you be from Chicago, you're Black American, and the civil rights leader dies and you don't show up to his funeral? Does she know her history? Always try to school somebody else. School yourself. School yourself and act accordingly. Like, please, it's getting fucking old. It's getting so old. We're not going to keep getting, not going to keep getting scolded. Oh, you don't know our history. You don't know our history. Do you know your history? Shut up. Oh, you.
Consistently told, you talk white.
Oh my God.
Yeah, now my response would be, my response was consistently, it's actually you speak white, but obviously I didn't say that, but I can be that. But so the thought is that every single intersection of Blackness has a level of beef associated with it. And so the reason that exists is to maintain division and separation. And an important note that we'll probably get to later is that colonialism, we oftentimes speak about it in the past tense. It's still
going on. Like, so you talked about that because I want to get him, because that was something then in the comments.
Too, when you were told, if you were told as a Black American in the project that, oh, you sound white, was it African people who told you sounded white? Was it African people who told you not to speak the way you feel comfortable speaking? Was it African people who told you, hey, yeah, don't read those books because you'll sound too white or you'll be too white? No, it was your own people. It was your own people. But somehow, let's make it about the African people. Why? Why? Right? And to me, that is a level of being a coward. That is cowardice. Because your biggest ops are not African people. They're your fellow Black Americans. If you don't feel comfortable speaking how you want to speak because you might sound too white, you didn't get that from an African person. You got that from your own people, right? Who grade you on your Blackness. And the more ignorant you are, the blacker you are. The more you want to sound smart, and the more you actually are smart and educated. Oh, you're trying to be white, so you're a traitor, you're a Benwich, you're a coon, These standards do not come from African people. They do not come from African people. So if you know your history, how can you tell somebody, oh, when you read or when you sound well, oh, you're a coon or you're a sellout, Because the whole point that people fought during slavery, after slavery, Black people here have always fought for literacy. They've always fought to the point that people were getting killed. People were getting beat up. Like Frederick Douglass, he was getting beat up every day because he didn't want to not know how to read, right? So if today you have a lot of people who are Black Americans and they know how to read, people should be like, yes, this is what the ancestors fought for. But instead, people are being shamed. And then you want to tell me that you know your history? And no fucking way. And no fucking way. Right? Because with Frederick Douglass, oh yeah, you sound white. Like, yeah, I love the way you read. I love the way you speak because you speak English properly. And this is what he wanted. Thurgood Marshall, Booker T. Washington, they would never walk up to someone and say, oh yeah, do you sound like a white person? This man went out of his way, used all his savings to build the Tuskegee Institute because he wanted Black children to not just know how to read, but to know how to do something with their hands. So he would never walk up to them, oh my gosh, you sound so white. W. Du Bois would never walk up to a Black person and say, oh my gosh, you sound so white. You read so well, right? Because he had a PhD. He had a PhD in sociology. So all he did was read, right? But if you're living here today and you're a Black American and you are made to feel like when you read too much, it's a problem. When you know too much, it's a problem. The way you speak is a problem. Everything about you, if it's not ignorant, it's a fucking problem. So do you know your history? Because if you know your history, why do you want to associate Black people with ignorance and illiteracy and this, and that? I'm like, no, you don't know your history, right? What you can say is, I'm born here. I'm a Black American. I was born here. That's it. But don't sit here and tell people, oh, you know your history. Because I think to a lot of Black American people, it seems as though, oh, if I'm Black American, it means that internally I possess all this knowledge. No, nobody acquires knowledge through osmosis. Nobody acquires knowledge through a deep feeling or some DNA conversion. No, you have to go work, and that's good for you. You have to go and actually study the history. But if you know that people were killed for reading, if you know that people were killed for trying to learn how to read, trying to learn how to write, if you know that people had to hide, if you know that people like Frederick Douglass were always getting beat the fuck up for reading, you should encourage any Black person who picks up a book. Because you said, wow, this is what they fought for, that you could read the book, go to a library, have as many books as you want. Right? Why don't we praise people for reading well, but they get shamed? But then people want to tell you, oh, I know my history. No, the fuck you don't. You know whatever these goofy ass Jews told you in the hip hop video. That's it. That's that. Don't sit here and distract people. Do not sit here and distract people. Like I said, how many people have ever read now a single book by Ida B. Wells? How many people? Right? How many people ever sat down and read the whole creed of the NAACP? Right? So you don't even care, but somehow the Africans should care more than you. Please stop. This is getting ridiculous.
You going through and you're looking at that, because for me, going into the comments, it's, yes, as a human, I want to go back and I want to fight back, right? But some of them, like one particular in the comments goes, well, yeah, he ain't a real one, something like that, like, because look at the way he sounds. And another comment person gets in there, well, he grew up in Crenshaw. No, that's where his granny lived. No, my granny lived in Nigeria. My granny lived in Nigeria. I grew up in the hood, but I'm like, wait, growing up in the hood, what does that mean? Like, then you start getting into the conversation of the Black card thing. Like, wait, so what do I have to sound like? Because I think
it means a lot to me. And that's why even Marlene personally, I was not okay with Rihanna. I was not okay with Rihanna winning the NAACP Image Award, because I'm like, what do you stand for? Right? What do you stand for? But it's like today, you'll see people, they know more about Rihanna because she's light skinned, she has green eyes, she's from Barbados, and she twerks, work. You see me, all that dumb shit, right? There you go, because Black America is colorist, right? Right? But if you're gonna get an NAACP Image Award, you have to stand for something. What does Rihanna stand for? Right? Like I said, most Black kids here in America, you ask the kids, who is Ida B. Wells? They're not gonna be able to answer. But go ask the people, who's Ice Spice? They can tell you who she is. They can sing all her lyrics. They can dress like her. Who is Sexy Red? They know all her lyrics. They can dress like her. Go ask the people, who is Lotto? They can sing all the songs. They can twerk, do all kinds of dumb shit. Ask the people who's Cardi B. They will even fight you for Cardi B, right? I don't have an issue with light-skinned people. My husband's super light. Okay, there you go. But what I do hate is when people trying to make you feel light-skinned people are so beautiful. Light-skinned people are the chosen one. Light-skinned people. It's just fucking complexion. In this life, you want to make it, you're going to have to know how to use your brain. Right? Life is not guaranteed because you're light-skinned. Right? There you go. My husband is super light. My kids are super light. I'm the only dark. Even my dog is blonde. I'm the only dark-skinned person in this household. Okay? There you go. But just because you're light-skinned doesn't mean you'll have an easier life. Just because you're light-skinned, it doesn't mean that your life is going to be on easy mode. You have to learn how to use your brain. You have to learn how to be strategic. You have to learn how to be intelligent. You have to learn how to pick your battles. It's just complexion, right? And it's beautiful. If you're dark-skinned, it's beautiful. If you're light-skinned, you're beautiful. If you're caramel, you're beautiful. If you're albino, you're beautiful. I think all Black complexions are beautiful. I just don't like when people try to say, no, it's not. No. Inherently, like, your light skin is not bad, right? No. What God did to me, God knew what He was doing. Like, if you were born light skinned, you were meant to be light skinned. If you were born dark skinned, you were meant to be born dark skinned. If you're born albino, it's beautiful. If you are like some people, they're not albino, but they're super red with the freckles. All of that is beautiful. The issue is colorism. That's what I don't like. And the lies that it tells, oh, if you're light-skinned girl, your life is going to be on easy mode because you're light-skinned, and all the boys are going to love you, and your life will be super, super easy because you're light-skinned. But if you're dark-skinned, nobody's going to want you. You're going to fail. It's going to be so hard for you. I don't like that kind of stuff. It's bullshit. It's true bullshit. Okay? But yes, I do love her, and she means a lot to me. She really does. She was very brave. She was very, very brave. Because, like I said, white people are batshit crazy. And for her to have fled the South and all these crazy KKK people, because she was riding down South, but she was exposing the Klan. So her life wasn't safe. So she flees. And when she finally finds refuge, she doesn't stop writing. She keeps writing and exposing these people. And she is a founding member of the NAACP. Like, this lady is freaking iconic. But she doesn't even get, she gets no celebration. Like, she gets no honor. But they want to come over here and try to stress me out. Are you kidding me? No, you will not stress me out. Because if people really knew their history, people like Cardi B wouldn't even exist. They would not exist. They truly would not exist. Right? But there are a lot of evil things that are allowed to go on because indeed people don't know their history. And when you don't know your history, you are bound to repeat certain mistakes. And when you don't know your history, you are bound to go back into some kind of bondage because you don't know your history. Because knowledge, it sets people free. And the more you know, not only do you love yourself, but you're able to love other people. And the more you know, the more you love yourself, you love other people, the more likely you are to forgive. And the more likely you are to live at peace with other people. Because you understand, you're not my enemy, but your ignorance, I see, that's the problem. Because they wanted you to be ignorant, right? But it's very shameful how you have so many iconic Black women who have done some iconic boss shit, and nobody celebrates these women, right? But they'll celebrate Rihanna, work. You see me in the pump, right? And making her a billionaire for doing what exactly, right? Black Americans have no problem making someone like Rihanna a billionaire. And did you require Rihanna to know Black American history before you made her a billionaire? Of course not. She's light-skinned with green eyes. Why would you ever, right? You make her a billionaire with no fucking requirement. You make her a billionaire. Don't even ask her to give some kind of scholarship, do something for Black American children, or even like the HBCUs. Nothing at all, because she's light-skinned with green eyes. You're just happy for her to be rich and never have to work in her life again, right? But African people who make regular money, they braid hair, they drive the cabs, or sometimes they become doctors or engineers. Oh, you need to know this. Leave me the fuck alone. If you're not going to ask it from Rihanna, don't fucking bother me. Did you ask Cardi B to learn Black American history before you go buy her hair care and give her all this money? The answer is no. Did you require for Nicki Minaj and her Trinidadian ass to know Black American history? No. There you go. So why is it always the African people who have to know and know and know and know? I don't want to know. There you go. And now what? I don't want to know. The people that you've made super rich, these light-skinned people you made rich, go ask these light-skinned people to learn your history. There you go. They, of course not, right? They asked shit from Rihanna, but you made this girl all kinds of millionaire, right? Work. You see me number right? There you go. Oh, it doesn't matter. So an entertainer who influence, like you see, that's why I said you and your goofy ass college, drop out, save your money. So she's an entertainer. So you think it's okay for an entertainer who gets to influence millions of people, right? And the music she sings, she's not singing Bajan music. She's not singing Barbados music, right? She's singing music that builds off of Black American people's music, right? So she's an entertainer. She influences hundreds of millions of people. She built her music from Black American music, but somehow she's not required to learn Black American history. But everyday African people who can't even influence an aunt, can't even influence their next door neighbor, we need to learn Black American history. And then you telling me you're in college. And do you see why today people have no faith in the American degree? Right? Look at how you think. But you're telling me you went to college, or you're currently in college. Drop out. Drop out and start a business. Okay? I can talk about light skin if I want to. That's not a problem. And who said she was ugly? Nobody said she was ugly. The discourse is not whether Rihanna is ugly or not. My question was Rihanna asked to understand Black American history before she got to become a billionaire off of Black American people? That was my question. No one is cursing you. I said drop out. That's not a curse. That's smart advice. Drop out so you can save your money. That is not a curse, my love. Drop out, save your money. Because obviously they ain't teaching you shit. Okay? So save the rest of your money. That is not a curse. I wouldn't curse you. Why would I curse you? You seem like a cutie pie. Why would I curse you? I wouldn't curse you, boo-boo. I would not curse you. Okay? No, yeah, we're going to Yale because the natives are disrespectful. There you go. I'm not going to do the dear blacks. No. The natives are, nobody does witchcraft, boo-boo. Maybe you do witchcraft. I don't know. Because where would you see witchcraft? Right? So if you see witchcraft, maybe it's coming from you. I don't do witchcraft. You're the one that's dressed all kind of odds, like holding shit like the Statue of Liberty. And that's a Freemason symbol, right? That's Freemasonry. Do you know that the Statue of Liberty, who was gifted by Auguste Eiffel, okay, the French man, is a symbol of Freemasonry? Do you know that? And here you are trying to replicate that. So if anybody's doing witchcraft, it's you. I don't do Freemasonry, right? Miss, I went to college. You didn't study that, right? Do you know what she represents? Do you know what the Statue of Liberty actually represents? Miss, I'm in college. I told you to drop out, right? There you go. Because you would know it was made by a French person, right? The man who built the Eiffel Tower. And you would know that Auguste, he's what? Huh? What is he? He's a Freemason. Like, be so for real. Well, there you go. If you know, you know. You're the one that has a picture where you are trying to copy Freemasonry. It's not me. Right? But me, I went to the Statue of Liberty. I was, the blood of Jesus. The blood of Jesus. There you go. There you go. A white man with a penis. You know that? There you go. You know who he is? Right? And you see? He's a white man. He's a white man with like his penis is hanging out. Do you know the inspiration for that? Do you know what it represents, right? Miss, I went to college. And you want me to believe that you studied Africa. Yeah. And you want me to believe that you speak multiple languages. There you go. Y'all just copy whatever you see. You're around these white kids at these white liberal colleges, and you're the one who allows yourself to be initiated into witchcraft. Okay, then why would you copy that? If witchcraft bothers you so much, why would you copy that? Right? Why would you emulate that? Like, seriously, why would you emulate that? So, like, you have a thing for white men with their penises out? Right? That's what you want to look like? And do you even know what the spikes on his head actually represent? No, I'm not upset. I think you're funny. You proved my point, right? You're Black American and you're telling people, you need to learn, you need to learn, you need to learn. And here you are, you take a picture where you try to replicate the Statue of Liberty, which is a symbol of Freemasonry. But then you accuse me of witchcraft, but here you are trying to be like a white woman that represents Freemasonry, right? And that is attached to, right? Like, and that's attached to this, whatever this, the Colossus of Rhodes. And do you know why he has the spikes on his head? Do you know what those spikes actually represent? But you're telling me you go to college. And I said to you, do you see why people have no faith in the American education system? Right? Oh, let me pose like Freemasonry, but accuse other people of doing witchcraft. You okay? You take fentanyl? Right? Do you have a thing for drugs? Do you casually take drugs? be so for real. Like, this is insanity. This is really insanity. But anybody who studies the Statue of Liberty thing, this thing is weird. It is truly weird. And even where they put her in the water and the fact that she faces New York City like this, it's very, very mystical. It's very mystical. But I went there, like, oh yeah, this place, and it's all Freemasonry. It is all Freemasonry. You're sitting, you take a picture where you represent Freemasonry and you want to talk about witchcraft. Please, you prove my point. Typical American shit. Oh, let's tell other people about democracy. Let's tell other people about, what's it called? Free choice. You go around the world trying to be the police of morals, police of like government systems and things like that. When in your own country, there's no democracy. But you'll bomb a country into accepting democracy. You'll bomb this nation to accepting free choice. This, and that, right? That's the American way of living. That's the American way of living. Always trying to tell other people what to do when you yourself ain't fucking doing it. Right? America don't even have a democracy, but somehow they know that democracy is good for other people. And if you don't accept it, they're going to bomb you. They're going to kill your children, kill your president, kill your leader. They're going to kill everybody to force you. Democracy is so good, they need to murder you into accepting democracy, right? You are an American. You are truly an American, right? Do as I say, but don't do what I do. There you go. That is insanity. This is Freemasonry. And this Colossus dude, he's not a good person. And then this girl, the girl, because this like the face is the mother of Mr. Efen. That's his mother. But this right here, it's not good. And the way she's positioned and the way she looks at New York City like that, it's a gate. This is very, very diabolical. But because you go to school with a bunch of white kids, you have allowed yourself to be deceived into their witchcraft and their Freemasonry. There you go. Clock that. Okay, let's keep going. Anyways, drop out of college.
Feel like, and tell me if you feel this way, that I'm in this conversation, that I feel like I'm uniquely situated. You're uniquely situated, being that I'm a first generation Nigerian born in America, grew up in the hood. My father experienced from the redlining and then racism and all the other experiences that have been negative and positive I've experienced. So where does that idea come up that I get to question your blackness because of the way you sound? Like, what the hell is that? That's the dumbest but it ever, man.
My doing stand-up comedy.
Oh, have you experienced that?
Yeah, of course. They would be like, why do you?
My thing is, if somebody questions your blackness or not, why do you care? Me personally, I don't understand. Me, Marlene, I do what makes me happy. If it's black for you, if it's not black for you, I don't give a fuck. I truly do not care. And I feel like that's another thing here in America too. Is like black people are too obsessed with policing other black people and how they live their blackness. Live the life that's good for you. Make sure that you are a good person. Make sure that you try not to hurt other people. Try to be an honest person. Try to have integrity. Truly, honestly, just try not to harm people. But you need to do what is good for you, right? If you love to read your books, read your books. If you love cooking class, go cook. If you love jiu-jitsu, go do jiu-jitsu. If you run a marathon, go run a marathon, right? Why do you importune yourself with trying to defend or explain your blackness to anybody? You are more than your complexion. And if people struggle to understand that, that is their problem. It's, oh, you're black, so I put you in the box. Well, I guess you should have done that, right? Go return the box. Where'd you get it from? Home Depot or something like that, right? Yes, but I'm good, right? But I'm like, why are you concerned? Why are you concerned? Live your life and try your very best to live a life that's honorable. That's the best you can do. So that the day that you die and you stand before God, you can say, hey, I've tried my very best to live an honorable life. But I've come to realize what it means to be black to one person and what it means to be black to another person, it's not always congruent. There are some people, for them, being black means being degenerate, being crazy, shooting up people, going to prison. That's how they understand being black. There are other people, for them, being black is like you're a Christian, you mind your life, you're conservative, you get married, you have children. We all do not have the same definition of what it means to be black. But I think when it comes down to what does it mean to actually be a good person? What does it mean to be a good human being? What does it mean to be an honorable human being? I think that definition or those definitions are going to be objective. Because honor looks specific, right? When you are an honorable person, it looks a specific type of way. And that's never where people want to take the conversation because it's too objective. It's not subjective. But why does it matter to you? If anybody thinks you're black, you're not black, who cares? They don't pay your bills. They do not feed you. If you were to ever be sick, they wouldn't be there for you. They wouldn't even pray for you, and that's free. So why do you care? Why do you care? Seriously and honestly, why would you care? If they have no issue with what Cardi B does, they have no issue with whatever Lil Durk does, or whoever's out here doing all kinds of foolishness, right? Why do you take their voice seriously? Why do you take their assessment of you seriously? Why? Like, it should be a laughing matter. I don't care how you see me. The vast majority of black people here have no problem listening to Lil Durk, murder music, homicide music. When I see you, I'm gonna kill you, shoot you, put you in a body bag. So that's, if they feel like that's what it means to be black, I want no parts of it. But I'm like, I'm just Marlene. Yes, my skin is black, but there's more to me than my complexion. And if that also is too complex for some people, that is perfectly fine. Some people are simple-minded. That's why not everybody can do big things. That's why not everybody can talk about hard things, because everybody's brain can't take it. right? Everybody's brain can't take it. Why would you listen to Lil Durk, my love? Why would you listen to that song? Why would you listen to that stuff? Why would you listen to that? And do you not understand that if you keep listening to stuff like that, the day you find yourself at odds with a black person, you're more likely to do what you've always been listening to? Right? Do you not understand that these songs, it's a script? It's trying to codify your behavior, right? Why would you ever listen to someone who takes pride in killing other black people? Why would you ever listen? Why would you listen to anybody who takes pride killing children at the bus stop and making fun of it? Like when they were out here making fun of Tuka, you know, it's a 14-year-old boy smoking on Tuka. That's a real boy. The boy was standing at the bus stop and they just came out their cars and just shot the boy. And then about a month or two later, they saw his brother. The brother was also there at the bus stop for shits and giggles. They went and killed that little boy. Why would these people are demonic? They are demonic. Why would you listen to demonic people? Because their skin is black? That's all. I mean, like, that's all it takes for you to be bamboozled. That's all it takes for you to be lured into sorcery. This is crazy. But why would you even listen to Chief Keef, though? For what reason? And when you hear these lyrics, who do you think they're talking about? Who do you think they're talking about? Because I think the problem with these songs is that when they say nigga, y'all think these are not people. These are human beings. And that's the thing. Why do you like the song? Because you're not actually listening to the song. You're just listening to the beat. Right? And that's the problem. Because the day, I pray to God that you open, I really pray to God that you receive the Holy Spirit. Because the day you actually listen to these lyrics, what kind of person are you to listen to that kind of music? If people are buying and they're streaming music from people who talk about killing other black people, what are you celebrating? You think Lil Durk, oh yeah, you know what? All these people listen to my music. I need to stop doing this. No, he's gonna do more of it. But more of it means more black people have to die. And these kinds of people, they don't even go and kill black criminals. They kill black teenagers. Why would you listen to that? Why? Right? And that's my problem, is that everything is a knee-jerk reaction and nothing is intentional. Like, is your brain a trash can? Like, is your brain a dump? Anybody can come into your brain and start peeing in your brain? Like, you're not selective of what you listen to? And like, what the fuck are you even saying? What are these fucking lyrics? Even me, there was a time I had to stop listening to J. Cole because I was driving to the post office and he said, next time I see you, I'm gonna load the chopper. And I'm like, you're gonna load the chopper on who? Who are you? What? I said, oh, no. Oh, no. Do you know how many years it's been since I've listened to rap music? I am not interested. I don't want these images in my head. I never, ever want, I don't want anybody to ever normalize killing black people. We live in a modern society. If you have beef with any black person, either you make peace with the person or just walk away. Why do you have to go grab? Because that's a machine gun, right? When you say you're going to load the chopper, what? It's a Glock, but it's something that makes it turns into a semi-automatic or an automatic weapon. Why would you turn any black person into Swiss cheese? For what reason? Right? And I'm like, no, I don't partake in this bullshit. There is so much music to listen to. There's old school music. There's funk. There's R&B. There's gospel music. There's jazz. There's so much music. Why are you doing this to yourself? And why are you doing this to your brain? Because when you listen to people who make it normal to be so violent towards other black people, one day you're going to do it. One day you'll be in the bind, a black person gonna piss you off, and oh, fuck that nigga. But now you kill people because you've rehearsed that. Every time you play these songs, you are rehearsing doing something evil to another black person. But Chief Keef, he's poison. Utter poison. And when you guys buy his music and you stream his music, you're letting him know he needs to do more of what he's already doing. And so when is the killing gonna stop? People make music disrespecting their ops, the mothers of their ops, the graves of their ops. This is insanity. Why would you listen to that? Because at some point, you have to respect your brain. Your brain is sacred to you. You really have to respect your brain. Do I want all this garbage in my brain? No, the fuck you don't. If your brain was out here, would you put your brain in a trash can or in a toilet and let anybody just pee on your brain? No, the fuck you would not. So you have to be very careful what you consume, because you become what you listen to. You become these lyrics. It's all a script. Like I said, the day you find yourself in a tough position with a Black person, you're going to act out everything you've been practicing. And it's giving murder. Yeah, he needs to stay. He needs to rot in prison. He's a demonic human being. Lil Durk is a sociopath. He's a serial killer. He's extremely sick, right? But they make him famous. They give him money. He gets to travel in private jets, but they want to be mad at Chile for giving money to the Republican Party. Please go sit down somewhere. We are exhausted. Okay? Amen, my love. I pray you get your white coat. Bisous. Okay? Pray you get your white coat.
Talk white, you talk this. It's trauma. And speaking white, I go, a lot of white people can't speak either.
Right.
That's true. A lot of them.
Well, one of the best responses that I've heard from that is, no, I speak the English of, James Baldwin. I speak the English of Frederick Douglass.
Yeah.
And, there were Black people who had a quote unquote command of the King's English.
Yeah. Or I say tuition.
Yeah.
I would say tuition.
But my parents paid for it. How else am I supposed to talk?
I didn't have
a waste of money.
Yeah, like I didn't have I grew up in a public school. I went to the public schools, right? But I'm like,
what does this conversation have to do with African people? If you were told that you speak too white and these are not things that African people say to Black Americans. I'm like, you see, this is just like, once again, it's trying to scapegoat somebody. What African person ever said to a Black American, oh my gosh, you sound too white. Oh my gosh, you speak well. Oh wow, you speak really well for a Black American. Oh my gosh, you read all these books. Oh my gosh, I didn't know Black Americans actually read books. Nobody who's African ever said that to you, right? So you got 2 Africans and 1 Black American, and they were all being told you sound too white. And they were not being told that by African people. So once again, how did African people get involved with this conversation? Didi, why are we in this? Like, I'm so confused. I am so confused. Like, I am truly, truly confused. Why are African people involved in this conversation? It is not African people who sit here all day walking around with a ledger trying to keep track of who's Black enough, who's not Black enough, who gave to the Democratic Party, who gave money to the Republican Party. It is not African people doing weird shit like that. It's not us. So I'm like, how exactly did we get involved in this foolishness? Like, I swear, trying to make content.
wait, what about Barack Obama? I wonder if maybe he experienced that. I'm not sure, but like, I feel like everyone praised Barack Obama for his sound, and I'm going, wait, I'm confused. What are we supposed to sound like?
I think that the everyday interaction, you're not supposed to sound like that. Barack is at a certain level. Well, we can handle that. James Baldwin, that's kind of celebrity.
There's always exceptions.
Type, you know what I mean? They have the exceptions.
Yeah, and I think, people praise celebrities. People who have celebrity status, of course, they're gonna get a different response than the everyday Joe. You know what I'm saying? That's just how that works out. The problem is, while some of these immigrants may have, been introduced to, our history and cultural differences and things of that nature, I don't think there's a whole lot of them who embrace it and teach it to their other people in their families. And
so what should we embrace? Like, I wish she was here right now. I would ask her, what should we embrace, Didi? We should embrace what? And we should share it. We should share with our people. What do you want us to embrace? Embrace what? And do what? And share what? Let's embrace what? You want us to embrace hip hop? Because I'm so confused. Like, what are we even talking about at this point? Embrace what? We should embrace Black Americans who speak well. Have you ever met any Black American who speak well, who's eloquent? Like, oh yeah, I spoke to these African people, and they're like, oh, you sound so white. You've never heard that. Have you ever heard of any Black American who loves to read, and he met an African, and they're like, oh my gosh, you read too much. You gotta read all these books. Why are you reading these books? Oh, Black people don't read like that. No. So we should embrace what? What would you like for us to embrace? And then what are we supposed to share with other African people? I am so confused. I am so confused. Like, what? Oh, Black American people are so great. They're so nice. They're so friendly. Yes, some are. But even if, whether it's Godfrey or whomever, even if they go and they want to share stuff with their fellow African people about Black Americans, but at the end of the day, people are going to see what they see on TikTok. People are going to see what they see on YouTube. People are going to see what they see on social media. People are going to see what they see in the media. So we can tell people all we want. I can even grab the biggest megaphone and be like, oh, all of Africa, Black Americans are so awesome. They're so great. They're so amazing. But if they go and they encounter sexy red content, it doesn't match. Right? If they go and they see Lotto is pregnant by a married man, it doesn't match. If they see that one Black American girl shot somebody over chicken nuggets, it doesn't match. So we can say whatever we want to say about Black Americans. We can throw out flowers and roses and perfume and Kayali. That's not a problem. But the thing is, people are still going to see what they see. And when they see those images, the images doesn't match. So now it's like, oh, like you're just capping for these people, right? Makes sense? I think the problem is like you think, oh, as long as you say good things about us, that's all that matters. No, people also have to see great representation of Black American people, right? But you can be African all you want. You can love Black America all you want. You can tell your whole family, your whole village, your whole city, your whole country about, oh, look at the wonders of Black America. But then they're going to go on TikTok. And what they're going to see? The Black American girls fighting at Subway, fighting at IHOP, walking around with their bonnets. Right? So I feel like, yeah. So I'm really confused. Because it sounds like what she wants is like, I think what she wants is like, oh, since you're African and you study Black American history, right? Anytime you encounter people who don't understand Black Americans or who have their reservations about Black Americans, you should say, oh no, they're really nice, they're very friendly, they're hardworking, it's some beautiful people. And I get that. But at the same time, we can say these things, but the images they're going to see do not show what I'm saying. Right? Because within a matter of seconds, they're going to see a bunch of Black American women in their bonnets. They're going to see a bunch of Black American women fighting, pulling hair, not wanting to pay for their luggage, getting escorted out of a freaking plane. So it's like, okay, Marlene, you just told us they're so amazing, but look at their representation. So the compliments is nobody is being greedy on complimenting you. But the problem is I can say whatever I want to say that is beautiful and that is positive. But if people themselves, when they look out into the media, all they see is foolishness, they're not going to believe it. Like, so I'm really, really confused, right? Because if you want people to see you a certain way and you want people to say things that sound good and are truly uplifting, which I don't have a problem doing, but my thing is the images got to look like that too. The representation has to match, right? Because you can't say, oh, look, they're so amazing. They know their history. And then here comes Sexy Red, she twerking, right? Here come a bunch of ladies. They go to a restaurant, they get on the chairs and they start twerking. Right? Because does that look like a people who know their history? The answer is no. Oh, look at them. They're so nice. They're so awesome in their history. And then people see, oh, there's like crazy cases of STDs and HIV in Houston. And the majority of people who are infected are Black people from Houston. So I'm like, okay, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't match. It doesn't match. So and I feel like it's like, oh yeah, I don't want to change my image, but I just want to hear that you're saying good things about me. It doesn't matter what I say. Right? Doesn't matter what I say. What matters is what you do. Right? You're going to get the haircut that you deserve. So if you want people to say great things about you and honorable things about you, the imagery has to reflect honorable people. And the problem is we don't have that. We do not have that. So people are not going to believe it. They're not going to
tell them, hey, no, it's not what you think, or encourage them to see the bigger picture of what it is to be a foundational Black American. I don't think, and I could be wrong, that they're really trying to get the rest of their people to understand where we stand and understand the history. I think
where do you stand? Even your channel, right? So y'all, all of you guys saw this, right? These girls are over here fighting on a plane. Hold on.
Trouble at the terminal ends with 3 women in handcuffs. And tonight, police say it all started over baggage fees moments before a Philadelphia-bound Frontier flight.
Why do I even have to?
Deputies say the trio forced their way onto the plane.
Right? Why do I have to go looking? Why can't it just be right there? Why do I have to go search? Because if you're telling me, oh, Marlene, we do have good people, but you just ain't looking. So I have to go out of my way to go look for good people. So it's not the standard to be good. Right? It's not the standard, right? And that's the problem. That is what's the standard now? Like I'm like, I don't know what I hate people play games like that with me, right? But it's like, what's the standard now? Of course I can. There are plenty. Like, are you kidding me? When do you see anybody say, oh, they have African fatigue here? No. The only people who have issues with Africans are Black Americans. Right? Do you see African people get dragged out of planes? Do you see African people who like stab people or shoot people over burgers and Chick-fil-A and nuggets, whatever the fuck it is? Right? Do you see a bunch of African girls having kids out of wedlock? Right? Culturally, you don't have to try hard. They stay out the way. That's why you don't hear of them. Because they stay out the way. Right? But it's like if you encounter most African people, you don't have to worry about your safety. No one is going to shoot you. If you mess up an order, you're not going to get killed. Right? Not going to get killed. Right? Have you ever been around, oh, I'm around these Africans, I don't know if they're going to shoot my ass. You've never had that fear. Right? There you go. But nobody says, oh, we have African fatigue, we're tired of African people. Like, no. When people talk about Black fatigue, they're talking about Black American people. They're not talking about African people. So it means that for the most part, African people know how to behave because they don't want the problems. Right? They do not want problems. So for the most part, they do know how to behave. Right? So why are we sitting here acting slow? I don't get it. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Right? No.
And when law enforcement told them to get off the plane, they refused. CBS News Miami's Anna McAllister is your reporter live at Miami International Airport where the outbursts happened. Anna?
Lauren, just imagine this. You just boarded your flight. You're waiting to take off. But then 3 people on your flight, they get into it with deputies and the flight staff. And then everyone is forced to deplane, including yourself. That's what happened over the weekend when this Frontier flight was heading to Philadelphia. And these 3 women, they got into it with not only law enforcement, but the staff there. Check out the cell phone video of the moment that these 3 women had to deboard the plane in handcuffs. Check this out.
You look good. You're not going to do nothing. Enjoy prison, baby.
This happened last night at MIA after 26-year-old Devonna Cochran, 21-year-old Diajana Cochran, and 30-year-old Nafisa Dockery refused to get off their Frontier flight. Now, according to the arrest reports, it all started after a Frontier worker told them they would have to pay for their baggage. Investigators say that they refused and then got into an argument with the employee. After the employee told them that they would not be allowed on the plane unless they paid for their baggage, they stormed onto the plane. Deputies were called, they went onto the plane, and they told the 3 of them that they had to get off. Well, the arrest report states that the deputies, they asked them multiple times, but they refused. Law enforcement was then forced to have the entire plane evacuate in order to arrest this trio. And during the struggle, deputies say that Dockery spit on a woman. And we showed Frontier passengers the video of the women being escorted off the plane. Here's the reaction.
It's really crazy. Like, it's disturbing because why are you acting like this towards the work?
So you see, and this young man here, he's not African, he's Black American. But even he got tired of the behavior. Even he's tired. Like, what is this? What are you doing? And I'm sure he felt embarrassed because he's probably one of the few Black people on the plane. And it's like, and what is this? They're probably looking at him like, there go your people again. Right? But he was so annoyed. You see, but then I'm sure if they find his social media, they're going to cuss him out. Oh, you were standing up for the Black women. Oh, shut up, right? Because he's saying this behavior is not okay, right? But I'm like, there is a problem with the behavior. And I don't know why we're sitting here playing like Blue's Clues. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Why are we doing that? Like, it's so weird to me. There's a problem.
I mean, you know the rules and regulations. When you read the flight, they give you all the information, the rules. You know you're supposed to pay for baggage. Why act like this? That's insane.
The group is charged with battery, trespassing after a warning, and resisting an officer. They're expected to appear in bond court tomorrow. And we did reach out to Frontier and MIA for their statements. And we're waiting.
It's like it happens all the time. Bad behavior, bad behavior, bad behavior. So it's like you say, oh, yeah, you have to look. People are like, no. The same way we see bad behavior on our phones like that, we should also see great behavior on our phones. Nobody should have to go out their way to look for X, Y, and Z. Right? And then when you do have Like the one time Miss Felicia Rashad said, oh, people have to be mindful how they dress and stuff like that. She was attacked. And it was not African people who attacked her for what she said on the Breakfast Club. When Sherry Shepherd said, oh, you know, we have to try to be careful how we dress and we need to leave something to the imagination, right? We don't always have to put everything out there. She was also attacked. And it was not African people who were attacking her, right? I think she's losing her show because of that. But it was not African people who called for her to lose her show. Nobody is choosing the worst. You think this is worse? This is not even worse. This is light work. This is not even the worst. You missed the one where the woman actually killed her mother and she cut her into pieces and she barbecued her mother. Right? But this is it. This is what people see. Right? Now, it might not be easy for you to accept that because I feel like today was a very difficult day for a lot of people to have self-awareness today, right? But you might not be ready to accept it, right? But gone are the days of the Cosby Show when you think about a black woman in America, you're thinking Felicia Rashad. Those days are gone. Those days are gone, right? This is how we live today. And when you say black women, people have something very specific in their head. And it's not giving Felicia Rashad. It is not. So maybe you're still struggling with that. I don't know, right? But this is the reality we live in right now, okay? Most women look up to Cardi B. That's why she has 200 million followers. But if you think this is the worst, you don't watch the news. This is light work. They just got on the plane and they want to get out because they want to pay. This is light work. We have seen stuff that's way more heinous than that. This is light. This is extremely light. You must not watch the news, and I can tell.
Some of them get it, but they're not really teaching it to the others. And those people still have a negative view of Black Americans, just like a lot of other people do as well. And I don't think they really care to get to the truth of it all or the history of it all, because a lot of them want to assimilate to white culture. They want to be accepted by the white people, so they put us down.
When people think of Cardi B, do you think like the world, right? Or even Democrats, when they invite her out, you think, oh yeah, Cardi B represents Dominican Republic? It's a fucking island. It's so tiny. Most people see Cardi B, they say, what? She's an American artist, right? She's an American artist. People see Cardi B, they think of her, she represents Black America. Now you can say, oh, she doesn't represent me. That's fine. But it doesn't matter what you think. She won Best Album for Hip Hop, right? Hip Hop is for Black American people. So when the world sees her, no, nobody's thinking she represents Hispanic people. But you can say that to cope, right? Because like I said, you struggle with the truth, right? So that's your coping mechanism, right? But you ask anybody in the world, in their head, Cardi represents Black America. She Black. In their head, she represents Black America. She represents hip hop and this, and that. They're not thinking, oh, this, and that. And if you move Cardi, what about JT? What about Carisha? What about Sexy Red? What about this? What about that? You can go on. Flo Milli, Mulatto. There's a whole bunch of Black American girls, right? So even if you remove Cardi because she's quote unquote Hispanic, no problem. What about the rest of them people? Are they offering anything different? No, it's the same eat my vagina music, buy me a Chanel bag, do F this, F that. I have $500 for an abortion, all that weird shit, right? There you go. But to sit here and to make it seem like people have a concerted effort to just show the worst of Black American people. No, who even has time for that? The stuff, it finds you on your phone. It finds you, like wherever you go, it just finds you. Yeah, like it just finds you. Well, okay, but I'm like, the stuff, it just finds you. It just finds you. Now you can say, oh, but that's not all of us, and that's fine. But what is the image of the majority? It's not a good image, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be here right now. So I get it. I feel like today was a hard stream for a lot of people. Right? But self-awareness is going to get us in a lot of places, right? You can think that, that's fine. But like I said, move her out the way. What about Doichi? What about Flo Milli? What about Mulatto? It doesn't show me stuff I like. Trust and believe it doesn't. I love law. I love philosophy. I love religion, right? I don't care for this stuff, right? And even when you scroll, there's more of it. Like this shit doesn't fucking end. right? I intentionally don't watch Housewives. I don't watch Married to Medicine. I don't care for this stuff because it's really, really toxic. It's extremely toxic, right? But show me one platform where you can go and you can see some black girls sit there and discuss politics or something honorable and people are well dressed and well behaved. You're not gonna find it because nobody wants to see that. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It does not. Trust and believe it does not. I have to go out of my way to like try to change the stuff. It does not. But I'm like, but that's part of you, like, you know, like it's your coping mechanism. Oh, it's just showing you what you like. It's just showing you what you like. No. And you guys, you swear like this kind of stuff with the people, the Cardi B, the 200 million people, whatever. You swear you can even escape this shit. It's like the shit, it hunts you down, right? When you have that many followers, the stuff, it hunts you down, right? It's all over the place. Like, do you have to go looking for the shit? No, you don't. It hunts you down. But I could care less. Because to me, it's low vibrational shit. I don't have an interest in that shit. I really don't. Even coming out and doing these lives, even that too, I feel like it wears me down, right? Because it's like you have to sit there and deal with people who are pretending not to see an issue. Like, oh, I don't know. This is not you. All of that is draining. It doesn't matter if TV. And think it's sad because I feel like we should go back to TV because at least with TV, you had people who were watch guards of what we actually got to see. Because now with social media, everybody has a phone. So anybody can just create content. Before, when we actually had proper channels, we had responsible people in charge of programming. So people actually had to be more intentional with the content they created, right? Today, everybody has a phone. So everybody and anybody can create content. And because of that, it's a hot ass mess. You're more likely to find trash content than you are to find quality content because now anybody can create content. And it's fucking annoying. What I'm saying? So it's like, to me, it's like that's what it is. So that's that. And even she knows that because that's all she does on her channel. Even Didi, that's all she does on her channel all day long. That's all she does on her channel. Like even her, that is all she does on her channel. Black woman this, black woman that, black woman this, black woman that. That's all. Why not? Here's her channel. This is her own channel, right? Modern women are broke and fighting literally. Passport bros are still triggering modern women. People are tired of deadbeat baby daddies, right? Independent boss chicks get into it over a bill. We don't want to take this type of woman seriously. Like this is what her channel is about. So even her entire bread and butter is to talk about black women and their behavior. But if she's but the Africans need to explain, her entire channel is this. This is all she does all day. Okay? This is all she does all day. So it's like, let's not play stupid now. Let's not do this.
Just like everybody else so that they can appear more, you know, can be more culturally accepted by whites. So why would they try to encourage others to understand what FBAs are and what they've experienced and the history of it to get a better understanding so we can bridge the gap? No, I think those people a lot of people don't have that intention because they don't care. They want to assimilate to white culture as the way they were taught. You know what I mean? And it's hard to go outside of.
And your culture, you as a Black American, you live next to white people for 400 years. And you don't believe that you were taught to assimilate to white people? That's not what Dr. King asked for. People here are so crazy, man. People here are too funny, right? Dr. King, the I Have a Dream speech was all about assimilation. That one day, little black boys, little black girls, little white kids would play together hand in hand, right? Like that's what he asked for. He asked for assimilation. Like people come from Africa. There's not that many white people. You've been next to white people all your life for 400 years. And somehow you think it's the Africans who want to be white or who want to be next to white people? Are you all the way there? Right? You see your own people play all kinds of stupid roles, stereotypical roles to get a fucking Oscar. And somehow it's African people who want to assimilate with white people? Like, you know, like this level of delusion needs to be studied. Right? Yeah, and that's beautiful. And you should. Like, you really should. You should enjoy that. Do everything to protect your brain. Seriously, do everything to protect your brain. Like me, when I get overwhelmed, when I see too much stuff, I'm like, oh, whatever. I try my best not to watch the shit. Right? That's that. Because hey, you should try your very best to protect your brain. Right? I don't have a channel. Oh, look at what these black girls do. I could care less. But my thing is, I repeat, don't say to African people, oh, you should do this, 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 and that. And I'm like, okay, but what are you doing? Oh, you should read this, this, and that. Okay, what are you reading? Right? Oh, you should make sure your people understand Black Americans better. Okay, what are you doing to make sure that your people understand African people better? Because if you ain't moving, I ain't moving also. If you ain't doing shit, I ain't doing shit. Because I don't owe you shit. Right? So what you ask for me, you need to also do it for me as well. Oh, Marlene, I would love for you to say this to your people about African-American people. Okay, cool. Didi, I would love for you to also talk about African people to your people and make sure they understand us as well. It needs to go both ways. Yes, exactly. It needs to go both ways. I did not have my channel because of Black Americans. Like, you are insane. This channel is 14 years old. Right? Like, it's almost 14 years old. Once again, trying to center yourself, right? You didn't build, like, once again, you didn't build my channel. You're not even someone who comes to my channel frequently. Like, I barely even know you. I don't know you, right? You don't know my channel. I've had this channel since, like, 2012. We are in 2026. The channel is 14 years old. Are you all the way there? I started off creating content as a beauty person. And the people who did the most collab with me were actually Nigerian. It was not Black Americans. They didn't support my channel. They used to come on my videos and write all the xenophobic shit. You don't support. You like to insult people. You didn't build shit for me. And I have multiple channels. And even that as well, I don't rely on you to make my channels. Right? So stop with the mess. Why don't you have a channel? If Black Americans are so capable of helping people have these great channels, why don't you create one and make content and have them support you so you don't have to go get an actual job? Right? I'm talking to you. It doesn't matter. I can talk about whatever I want to talk about. And you're free to go. Right? There you go. I don't work for you. I don't work. That's not a job. It's my leisure. I don't owe you shit. Did I call your number and say, oh, come watch my video? No. Did I text you and say, oh, come watch my video? No. I don't even know your first name. You can never come back. I wouldn't miss you. I don't know who you are. Right? And to say, oh, who are you talking about? The part where she called her video, the part where she titled, FBAs are tired of the disrespect from the Africans. You missed that part? You missed the title? Do you know how to read? Right? She called African people, so I answered her phone call. That's it. That's that. If she didn't say African people nothing, I wouldn't be here because I want to know who is she talking about and what is she actually saying, right? I've had this channel for 14 years, fam. I don't even know you. Obviously, we don't know. We don't even know each other. Oh, you wouldn't have this channel. Are you kidding me? What do you have? You're Black American. What do you have? Right? What do you have? Always trying to, like, I don't know if it's pocket watching or whatever. What do you have? You think I built this channel by talking about what? You? Please. Please. That's Anton Daniels. That's not me. That truly is not me. I don't want it. There's certain things I don't want on my channel. But if you say, oh, the Africans, then I'm going to show up. Like, please. Some people do. That's why she's here every day like this. Like, some people actually do. Right? But stop with this weird ass main character energy. Oh, you're talking about us. Yeah, because she talked about African people. So I'm going to talk about her people. That's it. That's that. Okay. Yeah, it's hard for some people. That's why they're doing all this dumb shit content. But if you said the Africans, then you're talking about me. So I will show up. That's it. If you don't talk about African people, I'm not going to talk about you because I could care less. Do whatever you want to do. Right. But don't make content where you want to convince your people that, oh, yeah, oh, they hate us or they don't like us. Who don't like you? What are you talking about? Right? Oh, you should make sure that your people know more about us. And you should make sure your people know more about African people. We're not all the same. Right? But you asking stuff from people that you're not willing to give to someone else. Nobody works for you. You're the boss of no one. Like, oh, seriously, you're the boss of no one. Truly and honestly. Right? Even white Americans who you've been with forever, do they even know about you also? Why don't you make sure they know about you? But as the Africans who got here 2 days ago, they have a green card, they should do all this studying and they should do all this community outreach to let all the Africans know, hey, do you know about Black Americans? Well, let me tell you 5 good things about Black Americans. Do you know? No, I don't have to do shit. When you go outside, represent yourself in the best way possible. And somehow they're going to find out about you. It don't have to come from me. Like I can't beat the algorithm. I can't beat the YouTube algorithm. I cannot beat the TikTok algorithm. I can't beat the Instagram algorithm. So make sure that what you post, because it might land on some African people's feed, make sure you look your best. That's a lot more efficient than wanting African people to do community outreach to let other Africans know about the goodness of the Black American people. No, represent yourself accordingly. You won't have to worry about nothing. The algorithm is going to do what it does best. That's it. Stop stressing people out.
What you were taught. That's just my opinion. Let's continue.
You're in a Walmart and you're like, hi, do you know where the underwear is?
Remember, do the right thing. Remember, do the right thing. They had the pictures on the wall, and they're sitting there, and these individuals didn't like Black people. So he was like, well, what about Prince? What about Michael Jordan? He's like, they're different.
Or when he's like, you always say this, that, but who's your favorite artist? Prince. Oh, who's your favorite basketball? Michael Jordan. He's saying they're exceptions.
So white superiority, just like male privilege, you get to pull things out and make them exceptions, so you don't have to incorporate them into the general rule.
Yeah.
And so when you're a Black kid growing up in the projects and you're speaking like many of us speak,
you see, and this is what they do also. This is what many Black Americans do. Every time they talk, oh, I grew up in the project. I grew up in the hood. I didn't have a daddy. Like, so, and then when most African people are going to think that, oh, every Black American grew up in the project, oh my gosh, how can you think that? So like every time they talk, oh, growing up in the hood, growing up in the project, is there ever a time where we're going to also hear from a Black American who grew up in the suburb? Right? Is there ever a time where we're going to hear about a Black American who grew up in ultra luxury? Every Black American person does not grow up in the project. But every time they talk, oh, you know, growing up in the hood, growing up in the project, like something like, are you sure you grew up in the project? Or you just saying that shit? Because it's relatable. Because God forbid you be Black American and you grew up in the suburb. Oh, you're not Black enough, right? God forbid you're a Black American person, you grew up in Bel Air because your people were multimillionaires, right? But I'm like, it's getting old. I grew up in the hood. I grew up in the project. Okay. We want to hear something else. Exactly. Like it's always the same bullshit. And you say this, and then when these African people start believing that, oh, well, it seems like all these Black American people are all from the hood, then you're also going to be offended. But that's the only perspective you only care to share. Growing up in the hood, growing up in the projects, I ain't have no daddy. My mama was an EBT. We have to eat government cheese. Okay. But if that's the only story you have to tell, if these African people believe that you grew up on government cheese and EBT and the project, don't get mad. Do not get mad. Like you typecast yourself, and when people see you as a typecast, please, like make it make sense though. Exactly. Every day I grew up in the project. Every Black American child did not grow up in the fucking projects. So why is it that we only hear from people from the project? Why can't we, okay, you from the project, can we have someone else from the suburb? Can we also have someone in ultra luxury? There are Black American kids who are being raised on estates. Like they do equestrian shit. They fucking ride horses and shit. They have horses named after their grandmother. Okay? That's some real shit. But these people too are not allowed to talk about their Black American experience. But somehow it's the Africans who have a problem. Like this level of intellectual dishonesty, like it's exactly. There are also Black people who grew up in the country. Everybody did not grow up in the project. Like it's getting exhausted. Grew up in the project. I didn't have a father. I had to sell drugs to make it. We are fucking tired of these one-liners. Like I'm serious. I want to hear something else. Oh, Marlene, you should go do community outreach and you should tell the African people about Black Americans that you all grew up in the projects. Is that what you want me to tell the people? Oh, Kevin grew up in the projects. T grew up in the project. Oh, they're all from the projects, you know. They're all from the hood and they don't have daddies. Would you want me to say that? Right? This isn't, you don't even know what the fuck you want. Like, exactly. They're like, you don't even know what you want. Do the community outreach. Tell your people about us. But it's always the same thing. Grew up in the projects. Didn't have a father. I had to sell drugs. And you want me to go relay that to the people? No, I'm not going to do that. I will not do that. You are insane. You are truly insane. Even Even the Oak Bluff people, the Ralph Lauren people from Martha's Vineyard, they also got cussed out. Oh, it's not relatable. They're always the one. Every time they see their fellow Black Americans in luxury, it's not relatable. When they see their fellow Black Americans being doctors, it's not relatable. They see their fellow Black Americans be lawyers, it's not relatable. They see their fellow Black Americans, the mom is a doctor, the dad's a lawyer. Oh my gosh, that is so not relatable. They see Black American kids in Hollywood, in Bel Air, in Beverly Hills. Oh my gosh, that's not relatable. They see Black American kids who speak amazingly well. That's not relatable. They see Black American kids who know how to play the piano at the age of 5. Oh my gosh, that's not relatable. But I'm like, who's really anti-Black? Who is truly anti-Black? And to sit here, once again, I repeat, and to want to scapegoat African people when you're the most anti-Black people I've ever seen in my life, that is some wild shit. Like, that's truly fucking wild. Right? And the only story that matters is the Black kid who grew up in the project because he's blackity black. He's real Black because he struggled. He had to get it out the mud. Like, please stop glamorizing struggle like this. It's fucking weird. It's truly weird. Okay. Like, it's like, it's really weird. It's really, really weird. Yeah, it's not relatable. It's never relatable. Okay. No problem. And then when people see you as a ghettofied mess, oh my gosh, like, you're stereotyping me. What do you want? That's why I say people are mentally ill. What do you want? If you were raised, if your dad was a bishop, your mom was a first lady, you have to hide it because that's not Black enough. Oh, you grew up in the church. Oh, it's so judgmental. Oh, you people this, you people that. Like, what do you want? Exactly. Exactly. And they don't want to take ownership of that, right? They're truly anti-Black because in their head, to be a Black American, it's only one version. It's one dimensional. You must grow up in the hood. You were raised by a single mom and you had to sell drugs because your dad was not in your life. And anybody else who has anything different, oh no, it's not Black enough. Oh, you were privileged. Oh, you have money. Oh, this, and that. They're always attacking Black people who didn't have to suffer. They're all, yeah. Oh, drug deal. Yeah. They're always at any Black person who went to school. You're not Black enough. Your parents are married. You're not Black enough. You grew up in Bel Air. Oh, you're not Black enough. If your parents had enough money for y'all to vacation in the wintertime to Aspen, you know, there are plenty of Black Americans who have money to go to Aspen for Christmas, even for the summer, because they ski. Do you know that? Oh, no, that's not relatable. Like, that's too much money. If you, like, anybody who is Black American who does not fit I grew up in the project, my mom was a single mom, my dad wasn't in my life, and I had to sell the drugs, you are not Black enough. And you want to sit here. Exactly. And you want even Chris Samuels. Chris Samuels also was raised in the country, right? But they want to sit here and tell you as an African person, you don't understand Black America. You don't understand Black American history. You don't respect Black American people. Me? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Even Diddy, she heard this brother say he grew up he grew up exactly. He grew up in the project. She didn't even stop the video. No, she just kept it going because she's so accustomed to hearing my people, the project. There are 40+ million Black Americans. Do you know how many Black Americans are really raised in the project? I don't even think it's more than like 5 million. Okay, we are in 2026. Today, so many Black Americans have degrees, all kinds of shit. A lot of Black Americans have never seen the project. If they saw it, it's in a music video. They've never been there, don't even know what it looks like. We are so far removed from this bullshit. And yet, we are in 2026, and we still want to say, oh, I grew up in the project. I didn't have a daddy. I had to sell the drugs. We are done. We are truly done. We are really and truly and honestly done. We even have Black American kids who speak Vietnamese. Get into it. Clock that shit, okay? We are tired. The stereotype bullshit is getting old. And you want me to go do community outreach with the African people and say, oh, yeah, they all grew up in the project. No. Because even my friends, they didn't grow up in the project. They grew up right here in Fairfax. What project? Now, some of them try to act as if. I'm like, girl, shut up. We grew up in Fairfax. Shut the hell up. What the fuck you know about the fucking project, you weirdo? Okay? We have to stop. Exactly. People are like, what is this? What is this story? Like, what is this? right? And it's like, no, to be a real Black American person, a real FBA, you have to have a struggle story. Your mom was a single mom. You grew up in the project, in the hood. You didn't have no daddy. You have to sell the drugs. It is getting cliche. This is fucking Hollywood at this point. This is it's truly, yeah, exactly. They don't even in Baltimore, they're tearing that shit down. Like a lot of Black people today, they have never seen the projects. When they see Black people who grew up in luxury, they think, oh, you're whitewashed. Exactly. And somehow they're not anti-Black. It's African people who are anti-Black American. Oh, police. Me, Marlene, if you're a Black American and you tell me that you grew up on an estate, I'm not going to question you. Because I know there are Black American people that got that kind of money. I live in the DMV. I live in Northern Virginia. Like, there are Black people here. You have Black American people here. Baby, they have money. They live in McLean. They live in Great Falls. They live in Bethesda. They live in Loudoun County in them huge-ass houses. The wife has an S-class. The husband got an S-class. Me, Marlene, I am accustomed to rich Black American people. Okay? I am truly accustomed to luxury Black American people. Bishop Owens, he has money. You should see how he comes to church. He has a driver. Okay? None of my Black American pastors, they're not broke. Okay? You go to First Baptist Church of Glen Hardin. Pastor John Jenkins has a fucking plane. He has a plane. He does the plane stuff just for fun. What are you even talking about? I cannot relate to this. I truly cannot relate to this. What are the hood? Where is the hood? My whole life, I live in DC. I've lived in the DMV. I don't even think I've ever been in the hood. There's nothing for me there. What am I going to do there? Where is that place? I couldn't even tell you what that place is on the map. Okay? Exactly. Like, it's not even relatable. But you're like, this is a subculture. I cannot relate. The vast majority, if you're anybody that is Black and grew up in Northern Virginia, you are accustomed to seeing rich Black people. What project? What hood? What are you talking about? People cannot relate. They cannot relate. So we have to stop. It's getting old. This is the kind of shit that white liberals love to hear. Oh, growing up in the hood, I ain't have no daddy. Save that bullshit for white liberals. Please, I'm begging you, okay? I'm Marlene. I grew up in the DMV. I grew up in DC. I grew up in Northern Virginia. I'm about 25 minutes away from DC. When I tell you over here, Black people, Black American people, they got money. They have real money. It's not a joke. They live in McLean, Great Falls, Bethesda, Loudoun County. They have fucking money. So, I don't know. So if I'm doing community outreach, and that's why even here, like even in the DMV, like if anybody that's from the DC area, like if you ever see African people who don't like Black Americans, they're usually talking about hood boogers. Because most African people here have no problem with Black people from like the DMV. Because Black people from the DMV, they're luxurious Black people. They got money. They're very classy, very rich, very fresh. Like even their complexion is giving air conditioner all day. Okay, America's not all the same. I don't know where you're from, but I don't know. I can't relate, right? But over here, Black people in the DMV, Northern Virginia, DC, the nice parts of Maryland, bam, 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 bam. So I'm like, what are we talking about? Truly and honestly, okay. And you see, and that's a lie. How can you say many Black people cannot relate? That is a lie. This is a lie. Many Black American people can't relate to like the suburb, the police. That is a lie. And that's anti-Black. That is incredibly anti-Black. Maybe you cannot relate. And that's what you should say. You should say, oh, Marlene, that's good for you, but I and my family cannot relate. Speak about your people, right? Even in Georgia, there are a lot of wealthy Black people in Georgia. It is not a joke. So just because you can't relate or your family can't relate, that's your people. Like that's your problem, right? But we're not going to not talk about these people because you cannot relate. Exactly. I don't know why this is such a hard concept. I really don't get it. If they were doctors before that only service black people, what do you think happened to those families? What do you think happened to their money? They kept their money. Well, then why can't you say you? So then if you are able to relate, then why even bring that up? Why do you speak on behalf of people that you don't even know? Oh, the black people, they can't relate. You don't even know those people who can't relate. So why are you even bringing that up? And that's why I'm saying that's anti-black. Because today in 2026, a lot of black American people can definitely relate to at least a suburb. Because a lot of people do not live in the hood. Those days are gone. They are truly gone. People are living way better now, and they make way more money now. Those days are gone. So we're going to stop with that weird shit. This is the kind of shit that white liberals love to hear. The struggle story. Oh, did you tell me how you didn't have a daddy? Oh, tell me how you could feed yourself. Those days are gone. Today, a lot of black people here, a lot of black American people here, they have money, they live well, they vacation, they have timeshares, they do all kinds of nice stuff. And there are a bunch of black American kids also who have horses. It's normal for them. It's their normal. There are a bunch of black American kids who vacation in Aspen. It is normal for them. There are a bunch of black American kids who vacation in Europe. It is perfectly normal for these people. It's their lifestyle. Like, it's not a big deal. So like this hood, we are tired of this hood shit. Like the hood. We are sick of it. I know I'm sick of it. And I don't even believe it anymore. People are just saying it to be relatable. Exactly. It's a lie. But I'm like, a lot of people, you have a lot of black American families. They were lawyers and doctors and all kinds of stuff. And they kept that legacy going. They have money. They have great credit. Not everybody needs to go to the pawn shop. That's anti-black to even think that. That's anti-black. Like what?
It's a division and it's trauma because white supremacy says this is the definition of blackness. That's why Theo Huxtable was such an important character on television. It allowed black boys to see, oh, I can still be just as black as I need to be, still speak this way, still dress this way. When you think about Andre 3000, he allowed hip hop heads to see.
We don't care about hip hop. We're sick and tired of y'all talking about hip hop. Y'all don't have any frame of reference besides hip hop. Okay, y'all look at this, right? You see all these black girls. You see there's bunch of black girls who ride horses. Their people have money. But you see, if they come out here and say something, oh, I have a horse, I have horses, they're going to get cussed out, not by African people, but by the FBAs. Because low-key, high-key, the FBAs are a bunch of dry haters. The FBAs are a bunch of jealous people. They're extremely jealous. It's a jealous people. They're extremely jealous and envious. They're not really ambitious, you know, right? But I'm like, it's mad. There's a lot of black girls. There are a lot of black American girls who ride horses every weekend. And it's not cheap. The clothes, the tutoring, the classes, the whatever, the competition stuff, it's expensive. It is so expensive, but it's nothing to their parents because they got the money. The parents have the money. It's not a big deal. So we have to stop saying, oh, I can't relate. No, black people can't. No, you cannot relate. You can't afford it. You don't have the money. You're an FBA, so you ain't got the money. Okay? But it's a bunch of black girls who ride horses. Like, it's like, this is a real thing. And many of them, it's their personal horse. It's their personal horse. It's not like, oh, they have to go rent the horse. No. Their families have stables like that. They got a bunch of horses in there. Especially if you ever come here to Virginia, like southern, like here, over here, like over here. Or like, if you ever go also to West Virginia, a lot of black American people, they have estates. I didn't say a house. I didn't say a mansion. I said an estate. Like when you have like 20,000 acres of land just to yourself. And the driveway is like 25,000 miles long. They're rich as fuck. There's a big ass mansion and you have the horse stuff, like the stable stuff. The horses are in there. The horse has a special car, a special van, right? Just because you can't relate to stuff, it doesn't mean it's not happening. Just because you've never seen something, it doesn't mean it's not happening. And just because your family can't afford it, it doesn't take away from their blackness. They worked really hard. And they've worked hard for generations. And that's why they get to live how they get to live. And they deserve it. But FBA people, to me, it seems like a bunch of dry haters. Yeah, horses are big money. And they have multiple horses. They have multiple horses. But there are a bunch of black girls here. They live like little princesses. Like it's not a joke. And they take French lessons, they take whatever lesson, piano lesson. I mean, these girls are just living life. But this is a part of Black America that a lot of Black Americans themselves, especially those effing FBAs, are not ready to see because it's too luxurious. And it's going to remind them that all they've been doing is making excuses. Oh, I can't. Then how did these black people do it? Right? And that's why people want to hear about the hood stuff, the project stuff, because it reminds you that you could have done it too, but you didn't do it. But it's like they have a lot of money. They have a lot of money. I'm like, they have money. West Virginia is full of estates. Like, it's a real thing. It's real. They have these like 20 acres, 20,000 acres, 5 million acres. I don't even know. Like, damn, y'all got money. But it's a real thing. And people have to learn. I think a lot of these FBA people need to learn to be happy for extremely wealthy Black Americans. But they struggle with that because they don't have money. That's why they're so mad. And they're so angry because they don't have money. But this is weird.
Different type of blackness because he was an exception. And so we have to understand that the messages that we get demand that we stay in a particular category in order to be black so that people can continue to pull and separate us apart. Yeah, your dad participated in the foundational experience of South LA, of the Crenshaw district, back when there was still redlining, back when people still couldn't get jobs. So yeah, your dad did experience the exact same things that Black Americans experience, in addition to the intersection of the...
Can we also talk about not every Black person also was in the hood fighting police brutality? Can we also stop? Right? Like, look at Susan Rice, for example. Let me show you her dad. Right? We have to stop. Okay, there you go. Mr. Rice over here, he didn't go through no damn Crenshaw. Okay? This man sat on the board of the Federal Reserve of New York. Like, this, please, okay? Some people were in the hood. They had to fight police brutality. Okay, it sucks. Hope you feel better. But they were white. They were other Black Americans who were living in the money. They didn't have to worry about police violence. Okay? Do you know this man? That's Susan Rice's father. Like this, like she went to Yale, her brother went to Yale. But I'm like, these are not the Black American people who are allowed to speak on their Black American experience. There you go. Because they're not from the hood. There you go. Their daddy had money. Their dad sat on the board of the Federal Reserve of New York. Like, do you know how big of a fucking deal that is? This is fucking insane. Right? How you think she grew up? They were not poor. There you go. That was like her coming from Yale or something like that. Okay? But you're not, people are not ready to hear that. Okay? Like, stop. Please stop. It's really weird. Okay? Stop. It is weird. You're anti-Black. I'm gonna start saying that. I'm like, oh no, yeah, you're anti-Black. Okay? Emmett John Rice was an American economist, academic, and bank executive, and a member of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. He served with Tuskegee Airmen during World War II, taught at Cornell University during 1950s, and was noted expert in the monetary systems of developing countries. Okay? There you go. They're not ready for that. Because he doesn't fit the narrative. Oh, I was oppressed. I didn't have a daddy. Wumpty wump wump. Tuskegee Airmen? Baby, iconic. Okay? Professor at Cornell, Ivy League, iconic. Okay? Bank executive, right? But they're not ready. They're not, yeah, exactly. Because he worked his ass off. And that's the part they don't want to hear because they want to ask for reparations. Go sit out somewhere. These FBAs is a bunch of haters. They are haters. They are haters. And they're just agents of chaos. And they're a bunch of little xenophobes. Go sit out somewhere. Got me money. If I hear one more time, I grew up in the hood. I swear I'm gonna break my computer. I am sick of that goofy ass story. We're tired. Exactly. Every Black American person was not struggling. Please stop. Please stop. She went to Yale. Her brother also went to Yale. You should see their house. You should the Rice family. You should see their house in New York. These people here. Well, what? What are we even talking about? There's levels to this. They're like the real Jeffersons. Like, we're moving on up. Like, these are the real Jeffersons. You should see their house. But I'm like, girl, your dad was what? Yep. Federal Reserve. He was a board. He was the chair. He was part of one of the chairs. Can you imagine? All the kids went to Ivy League. They all went to Yale. She went to Yale. Her little brother went to Yale. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? And this is what they don't want to talk about. And then you're the one who wants African people to believe that all Black Americans grew up in poverty, had to face police brutality, weren't educated, didn't have daddies, because you're anti-Black. You're anti-Black. Because if you were pro-Black American, you would make sure that there's a beautiful mosaic of all Black American people. And nobody is more Black than the next person because, I grew up in the hood. Okay. But just because you grew up in the hood and you were raised on government cheese, you're not more Blacker than anybody. You're not more Blacker than him. He studied really, really hard. He worked really, really hard. Like, nobody just gives stuff like that to you. And there was no DI, there was no affirmative action. Nobody was forced to hire him. Why? Because he's so fucking smart. It's undeniable. You'd be a fucking idiot not to hire him. Like, seriously. Like, please. They're anti-Black, Kevin, and it pisses me off. Because if you listen to these people, if you're not from here and you listen to these FBA people, you are going to believe that every single Black American grew up in the hood. Even my father-in-law, he didn't grow up in the hood. Because his dad was a Marine, so he had money, so they bought a nice house. Like, their house is like right next to Howard. It's a fancy house. What are you talking about? The hood, the hood, the hood. Like, what are we even talking about? Like, they're so insane. And they have to stop talking like that because that's anti-Black. And it feeds into a very negative stereotype of low achievement. Every Black American is not a low achiever. I'm sorry to say it. I'm not even sorry to say it. It's the truth, though. So just because you can't relate, your family cannot relate, okay. And so because you can't relate to Black American luxury, we should never talk about it. And this is why people even carry on social media thinking that they're doing something new. Oh, Black girl luxury, like it's a new thing. Like as if Black American people were all living in squalor. Are you kidding me? You read the Harlem Renaissance, plenty of Black Americans were going to Paris because they got tired of racism. They would go to Paris on spring break. They would go to Paris in the summer. Black Americans are known for going to Paris. They have their own place. It's called Montmartre. Like it's very artistic like that. They have their legacy. If you study James Baldwin, he used to stay in these luxury apartments right next to the Champs-Élysées. It's like right next to the Eiffel Tower. I'm so confused. A lot of Black Americans from New York City, they used to vacation in Paris. And whenever they got fed up of race, well, I'm going to Paris. And to Paris, they would go. That's what I'm saying. Do you even know your own history? Like, I don't even know what we're talking about. But it's enough. Exactly. And when she married Tracy's father, they spent a lot of time in Switzerland. Like she wasn't living here. She was living in Switzerland. Tracy was raised in the Swiss Alps. She was not raised here. She was raised in Switzerland. Like, you know how expensive it is to grow up there? But she doesn't talk about that because it's not going to make her relatable. It's insane. It is. And if you don't know any better, you go think, oh my gosh, Black Americans just started buying Louis Vuitton in 2020 with a stymie. Oh my gosh, this is their first time buying a Chanel perfume. Oh my gosh, it's their first time buying a Birkin. Oh my gosh, it's their first time buying Gucci. I hate this Black girl luxury movement. Black girl luxury is for YouTubers, Black YouTubers who grew up in poverty, who now have money because of social media to buy themselves overpriced bullshit. And that's why they have no taste. These girls have no taste. Be so for real. But I'm like, you truly believe that Black girl luxury started just like yesterday? That is so anti-Black. Like, oh my gosh, like they're so, I'm like, FBA people are a bunch of haters. They're a bunch of haters. They're truly a bunch of haters. And they only want to tell one story of Black America. The struggle story, the poverty story, the government cheese story. My mommy would that. Oh, shut up. We are tired. We are truly exhausted. And maybe one day I'll do a video about Black Americans in Paris, you guys. It is a real thing. Let me show you the place right at home. Yeah. If you ever hear of this place, l'Élysée Montmartre, like when you have time, maybe take a screenshot, right? Right? Yeah. Are you kidding me? Look, read what they said. Like this was the hub. This was the hub of like Black American like writers, philosophers, artists. Like they would just go there. Like it was their spot. To this day, it's still their spot, right? L'Élysée Montmartre, located in the 9th arrondissement near Pigalle, was a vital hub in the Harlem on the Seine, right? That's how they dubbed it, Harlem on the Seine, right? During the 1920s and the 30s, acting as the epicenter for Black American jazz musicians, artists, and expatriates fleeing segregation. It was central to Montmartre scene when figures like Josephine Baker and Bricktop defined jazz age in Paris, transforming the area into a vibrant, welcoming community for Black talent. And they gonna tell you they know Black history. These people are clowns. Like, I think they don't take these people seriously. You should look at James Baldwin, where he stayed when he would go to Paris. Everybody ain't broke, boo. It's just because you and your family can't afford it. That's you and your family. Speak about your kinfolk and the fact that they didn't have the money. Okay. Listen, life goes on, boo. Okay. Hold on. Are you kidding me? I was like the luxury. Okay. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. This is real life. I found it because he had multiple apartments where he would stay when he would go to Paris. What do you know about James Baldwin and his expensive taste? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Right? Then everybody was out in Crenshaw and Watts and Compton fighting the police. I mean, some people did. No, they do not. They don't like it because I think it reminds them that they didn't push themselves hard enough and they can't take that. But I'm telling you, like they would be like if they ever like these rich Black people in Harlem, and you know this because Harlem people had money, right? Harlem people were bankers, and that's why you can't. You know what I'm saying? They just couldn't say it because you're gonna get killed. But they say that they know Black history, but they never talk about the Black bankers, huh? But they know Black history. Go sit down somewhere. Please go sit down. Please go sit down somewhere. Please go sit down somewhere. And it was very hush-hush because nobody knew they existed. Even when they talk about Madame Caesar Walker, oh, she was the first Black millionaire. No, she was not. She was probably the first one who could talk about it and not get killed. Like what do you take people for? And not even to be offensive, because I think like to a lot of people, I'm not trying to be like extra, right? Not trying to be extra. I'm not trying to be extra, right? But like it really kills me how to a lot of Black American people, they think $1 million is so much money. Oh, a million. Oh, she was the first Black millionaire. The first? Like, what do you think of your own people? But they're going to tell you, oh, I know my history. Then if you know your history, you know that they were incredibly industrious. But the problem is you look at yourself and you think you are the same people because you wouldn't have done, you're lazy. You are truly lazy. Right? Because if you know real Black American history, these people worked really, really hard. So you think you're going to work that hard and is people not going to become millionaires? You really believe that? White people have done such a wonderful job. Yes, Kevin. And there was a big lady, like the one who worked with Bumpy Johnson, Madame Stéphanie Sinclair. She's from Martinique. And she lived in Harlem. And she also ran the numbers because she was also a banker. This is not a joke. I don't know. People here are really funny, you know? People are truly funny, right? But Madame, her right there, Madame Stéphanie Sinclair, she's from Martinique. She spoke French. She's like me. She ran the numbers. She had money. A lot of them had money. Why do you think the Harlem Renaissance took place in Harlem? Because most of the bankers are from Harlem. But it was very hush-hush until one of the Black bankers got kidnapped. And he got kidnapped by the Jews. And the mistake that the Black people made, they paid the ransom. They should have let him die. Because when they paid the ransom, it was $50,000 cash. They brought the money. When they brought the money, the Jews said, where did these N-words get the money? That's when it became a problem. Like, where is this money coming from? And this is when the bankers got exposed. People had money. You just couldn't talk about it. That's why I'm like, people say Black history, but you know Black history. They crack me up when they say these dumb things. Like, they're true. They're so stupid. Okay? But Mom Stephanie Sinclair, she read numbers. They were called Black bankers. They had a lot of money, Kevin. But you just couldn't talk about it. Right? And a lot of them also financed Madam C.J. Walker. Many of these Black entrepreneurs, they went there and got money too. Because they had money, because they ran numbers. And the number thing, it wasn't even like greedy. Like, because they made sure everybody kind of won a little bit. Right? But these people had money. There's a reason why the Harlem Renaissance takes place in Harlem. There's a reason why the Con Club opened up in Harlem, because Black people in Harlem had money because they were bankers. They just couldn't talk about it. So like the summers, the spring, summer, even during the cold, they would just go to Paris. And they would stay in Paris for a very long time. And many of them too, it's not even that they would just stay in Paris. They had what they call maison de campagne. It's like when you go to the countryside, like they would even have houses in the countryside. Like, it's a real thing. It's not until recently, like with the rise of hip hop, we become inundated with this whole, I grew up in the project, I grew up in the hood. What are we even talking about? What is this? I mean, I get it, right? Representation matters, but it's a bit excessive. Right? But her also, she financed a lot of businesses. Yeah, you have to, because if these white people find out, they're going to come take your money, or they might even kill you. So you couldn't say it like, oh, I have money. Even, what's her name? If you read Maya Angelou, both of her grandmothers had money. The one in Stamp, Arkansas, she owns all that land. And then she has like a store, like she sells everything. I think when I tell you guys I don't like MLK, you don't understand me. Like, you really do not get me. Black people here had businesses because there were no jobs. So you're not going to wait for a job. You just create your own business. And then you start making a lot of money because nobody is catering to Black people. Right? But I'm like, if you read about Maya Angelou, her grandma from Stamp, Arkansas, she had all this, like, she had like massive land, and on the land, she built a store. Like, she sold food and clothes and fabric, all kinds of stuff. But she started off by selling like what they call like beignets. Like, you know, she was selling beignets to the Black workers. Then her other grandma, her mother's mother, she's from Memphis or something. That one too. She had like a nightclub or something. She also had money. She had a big ass house. And all the white people worked for her because she had money. Both of her grandmothers are rich. Like, and it's not a joke. Like, I can't relate. That's why Maya Angelou is so bougie like this. Darling. Like, no, I do not like MLK. I think he destroyed Black American entrepreneurs. I don't like socialism. Oh my gosh. I don't like it. I do not like it. Because coming out of all the slavery, Jim Crow stuff, no. People's work ethic on fleek. Like, what? Because someone has to take care of these Black people. So they made a shitload of money. He comes over here with his goofy ass, what's it called again? What's it called? You integrate, whatever it's called. It destroys Black businesses. Because now people want to go shop with white people. And nobody wants to sit here and talk about, like, he decimated Black entrepreneurs. So he could sit next to white people in a restaurant. Like, that is crazy to me. Yeah, they have money. Like, it's not a joke. And then, like, it's really crazy to me. The Black American bankers are a real thing. People need to study these people. And that's why I said, when it comes to sinners, these brothers wouldn't have had to go through crime in Chicago for no damn Italian. They could just ask the bankers. They wouldn't have the money. Like, you don't have to go commit a crime. Why are you doing crime for? But all of that is what Hollywood wants. Like, even sometimes stories that Black Americans tell about themselves, they got that shit from Hollywood. Everybody's from the hood. Everybody's from the project. Everybody smokes weed. No, that is a Jewish man's fantasy. That's a Jewish man's wet dream. Stop saying foolishness. No, I do not like him. I don't like socialism. Exactly. In the middle of the Great Depression. So what does that tell you? They understand money. They are incredibly industrious. All of America is broke. And they're not broke. People were lining, begging for money. They're not begging for money. What does that tell you about how smart they are? Like, I'm like, this is really crazy. This is really, really crazy. It means they're not lazy. And they had businesses. That's why they didn't have to stand in the food line, because they're not workers. They have their own business. And they cater to their own people. So they have money. It is not a joke. What decimated Black American entrepreneurs is Dr. King and his foolishness. Socialism. Bullshit. I hate that shit. Yeah, it annoys me. Yeah, but they were like these guys. They come late, and they were trying to buy. They were buying houses in California, so they come later. I am talking about the Black bankers of Harlem, and I'm saying they had a shitload of money. So to sit here today and to do Black girl luxury, to me, it's so damn stupid. It's so stupid. Right? I mean, I guess it's luxury for these girls because they could never afford it, and their mothers could never afford it. Because a lot of Black YouTubers, it seems to me, they don't come for money. Because even rich Black, do you understand that even rich Black American girls, like with real money, will never be influencers? Right? Like, a real Black American girl from old money will never be an influencer because it's nothing to her. Like, when you grow up like that, there's nothing to share. Like, I'm gonna show, like, what? Like, this is crazy. They'll never do it because that's how they live. They just live life. And most of them too, if they even have a social media account, it's always private. The loudest Black people are the influencers, the rappers, the baby mamas to the rappers. That's it. These are the loud people. Like, old money is quiet money. Rich Black American people, invitation only. If you know them, you know them. If you don't, you don't. You don't get to just see, like, just look into their lives like that. It's weird. It's creepy. They have nothing to show. They don't have, because I'm like, these, let's not even talk about it. Okay. But I'm just saying. Right? So I'm like, we are tired of, I grew up in the hood. Thank you. We get it. Hollywood has made like 25,000 movies on that. We don't need any. I'm done. I am truly done. I am exhausted. I am tired. I am seriously exhausted. This is crazy. Oh. Hold on. Also, hold on. I gotta stop the shit here. Like, please stop. This is utter foolishness. This is just pure foolishness.
People still couldn't get jobs. So yeah, your dad did experience the exact same things that Black Americans experience, in addition to the intersection of the immigrant experience. Yeah, now, when you put all that together and remember the messages that everybody is being told, he is primitive, he is below you, and then you see him succeeding, you naturally have a trauma response because the world has told you for generations that he's nothing.
Yeah, right.
He's nothing. Why is he doing that? Yeah. And then it creates this divide in the same way that your dads probably received messages about Black Americans and maybe consciously or subconsciously told you, don't be like him.
Hold on, look at this, right? Because I was like, when did the first person even graduate from Yale, right? Look at what it says. So it seems like, but Moses Simons is considered a potential first, graduating in 1809. Okay, other early figures, including Reverend Alexander Cromwell, 1940, Richard Henry Green, 1857, Edouard Boucher, the PhD in 1876. So you see, even in the 1800s. So this is before, because the Civil War was like, what, 1817 or something? But so even before the Civil War actually erupts, you have a Black person who graduated from Yale. But they're not going to tell you that because that's not relatable, right? There you go. I'm like, they're anti-Black as fuck. Like, it's not even a fucking joke. Do you know how many Black girls go to Yale? Like, these rich-ass Black girls with their rich-ass daddies? People don't even know. Like, I swear. Like, people really don't know. Like, you think you're Black, you think you're Black American, but you don't really know. Like, you're not in the know. You just know what Hollywood and the Jews want you to believe, right? But you don't really know. Do you know how many these little girls go to Yale? Everything Ralph Lauren. Every day, all day. Every outfit is Ralph Lauren. And it's not the one you buy at the outlet, the outlet Ralph Lauren. I'm talking when you can actually afford to go on Fifth Avenue, go into the Ralph Lauren store, and you just buy stuff like everything brand new. It's like right off the rack. It's like it's off the runway. It's like current season. I'm like, you don't think you know these people because they're scared. They're so afraid of regular black people because they attack people and they're mad jealous. Princeton. Do you know how many black girls go to Princeton? And then they play lacrosse, all them rich people shit. You right? But you can't relate. And because you can't relate, they don't even want to talk about it. There's a whole other world of being black in America. They just don't talk about it because they're going to be attacked. They're going to be told they sound too white. They're not relatable. One, put on. We know how it goes. We know how it goes. And even the FBAs, they're not ready for that. Because if they discover these black American people, they're going to lose their mind. Jealousy, all kinds of bullshit, envy, jealousy, whatever, destruction. So they stay to themselves. And as they should. Don't come out. Stay hidden.
Yeah, that's just what happens. That's how white supremacy works.
This is what was told to me, and this is how I perceived it growing up. And I think this is why I think I stand on the side that a lot of people disagree with. And I truly believe that this is the interpretation for most. This is my opinion, that this is the interpretation for a lot of Africans. And I don't want to dismiss, there are people who probably said black Americans are this and whatever. So I don't want to dismiss that. But for me and my experience and how I grew up, my father came from Nigeria and came here in 1974. So obviously coming from the Biafra War. But not only that, and this dawned on me, it's like, wait a second. My dad lived in Nigeria when it was under colonial powers of the Great Britain.
That's right.
As a kid, you don't conceptualize time that way. So you don't get it. It's now that I'm adult. Wait. Nigeria got their independence in 1960, October 1st, 1960. Yeah. My dad was born way before 1960. Yeah. He was under the colonial rule.
Mine too.
And I'm going, whoa, so that blew my mind. So here it is. And this is how I've kind of, problem solved this. My father came to this country. My mother came to this country and they saw a better opportunity. Now, I could understand from a black American saying, like, Jim Crow and slavery and everything that has gone on in black American history, like, hell no, we don't have it good here. And I liken it to this.
That's also a lie. We have to stop. You have some black Americans who said to themselves, oh my gosh, Jim Crow is so bad, so bad, so bad. America, awful, awful, awful. And when you speak like that, you get the results that you get. You also have some black American people who also come from the South, who also, what's his name again? Right? There you go. You also have people like Mr. Emmett as well. When was he born? Okay. So he was born December 21st, 1919. That's like what? A day before the Great Depression? So he was like born a year before the Great Depression. What the Great Depression happen again? Or no, oh no. 1929. Okay. So he was born like 10 years before the Great Depression. Okay, no problem. But pretty much he came of age during the Great Depression, right? So he could also say Jim Crow, one. Like, yeah, he's also black American. He's lived all of that. But some people made their minds up. Some people made their minds up. Some people said this is so hard, it's crushing. I get that. Other people said, listen, I'm going to make it regardless. Right? And I think like when it comes to this whole black American African conversation, I think it's most black Americans who believe that, oh, America's so bad, so bad, are the ones who want to school black American people, African people. Because people like Dr. Ben Carson, they're not trying to school African people. They don't take an issue with African people saying, oh yeah, America has opportunities. But I think a lot of FBA people, their issue is because I think America ain't shit, America is awful, When you say, oh, America has great opportunities, it offends me. But it's like, okay, that's fine. But it's your mindset, right? Why did he say America is so bad? And I'm sure it was worse for him too, because he grew up in a country that was extremely segregated, where people call you the N-word. And what can you do about it? But with all of that, the man, he fought all the way to be, like, he also joined the military, but hey, you fight all the way that you joined the Federal Reserve. Like, do you know how fucking prestigious that is? Shit, if my dad had worked for the Federal Reserve, I would not even be here right now. Like, what? Okay. Right? But I'm like, these are the people responsible for all American banks. And it's not even the Federal Reserve or St. Louis. It's New York. It's Wall Street, New York. As a black man, oh, this is crazy, right? So that's that. You have some black Americans who say America is so bad, America is so bad, and America's never been good to us. Okay, that's fine. And that's your mindset. You have other black Americans who say America is so bad, but I'm going to make it regardless. Because this is my country. I'm going to make it regardless. And they do. And they do. Right? America is not perfect. But I'm like, compared to other people, you do have way more opportunities. But if you don't want to see it that way, that's fine. But then you can't be upset when other people don't see it that way and they prosper. And I'm like, that's also fine. Right? But I'm like, and he's not the only one. It's a lot of people like that who go to these Ivy Leagues and make all this money and work, but they worked really hard. And you can call me an N-word. You can call me whatever you want. I'm going to take your job. There you go. And they did exactly that. And it comes down to your mindset. And it comes down to the stories that you tell yourself. You can say, oh, it's so hard. It's so hard. This country's racist. Yeah, this country's fucking racist. But even all this racism, you can still make it. You can still make it. But you have to want to believe that. If you don't believe it, there's nothing we can do. Right? And this is where people get offended. Oh, but you're saying all it takes is working hard. But I'm like, yeah, there are a bunch of black Americans who had it worse than you or had it just as bad as you, but they decided to have a different mindset. And I think when I hear a lot of black American people speak on this whole African stuff, it's usually the ones who are from the hood, they're from the project, but it's not often that you hear from highly successful black American people have an issue with African people. Exactly. But how did he make it? How did he make it? Right? But I'm like, he's part of the Federal Reserve's history. This is insanity. It's insanity. It truly is. How did he make it? And he was born in Florence, South Carolina. He attended segregated schools before his family moved to New York City when he was 16. Rice studied at the City College of New York, received a BBA in 1941 and an MBA in 1942. That's crazy. He then joined the U.S. Army Force in World War II, serving the Tuskegee Airmen. After the war, he earned a PhD in economics at the University of California, Berkeley. He was a Fulbright scholar in India. What? Oh, the man is smart. Fulbright scholarship? That's luxury, y'all. Rice integrated the Berkeley Fire Department as a student, becoming the first black American fireman. He next taught economics at Cornell University as the only black assistant professor. He later served as the governor of the Federal Reserve, from 1979 to 1986. Like, a Fulbright, it's so hard to get a Fulbright. It's so hard. It's like a Rhodes Scholarship. It's so damn hard. Like, it's so damn hard. It's hard work. It's hard work. And you have people today who have it way easier than this man, and they still gonna blame racism and this, and that. And maybe that's where you and a lot of African people don't vibe. Like, okay. But I'm like, a Fulbright, it's a luxurious scholarship. Two of the most prestigious scholarships are the Fulbright and being a Rhodes Scholar. They're really, really hard to get. And most people who get them also are from the Ivies. Cheating, but whatever. Okay. So I'm like, I am so tired of this goofy ass struggle story. Like, I am so tired. I'm exhausted. Yeah. Because he worked really hard. It's the same thing with Thomas Sowell. That man is so fucking smart. But he didn't have his parents. I think his dad was not in his life. His mom died or she gave him away. So he was raised by a black woman. But Thomas Sowell is so smart. Like, it's like the man is he's too fucking smart. And also they cuss him out, call him all kinds of coon, all kinds of this, and that. They just love to be ignorant. They just love to be ignorant. My goodness gracious. Like, I'm like, they just love imbeciles. Like, if you are like a Dr. Umar, a Tariq Nasheed, like, they love these pseudo intellectuals that have no intellectual substance. That's what they love. But like real Black American people that have PhDs in econ, like people that can actually talk sense, like stuff that actually makes sense, they don't want that. They do not want that. There was another Black American professor here at Mason. I felt so bad because I didn't even know he was there. I would have taken his class. The man is so fucking smart. But him also, they're not going to like him because he doesn't do all this, oh, woe is me type of stuff. He doesn't do that. And he hates socialism. So you know he's my person. I'm like, whoa.
When you get what happened there in Africa and you get the colonizers who come over and they steal, just come out there and steal, that's called slavery, right? And bring them over to another house called America. But before they leave, they set that bitch on fire. And they put Africa on fire and destroyed their economy, destroyed their religion, destroyed their people, destroyed everything, separated family. People forget that. They separated families.
Yeah.
So dad over there, mom over there, dad over there, kid over there.
Okay, you see this man also, he's also a Black American. And I think he's a fucking genius. Because he's like, you know, when you get to be really, really smart, you become socially awkward. Like he's like, okay, his wife had to help him with that. Right? But you see, Mr. Walter Williams, he also does not believe in welfare. He does not believe in socialism. I'm telling you, this thing is fucking evil. Socialism is fucking evil. And I think this is where also you have this schism between elite Black Americans and the hood Black Americans. Because the hood Black American people, they want socialism. The elite Black, the highly educated Black American people, they see socialism for what it truly is. They don't like it. They do not like it. So then this is where I feel like, this is why I'm saying, like, even Black American people are not going to be united because a lot of poor people here, or I guess we're like, even the reparation people, it all goes in tandem with socialism. And then you have another class who does not believe in socialism. So they're told to shut the fuck up. You see? So it's not even just African people they have an issue with. All that is foolishness. Okay, what does he say here? Let me see.
Equality that is consistent with personal liberty is equality before the law. But however, looking at equality of opportunity as a concept, it really just doesn't tell you very much. That is, I don't have an equal opportunity to be a great boxer. I don't have the equal opportunity to be a great basketball player. And I don't have the equal opportunity to do many, many things. So I think that the only kind of equality we should be striving for is equality before the law. Only kind of equality that is consistent with.
Well, they never bring him up because they want someone who says welfare, white man bad, racism is bad, you can't do this because of welfare, right? But I'm like, this man, like, I watched a lot of his videos. And when I tell you, he is my person. I was like, how? I did not know he was at Mason. I would have taken a course from him. Oh, my Lord. What does he say in this video? Let me see. No, this man is too fucking smart. But these are not the kinds of people they want to hear from.
Dr. Williams, you played a rather pivotal role organizationally and intellectually at this conference in the presentation of ideas, and you've generated much of the discussion that has taken place. Now that it's concluded, how do you feel about the conference? How do you assess it? Do you look upon it as a history-making event? Are you optimistic? And if so, what do we take it in terms of the Black community and the overall community of America?
Well, I'm kind of cautiously optimistic. And I think the direction that we take it in terms of Black America is perhaps spread the word that there are possible alternative solutions to the traditional ones that have been dismal failures over the last couple of decades in terms of increasing economic opportunity for minorities. And I think that one of the things that this conference showed is that many of the problems that Black people face are really people problems, and that if we pursue that kind of strategy in terms of solving a problem that is treating them as people problems, I think that it will be far more successful, as many of us indicated.
You have been an advocate of deregulation, less government, free market, and now your voice is being heard. Well,
these are things that Republicans believe in. Like, put the racist stuff aside, right?
By a larger number. Are you optimistic that the Black community will begin to embrace some of these ideas and wean itself away from the reliance upon regulatory government and some of the welfare notions that have been advanced in the last quarter of a century?
Well, I'm not quite sure what the Black community is going to do, but the Black community has the biggest stake in free markets. That is open opportunity where it only takes a man's desire and his guts to get up and do a job as a criteria for entry, as opposed to having political clout and a lot of money and all these other things that are traditionally believed in. But the point is that disadvantaged people of any race, and disadvantaged minorities, they have the greatest stake in open markets.
Yeah. Well, then how do you translate that into political action? In other words, these are ideas, but these ideas are embraced by a political party, in this instance, the Republican Party. Now, where does the educational effort take place to build the consensus? For example,
I even feel like this is why these wicked, low achieving Black people have convinced Black Americans that the Republican Party is a party of racism. Because racism is a boogeyman for Black people. You know what I'm saying? Like the KKK, if you say that, they get scared. So the more you say, oh, that's the party of racism, then Black people are not going to lean in and be like, what is this really about? Right? When you say free markets, what does that mean? When you say deregulation, what does that mean? When you say this, what does that mean? Right? So as long as you say, oh, Republican Party is the party of boogie monsters, it's the party of racists, and if you're Black and you go there, you're a coon, you're a sellout, the vast majority of Black people will be discouraged from actually reaching in and say, okay, I would like to know what this is about. When I took a class, when I told you I took a class with one of my professors, Dr. Dennis Rutledge, he's Black American. And he was like, when he was growing up, they used to say, if you don't want the Blacks to find out, put it in a book. Right? And I feel like to this day, it probably rings true and probably still true in that a lot of Black people in this nation, a lot of Black American people in this nation do not truly want the vast majority of Black American people to understand what the Republican Party truly is about. Not the mistakes it probably made, and it did make, right? Especially the whole racism stuff, right? But when we say less regulation, what does that mean? When we say free markets, what does that mean? When we say this and that, what does that mean? They don't know. And they're scared because it's the party of racism. So if you lean in, what does that say about you? And as long as they can say, oh, racism, they know the people are not going to come near it. And they're going to continue to operate in a model that is not beneficial to them at all. I don't know if Dr. King meant harm by what he did, but I'm like, socialism is harmful. It truly, truly is harmful. I think we see it today. It's mostly Black kids here who need to ask for jobs. Why don't white kids look for jobs? Why aren't Jewish kids looking for jobs? Why aren't Arab kids looking for jobs? Why aren't the Chinese kids looking for jobs? Because their people are all about building businesses. So if you have businesses, it's easier for you to hire your children. Like, the stuff is real. And was it worth, like, all of this, was it worth sitting next to white people at a restaurant? And even now, a lot of Black people can go to white restaurants. They don't even want to go there because they like the food. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, this whole racist thing, the whole racist, it's the whole boogeyman thing. Like, oh, shut up. Be quiet. So just to scare people.
Dr. Boskin spoke about.
I would stop you there. That is, I see the Republican Party as not the main embracer of free markets.
The Democratic Party is an advocate of free market?
No. I see neither political party.
I see. Okay.
As a lover of free markets.
Would you then think a third party movement is necessary?
No. I think that what we as Americans have to do, we have to put pressure on them. That is the common man. Perhaps it might even call for a reconvening of the Constitutional Convention.
To do what?
To have an amendment added to our Constitution guaranteeing people economic freedom.
He doesn't believe in that stuff. He doesn't like welfare. And I'm like, and this is why people are not going to let this man, like, they're not going to embrace him. Let's see what he says about the government. Hold on. He doesn't like it.
as another form of tyranny. If we've become a democracy, I guarantee you that the founders would be deeply disappointed by our betrayal of their vision.
Yes, I think that's absolutely right. If you read the statements by Madison, Jefferson, and Adams, they condemn the idea of democracy. Matter of fact, you don't find the term democracy in any of our founding documents. That is, you don't find the word you don't find the word democracy in the Declaration of Independence. You don't find the word democracy anywhere in the United States Constitution. And if the listeners want further convincing of this, when we talk about when we pledge allegiance to the flag, is it to the democracy for which it stands, or the republic, or the song during the War of 1861? It was the battle hymn of the democracy or the battle hymn of the republic. Now, the founders thought that the idea of majority rule
is stupid.
Was a form of tyranny.
Yeah, it's dumb.
And if you look at the Constitution, if you read the Constitution represents our rules.
You can even see it here too, right? Right now, who rules Black America? It's the people who have done the least. The hood, the project, the whatever, and then the cluster of Black Americans who've worked really hard in academia, hard in getting married, hard in being classy, having money. They don't even have a say so. They get bullied, but yet they're the ones who have the real keys. The most successful people are told to shut the fuck up, right? And we see this with all the election stuff. We never talk about relevant issues during the election. Abortion, can you have an abortion? How long can you wait to have an abortion? An abortion, can two men be married? I'm like, what are we even talking about? The issues that come about during the election cycle are never issues that are truly going to improve the quality of life in America, right? These are just like personal fringe issues. It's like, okay, do what the fuck you want. Like, seriously, go do what the fuck you want. You're fucking heated. Okay, do what the fuck you want. But I'm like, it's the same thing. And this is why Black America is where it is today, because the highly qualified, highly successful, those who understand money, those who understand interest rates, those who know how to build real wealth, those who have the education, no, they have to shut up, because they do not fit the narrative. They're not complaining, they're not crying, they didn't grow up in the hood, They have to shut up. But I'm like, this is insanity. It is insanity. And the older you get, you realize that not everybody should have a voice. Not everybody should have a vote. You should be qualified to have a vote. You should be qualified to speak. Like, if you're going to be a Black American person and you want to lead Black American people, we should say, what are your qualifications? I said we, but whatever, right? What have you done? Right? Instead, it's your persona, it's your charisma, it's how incendiary you are. That's all they like about Tariq Nasheed. Where is the resume? Well, like what qualifies him to speak on reparations? Right? Even the girl, the other one, the light-skinned one in the basement. What qualifies her? What's her resume? And people go away from substance to go about who has charisma, who is loud, who's most who can insult people the most. I'm like, that's not how you get things done. That's not how you get things done. And this is why I say, even now, I said that Singapore did the same thing. Fuck democracy. It's stupid. Everybody shouldn't have the right to vote. It is so dumb. It's really, really stupid. And it renders these countries completely broke. It bankrupts this democracy stuff. It bankrupts countries. Democracy for what? Okay, you don't need democracy to have a well-functioning nation. And just because people don't get to vote does not mean they're not going to have a great life. They're probably going to have a better life. Because we should let qualified people do qualified people things. You know what I'm saying? But before you lead someone, you should be required to prove to people that you are worthy to be the leader. It shouldn't just be charisma. Even with Dr. Umar, right? A big part of Dr. Umar is that we just like him for being stupid. But is he really qualified to build a school? No, he's not. No, he's not. He's so disorganized.
So the game, it's a very, it's an anti-majoritarian document. That is, the president is not elected by a majority vote.
No.
The president can veto the wishes of 535 people of Congress, and it takes 2/3 to override his veto. So there are many anti-majoritarian aspects of the United States Constitution, which represents our rules of the game.
Dr. Moore is not qualified to do this.
Any politician who would rigorously live up to his oath of office to uphold and defend the United States Constitution, he just would not get elected to office by the American people, because what politicians reflect, they reflect the values and views of the American people. That is, those who will elect them to office. Now, some people might say, well, gee, Williams, that's a little bit strong. Well, look, we just might ask ourselves, what would happen to a politician who had the vision of, let's say, James Madison, the acknowledged father of the United States Constitution? And in 1794, Congress appropriated $15,000 to help some French refugees. And James Madison stood on the floor of the House irate, and he said, and I'm virtually quoting him, he says, I cannot undertake to lay my finger on that article in the Constitution that authorizes Congress to spend the money of their constituents for the purposes of benevolence. Now, if you look at the federal budget, 2/3 to 3/4 of it is for the purposes of benevolence. Now, you say, ask yourself, what would the American people do to a politician or to anybody running for office who would make a statement like Madison did, or make another statement? Madison also said that charity is not a legitimate function of government. Now, can you imagine what the American people would do to a politician who said that? And so what I'm saying is that politicians are reflecting the values and views of the people who elect them to office. And unfortunately, the values and views of most Americans are
constitutional,
are distinct from those of the founders of our nation.
So, Walter Williams, has the Tea Party movement been a positive in your view in American politics?
Well, I think so. It has been it's been a movement, or it's been a group of people who are saying, well, look, let's go back to the Constitution. Let's have constitutional principles. But whether they'll be successful or not is another matter. And keep in mind that, you know, if you look at the founders of our nation, they wanted very, very limited government. If you read in Madison's in Federalist paper, I think it's 45 or 48, and when he was trying to describe to the citizens of New York what was in the Constitution, to kind of get the citizens of New York to ratify the Constitution, he said that the powers that we delegated to the federal government are few and well-defined and restricted mostly to external affairs. Those left with the people and the states are indefinite and numerous. Now, if you turn that upside down, you'd have what we have today.
This is why even like this issue of abortion needed to go back to the states. Yeah, this is why abortion needed to go back to the states. And I thought people here don't even know the Constitution. Like the vast majority of people here, they never even read the Constitution. Like, child. And that's why it can be really hard to have like certain conversations on YouTube, because people are not informed. Like they just don't read. It's really hard.
That is, the powers of the federal government are indefinite and numerous, and those of the people in the states are limited and well-defined.
In your book, Liberty versus the Tyranny of Socialism, you quote Tom Paine, "Government, even in its best state, is but a necessary evil in its worst state and intolerable."
That is absolutely right. And I think that we Americans should recognize that the history of mankind has been that of arbitrary abuse and control by others. The founders were not perfect, but they tried to move us away from that. And the main enemy of mankind throughout its history has been government. That is, if you look at the 20th century, it's the most brutal century in the history of mankind. I think that something like 60 million people lost their lives in wartime, but that pales in comparison to the number of people who were murdered by their own government. And the number comes up to somewhere close to 100 million people are murdered by their own government. And matter of fact, these statistics are documented in a book called Death by Government. And so it shows that it's a strong argument that government is the enemy of mankind.
Yep.
The matter of fact, the framers of our Constitution recognized that. Just look at the language of the Bill of Rights. It says things like, Congress shall not abridge, Congress shall not prohibit, Congress shall not disparage, Congress shall not infringe. Now, if the framers did not think that Congress would do these things, why in the world would they put them in? Why would they put that down in the Constitution? And I've suggested to people that when we die, and if at our next destination we see anything like a Bill of Rights, we know that we're in hell, because a Bill of Rights in heaven would be an affront to God. It would be saying, well, we can't trust God, you know? And so the framers recognized that the enemy of mankind was government, but they recognized that we do need some government. And as Thomas Paine was pointing out, that the government is under the best of conditions of the necessary evil. And matter of fact, the whole Second Amendment argument about guns, the right to keep and bear arms, most Americans think that the framers gave us the Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms, wanted to protect our right to keep and bear arms. They think that it was for deer and duck hunting.
Mm-hmm.
But the framers actually come out and say to allow Americans to have some kind of defense against abuse of government. And people like Hamilton said things like to allow the American people to protect themselves against their representatives if they are betrayed by their representatives. And who in the world are their representatives? It's the United States Congress. So I think that the framers held a great distrust for government, that Americans today, I think we love government. That is, the average American loves government. And the reason why the average American loves government is because government can do those things for them that if they did the same thing privately, they would go to jail. That is, government can take my money and give it to you. But if you came up to me with a gun and took my money, you would go to jail. But if you go to Congress and ask them, would you take William's money and give it to me? Yeah. Well, you know, you don't go to jail, but you have my money.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh my God.
I have a very low tolerance for the TSA people. I think this was a number of years ago, but one time I was traveling and I had carry-on luggage, and in my carry-on luggage, I had an eyeglass repair kit. And this TSA person told me I could take the screws, but I could not take the screwdriver. And I said, that's stupid as hell. I said, who ever heard of somebody hijacking an airplane with an eyeglass screwdriver? And so he said, wait here. And so his superintendent came up, and the superintendent asked me, and I repeated myself. He said, it's on the list. Either leave it here or you don't get on the plane. And so I would not have gotten on the plane, but the people that invited me had set up a banquet and things like that, and it would have been pretty awful if I hadn't shown up. But I just shown up. But I just don't travel commercially anymore, and now I just travel on the private plane. If people want to have me to give a talk, and it's a very costly proposition, I just will go by a private plane. I just won't deal with the TSA because I'm too old to go to jail, and I'm not as compliant as most of my fellow Americans.
Can you say why America is the greatest country in the world?
Freedom and freedom. So let's keep it that way.
He said, if you want to see me, you're going to have to bring me a private plane because I ain't going to go. Okay. What is he saying this one?
Drafted into the peacetime army, Williams eventually earned a PhD from UCLA in the late 1960s, and he soon became a sought-after researcher and public intellectual. His best-known book, 1982's The State Against Blacks, argues that a major cause of black unemployment is government intervention in the labor market.
It is morally outrageous for government to be cutting off the ambitions of those trying to climb the middle rungs of the economic ladder.
You're saying that you can solve the problems in Bangladesh.
Williams' contrarian views have had wide exposure through documentaries, public appearances, and for the past 30 years, a syndicated weekly column that appears in...
Isn't it funny how a lot of people don't know his name? But you know about Oprah Winfrey. You'll know about... I'm like, this country here, they curate which black people you'll worship and which black people you'll despise. They're very, very dishonest. They are truly, truly dishonest. This is truly, truly dishonest. You have to like the blacks that are liberal, the blacks that are pro, the blacks that sell the drugs, the hood, the this, the that. But when it comes to actual black people with PhDs who can sit here and have some like some really crazy ass conversation, like you're either smart or you're not. You can keep up or you can't. Like, listen, right? These people are not known, because if you encounter these people, like Isaac Newton said in the 3 laws of motion, right? An object that has inertia is going in one trajectory, right? You can believe something, but then you encounter someone like Mr. Williams, he's gonna make you think about a whole lot of things. You're like, oh my gosh, now I don't know if I'm actually sure, because you're probably not sure because you were actually brainwashed. And then this is the kind of inertia they don't want people to encounter, because if he comes into your life, it's like, wow, you're like, oh my gosh, yeah, it's true. Government is oppressive. Oh yeah, I never thought about socialism this way, right? They have to keep you with the Beyoncés, the Oprahs, the this and that, because they need a very submissive, dumb, reliant people. And I'm like, yeah, go somewhere. You're crazy.
About 140 newspapers. Throughout his career, Williams has used his personal experiences to illustrate his ideas.
I used to work in a store like this. Back in those days, just about any kid who looked for a job could find one. Today, in ghettos like I grew up in, 70% of black children who look for jobs cannot find them.
His new book, Up from the Projects, an autobiography, is a fascinating look at his childhood, his half-century-long marriage to his recently departed wife, his unusual career path, and the genesis of his views on race, economics, and politics. Reason TV spoke with Williams, an emeritus trustee of the Reason Foundation, at his office at Virginia's George Mason University.
Walter, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
You were growing up in Philadelphia. You spent time on welfare. You were raised in a single-parent household. How does where you're from show up in where you are now?
Well, I'm not sure. As a youngster, I never even thought about being a college professor or a libertarian. I was always a radical, a troublemaker, a person who questioned the status quo. So my upbringing might have had very little to do with where I am now. And matter of fact, even though we grew up poor, we didn't consider ourselves poor. That is, matter of fact, during those days, to call somebody poor was an insult, or even to
what did being called poor mean then?
Well, it meant that, well, you didn't eat, or you missed meals, or you wore tattered clothes, and all those weren't the case with me. But at least in the neighborhoods where I grew up, in poor black neighborhoods today, there's kind of what I call spiritual poverty. That is poverty of the spirit. And back when I was a kid, my mother used to always say to us, she says, we have a beer pocketbook, but we have champagne taste, meaning that we had high aspirations.
So where does the spiritual poverty, or where does the aspirational poverty come from?
Well, if you look at some of the characteristics, particularly of black people, but it applies to a large extent to everybody, back when I was coming up, that is, for a girl to have a baby out of wedlock, it was a disgrace. Today, women have babies out of wedlock and they have a baby shower.
So he's not African, right? This man is not African, right? He's from here. And he's saying when he was growing up, having a baby out of wedlock was a disgrace. This is the same thing African people saying, oh my gosh, you hate us, you hate us. Like, what are we even talking about? That's why I say there's a certain generation of Black Americans who do not have issues with African people. It's this new generation who does whatever they want. They celebrate baby showers like it's weddings. It's them people who run behind Tariq Nasheed. They are the ones who have issues with African people. Right? Because the way they live is completely unhinged. You are unhinged. You don't live a life that's moral and that has honor to it, and then you get butthurt because Africans look at you like you're fucking crazy, because you are crazy. Why are you living like this? I'm telling you, these FBA people, they're different. They call themselves foundational Black American. Go ask these so-called foundational Black American to give you one foundational value. Because when you say you're a foundational Black American, it means you've been here since like God knows when, right? Like you're a heritage American. So you should have heritage values, marriage, families, reunion, I don't know, baby showers, like not even, no, sorry, like baptism, like things like that. Like, oh yeah, these are long-standing traditions. The vast majority of the FBA people are not married, but they foundational. They foundational without a foundation of family. Like it's a very unserious people. That's why Tariq Nasheed is their leader. They're not serious people. Like what foundational people going to rally behind a former rapper that used to sing about suck my penis? Like who does stuff like that? Who? Right? There you go. But how can you be foundational without the foundational values of family, like family, grandparents, parents, like, baptism, going to church? Like this is what makes you foundational. No, it's just lip service. The vast majority are not married. The vast majority owe child support. The vast majority, it's all kinds of foolishness. It's a low vibrational people. But I'm like, it was a disgrace. It truly was. I've told that all the time. I said, just like promiscuity, it was mostly white girls who were promiscuous. It was not Black American girls like that. It was the white girls that were promiscuous. It was the white girls. And we saw even sweet 16 and pregnant. Do you know how long it took to have one Black girl at 16 and pregnant? But the first seasons were full of white people. But today it's very common. No problem. But if people look at you like you're unhinged, you are. Like, don't sit here and distract people. It was truly embarrassing.
It's no longer a disgrace.
Yeah.
And indeed, the illegitimacy rate among Blacks is somewhere around 70%. And back in the 40s, it couldn't have been more than 13, 12%, something like that. Or the breakdown in the Black family.
Hold on. So, 1940s, being born out of wedlock, 12%. 12%. Right? So that means out of 100 people, 12 people were going to be conceived out of wedlock. Okay, cool. You now, in the present time, it's 70%. So out of 100 people, 70 people are born out of wedlock. What happened between the 1940s and now? Dr. King. That socialism, that welfare check, it comes with what he calls spiritual poverty. Dr. King. But people don't have the courage to admit that to themselves. But hopefully one day in some college or some PhD course, people are going to have the courage to say, this thing right here, it never should have happened. It never should have happened. And the day somebody has enough money, maybe one day when I do have the money, I'll do it. The day somebody has the money and they compare Black wealth before Dr. King, Black wealth after Dr. King, Black wealth without Dr. King and his civil rights foolishness, right? People are going to start crying. All the money that could have been made, all the Black banks that could have been giving people's mortgages. For what? So you can sit in the restaurant next to white people? The more you think about it, I'm starting to ask myself, like, those sit-ins, did those Black kids really want to go in there, or were they paid to go in there? I'm like, because why would you want to get yourself beat up for white people's food? Like, it's not seasoned. But there's a lot about there's a lot about the civil rights movement that's extremely suspicious. It's extremely suspicious. All of that to eat white people's food, all that to sit next to white people. I don't know. And then the more you hear about it, the more you study the civil rights movement, you see how many Jews were involved in it. You worry if it was not a movement for the Jews, but Black people did the heavy work. Because ultimately, who benefited the most? The Jews. Even this whole thing about, this is a nation, this slogan, the nation of immigrant, it was the Jews who paid for that. They spent so much money on that slogan because when they came here, they were not welcome. And I have a strong feeling like the Jews also were not being served in those establishments. I have a strong feeling. There's a lot about Dr. King we don't know. But this man, the more I think about it, I'm like, yeah, it's suspicious. Extremely suspicious. Who hired you?
Only 35% of kids, Black kids, live in two-parent families. And matter of fact, when we were coming up, my father deserted us when I was 3 and my sister was 2, and they ultimately got divorced in the late 40s. But among our friends, we were the only kids in the Richard Allen housing project that did not have a mother and father in the house. And today would be exactly the opposite. It would be rare to have a mother and father in the household today.
In 2008, you wrote that Obama's election, and I'm quoting here, might turn our attention away from the false notion that discrimination explains the problems of a large segment of the Black community. Has that happened?
I don't think Obama's presidency hasn't meant very much for the Black community. I don't see any big change. I don't see lower crime rates. I don't see greater high school graduation rates. But in general, I don't think that there's much progress that blacks can make through the political arena. And
now, what do you mean by that? Because this is, you know, I think most people, most observers, whether they're black or white or you know, European, whatever, would say that, you know, that a lot of black progress has been because of Civil Rights Act, because of changes in de jure segregation.
If you ask the question, you look at our country and you ask the question, in what cities do blacks have the highest crime, suffer from the highest victimization rates from crime?
Democratic cities.
The rottenest schools,
Democrats.
the very poor living conditions.
Democrats.
They are in the very cities where a black is the mayor, a black is chief of the police, a black is the superintendent of schools. Now, I'm not stating a causal relationship, but I'm saying that if political power meant so much, you would expect, let's in a city like Philadelphia, where a black is the mayor, a black is superintendent of school, black chief of police, you'd expect every living conditions to be wonderful. And on the other hand, if you look at the other end of another group of people, let's say Chinese and Japanese, they don't have any political power, even in the places such on the West Coast where they're the most numerous.
I'm not even sure the Chinese have much political power in China.
That's well, at least in the United States.
Right, yeah.
But however, according to statistics, Japanese or Chinese are on any measure of socioeconomic success, they're at the very top. And matter of fact, if you look in our history of our country, the Irish had the greatest political power, but they're the slowest rising of any of the white ethnic groups in our country. So I think it's false to assume that economic power depends on political power, and you can just go all around the world. My colleague Tom Sowell has done extensive work.
This is why when they tell black people you need to vote black, vote for a black woman, vote for a black woman, your life is going to get worse. Like he said, and it's true. Kennedy was the president. He's Irish. It did nothing for his people. His brother, Ted, senator, it did nothing for the people. Right? So this notion, oh, if I vote black, if I vote for Kamala Harris, if I vote for a black woman, if I vote for, what's that girl's name again? Jasmine Crockett, my life is going, no, your life is actually going to get worse. It's going to get worse. And that's why you listen to people with actual PhDs, not in psychology or sociology, but econ. It's really hard to get a PhD in economics. There's a lot of statistics. There's a lot of econometrics. Like, it's not a joke. It's a hard degree to have a whole PhD. But I'm like, somebody telling you, no, don't do it. Because everywhere where black people elect black people, their life, it gets worse. Doesn't get better. But if you say that also, you get attacked. Okay. They voted for Lightfoot in Chicago. Life got bad. They're like, oh no, you know what? We want more of this. They went and voted for Brian Johnson. They're going to lose their homes. They're going to be on the streets in the cold, and they'll take their homes and they'll give their homes to the illegal people, but they don't listen. They do not listen. They don't listen.
You know, the Armenians in the post-Ottoman Empire, they didn't have any political power. They were discriminated against, but highest income earning people.
Yeah, Jews as well throughout various subsets.
Yeah, the Chinese and Southeast Asian.
Yeah. If it's not political power that will help advance living standards and quality of life, how do you I mean, it's economic power then, right?
You have to develop skills and training. And one of the reasons why people make low wages is, for the most part, they have low skills. Yeah. But getting hold of the political system, or even eliminating every vestige of discrimination, is not very important for economic advancement. I mean, if you look at the question, at one time there were no blacks in the professional basketball. Today, blacks are 80% of professional basketball players, 60-some% of professional football players. And it wasn't any affirmative action. It wasn't any court suits. It wasn't getting rid of discrimination. What was it? It was that these guys can just do a 360 slam dunk in your face, and you can't do anything about it. It was just high skills.
But it was an undoing of discrimination, right? I mean, when you think about football and basketball's color lines are less kind of celebrated than Jackie Robinson breaking into Major League Baseball. But there was a de facto law against letting blacks play.
Well, the best engines of it, even in terms of baseball, it wasn't any affirmative action. It wasn't any court suits. It was the fact that there was a huge pool of high skills in the Negro, what they call the Negro Leagues,
It never should have
that just could not be ignored. And once the Dodgers cracked it, everybody else had to go along. They just could not ignore this huge pool of black talent.
Well, you would agree.
And it would be the same thing if this black talent were in physics, whereas in chemistry, you just could not ignore it.
What are the best ways to speed up the process by which race or ethnicity or social standing doesn't matter in fields that should be determined by merit?
Well,
if it's not lost.
Well, personally, one of my strong values is freedom of association. And if you believe in freedom of association, you have to accept that people will associate in ways that you find offensive. And I believe people have the right to discriminate on any basis they want, so long as they're not using government, so long as they're not using, for example, I would disagree that a library should be able to engage in racial discrimination against me because I'm a taxpayer.
So a public library, but a private library?
Private library.
The David Duke Memorial Library, they can keep you out.
I have no problem whatsoever. And see, discrimination is actually, for me, discrimination is just simply an act of choice. And we all discriminate. When as I tell people that when I was choosing a wife to marry, I didn't give every woman an equal opportunity. I discriminated against Japanese women, Italian women, women with criminal records, women that did not bathe regularly. I discriminated in all.
Did you also, you discriminated against women who refused to return your phone calls, I assume?
Well, we didn't have a telephone, but the point is that people have the right, in my opinion, to associate in any ways they want. But however, they should not get subsidized. Now, there's a whole lot of laws on the books that subsidizes discrimination. For example, the minimum wage.
Be so for real though. Is he actually wrong? Like sometimes do not say, yeah, these people just don't belong here. No, I'm telling you, when I first heard him, I thought he was an Aquarius because I'm like, this man sounds like me. I was like, oh, look, I'm not crazy. I looked him up. He's an Aries. I really thought he was an Aquarius. I'm like, this man is unhinged. But I'm like, he's right. Because I'm like, I get it. If you're black, it doesn't feel good for somebody to say like, oh, because you're black, you can't come here. But you see how people have not taken advantage of this black thing to now allow everything and anyone and inclusivity. And at the end of the day, it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? These people do not belong here. They don't have good culture. Right? And it's like, I'm like, a lot of black people will be so offended by what he's saying because they can't look at this objectively, right? But everybody doesn't have good culture. Don't think about complexion, right? Do not think about complexion. Some people just don't have the culture for certain spaces. And then they need to be excluded because they don't have the good culture. And if you let them come in here, they're going to mess it up. And then eventually we won't have anything. We won't have anything because they don't have good culture. Right? That's it. Like, child.
Law that subsidizes engaging in racial discrimination.
In the book, you also talk about when you were drafted into the Army and you ended up going to Georgia for an assignment. That was the first time that you met up with a de jure segregation in the Deep South. And you mentioned going through bus stations and whatnot where there were, colored only restrooms, black only restrooms, restaurants, etc. What is the best and most efficacious way to break down state-sponsored discrimination?
Well, you do it by the law, because I think that states should not be able to engage in discrimination, and you do it by any means that's necessary, and to get rid of state-sponsored discrimination, and including just disobeying the law. And I think that one of the things, the very fact that you do find state-sponsored discrimination is good evidence that maybe discrimination would not exist. That is, if you see a law on the books, well, the reason why that law is on the books is because not everyone would behave according to the specifications of the law. And so if you say, well, if you see a law saying, well, blacks have to sit in the back of the trolley car. Well, you say, well, why do you need a law? If the trolley cars are privately owned, that's what they were when the discrimination started in our country. Well, private streetcar companies would not discriminate against the customers. So the people who wanted discrimination needed a law.
So where does that bring you in terms of a variety of the civil rights acts that were passed in the late 50s through the mid 60s? Were those good laws? Were the civil rights acts good and necessary ways of breaking down?
No. I think the Civil Rights Act was a major error. That is, during the 1960s, when we had the civil rights movement, I think all that we needed was a law that said that the Constitution of the United States applies to each and every citizen in our country, as opposed to making a Civil Rights Act, as they in fact did.
You mentioned in the book that both when you were hired as an economist at Temple and then again at George Mason, that you sat down with the people who were hiring you and said, "Hey, if you're practicing affirmative action, I don't want any part of this." Were you a beneficiary of affirmative action? And if so, how did you deal with that when you found out about it? And what was the effect of that on you?
Well, I understand at Temple University, I did not run into the problem, but at George Mason University, I think after I'd been here quite a while, the former chairman who hired me, he said that he got beneficial points from hiring me and Karen Vaughn, my colleague, who's a woman. And later on, Karen Vaughn, who was here before I was, she told me that that if Bill Snavely was practicing affirmative action, he didn't get the right kind of black.
Is it tiresome to talk about yourself as the libertarian black?
I look at people. I don't see colors. I don't judge people by colors. I say that, well, gee, you're a man just like I am, and whatever you are after that. That's what my stepfather used to say. He says every man stands up to piss, and he's whatever he is after that.
Do colleges still practice affirmative action for racial admissions, and should that stop?
Well, I think it definitely should stop, and
most
colleges. Oh yes, yeah. Most colleges do.
Increasingly, there are reports that affirmative action is being practiced to bring men into campuses because women tend to do better on SATs. Is that equally bad?
Well, I think that if it is a private university, private universities would have the right to do, in my opinion, they have the right to do anything they want in terms of admitting students. Public universities, I think they ought to be constrained by the law that they just cannot engage in any kind of
What about private schools that are so heavily subsidized either by federal research dollars, student loans? I mean,
then they are in effect the government schools.
Right.
And if they're heavily subsidized, and first thing I would do, I'd get rid of the subsidizing and then let them behave any way they want to.
In the book, you said that people like Jackie Robinson and Will Chamberlain had made it safe for the NBA and Major League Baseball to hire incompetent blacks such as you, so that you could now pursue a career in baseball or basketball.
What I meant by that example, I was telling a group of students, and it was indeed at Temple University, and I was saying that I would love to teach a course in physics. I love subatomic physics, but I was saying that black people cannot afford for me to be teaching a course in physics. And I was saying that I was giving an example of basketball and baseball because of the excellence that of Jackie Robinson or Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell, that I can now go play basketball and I can mess up royally, and there's not a person in the audience can say those blacks can't play basketball. That is, in that sense, I meant that black people can afford incompetent basketball players, but they cannot afford incompetent physics teachers.
Now, do you think?
And the same thing applies to. I wrote a column about Obama. That is, black people. I said I don't think that they can afford for the first black president to be a failure, and he has every indication of being a failure, like the Carter administration.
Well, but do you think? I guess that's the broader point: is that between 1954 and now, race relations have clearly changed, and most of the most odious, obvious excrescences of racism are gone. Are we past race, or will we ever be past race?
We're not past it yet. Yeah. That is, I think we've come. Americans have come the furthest distance among any group of people in solving the problems of race in our country, but we're not past it. That is, for example, I was saying in the book that I teach I teach PhD microeconomic theory. And at Temple University, I hadn't detected it at George Mason University, but at Temple University, the white students who are most of the students in the PhD program, at the beginning of the semester, they're asking me hard questions, things like this. They were really testing my credentials. And so they, check and see, well, how was affirmative action higher, And then after after I just calmly answered their questions, they said, well, they better learn some economics. So that in the sense that in that sense, in terms of pride of a people, I think that Black people just cannot afford incompetence in most areas.
Right. Still.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about your experience in the academy. You went to UCLA in the mid to late 60s. You worked with people like James Buchanan and Armin Alshian. What was it like to be at a place like UCLA then? This was a hotbed, not simply of, it was the American dream to be in California in the 60s, but also from a libertarian point of view, this was a powerhouse department for free market ideas.
Well, as I said in the book, I did not know that I was anything about UCLA when I entered there, and I didn't know that it was one of the top 10 economics departments in the country, and I was in well over my head. These are some of the top professors in economics in the world, and I benefited immensely from attending UCLA. But however, it was quite a challenge for me.
How much did that form your ideology or your kind of political thought?
Well, I think it awakened me in something I've always been a radical. I've always challenged the status quo. But however, I did come out, I supported things like minimum wage laws because I thought it was a good idea until I ran into some professors and say, well, look, Walter, let's look at the effects of the minimum wage law as opposed to looking at the intention. They gave me material to read and then I changed my mind. But I think that my free market ideas got polished at UCLA and being exposed to some of the greatest economists in the world.
Do you think that you benefited from having a kind of roundabout route to studying economics as opposed to, being a whiz kid and, graduating high school when you're 13 and then going directly to college and a PhD?
If I had gone to college right after high school, it would have been an unmitigated disaster. I was
for
immature.
The country as well as the
as you.
For me,
at least for me, I was just unprepared to make the sacrifices necessary. And I think many times that's true with many people today. That is, I'm very sure if I had to do it again, I tell my wife that it went with my daughter. She went out, she was 17 years old and she went right into college. And the first year or so was a disaster. And I said, if we had to do it again, I would have gotten her a job at McDonald's or at a car wash for a couple of days to let, a couple of years to let some maturity set in. So maybe gaining some maturity, by a year or two outside of education, and then go to college. And then, but more importantly, pay your own way.
Would you have been able to go to college? I mean, you mentioned quite often that how heavily subsidized, and particularly in the 60s and 70s, I mean, the UC system, Cal State system, very subsidized, effectively a free education. Wasn't that a good thing, though, even if it's coming from the state and even if it's being expropriated from taxpayers?
No, it's not a good thing. No, it's not a good.
Would you have been able to go to college otherwise?
I might not have. And a lot of the incentive for my wife and I to move from Philadelphia to Los Angeles in 1961 was that no way in the world I could afford to go to Temple University. Temple University was the cheapest school in the city, and I think it was like $2,000 a year to go there. And I went to Cal State LA, and it was $125 a year. I believe it was a year there. And so I got a highly subsidized education. And I don't know whether I would have gotten an education, but still, because I got an education, it doesn't mean that it was a good idea to rip off the California taxpayers.
Well, do you think at a cost-benefit analysis, if you take yourself and everybody else who went through Cal State and the costs associated with that, and then the payback, because you certainly have paid a lot more back in taxes than the, what would it be, about $400, $500 for 4 years of Cal State at 125.
Not to the California taxpayers.
Okay, all right.
Because when I finished ripping them off, I left. But however,
but I mean, but is that, I mean, is it a fair question from a libertarian point of view? We all want to say, you know what, nothing should be taken from the taxpayer except very small pots of money that go to clear public goods, and education doesn't meet that test. So, but you know, then again, like, you know, you're working at George Mason, you worked at Temple, these are state universities. You know, is it such a bad thing that
if you know, I could have just as soon gone to Cal State or UCLA, and they charge a tuition of $5,000 a year, and I could have gone out and robbed somebody and got the $5,000. So you wouldn't like make the argument that, well, gee, Williams robbed the guy to get $5,000, and he's going to pay it back, and later on in life, by higher taxes or whatever. But the solution to the problem is that we need to do something with the financial markets to enable people to be able to get a loan to be able to go to college, and then of course pay it back.
George Mason has become a very well-known hotbed of libertarian, laissez-faire economic history from a free market perspective, from a libertarian perspective. How did that happen? How did you go from helping to build George Mason's academic reputation from kind of so-so to really moving it up a few notches?
Well, I think all the responsibility is not mine. I share with my colleagues, but I became a chairman in 1995. And I was chairman from 1995 until 2001. When Buchanan won the Nobel Prize in 1986, we had 26 faculty members. And when I became chairman, we had 18. There was considerable hostility towards our department. And I tried to work with the administration to rehire those people. And I had a lot of difficulty. And so I just said, well, the only way I'm going to improve the department is to try to privatize the department and actually go out and raise money to be able to do things with the fact to be able to to hire people and to subsidize hiring people. And so a lot of it was with the generosity of supporters out there, the Lilly Endowment and the
Olin Foundation.
And the Olin Foundation.
Now, this is, I mean, so you brought in a new revenue stream.
Oh yeah, I brought in a lot of money. Yeah.
A lot of people in the academy and from outside say, okay, this is a kind of corporate takeover of the university and of the academy. And
it wasn't a corporate takeover.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, talk about that. How did you secure academic freedom for your research faculty?
Well, yeah, I think that the people who gave me money, and a lot of it was just private donations. The people who gave me money, they respected me and my ambitions and my vision, and I had complete say-so over how the money would be spent. And so
that explains the gold fixtures in the men's room here on the economics building.
I wish I did, but they had no say-so in how the money would be spent. And then also towards the end of my tenure as chairman, my colleagues, actually they're very successful in raising money, were able to hire Vernon Smith, and matter of fact, his crew from Arizona, and bring all seven, I think, here. And he was here for a year and a half, and he won the Nobel Prize.
Yeah, you guys timed that perfectly, didn't you?
Right.
But let's talk a bit about the broad-based libertarian movement. Do you feel that you're part of a libertarian movement?
No, I don't.
No. So what are you then?
Well, I'm not a part of a movement. I've never been a part of a movement. I just do my own thing.
Can we tally up a score and say, are we more free? Are we less free? Are we moving in the right direction? Are you happy about the world that your daughter is inheriting and that your grandchildren like?
I think for the first time in our history, it's prudent for parents to tell their children to have enough gold and silver coins enough to be able to get out of this country and move to somewhere
Canada?
else. Well, somewhere else. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't make any difference. I mean, for example, Jews in Austria, I mean, they should have had enough money to get out, and it didn't make any difference where they moved. Right. So the point is that for the first time in our history, people are considering leaving or taking their wealth out of the United States, where all before the United States was the bastion of liberty and low regulation, and people are bringing their wealth to our country. So I think that we have to be concerned about losing our liberties.
What needs to happen for that to reverse? I mean, and it's one thing to say, okay, we got to reduce regulation, but what are the kind of policy steps and the kind of psychological or ideological steps that need to happen?
I don't think anything's going to happen. I think what one has to ask himself is, are we so arrogant as American people to think that we are different from other people around the world?
They do.
That is, how different are we from the Romans? Went down the tubes, or the British, or the French, or the Spanish, or the Portuguese. These are great empires of the past, but they went down the tubes for roughly the same things that we're doing. Liberty is the rare state of affairs in mankind's history. Arbitrary abuse and control by others is the standard dish, even now. And all the tendencies is for us to have greater and greater amounts of our liberty usurped by government. If you press me for a trend in the opposite direction, because of the Obama administration, the Democrat control of the House and the Senate, they become so bold in many of their actions that for the first time in my life, Americans are debating about the Constitution, with people forming a Tea Party movement and all this kind of fervor that I've never heard before in my 75 years of life. But is that enough, or is it too late? And I'm not sure.
Walter Williams, thank you very much for talking with us and for all of your writing, and especially
You need to check into him. He doesn't care. And you can see why you never got to hear from him, because okay. He's amazing. But hopefully you guys enjoyed the video. I'm gonna get some rest now. Replay people have a lot of content to watch, but hopefully you learned something. But he's really iconic. I really thought he was an Aquarius. I'm like, this man is crazy. He is unhinged. He sounds like me. I love it. But I saw he's an Aries. I'm like, cool. That's interesting. Okay. But I wish I would have taken the class from him. Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. They wasted my time with Oprah Winfrey. I shouldn't have wasted my time with this lady. Like, all these mainstream Black people are just a waste of your time, and they will dumb you down. They will dumb you the fuck down. And like, if you don't want to be dumb, but I think, like, to close the matter, I'm gonna say this. I think even within Black America, there are two forks, right? You have one people who want to believe in socialism because it means a lot to them. You have another people who believe in, like, less market, less government regulation. So I'm like, even there, people are not even in agreement. Okay. But I'm like, me, Marlene, I believe in a small government. I don't like socialism. I don't like paying taxes. I don't like welfare. I don't like none of that kind of shit. I don't like it. Right. So that's it. That's that. Yeah, let's go to sleep. But you guys, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the show. And hopefully, I want to see you tomorrow. I gotta go train tomorrow. But if I'm done, maybe I'll come out. If I don't, that's that. But I love you guys. And I hope you enjoyed the live. And to all my replay people, enjoy the live. Okay. Be soon tomorrow.